Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 663 to Chapter 746. Human, die. 100-meter-long tiger shark charged at Lu Ming with blood-red eyes. It opened its mouth, and 5 or 6 scimitars flew out, slashing at Lu Ming. Those scimitars were actually formed from the teeth of the tiger shark, and were even sharper than a level 5 spiritual weapon. Lu Ming could tell the strength of a Peak King-level tiger shark with a single glance. Dang! Dang! Lu Ming swept out his long spear and deflected 5 to 6 scimitars. A tricolored spear gleam burst out and shot directly into the head of this tiger shark, piercing a transparent hole in the tiger shark. After killing a Peak King-level tiger shark with a single move, Yichen devoured its essence blood. Lu Ming didn't stop at all, and continued to kill. Not only did he devour the essence blood of the tiger sharks he killed, but he also devoured the essence blood of the tiger sharks killed by others. His figure flashed, and the essence blood of the tiger sharks of various levels were devoured by him. Too good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he participated in such a large-scale battle. Such a large-scale battle was hell for others, but for him, it was a holy land for cultivation. He circulated the devouring power of the 9 dragons bloodline on his palm, and continuously devoured the essence blood of the tiger sharks. Of course, if a martial artist died in battle, he wouldn't let them go, and devoured all of their essence blood. He split a part of his attention to control the 9 dragons bloodline, and used it to refine the essence blood to upgrade his second bloodline. Kill that masked guy. A loud roar came from nearby, and 3 huge tiger sharks charged at Lu Ming. Xiao! The seawater was condensed into long spears that pierced toward Lu Ming. At the same time, there were also scimitars that cut through the void, breaking through the air to kill. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed, and he shot into the sky. With a few steps, 3 Peak King-level tiger sharks were killed. Not far away, Xianxia was even more shocking. The heavenly demon force field was a perverse existence in a group battle. As long as the tiger sharks were enveloped by the heavenly demon force field, they would be cut into several pieces. Under the spiritual sea, Xianxia and Lu Ming were invincible. Wang, a streak of silver light shot towards Lu Ming at an unimaginable speed. This was also a tiger shark, but it was only 10 meters long. Its entire body was silver, and its body was densely covered with a layer of silver scales. Lu Ming subconsciously swept out with his spear. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear swept across the silver tiger shark's body. It was as if he had been struck by a 10,000-foot-tall mountain. His body trembled and he could not help but retreat 3 steps. However, that silver tiger shark was also sent flying by Lu Ming. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's heart stirred. After the silver tiger shark flew out, it was completely fine. It roared and charged towards Lu Ming again. Under the silver tiger shark's control, the seawater turned into all kinds of weapons. Sharp swords, spears, there were over 100 swords in total, and they surrounded Lu Ming. This is a mutated tiger shark. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Some demonic beasts had the bloodline of ancient divine beasts and ferocious beasts. They were incomparably powerful and were much stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. Clearly, this tiger shark was a remnant species. Many demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines not only had immense strength, but their demonic power was also incomparably strong. When they reached a certain level, they would awaken the battle skills hidden in their bloodline, and possess various magical abilities. Moreover, demonic beasts were different from martial artists. Demonic beasts did not comprehend the concept of heaven and earth like martial artists, but demonic beasts were naturally inclined towards a certain attribute. They were born to be able to master a certain attribute, and as their strength grew, they would become stronger and stronger. This was a talent that the human race could not compare to. Break for me! The long spear swept out, and all the weapons formed by seawater instantly collapsed. A tricolored spear light burst out and shot towards the silver tiger shark's head. Bang! The silver tiger shark was like a cannonball, and was sent flying. Along the way, it directly collided with a few powerful tiger sharks and flew for a few thousand meters before stopping. However, it was not dead yet. On its head, there was only a hole that was a few feet deep. Such strong defense, such hard scales. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. After being stabbed by his spear light, it was actually not penetrated. This tiger shark's defense was astonishing. Strong, this human's attack power is too strong. Hurry up and leave. Lu Ming was surprised, but the silver tiger shark was simply terrified. Once it stabilized its body, it hurriedly flew into the distance. Want to leave? Stay for me. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and his speed was unbelievably fast. He turned into a stream of light and caught up with the silver tiger shark in a few moves. Want to kill me? Die. Demonic beasts were originally very vicious. Seeing that the silver tiger shark could not escape, the ferocity in its heart was aroused, and it pounced towards Lu Ming. Whoosh, what welcomed him was an incomparably sharp spear. This time, it was not a spear light, but the tip of the infinite dragon spear's corpse. Poochie, the infinite dragon spear directly pierced into the silver tiger shark's head. The silver tiger shark roared and stopped breathing. Poochie, Lu Ming pulled out the long spear and devoured the silver tiger shark's blood essence. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Boom! His body was suffused with a bloody light, emitting a powerful fluctuation. His second bloodline was about to evolve. Lu Ming tried his best to suppress the fluctuation of his second bloodline, trying not to attract attention. Lu Ming felt that the strength of his second bloodline was rapidly increasing. Boom, in the end, his second bloodline could not be suppressed anymore. 8 bright silver rings appeared above his head, shining brightly and attracting the attention of many people. Fortunately, when the second bloodline appeared, it had already evolved successfully. The crowd did not see the process of the evolution, only the result. They thought that Lu Ming originally had an 8th level king bloodline. Although an 8th level king bloodline was extremely shocking, no one paid attention to it in this life and death battle. Lu Ming had never used his bloodline in the previous battles, so everyone thought that Lu Ming originally had an 8th level king bloodline. However, there was one exception, and that was Xianxia. Not far away, Xianxia saw the 8 silver chakras on Lu Ming's bloodline and pouted slightly. When this guy first awakened his second bloodline, he was only a 3rd level king. Now he has become an 8th level king and his bloodline can evolve. This guy is hiding a lot of things from me. Xianxia muttered softly. Kill this girl. At this time, 2 silver-colored tiger sharks charged towards Xianxia. Heavenly Demon Force Field, Destruction Cut. Xianxia shouted as she engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 silver tiger sharks. After a few breaths, Lu Ming withdrew his second bloodline and continued to fight. The battle was intense. The sea was blood-red, and there were corpses of humans and sea beasts floating on it. There were more than 500,000 martial artists above the martial grandmaster realm on Xianxia Island, and more than 50,000 experts above the martial king realm. However, there were even more sea beasts. They were densely packed, covering thousands of miles of sea area and attacking fearlessly. In fact, the longer the battle went on, the more the human side was at a disadvantage. This was because there were more sea beasts at the peak king level than the human side. Among them, there were many powerful descendants. Take the silver tiger shark for example. Although Lu Ming could kill it, it was a nightmarish existence to other peak kings. I need to kill more peak king level demonic beasts. Otherwise, it will be more and more disadvantageous for the human race. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the battlefield. He didn't need to worry about Xianxia. As long as a Sea of Soul Realm expert didn't appear, Xianxia wouldn't be in danger. Lu Ming took a step forward and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside a tiger shark that was a peak-level king. He pierced the tiger shark with his spear and killed it. Then, he took another step forward and attacked the next tiger shark that was a peak-level king. He didn't attack the other tiger sharks and only targeted the peak king-level tiger sharks. Several hundred miles away, 2 old men were being completely suppressed by a silver tiger shark. These 2 old men were also 2 old monsters in the nearby ocean region. They had lived for several hundred years and were extremely powerful. However, the 2 of them together weren't a match for this silver tiger shark. In fact, they couldn't even break through the silver tiger shark's defense. The silver tiger shark didn't fear death and continuously attacked the two. Pung, one of the old men was struck by the silver tiger shark's tail and was sent flying over 1,000 meters, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This kind of descendant is too strong. We're not its match at all. The other old man hurriedly retreated. However, the silver tiger shark crazily chased after him and couldn't escape. Could it be that I'm going to die in the mouth of this beast today? The old man sighed. Although he tried his best to defend, he was still struck by the silver tiger shark until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. My life is over, the old man said in his heart. However, right at this moment, a figure wearing a black robe and a Shura mask suddenly appeared beside the silver tiger shark. A terrifying spear directly pierced through the silver tiger shark's head. Blood splattered everywhere as the silver tiger shark was killed. After that, this figure slapped the silver tiger shark's wound with his palm, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. The old man was dumbfounded. What a powerful attack! The old man who was sent flying by the silver tiger shark's tail flew over, his eyes filled with admiration. They tried their best but were unable to break through the silver tiger shark's defense. But this figure, with a single spear strike, killed the silver tiger shark. This attack power was truly terrifying. That person should be Azura. I heard that he's a young man. The old man behind him spoke as if he had just woken up from a dream. What a young hero! The old man from before sighed. Let's go and kill those ordinary Peak King level tiger sharks, the old man behind said. Then, the two of them charged towards the two ordinary Peak King level tiger sharks. The one who made a move to kill the silver tiger shark was naturally Lu Ming. He naturally didn't know what the two elders were thinking. At this moment, his target was the Peak King level tiger sharks. In just over 10 minutes, he had already killed 16 Peak King level tiger sharks. What a powerful blood essence! It's too strong. The essence blood of 16 Peak King level tiger sharks was too rich. The essence blood of demonic beasts was usually richer and stronger than that of humans. Lu Ming continued to refine the blood essence as he continued to hunt. This time, he continued to use the essence blood to upgrade his second bloodline. Just now, when his second bloodline upgraded to the 8th grade king level, the mist on the stone steel seemed to have faded a bit, and the words on the stone steel became clearer. There should be 3 words on the stone steel. The first word was suppress. The third word was steal. Only the second word was still a bit blurry. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as his second bloodline upgraded to the 9th grade king level, he would be able to see the second word clearly. At that time, he might have an unexpected harvest. Lu Ming continued to kill Peak King level demonic beasts while refining the essence blood. On the other side, within the group of blood sharks, a figure wearing a Yama mask was emitting a dazzling golden light. The terrifying golden light flickered as it rampaged through the group of blood sharks. Every time it flickered and a golden sword light flashed, a Peak King level blood shark would be killed. One sword strike to kill. Similarly, wherever Xianxia passed, sea beasts would be killed, regardless of their level. Lu Ming charged for a while, and more than 20 Peak King level tiger sharks had died in his hands. At this time, he killed his way out of the area of the tiger sharks and into the area of the sea lions. Among the sea lions, there were also descendants that were extremely powerful, but they were still killed by Lu Ming with one spear strike. Before long, Lu Ming had already devoured the essence blood of more than 30 Peak King level demonic beasts. Splash! At this moment, the sea rolled and rushed to the shore. In the sea, there were countless huge figures circling. They were actually huge sea snakes. Each of them was dozens of meters long, and their bodies were thicker than a water tank. When they opened their mouths, a martial artist would be swallowed. When their bodies coiled, a martial artist would be entangled to death. Deep sea giant snake. It's the deep sea giant snake. Someone exclaimed. What's going on? Another race has appeared. This is too abnormal. How can this be? Ah, watch out. Screams and screams filled the air. Splash, the sea rolled, and everyone saw 2 huge snakes in the sea. Their bodies were more than 100 meters long, and their powerful auras were extremely shocking. With a swing of their tails, a large number of martial artists were whipped and exploded. Even the peak king level experts were the same. They had no power to fight back. These two huge deep-sea snakes were both shapeshifted great beasts. With two shapeshifted great beasts equivalent to Sea of Soul realm attacking, the human side was in a one-sided situation. Evil beast, you're courting death. In the air, the Han Dao spirit warrior hadn't made a move yet. At this moment, he shouted coldly and stepped out, walking toward the two shapeshifted great beasts. Xiao! Xiao! Snow-white blade lights flew out. Every time a blade light flew out, a deep-sea giant snake would be killed. When the blade lights flew into the sea water instantly froze and turned into ice. A large number of deep-sea giant snakes were frozen in ice. Peak 3rd level of Sea of Soul realm. One of the huge deep-sea snakes said solemnly. Since you know, then die. The Han Dao spirit warrior's aura surged as two snow-white blade lights slashed toward the two huge snakes. Old man, I'm your opponent. The waves behind him rolled, and a huge figure rushed out of the sea. Roar, the roar shook the sky. It was the roar of a dragon. Heavens, that's a flood dragon. Many people's eyes widened as they shouted in disbelief. The huge figure that appeared in the end was actually a blue flood dragon. This flood dragon's body was long and winding, more than 200 meters long. It had 4 claws under its abdomen, and its aura was terrifying. This was a real flood dragon, a living flood dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon. Lu Ming also looked over in shock. This was his first time seeing a living flood dragon. He had seen a dead one once, refined into a demonic corpse by the Sky Corpse sect. The two waterspouts turned into two flood dragons, clashing with the blade light of Han Dao spirit. Both were annihilated. Roar, the flood dragons roared, and their blue, jade-like bodies pounced toward Han Dao spirit. Han Dao spirit had a powerful aura, and the snow-white blade aura danced around him, seemingly freezing the space. An icy saber radiance slashed toward the flood dragon. The flood dragon grabbed the saber light with its claw. Boundless energy surged out, tearing the surrounding sea beasts and human cultivators into pieces. Let's go up and fight. Han Dao spirit flew up into the sky, and so did the flood dragons. At their level, fighting on the ground would cause too much of an impact, and it would affect the other humans and beasts. Rumble, Han Dao spirit and the flood dragons fought all the way to the sky. However, the battle in the sea was even more intense. The sea beasts had joined the deep-sea giant snake clan, and their battle power had increased greatly, completely suppressing the humans. The deadliest thing was that the deep-sea giant snake clan had 2 spiritual sea-level beasts. They were so strong that no one could stop them. With a casual twist of their huge bodies, a large number of humans were killed. The 2 deep-sea giant snakes rampaged among the humans, and no one could stop them. Screams and wails resounded everywhere. Retreat! Retreat! 2 Sea of Soul realm beasts. We can't stop them. Retreat! Someone yelled, not daring to stop them, and frantically retreated. In this way, the humans' defensive formation was completely messed up, and the sea beasts kept rushing into the area where the deep-sea giant snakes were. A large number of warriors were killed. This time, there were too many sea beasts, and they were too strong, surpassing all the previous times. Golden Sand Island can't be saved. We can only retreat to other islands. No, we've been on Golden Sand Island for hundreds of years. We can't leave like this. Hold on and wait for help. There were all kinds of cries, but the morale kept dropping. Spiritual sea realm beasts? Lu Ming looked in the direction of the deep-sea giant snakes. Then, he stepped into the air and turned into a beam of light, flying toward the deep-sea giant snakes. In another direction, a golden sword light was also heading towards the deep-sea giant serpent. The 2 beams of light were extremely fast. Within a dozen breaths, they had already approached the 2 Sea of Souls realm deep-sea snakes. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming approached and stabbed out with his spear. A tricolored true dragon roared and danced in the air, pouncing towards one of the deep-sea giant snakes. An ant dares to attack me? You're courting death. The deep-sea giant snake snorted and spat out a black water column toward the tricolored true dragon. Boom, with a violent tremor, the water column and the tricolor true dragon both vanished. However, the deep-sea serpent's advance was also blocked. Not far away, a golden sword light also blocked another deep-sea giant snake. It was the King Yan Luo. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were each facing a giant snake from the deep sea. The two deep-sea giant snakes should be at the early stage of the first layer of the 6th grade, which was equivalent to the early stage of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. Previously, in the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Li Xiaoyun, and Gu Huaxiu had joined forces to injure the Patriarch of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution. The Patriarch of the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution was at the peak of the first level of the spiritual sea realm. During the battle with the Cloud Sea Elixir Institution's ancestor, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th layer of the Martial King realm. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the King realm, his battle strength had greatly increased. Ever since he had broken through, he had not fought with his full strength. Now, this deep-sea giant snake was just right. Who is it? Who blocked the deep-sea giant snake? It's the King of Hell and Azura. Are they going to fight the Sea of Souls realm monsters? It's possible. Both of their battle powers are extremely terrifying. If the two of them are able to block the two giant snakes, we will have a chance. Martial King realm monsters at the spiritual sea realm? Is it possible? Whatever, we can only try. Let's attack and block the other sea beasts with all our strength. The surrounding human martial artists roared and organized their forces to block the other sea beasts. Azura, let's fight. Let's see who can kill this giant snake first. Suddenly, the King of Hell's voice sounded. It was very young, but it was filled with sharpness. Alright, let's fight. Lu Ming's battle intent was also extremely high. Previously, the two of them were apprehensive and did not fight. Now, they could decide the winner through another kind of battle. However, when these words fell into the ears of the two giant snakes, they almost exploded in anger. "And, you want to kill us? Go to hell." In front of Lu Ming, the deep-sea giant snake roared and opened its mouth, trying to devour Lu Ming. In its mouth, the snake's tongue was like a sharp sword, shooting towards Lu Ming. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. The three-colored spear turned into a spear light and pierced towards the giant snake. At the same time, the King of Hell and the deep-sea giant snake were also fighting. Clang, the deep-sea giant snake's tongue was like a real sharp sword. When it collided with the spear, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Swish, at the same time, a snake's tail swept across the void, causing the space to emit a dull sound of air exploding. It whipped towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step and his figure soared into the sky, dodging the attack of the snake's tail. However, the snake's tail was like an awl attached to a bone. After missing its attack, it continued to whip upwards towards Lu Ming. 9 dragons trampling the sky. A dragon roar sounded, and a terrifying power erupted. Each wave was stronger than the previous one, bombarding the snake's tail. Boom, the snake's tail trembled as if it was enduring an unimaginable power. It kept shaking, and finally, a part of it exploded with a bang. Blood splattered everywhere. The Sea of Soul Realm giant snake is injured. Nearby, other human martial artists saw this and were immediately excited. As if they had seen hope, they roared and charged towards the sea beast. "Ant, how dare you injure me? Die, die." The deep-sea giant snake's body curled, and endless seawater turned into sea snakes, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Exploding Star Fist. The infinite dragon spear disappeared, and Lu Ming executed the exploding Star Fist. Streams of fist light pierced through the void, blasting downwards. This time, Lu Ming merged 3 states into the exploding Star Fist. Its speed was faster, and its explosive power was stronger. Boom! Boom, it was like endless meteors were falling, clashing with the sea snakes formed by seawater. Amid the rumbling, boundless energy overflowed. Once the martial artists and sea beasts nearby were hit, they died miserably on the spot. "Leave. Stay away." At the place where Lu Ming and the giant snake were fighting, the other martial artists and sea beasts had already distanced themselves. On the other side, the battle between Hades and the deep-sea giant snake was about the same. Sword chi was everywhere, and the other martial artists and sea beasts had also distanced themselves. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. His fist energy was getting crazier and more intense. In the end, it was almost impossible to see Lu Ming's fist. Only streams of fist light could be seen pouring down. Awesome! Too awesome, Lu Ming's quintessence was boiling, and his battle intent seemed to be burning. This was his true all-out battle. He did not have any misgivings, and he did not need to suppress his quintessence. He felt that his exploding star fist was getting smoother and smoother. Suddenly, the fist light trembled, and its might seemed to have increased by another level. The exploding star fist was different from the Dragon God's 3 ultimate techniques. The Dragon God's 3 ultimate techniques was divided into 3 moves. The third move was the Extreme Strike, which had strong penetrating power and impeccable attack power. However, the True Dragon Strike and the 10,000 Dragons Kill were much weaker. On the other hand, the Exploding Star Fist was a pure killing move. Every punch was like a meteor exploding. In terms of explosive power, it was even stronger than the True Dragon Strike. The destructive power of the 5th level of the Exploding Star Fist was not weaker than the True Dragon Strike. Streaks of fist radiance were like true dragon strikes. How terrifying was its power? Bam! Bam! Finally, Lu Ming gained the upper hand and defeated the sea snake formed by the seawater. The powerful fist force landed on the body of the deep sea snake. The fist force landed on the body of the deep sea snake, causing it to roar continuously. However, the body of the deep sea snake was covered with scales and had a terrifying defense. The fist force of the exploding star fist was offset by the sea snake formed by the seawater. It could only hurt the deep sea snake but not hurt it. However, this had already infuriated the deep sea snake. It roared furiously and soared into the sky, pouncing towards Lu Ming. It opened its mouth and billowing black gas spread towards Lu Ming. Poison gas. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly retreated. However, when he came into contact with a trace of the poison gas, he immediately felt a burning pain on his skin. The poison gas was rapidly corroding his skin. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Immediately, the poison gas was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Second bloodline, explode. After the second bloodline was activated, Lu Ming's strength increased by another level. He threw out hundreds of punches and dispersed the poison gas in front of him. The deep sea snake's tongue was like a sword. It was wrapped in a layer of black liquid, which greatly increased its power. Whoosh! Whoosh! The snake's tongue danced and dispersed Lu Ming's fist force. After Lu Ming threw out hundreds of punches, the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand. He looked down and pulled out the spear. The long spear became 1,000 meters long and ruthlessly whipped the body of the deep sea snake. The deep sea snake hissed and its body was blasted down. 9 dragons stomping the sky, Lu Ming stepped into the void and took 4 consecutive steps. The violent power continued to bombard the giant snake. Its target was the spot 7 inches below the giant snake's head. Bang! At the spot 7 inches below the giant snake, it suddenly exploded. Scales flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. However, the giant snake's defense was too strong. Most of the power was blocked by its scales. Although a large piece of flesh was blown off, it was only a superficial wound for the giant snake's huge body. However, this superficial wound was enough for Lu Ming. After Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, his body fell rapidly. When he was about to reach the giant snake, he launched his strongest attack. Extreme Dao Strike. The spear merged with the body and turned into a resplendent spear light, stabbing towards the wound of the giant snake. That wound from before was all for this attack. It was a fatal blow. The giant snake seemed to have sensed a fatal threat and spat out a black poisonous mist at Lu Ming with all its might. This poisonous mist had almost turned into liquid. It was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary level 5 spiritual weapon would be corroded and melted. Unfortunately, it met Lu Ming. With the protection of the 9 dragons' bloodline, Lu Ming was not afraid of the poisonous gas attack at all. The devouring power enveloped his body. Lu Ming's body rushed past. The resplendent spear light pierced through the giant snake's 7-inch wound and came out from the other side. The 7-inch wound was the snake's vital point. Lu Ming's move directly pierced a big hole in the giant snake's vital point. Hiss hiss hiss, the giant snake's eyes widened. It let out an unwilling roar and fell into the sea. It rolled violently in the sea for a few times before stopping and becoming motionless. A deep-sea giant snake of the spirit sea realm was killed by Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming's gaze looked to the other side, the side of Xianxia. A dazzling sword light, incomparably sharp, seemed to be able to cut through everything. Pucci, the giant snake's head was almost severed. More than half of its body had been severed, leaving only a small part of its head hanging. The other giant snake was also killed. King Yama's figure appeared. However, some parts of his black robe were torn, revealing the golden robe underneath. He looked a little battered. The speed at which he killed the giant snake was only a few breaths slower than Lu Ming's. At this time, he also looked at Lu Ming. His eyes flickered as he said, "This time, you win. But next time, I won't lose." "Actually, you didn't lose," Lu Ming said. King Yama's strength had also shocked him. Level 2 metal mentality. King Yama's mentality had already reached level 2. As long as he opened his spiritual sea, he would immediately become a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Moreover, King Yama's bloodline martial skill was also extremely powerful. It was even stronger than Shui Gang's bloodline martial skill. King Yama's true battle strength was definitely not weaker than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming was able to kill the giant snake first because he was not afraid of the giant snake's poisonous gas attack. "A loss is a loss, regardless of the reason," King Yama said calmly. At this moment, the nearby human clan cultivators were first extremely shocked, then extremely excited. 2 Sea of Soul Realm deep-sea giant snakes had been killed by King Yama and Shura. A martial king had actually killed a Sea of Soul Realm expert. This was simply unbelievable. In the past, this had only been heard of in legends. However, the warriors who had been to the life battle platform had different thoughts. King Yama and Shura have finally decided a winner. Shura is stronger. This thought flashed through many people's minds. There are still some left. Why don't we continue? Lu Ming looked at the battle in the sky. It was a battle between Sea of Soul Realm experts. Just what I want. King Yama's body emitted a strong battle intent. Shwa. Shwa, a ray of sword light and a ray of spear light shot towards the sky at the same time. Lu Ming and King Yama were going to participate in the battle between Sea of Soul Realm experts. As long as they killed 1 or 2 Sea of Soul Realm great beasts, the scales of victory would tilt towards the human side. Lu Ming did not devour the blood essence of the deep-sea giant snake. He had already devoured enough blood essence. At this time, the 9 dragons' bloodline was still slowly being refined. The blood essence of the spiritual sea was too powerful. If he devoured it, Lu Ming would probably not be able to control it and would have to find a place to refine it. He would not be able to continue the battle. In the sky, the great formation was extremely intense. The human warriors and the Sea of Soul Realm great beasts both had advantages. The battle was extremely fierce, and the victor could not be decided for the time being. A blue-robed man was fighting a tiger shark. This tiger shark was at the late stage of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. It was even stronger than the deep-sea giant snake from before. However, the blue-robed man's cultivation was also not weak. His cultivation was also at the late stage of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. The blue-robed man and the tiger shark both had injuries on their bodies. Lu Ming's figure flashed and rushed towards the battle between the two. "Haha, little friend, you came at the right time. Help me kill this beast." The blue-robed man saw Lu Ming and immediately laughed excitedly. Just now, he also saw Lu Ming kill the deep-sea giant snake. Damn it! Seeing Lu Ming charging over, the tiger shark let out a roar and started to panic. "Senior, let's kill this tiger shark together." Lu Ming waved his long spear, and a huge spear light that was 1,000 meters long blasted towards the tiger shark. "Haha, let's kill this beast." The blue-robed man's eyes flashed fiercely. The battle sword in his hand was wider than his palm, and it slashed towards the tiger shark. With Lu Ming and the blue-robed man working together, the tiger shark was immediately at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. 9 dragons stomping the sky, Lu Ming took 4 steps, and a violent force smashed onto the tiger shark like an immemorial mountain. The tiger shark's body trembled, and below, the blue-robed man's sword light rushed upwards, leaving a 10-meter-long wound on the tiger shark's body. One of its fins was cut off, and it flew far away. The tiger shark roared. In fear, it did not dare to fight anymore, and wanted to escape. You can't escape. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-ascending steps, and his figure flashed continuously, blocking the tiger shark's path of retreat. Both of his fists struck out more than 100 punches consecutively. More than 100 bursting fist gleams blocked the tiger shark's figure and tore open wounds on its body. Although the wounds were not big, the tiger shark was bleeding profusely. Some of the fist lights were even aimed at the tiger shark's wounds, which made the tiger shark's injuries worse. Sky-splitting sword, kill. The blue-robed man arrived, and the terrifying sword light that could tear everything apart cut the tiger shark's body in half. The spiritual sea tiger shark was dead. Haha, little brother, thank you. The blue-robed man grinned, but his eyes were still flashing fiercely. He was a fierce man. If it was not for Lu Ming's strength that had already gained his recognition, he would not even care about Lu Ming. He would even kill him if he did not like him. But Lu Ming's strength was already on the same level as him, so he naturally restrained his fierceness. Let's go kill the other spiritual sea beasts. Lu Ming said. Haha, these beasts, don't even think about leaving today. The blue-robed man's face was ferocious. Whoosh. Whoosh. On the other side, Hell King and another Sea of Soul Realm warrior had also killed a Sea of Soul Realm beast. In this way, apart from the Flood Dragon, there were only 7 Sea of Soul Realm beasts left. On the human side, other than the Frost Blade Spirit Warrior, there were 9 spiritual Sea Realm warriors. Including Lu Ming and Yama, they were also at the spiritual sea realm. Of course, there was also Xianxia. The human side had the upper hand in terms of high-end warriors. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. A figure descended at an extremely fast speed. It was the Frost Blade Spirit. The Frost Blade Spirit Master spat out a mouthful of blood as his body fell rapidly. Above him, the Flood Dragon roared as its huge body slithered down, chasing after the Frost Blade Spirit Master. Whoosh, a ray of blue light shot towards Frostblade Spirit Master. Frostblade Spirit Master slashed out a ray of saber light, barely managing to block the attack. However, the remaining light still landed on his body, causing him to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. Bang, the Frostblade Spirit Master fell into the sea. In the next moment, he rushed out from the other side of the sea. Old bastard, die. The Flood Dragon pounced towards the Frostblade Spirit Master. Everyone's heart sank. The Frostblade Spirit Master was no match for the Flood Dragon. He was completely suppressed. The Frostblade Spirit Master was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm, but he was still no match for the Flood Dragon. This Flood Dragon should be at the early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm. However, the Flood Dragon's battle power couldn't be calculated according to normal levels. The Flood Dragon contained the bloodline of a true dragon. No matter if it was its physical body or beast power, it was extremely powerful. It also had some powerful battle skills. Although this Flood Dragon was only at the early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm, the Frostblade Spirit Master was no match for it. The Flood Dragon pounced towards the Frostblade Spirit Master. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he turned around and fled crazily. You can't escape. The Flood Dragon twisted its body, and its huge body passed through layers of the void, chasing after the Frostblade Spirit Master at an extremely fast speed. A beam of blue divine light pierced toward Frostblade Spirit Master like a divine sword. The Frostblade Spirit Master was shocked. His body quickly moved, dodging the blue light. At this moment, he was moving in the direction of Lu Ming and the burly man in the blue robe. The Frostblade Spirit Master rushed towards Lu Ming and the blue-robed man. You guys, help me block this Flood Dragon. Quick! The Frostblade Spirit Master shouted at Lu Ming and the blue-robed man in a commanding tone. Lu Ming frowned. His and the blue-robed man's battle power was only at the 1st level of the spiritual sea realm. They were too far away from the flood dragon. They would be courting death if they did that. The Frost Blade Spirit Master's purpose was simple. He wanted them to die so that he could have time to escape. How could Lu Ming be so stupid? He would try his best to participate in this battle, but the premise was that he wouldn't be in danger. If there was a fatal danger, he and Xianxia would turn around and leave. To put it bluntly, the people of Golden Sand Island had nothing to do with him. Whether they lived or died, what did it have to do with Lu Ming? He believed that a lot of people at the scene were thinking the same. Now, the Frost Blade Spirit Master wanted him to die. How could that be? Lu Ming turned around and flew far away, avoiding the Frost Blade Spirit Master and the Flood Dragon. The blue-robed man did the same, flying far away. You two dare to run away and disregard the safety of the human race. You deserve to die. The Frost Blade Spirit Master roared, looking at Lu Ming and the blue-robed man with murderous intent in his eyes. Lu Ming sneered, not bothering to pay attention to the Frost Blade Spirit Master. Then, the Frost Blade Spirit Master rushed towards Hell King. Without a doubt, Hell King and the other expert also turned around and left. The Frost Blade Spirit Master roared again and again, almost getting hit by the Flood Dragon's divine light. His eyes turned cold, and he suddenly rushed towards another battlefield. That battlefield was the one between a Sea of Soul Realm expert and a great beast. Old monster Frost Blade, what are you doing? That human Sea of Soul Realm expert roared in fright. The Frost Blade Spirit Master rushed over like this, clearly wanting to use him as a shield. The Frost Blade Spirit Master's face was cold, and he didn't say a word, rushing forward with all his might. Retreat, retreat. The Sea of Soul Realm expert wanted to leave. Stay here. How could the Sea of Soul Realm great beast let him escape so easily? He launched a frenzied attack, stubbornly holding the opponent back. The Frost Saber Spirit Cultivator charged past the human expert. And behind him was the Flood Dragon. Human ants, go to hell. The Flood Dragon's huge claws grabbed at the Sea of Soul Realm expert. Damn it, damn it. Old monster Frost Blade, you're despicable. The Sea of Soul Realm expert roared, crazily erupting with power. He used all his strength, hoping to block the Flood Dragon's attack and escape. But the difference between him and the Flood Dragon was too great. Under the Flood Dragon's claw, his attacks collapsed, and all his defenses were in vain. Pung, he was grabbed by the Flood Dragon's claw, and his bones cracked. Old monster Frost Blade, I curse you to die without a burial place. The man roared, and his aura rapidly declined. After this, the Iceblade Spirit Warrior managed to escape even further and rushed towards another battlefield. Not good, damn it. The other Sea of Soul Realm experts saw this scene and had no desire to continue fighting. They madly charged and then turned to run. However, there were also one or two people who were firmly held back by the great beasts and couldn't escape. They could only roar in anger. Iceblade, don't come over. Someone roared, but the Iceblade Spirit Warrior's face darkened as he continued to fly towards that person. Although these Sea of Soul Realm experts couldn't completely block the Flood Dragon, as long as they could block it for a short while, he would be able to escape. Ah, Iceblade, you're despicable. That person cursed. However, the result was the same. When the Iceblade Spirit Warrior rushed over, the Flood Dragon followed closely. That human expert was simply not the Flood Dragon's opponent and was killed in a few moves. Even his corpse was swallowed by the Flood Dragon. Go. The other Sea of Soul Realm warriors who had escaped didn't dare to stay in the air, and directly flew down to join the battle below. Ha ha ha, kill all these humans. Those Sea of Soul Realm great beasts also laughed wildly and rushed down to the battlefield below. The battlefield below was in chaos. The addition of Sea of Soul Realm experts turned the battlefield into a chaotic battle. Miserable screams rang out continuously as large numbers of martial artists were killed by Sea of Soul Realm great beasts. There were also large numbers of sea beasts killed by Sea of Soul Realm martial artists. Lu Ming also rushed down to the battlefield below. Run, run. This area was being ravaged by a huge octopus. This octopus was a Sea of Soul Realm great beast. The octopus body was like a small mountain. 8 tentacles fluttered in the air. On each tentacle, there were suction cups that had a powerful suction force. With a wave of its 8 tentacles, a large number of human martial artists were sucked in by the suction cups. Then, the suction cups opened like mouths, revealing fangs as they swallowed the human martial artists, chewing them up. Miserable screams rose and fell. Luo Xian. Lu Ming saw Luo Xian in the crowd. At this moment, she was crazily fleeing with a group of people. Behind them, a huge tentacle swept towards them. Help! The few people who ran to the back were directly sucked in by the suction cups of the tentacles, letting out shrill screams. What should we do? What to do? Am I going to die here? Luo Xian's face was pale, without a trace of blood. She knew that she was in danger today and might very well die here. Unfortunately, before her dream of making the Flame Trade Union grow stronger could be realized, she was going to die here. She was unwilling. But in the face of such a huge gap in strength, what was the use of being unwilling? A huge tentacle waved towards her. Unable to escape, she closed her eyes in despair. But in the next moment, she heard a loud boom. Then, she felt her waist tighten. She was hugged by a strong arm, and a blazing aura kept surging towards her. She opened her eyes in a panic and saw a mask. It was the Azura mask. It's him. Luo Xian's eyes lit up. She realized that she was being hugged by Lu Ming at the waist, and her body was tightly pressed against Lu Ming's strong body. Her heartbeat accelerated and her face heated up. Lu Ming did not care about this. His eyes were all on the huge octopus in front of him. So strong. This octopus beast should be at the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming thought in his heart and retreated rapidly. Just now, he exchanged a blow with one of the octopus tentacles and was no match for it. The other party's strength was too strong. Help, help! Lu Ming, save me! A loud cry was heard. Lu Ming looked over, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The one who cried for help was Xianxia. He fled frantically, and behind him, a huge octopus tentacle waved towards him. Lu Ming could not be bothered with it and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming, you watched me die without saving me. I curse you to die without a complete corpse. Seeing that Lu Ming had no intention of saving him, Xianxia cursed loudly. Luo Xian's gaze was also very calm. Xianxia asked for all this. He offended Lu Ming like that earlier, so why would Lu Ming save him? The tentacle sucked Xianxia in. Xianxia screamed in horror and struggled desperately, but it was no use. The sucker opened and swallowed Xianxia. Shua, Lu Ming retreated dozens of miles in an instant before letting go of Luo Xian. Miss Luo Xian, your cultivation is not high. Just stay behind. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, his figure moved and he dashed in another direction. There, Xianxia was fighting a huge eel. This eel was also one of the spirit sea great beasts. Its whole body was covered in lightning, and it was extremely powerful. Its cultivation should be at the middle first layer of the spirit sea realm. However, Xianxia's battle strength was also extremely powerful, and he actually had a slight advantage. Lu Ming stepped on the air and arrived at this area in a short while. A bright spear light shot towards the eel. It's you. The eel saw Lu Ming and was shocked, and it hurriedly retreated. It had seen Lu Ming kill a deep-sea giant snake just now. It already felt that it was no match for Xianxia. If Lu Ming joined the fray, it would be doomed. It would be strange if it did not run away. Roar, in the sky, dragon roars sounded out. After killing 2 spirit sea realm experts, the flood dragon continued to chase after Frostblade spirit warrior. Old man, I'll kill you today. You can't escape. The flood dragon roared, and its voice shook heaven and earth. Frostblade spirit warrior ran for his life, and he actually flew towards the battlefield below. Run! The martial artists below were scared out of their wits, and they all scattered to escape. This old man is too despicable. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. He and Xianxia flew back together. Xiao, right at this moment, in the distant sky, a scarlet sword light pierced through the void and shot towards the flood dragon. The flood dragon caught it with its claw, and it clashed with the sword light. With a loud sound, the sword light disappeared, but the flood dragon's body was also blocked. Seeing this sword light, Frost Blade Spirit Warrior was overjoyed, and he laughed loudly. Red old man, you're finally here. Too slow. Xiao, another scarlet sword light slashed towards the flood dragon. Along with the appearance of the sword light, 6 or 7 figures appeared in the distance. The one in the lead was an old man in a red robe, and his aura was extremely powerful. Pung, a divine light shot out from one of the flood dragon's horns, blocking the sword light. Shwa. Shwa, with a series of sonic booms, 7 figures appeared in the sky above the battlefield. 7 silhouettes, each of them emitting a powerful aura. They were all powerful Sea of Souls realm warriors. Cold Blade Old Monster, I went to ask Green Xian for help. That's why I'm a bit late. The old man in red robe grinned. Green Xian is also here? Of course. Let's go. Old Monster Hongqi yelled. Beside him, 5 of the Sea of Souls realm warriors flew down to the battlefield, while he and Old Monster Lu Xian flew toward the flood dragon. Together with the Iceblade Spirit Warrior, they surrounded the flood dragon. Old Monster Hongqi and Old Monster Lu Xian's cultivation were the same as the Iceblade Spirit Warriors, peak 3rd level Sea of Souls realm. A flood dragon. Its entire body is full of treasures. Let's kill it and divide it among the 3 of us. Greed flashed through Old Monster Hongqi's eyes. Alright. Let's go. The Iceblade Spirit Warrior yelled. Boom. Boom. Boom, 3 horrifying auras shot up into the sky. At the same time, 2 sword lights and a green bead attacked the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared and charged forward. Haha. Our reinforcements have arrived. Kill. Kill these bastards. A lot of human warriors yelled. This time, 7 Sea of Souls realm warriors had arrived. 2 of them were dealing with the flood dragon while the other 5 joined the battlefield, turning the situation around instantly. In terms of high-end battle power, the human race had completely taken the upper hand. Not only were all the Sea of Souls realm beasts blocked, but the human side also had extra Sea of Souls realm warriors who were constantly killing the sea beasts. On the ocean, countless corpses floated. There were both human and beast corpses. So much essence blood. During this time, Lu Ming had devoured a lot of essence blood. Most of it was from peak king warriors. After the battle started, Lu Ming had already devoured more than 50 of them. He could feel that his 9-dragon bloodline was almost full, and he really wanted to find a place to refine it. But right now, he could only slowly refine it while fighting. Up until now, the human race had suffered countless casualties. But, they still had the upper hand. With the addition of Sea of Souls realm warriors, they were able to kill a lot of sea beasts. Retreat! Retreat! Finally, the sea beasts were scared. A Sea of Souls realm beast yelled and gathered all the sea beasts to retreat into the ocean. In terms of high-end battle power, the human race had already taken the upper hand. If they continued to fight, the sea beasts would be wiped out sooner or later. Lord Flood Dragon, this is all we can help you with. A huge octopus opened its mouth and gathered all the sea beasts to retreat into the ocean. Clank, waves swept out, and the seawater became 1,000-meter-tall waves. Countless aquatic beasts hid within the waves and disappeared without a trace. Once a sea beast entered the sea and focused on escaping, it would be very difficult for martial artists to chase after it. Roar, in the sky, the flood dragon roared continuously. It was besieged by 3 experts at the peak of the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm, and was completely at a disadvantage. In just a short while, a few wounds appeared on the flood dragon's body. Its scales were torn and blood flowed out. Kill this flood dragon. Some martial artists roared. However, even though the flood dragon was clearly no match for him, he still refused to retreat. Blue divine light burst out of the flood dragon's body, attacking Frostblade and the other 2. At the same time, the flood dragon's body kept shrinking. After a few breaths, a middle-aged man wearing blue armor appeared in the sky. He held a halberd in his hand. With a wave of his halberd, he forced the Iceblade Spirit Cultivator back. The armored man was none other than the flood dragon. Whoosh, the flood dragon forced Frost Saber Spirit Master to retreat, then turned into a beam of light and shot toward the depths of Xianxia Island. Chase! The Iceblade Spirit Cultivator, Old Monster Hongqi, and Old Monster Lu Xian all chased after the flood dragon and disappeared into the sky. At this time, countless sea beasts had already retreated into the sea and escaped. Countless corpses were left on the surface of the sea. Ah, that tiger shark is mine. That's mine. Countless martial artists flew on the surface of the sea, putting the sea beast corpses into their storage rings. Many parts of these sea beasts were precious materials that could be used to refine weapons, pills, and so on. They were very valuable. Of course, these martial artists were tempted. Go away. That's mine. Some people roared, and a great battle even broke out. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of a giant deep-sea snake. Go away. A Peak King didn't even look and directly slashed at Lu Ming. However, when he saw Lu Ming's appearance, he almost peed himself and hurriedly withdrew his blade. Shura! He screamed. Do you want to die? Lu Ming said coldly. No, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This giant deep-sea snake is yours. That Peak King laughed shakily and hurriedly turned to leave. Kid, go away. You can take the corpse of a Sea of Soul Realm beast even if you don't die. A man in his 30s with a tall nose flew over. This was a Spirit Sea Realm expert. He was part of the group of experts who had rushed over to help. He did not see Lu Ming killing the Spirit Sea Realm big demon and merely thought that Lu Ming was an ordinary Peak King. Before he arrived, a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and appeared on top of the giant deep-sea snake. He placed his hand on the snake's wound and sucked, devouring the 9 drops of essence blood. Then, his figure flashed and he left this place. His goal was the essence blood of the giant deep-sea snake. As for the corpse, although it was precious, he didn't care much for it. Moreover, he needed to refine the essence blood and didn't want to have a conflict with others. Seeing that Lu Ming did not touch the deep-sea giant snake, the burly man with a high nose swept a cold glance at Lu Ming. He then waved his hand and put the deep-sea giant snake's huge body into his storage ring. Boom! Boom! The essence blood of a Sea of Soul Realm beast was too terrifying. Once it entered the 9 dragons' bloodline, it was like a volcano erupting, constantly attacking the 9 dragons' bloodline and making rumbling sounds. He had wanted to devour more essence blood, but it seemed impossible now. Little Qing, let's go. I need you to guard me. Lu Ming called out. He needed to find a place to refine the essence blood. Xianxia nodded and flew toward the city with Lu Ming. Boom! But at this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of Xianxia Island. Then, everyone saw a beam of 7-colored divine light shoot up into the sky. Although they were far away, they could still feel the extraordinary majesty of the divine light. Rumble! The entire Xianxia Island began to tremble slightly. Boom! The rainbow-colored divine light became even more resplendent. It dispersed the clouds and soared to an unknown height in the sky. What's going on? What's that 7-colored light beam? Is it related to that flood dragon? Is it possible? This beast tide is very abnormal. I suspect that it was organized by that flood dragon. It must have a purpose. The warriors present looked at the 7-colored divine light in a daze. Some people whispered. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also shocked. They stood in the void and watched. The 7-colored divine light became more and more dazzling. The light completely outshone the sun in the sky. Suddenly, after a violent rumble, the 7-colored divine light disappeared. However, an island appeared where the 7-colored divine light was. A floating island was emitting a resplendent 7-colored radiance. It was dazzling and radiant as it floated in the air. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded before silence ensued. It was obvious that the dragon's roar had come from the flood dragon. 7-colored island? Could that be the legendary 7-colored island? A white-haired old man suddenly exclaimed. What? 7-colored island? You mean 7-colored Taoist 7-colored island? Someone's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right, it's extremely similar to 7-colored Taoist 7-colored island. Heavens, it can't be true, right? 7-colored Taoist was a legendary 7th grade true inscription master. Moreover, he was a peerless expert in the spirit embryo realm. Legend has it that when he died 800 years ago, his seven-colored island disappeared without a trace. If this really is seven-colored Taoist's seven-colored island, then how many treasures would there be? The scene was in an uproar as countless people's eyes revealed a blazing light. Only when one's cultivation reached the spirit embryo realm could one be called a Taoist. Normally, Sea of Souls realm warriors were called spirit cultivators, just like Iceblade spirit cultivators, but they were rarely used. Spirit embryo realm cultivators were called Taoists. Spirit god realm cultivators were called venerables. Seven-colored Taoist was a spirit embryo realm expert. However, this wasn't his most famous point. His most famous point was that he was a 7th-grade true inscription master. This was a terrifying identity. True inscription masters were extremely rare. Whether it was their identity or status, they were no small matter. A 7th-grade true inscription master's status was comparable to a peerless expert in the spirit god realm. Back then, seven-colored Taoist had practically dominated the chaotic astral ocean. Even some super-large regions knew his name. Seven-colored Taoist's most famous treasure was Seven-Colored Island. It was an island and also a plane. Moreover, it was a treasure that could enter the void and wander there. After Seven-Colored Taoist's death, everyone thought that Seven-Colored Island had entered the void and would never appear again. But now, it had appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Sea of Soul realm experts present were the first to react. They transformed into streaks of rainbow light and flew towards Seven-Colored Island. Seven-Colored Island. It's definitely Seven-Colored Island. Let's go. Countless martial artists transformed into streaks of light and flew towards Seven-Colored Island. The figures on the shore instantly disappeared. Looks like a treasure has appeared. Lu Ming muttered. He had never heard of the seven-colored spiritual master's name before, but seeing how excited he was, he knew that he was extraordinary. But now, refining the essence blood was more important. As for the treasures, he could only wait. Let's return to the city first. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew back to the city. They randomly found a room and rushed in. Xianxia stood guard outside the room for Lu Ming. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon. He sat down cross-legged and started to refine the essence blood. The essence blood of more than 50 Peak King warriors and the essence blood of a Sea of Souls realm deep sea snake. The power of this essence blood was too powerful. Lu Ming began refining with all his might. Everyone's essence blood surged toward the second bloodline. The second bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. It had 8 silver chakras. 7 of them were extremely bright, while the 8th was slightly dimmer. Clouds swirled around the stone tablet, but at the very front, the clouds were very faint. One could clearly see 2 words, suppress and tablet. There was another word in the middle, but it was blocked and could not be seen clearly. At this moment, as Lu Ming continued to refine the essence blood surged into the second bloodline. The 8th chakra of the second bloodline also became brighter. 2 hours later, the 8th chakra was as bright as the other chakras. Lu Ming continued to refine the essence blood. 10,000 miles away from the city, a bright sphere floated in the air. This sphere was about 100 miles in diameter. This was Seven-Colored Island. It was completely enveloped by a layer of circular light, and the situation inside couldn't be seen clearly. Outside the sphere, there were more than 100,000 martial artists surrounding it. The Seven-Colored Island is protected by the inscription battle. Only Peak Kings can break through the light screen and rush in. We can't enter at all. Damn it. There's a treasure mountain in front of us, but we can only stare at it. What bad luck. There's nothing we can do. Who told us to be so weak? Even Peak Kings and Sea of Soul realm experts have rushed in. Someone else is coming. A beam of light streaked through the void and appeared at the edge of the Seven-Colored Island. It was a red-robed man. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize this red-robed man as the Cloud Sea Pill Institution's old ancestor. He didn't appear in the previous battle, but he appeared now. Haha, that battle actually drew out the Seven-Colored Island. Such an opportunity can't be missed. The Cloud Sea Pill Institution's old ancestor chuckled and waved his palm, breaking through the light screen. His figure flashed and rushed in. Then, the light screen closed. Who is that person? He didn't appear in the previous battle, but appeared when he saw the treasure. How shameless! Someone snorted unhappily. I don't know. He's probably a new expert. Someone shook his head. Time flew by, and soon, more than 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming had been refining the essence blood. He had already refined more than half of the essence blood that had been devoured. On his second bloodline, 8 silver chakras shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. Buzz, suddenly, another silver chakra appeared on top of the 8 chakras. The 9th chakra. 9th grade King Realm. Lu Ming's second bloodline had advanced to the 9th grade King Realm, becoming the highest grade of King Realm bloodline. The next step would be the Divine bloodline. However, it would be too difficult for the 9th grade King Realm bloodline to reach the Divine bloodline. Lu Ming wasn't confident. Buzz, when the second bloodline advanced to the 9th grade King Realm, the steel trembled slightly. The mist surrounding the steel slowly faded, and the word in the middle became clearer. Finally, it could be seen clearly. Prison. The word in the middle meant prison. Suppressing prison steel. Just as Lu Ming could see the 3 words, they suddenly shone brightly. Lu Ming felt as if he had come to an endless land. The land was desolate, and there were no stars, flowers, trees, or any living things. It was dead silent. On the dead land, a steel stood tall. The steel was extremely tall, and it pierced through the sky. On the steel, Lu Ming saw 3 words, suppressing prison steel. Boom. Lu Ming suddenly felt an explosion in his mind. A message rushed into his mind. At this moment, the scene changed. Lu Ming was still in the Temple of Paragon, and the word suppressing hell monument on the stone tablet dimmed and no longer glowed. It seemed like nothing had happened, but Lu Ming realized that there was indeed a message in his mind. Suppressing prison heaven skill, a martial skill appeared in his mind. It was related to the suppressing prison steel. Is this a bloodline martial skill? He had always envied others for being able to comprehend their own bloodline martial techniques. He did not expect a martial technique to appear in his mind as soon as his suppressing prison steel bloodline was promoted to 9th level king class. However, now was not the time to comprehend martial techniques. There was still a part of the blood essence in the 9 dragon bloodline that had not been refined. The 9th chakra of the suppressing prison steel bloodline had appeared. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to upgrade the suppressing prison steel bloodline. Instead, he gave the rest of the blood essence to the 9 dragon bloodline. It took him a day to refine everyone's blood essence. However, the 9 dragon bloodline was not promoted to 9th level king class. It still did not have enough blood essence. Phew, Lu Ming exhaled. He got up and walked out of the Temple of Paragon and out of the room. Lu Ming, you are too slow. It has been a day. I can feel a strong spiritual herb aura from the Rainbow Island. There must be a large amount of spiritual herbs on the Rainbow Island. If you don't go now, it will all be taken by others. As soon as Lu Ming walked out of the room, Dandan, who was lying on Xianxia's shoulder, shouted. A large amount of spiritual herbs? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were many places where he could use spiritual herbs. He would not let go of them. There is no doubt about it. There must be a lot of spiritual herbs. Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and its eyes lit up. Let's go now. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew into the air and flew towards the Rainbow Island. They soon arrived at the Rainbow Island. There were fewer people around the Rainbow Island now. Many martial artists left when they saw that they could not enter the island. However, there were still a few who stayed, hoping for a miracle. Lu Ming and Xianxia's arrival did not attract much attention. Now that they had returned to their original appearances and had taken off their masks, no one knew that they were the famous Azura and Xianxia. The island, which was more than 100 miles in diameter, was suspended in the air. It was shrouded in a bright light. Brother, why aren't you going in? Lu Ming pulled a young man aside and asked curiously. Did you just come from outside? This place is protected by the inscription array. At the very least, one would need the battle prowess of a peak king to break through this light screen and enter. The young man casually glanced at Lu Ming and did not pay much attention to him. Lu Ming looked 5 or 6 years younger than him. He didn't think that Lu Ming could break in. Oh, so that means those Peak King level martial artists and above have all entered? However, this Rainbow Island only had a diameter of about 100 miles. With so many experts entering, wouldn't they have already dug 3 feet into the ground? It's already been a day, why haven't they come out yet? Lu Ming was a little curious. This was also something that he was curious about. I don't know either. If you have the ability, go in and take a look yourself. The young man looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression. However, Lu Ming nodded and said, yes, I can only go in and take a look. Then, Lu Ming casually threw a punch, and the light screen was broken. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked in. Xianxia stretched out her slender hand and pressed down. The light screen was also broken, and Xianxia's figure disappeared. The young man was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Heaven and earth spun. Lu Ming discovered that he was in the air and was falling rapidly. He hurriedly circulated his true essence and hovered in the air. Xianxia appeared not far away from him. Lu Ming stood in the air and looked into the distance in a daze. The world was vast, and there were mountains and dangerous peaks. Lu Ming looked over and could see at least a few hundred miles. There was no end to the world. It was more than 100 miles. It was simply boundless. Lu Ming, this Rainbow Island looks like it's only 100 miles from the outside, but there's another world inside. I reckon that it's a small plain with a very large area. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. This Rainbow Island was really strange. Moreover, the mountains here were also very strange. They were divided into different colors with distinct layers. Some of the mountain peaks were filled with fiery red plants. Some of the mountain peaks were filled with golden plants. Some of them were blue, and some of them were purple. There were a total of 7 colors. No wonder it was called the Rainbow Island. Moreover, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely rich. There are spiritual herbs. I can smell the scent of spiritual herbs. Dandan lifted its 2 short legs and ran forward. Lu Ming and Xianxia followed. Dandan stopped on a mountain peak. The mountain peak was full of potholes and there were still remnants of medicinal fragrance. Obviously, there were indeed spiritual herbs, but they had been dug up. They came to a few nearby mountains and there were traces of excavation everywhere. The Rainbow Spiritual Master was a 7th level true inscription alchemist back then. He was probably an expert in alchemy, so it was normal for him to grow many spiritual herbs. Look, I told you we were late. All the spiritual herbs have been dug up. Dandan said unhappily. Let's go. Stop muttering. This island is very big, and no one has left yet. It means that this island hasn't been completely excavated. If we rush over now, we'll be in a hurry. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and placed it on his shoulder. He turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Along the way, they didn't see anyone. Lu Ming and Xianxia didn't stop and flew all the way. Soon, the two of them flew for a distance of 100,000 kilometers. They didn't know how many mountains and rivers they had passed. In the end, the two of them saw people, but they were already corpses. It was obvious that there was a big battle over the spiritual herbs. Boom, suddenly, the sound of a big battle came from ahead. Then, they saw a few streams of light flying towards a mountain range. Let's go. There's a 6th level spiritual herb in the valley ahead. The 3 of us will work together and snatch the spiritual herb. We'll split it equally. The 3 figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the mountain range ahead, the rumbling sounds became more and more intense. A 6th level spiritual herb. Kill it. Lu Ming, charge. Dandan's eyes lit up when it heard that there was a 6th level spiritual herb. It kept waving its little claws. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. A 6th level spiritual herb was rare. He flew forward with Xianxia. In front of them, there was a huge canyon in the mountains. Inside, there were flashes of light constantly. There were also violent rumbling sounds and angry roars. The two of them rushed in without hesitation. There were more than 10 people fighting, and they were all peak-tier kings. On a cliff in the canyon, there were 3 purple spiritual herbs. Purple grass, a 6th level spiritual herb. After consuming it, it could purify one's true yuan and strengthen one's cultivation. More than 10 peak-tier kings were fighting in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards the purple grass. "Kid, get out of my way. The purple grass is mine." A brawny man's eyes flickered with a ferocious light as he clawed at Lu Ming. "You're the one getting out." Lu Ming threw a punch with the back of his hand. A burst of fist aura blasted out. The burly man's claws made cracking sounds and his bones broke. He screamed and his body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the stone wall on one side of the canyon, directly smashing a huge deep hole in the wall. The brawny man was trapped in the deep hole. He was already breathing out more than he was breathing in. They were well aware of the strength of that burly man. In the previous battle, that burly man was vaguely the strongest among them. However, Lu Ming had beaten him half to death with a casual punch. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. "Shura, he's Shura. I've seen that kind of fist technique before." Suddenly, an old man exclaimed and looked at Lu Ming with fear. "What? Shura, it's him? It should be him. With such battle strength at such a young age, it's very likely that he's Shura. He's just taken off his mask." The other Peak Kings exclaimed and looked at Lu Ming in shock. If he was really Shura, they knew that they could forget about getting the spiritual herb. Shura had killed a deep-sea serpent by himself in the previous battle with the sea beasts. His battle strength was terrifying to the extreme. It wouldn't take much effort for him to kill them. "I'll take this seeing grass." Lu Ming glanced at these people and said calmly. It's all right. Since little brother has taken a fancy to it, you can have it," the old man said with a face full of smiles. Lu Ming's face was calm as he strode toward the zheeing grass. Whoosh, just as Lu Ming was about to approach the zheeing grass, a blade light cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and quickly retreated, dodging the blade light. A burly man in his 30s walked over step by step in the air with his hands behind his back. His body emitted an aura that was as deep as the sea. Sea of Soul Realm, this was a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. "It's him?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming recognized this burly man. This burly man was one of the experts who had rushed over to help. The corpse of the deep-sea serpent that Lu Ming had killed was also taken away by this person. "Do you think a mere martial king like you can get your hands on a grade 6 spiritual herb? You must be dreaming." The burly man stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming and the others with a superior appearance. The faces of the dozen or so Peak Kings turned unsightly. "Since Senior has taken a fancy to it, we naturally wouldn't dare to compete with Senior. We'll take our leave now." The old man cupped his fists respectfully before turning around to leave. Whoosh, the burly man waved his hand, and a blade light slashed towards the old man. The old man's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the saber light. Of course, this was also because the burly man had held back. Otherwise, with the old man's cultivation, he definitely would not have been able to avoid it. "Senior, what do you mean by this?" The old man's expression was extremely ugly. Although he looked older than the burly man, in the world of martial arts, the strong were respected. Therefore, age was not the only thing that mattered. Besides, the other party was a spirit sea realm cultivator. Who knew how old he was on the surface? "What do you mean?" "Hand over your storage rings. Like I said, level 6 spiritual herbs are not something you can take." The muscular man's indifferent voice rang out. "What? You want us to hand over our storage rings?" The expressions of the more than 10 peak-tier kings changed dramatically. They weren't fools. If they handed over their storage rings, how could they take them back? "What? You're not going to hand it over? If you don't hand them over, then you can stay here forever." The burly man's expression darkened, and a wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The expressions of the peak-tier kings changed drastically, and they were incomparably ugly. The storage rings contained all their belongings. If they handed it over, how could they cultivate in the future? Involuntarily, a few of them looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions were calm from the beginning to the end. The burly man shifted his gaze to Lu Ming, then to Xianxia, and a trace of evil fire flashed in his eyes. "Kid, you're very calm. Let's start with you. Hurry up and hand over your storage rings," the burly man shouted. "Scram." Lu Ming only replied with one word. The burly man was stunned, and he stared blankly at Lu Ming. He suspected that he had misheard. Lu Ming actually told him to scram? A martial king ant actually told him to scram? He simply thought that he was hallucinating. "Kid, what did you say? What did you just say?" The burly man couldn't help but ask twice. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. If you don't scram, you can stay here forever," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Ha ha ha, kid, little bastard, you told me to scram? Are you crazy?" The burly man laughed crazily, as if he had never encountered such a funny thing in his life. 3. Lu Ming coldly started counting. "You're courting death, you know? But I'll make you beg for death." The burly man's body emitted an intense killing intent. 2. Lu Ming continued. The burly man's face turned completely gloomy. He realized that Lu Ming didn't seem to be joking at all, but was serious. But, a 20-year-old kid, a peak martial king, how could he tell a Sea of Soul Realm expert to scram? Where did his confidence come from? The other peak-tier kings were also dumbfounded. Even if they guessed that Lu Ming might be an Azura, seeing a peak-tier king threaten a Sea of Soul Realm expert like this with their own eyes was simply like a dream. 1. Lu Ming counted to 1. With a flicker, Xianxia's figure appeared behind the burly man, blocking his path of retreat with Lu Ming in front and behind. "2 little bastards, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Today, I'll make you suffer a life and death dilemma." The burly man's face revealed a sinister expression, and his killing intent became even denser. "Nonsense." Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly punched out. This punch almost pierced through space, emitting a deafening rumble. The burly man's face suddenly changed. He realized that this punch could pose a threat to him. A battle blade appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to slash out and scatter Lu Ming's fist light, his body suddenly sank, as if a 10,000-meter-tall mountain was pressing down on him. He almost fell to the ground. Behind him, Xianxia lightly pressed down with one hand, displaying the Sky Demon force field. Damn it! The burly man discovered that his body was as heavy as a mountain. Not only had his movements slowed down, even the circulation of Jin Yuan in his body had slowed down. It was as if every muscle in his body was pressing down on a mountain. Exploding Star Fist. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Lu Ming punched out hundreds of times. Hundreds of frightening fist lights bombarded the burly man. That aura was too frightening. Destruction cut. Xianxia whispered, and the destructive power suddenly erupted. The burly man's body violently shook, and the destructive power almost cut him in two. However, Lu Ming's exploding star fist had already arrived. "No, no, spare me." At this moment, the burly man was scared. He was really scared. With his cultivation in the middle stage of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm, under the joint attack of Lu Ming and Xianxia, it was almost impossible for him to resist. He felt that death was approaching. However, before he could finish his words, he was drowned by hundreds of fist auras. Again. Lu Ming punched out hundreds of times, and then another hundreds of times, and hundreds of fist lights bombarded the burly man. The other peak-tier kings stared at the area with their eyes wide open. Soon, the light completely dissipated. There was nothing there. No, to be precise, there was only a blood mist floating in the air and a storage ring. Hiss, the peak-tier king sucked in cold breaths. Dead. An almighty at the middle stage of the first level of the spiritual sea realm died just like that. Under the joint efforts of Lu Ming and Xianxia, not even his corpse was left behind. They already knew that the Azura and Yiksha were both very strong. However, after seeing this scene, the dozen or so peak kings were still shocked to the extreme. Too strong. Peak-tier kings were actually this strong? The two joined hands and complemented each other. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Lu Ming reached out and sucked the storage ring into his hand. However, he was still somewhat depressed. the attack just now was too fierce. The blood essence of the man was directly annihilated, not leaving anything behind. Lu Ming lamented in his heart. This was the blood essence of a Sea of Soul Realm expert. After Lu Ming refined it, his 9 dragons bloodline would probably rise to the 9th grade of King Realm. Lu Ming inwardly warned himself to not attack so fiercely in the future. You can leave. Immediately, Lu Ming glanced at the peak tier kings. All right. Many thanks, young master. Many thanks, young lady. The dozen or so peak kings hurriedly nodded and bowed to express their gratitude before leaving. If not for Lu Ming and Xianxia, their belongings would definitely be gone. After the peak tier kings left, Lu Ming dug out the 3 stalks of ziying grass. Little Qing, how about we divide the things we get from this 7-colored island? Lu Ming waved the storage ring of the man and said. I'm fine with anything. Xianxia said. Anything? How come you're so easy to talk to now? You were very clear with me before. Could it be? Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. He stroked his chin and carefully looked at Xianxia. What are you looking at? Pervert, what are you thinking? Xianxia blushed and glared fiercely at Lu Ming. Hee, I get it. We're a family, there's no need to be so calculative. Lu Ming chuckled. Who is your family? Dream on. No, that guy's storage ring belongs to me. Xianxia's eyes widened, and he sucked in his true essence, sucking the storage ring from Lu Ming's hand. No way, I also contributed, I have a share too. Lu Ming wailed. Who asked you to offend me? Serves him right. Xianxia glared fiercely at Lu Ming again. Then, he turned around with a smile in his eyes. Lu Ming was speechless. This was the storage ring of a Sea of Soul Realm expert. It was gone just like that. Lu Ming's heart ached so much that he wanted to die. He hurriedly put away the 3 stalks of ziying grass. Otherwise, they would fall into Xianxia's evil hands again. Hey, you guys split up. What about me? Don't forget about me. Dandan shouted. Go away. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan unhappily. Kid, what's with your attitude? I'm not done with you. Give me the spiritual herbs. If you don't give it to me, I'll bite you. As Dandan bared its fangs, the 2 men and 1 turtle left the canyon and continued to advance towards the depths of the Rainbow Island. From here on, they could occasionally meet other martial artists, and the spiritual herbs slowly increased. The Rainbow Taoist was using the Rainbow Island as a medicinal field. There were spiritual herbs everywhere. The Rainbow Taoist had fallen for 800 years, and the Rainbow Island had also disappeared for 800 years. Naturally, there were a lot of spiritual herbs here. Spiritual herbs could be seen on every mountain peak. Most of them were 4th grade, 5th grade, and even 6th grade ones could be seen occasionally. 6th grade spiritual herbs were very useful even for Sea of Soul Realm experts. How precious were they? Naturally, it would lead to many fights and battles. However, with Lu Ming and Xianxia's cultivation base, they were naturally unstoppable. No one was their match. Along the way, there were also some blind people who wanted to rob them. In the end, their essence blood fell into the 9 dragons' bloodline's mouth. After a day, the 2 had a bountiful harvest. They each obtained more than 300 stalks of 5th grade spiritual herbs and a dozen or so 6th grade spiritual herbs. Even Dandan had a bountiful harvest, putting them all into its mouth. Ah! Run! Suddenly, a few peak-tier kings flew out from a mountain peak in fright. Swish! Swish! Next, Lu Ming saw that mountain peak shine. Beams of sword chi shot out, killing the peak-tier kings in the air. Great inscription array. Lu Ming's gaze focused. On that mountain peak, Lu Ming saw the great inscription array operating. Kid, I can sense that there are great inscription arrays everywhere ahead. It's quite dangerous. Dandan looked ahead and said in a low voice. Lu Ming gazed ahead. The spirit fire in his sea of consciousness was throbbing. He also had the same feeling. He felt that there were great inscription arrays and killing intent everywhere ahead. I reckon we're almost at the core. Otherwise, how could there be such a great inscription array? Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded and said, let's go down. We'll be more careful. Next, the two slowed down a lot. They focused their minds and carefully sensed. Lu Ming's spirit fire was throbbing. His perception of great inscription arrays was very accurate. He wouldn't rashly step into places with great inscription arrays. Buzz, in a valley, a raging fire suddenly burned. A few martial artists screamed and turned into ashes. The two walked for thousands of miles and saw 5 groups of people die under the great inscription arrays. Dangers were accompanied by opportunities. Here, there were more spiritual herbs than other places, especially the 6th grade spiritual herbs. The proportion was very high. Suddenly, Lu Ming and Xianxia stopped and looked ahead. In front of them, a large mountain range had collapsed. The ground was full of potholes and pits. Obviously, there had been a great battle here. The area within 100 miles was a mess. To be able to leave such traces, their battle strength must be terrifying. Was it caused by the dragon and several experts in the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm? Lu Ming thought. The two patrolled the sky above this land. There's a corpse over there. No, it's half a corpse. Xianxia looked down. The two of them landed on the ground, and indeed, they saw half a corpse. Only the lower half was left, and the upper half was missing. It's that old monster Lu Xian. Lu Ming's eyes focused. It seems that this is really the battlefield of the dragon and several old monsters. Xianxia said in a low voice. Old monster Lu Xian, Han Dao, and old monster Han Qi chased the dragon together. They must have chased in and fought. However, it seemed that old monster Lu Xian had died in the battle. Only half a corpse was left. They may have gone ahead. The dragon led the army of sea beasts to attack the Golden Sand Island. It's probably for the colorful island. What does the dragon want? Why did it rush here without caring about its own safety? Lu Ming frowned and guessed. Lu Ming, look, there seems to be a palace in front of us. Xianxia suddenly pointed ahead. Could that be the place where 7-colored spiritual master cultivates in seclusion? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. 7-colored spiritual master was a strong practitioner of the spirit embryo realm and a 7th-level true inscription master. How terrifying was he? How many treasures would there be in his seclusion? Lu Ming's heart palpitated with eagerness. Let's go, kid, let's go. I can already feel the calling of the treasure. Let's go. Dandan cried out. Its eyes were wide open and sparkling with luster. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xianxia didn't stop and continued forward. After a few hundred miles, their speed gradually slowed down. Although the palace was clearer from there were more and more inscription formations here, and they were more and more concentrated. If one wasn't careful, they would step into the inscription formations. Along the way, they saw quite a number of corpses. As they continued forward, it became even more dangerous. There were formations everywhere. Don't worry. With me here, what's an inscription formation carved by a mere 7th-level inscription master? Just you wait. Dandan jumped down from Lu Ming's shoulder and sprinted in the air with its 2 short legs. It looked left and right, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes looking at the landscape. After a while, Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and said, first, fly 3 miles to the right and land on that mound. Then, fly 5 miles forward and continue. Dandan began to give directions. Hey, Dandan, is this reliable? This is a matter of life and death. Lu Ming looked at Dandan worriedly. Nonsense, who am I? I am the head of the top 10 war beasts and have seen thousands of formations. What's this kind of formation? If I wasn't injured, this kind of childish plaything would be broken with a wave of my hand. Dandan said arrogantly. Lu Ming was speechless. He didn't really trust Dandan. This guy always dropped the ball at crucial moments. However, he was only a 3rd-level inscription master, and the inscriptions he had mastered were only 3rd-level inscriptions. His understanding of the inscription array was not enough. This was an array set up by a 7th-level inscription master, and he really could not see through it. We can only trust this guy now. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and followed Dandan's instructions with Xianxia. They first flew 3 miles to the right and then 5 miles forward. More than 10 minutes later, inscriptions suddenly flashed on an ordinary-looking small mountain. A few resplendent sword lights condensed and slashed towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. Nest, I misjudged. Run! Dandan yelled and ran away madly. She was faster than anyone else. F*ck, Lu Ming was cursing in his heart. He swept out his long spear and retreated quickly. Xianxia also displayed the Sky Demon Force Field to block the sword lights. Puff, Xianxia's Sky Demon Force Field was almost split in half in an instant. Be careful! Lu Ming shouted. The spear light surged and swept towards the 3 sword lights. At the same time, he pulled Xianxia's little hand and retreated crazily. Bang! Bang! After a few roars, the spear light exploded. Lu Ming was blasted back several miles by a huge force before he could stand firm. Lu Ming felt the blood in his body surging. He almost vomited blood. His eyes were burning with anger. He looked at Dandan and gritted his teeth. Is this the level of your top 10 beasts? Do you want to kill us? Cough, cough. Lu Ming, calm down. Don't get too excited. I made a mistake and misjudged you. It won't happen again. I won't. Dandan also felt a little embarrassed and coughed a few times. Lu Ming was really speechless. This guy was really unreliable. But now, he could only rely on him. Lu Ming secretly swore in his heart that he must raise his inscription level as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to rely on this guy. Dandan ran to the front again and observed carefully. After a while, he ran back and said confidently, Don't worry, there will be no mistakes this time. Go ahead boldly. I don't believe you. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. This time, he and Xianxia were even more cautious. Boom, a small lake suddenly exploded, and the blade light violently slashed out. Nest. Lu Ming and Xianxia turned around and ran. This time, they were much more careful. As soon as something was wrong, they turned around and ran. You old turtle, you're deliberately tricking me. Lu Ming was furious. Cough, cough. Young man, calm down. It's not good to be angry at such a young age. Look at that girl. How calm is she? Dandan said awkwardly. Lu Ming, I want to roast this little turtle. Xianxia said coldly. Dandan's body trembled and ran forward. Let me observe again. This time, there won't be any mistakes. Just like that, they stumbled forward. The further they went, the closer they were to the palace. However, the number of inscription formations also increased. A few hundred miles ahead of Lu Ming and the others, there were 2 figures. One of them was the patriarch of the Cloud Sea Pill Institution, Yun Luo. The other was a middle-aged man who only had the cultivation of a peak-tier king. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was pale. Senior, it's too dangerous ahead. If you let me scout ahead, I'll only die. Oh, if you don't scout ahead, you'll die now. Choose for yourself. Yun Luo said coldly. The middle-aged man's face became even paler. He originally had 3 companions, but they were captured by Yun Luo to scout ahead for him. His other 3 companions had died because they were scouting ahead. Now, it was his turn. Why aren't you going forward? If you scout ahead, there's still a chance of survival. We'll reach the palace soon. Perhaps after passing through this section, there won't be any more danger. You might still live. If you don't move, I'll kill you now. Yun Luo's voice was cold. The middle-aged man's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and carefully flew forward. The formation here was very strange. Only by moving through the gaps could one be unharmed. Otherwise, even flying through the air might trigger the formation. Moreover, there was even a formation in the air. The methods of a 7th-grade true inscription refinement master were already unfathomable. The middle-aged man focused his mind and made several turns here and there. After traveling for more than 10 miles, he did not encounter any problems. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, inscriptions flashed in the air. A battle sword formed and split the middle-aged man in half. "Damn it, useless trash!" Yun Luo roared. Now that the last person to scout ahead for him was dead, how was he going to enter? Even if his cultivation was strong and he could directly charge through some of the formations, there were still some that could kill him. He didn't dare to take the risk. Just as he was hesitating, a few figures appeared behind him and headed in his direction. Yun Luo turned around. When he saw who it was, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. It was Lu Ming and Xianxia. When Yun Luo saw Lu Ming and Xianxia, Lu Ming and Xianxia naturally saw Yun Luo as well. "Yun Luo, it's you?" Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. It was a little beyond his expectations. He didn't see Yun Luo when he was fighting the sea beasts, but now he saw Yun Luo here. "Ha ha ha, you two little bastards, you came at the right time. Be obedient and lead the way for me." Yun Luo laughed loudly, his face ferocious. It was because of Lu Ming and Xianxia that he was besieged by the 4 young experts and lost an arm. Originally, he was about to break through to the second layer of the spiritual sea realm, but because of losing an arm, his vitality was greatly damaged. Not only was his cultivation hard to break through, but it was also declining. Now, his cultivation could barely maintain at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. After losing an arm, his battle power had decreased a little. His hatred for Lu Ming and the others could not be washed away even by the Yellow River. "Lead the way for you?" "Yun Luo, you are dreaming. Why don't you lead the way yourself?" Lu Ming glanced at the middle-aged man's body and sneered. Compared to the battle with Yun Luo, his and Xianxing's battle power had greatly increased. Now, how could they be afraid of Yun Luo? But Yun Luo did not know that he was defeated because he was besieged by the 4 young experts. Now, there was only Lu Ming and Xianxia. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming and Xianxia. "You don't want to lead the way? If you don't, I will kill you right now," Yun Luo said coldly. "This is what I want to say to you. Last time, you ran away. This time, stay." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he strode forward. Xianxia and Lu Ming walked side by side toward Yun Luo. "You are looking for death." Yun Luo roared and waved his arm. 2 flame rings appeared, suppressing Lu Ming and Xianxia. Boom, Lu Ming's long spear expanded, surrounded by the 3-colored conception. He threw out a spear, colliding with the 2 flame rings. With a boom, the 2 rings were blown back by Lu Ming. Yun Luo's expression changed greatly as he exclaimed, "How can you be so strong?" "Sky Demon Force Field, Destruction Slice, Kill!" Xianxia shouted. She pushed her jade-like hand forward, and a powerful heavenly demon force field enveloped Yun Luo. Destructive and cutting power crazily erupted. "Not good." Yun Luo's expression changed again. She kept waving her hand and unleashing her full power. Rings of fire appeared one after another, blocking the cutting power coming from all directions. Explosions rang out incessantly as sparks flew in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear shook, and immediately dozens of spear lights shot towards Yun Luo. Under Xianxing's intentional control, the heavenly demon force field had no effect on Lu Ming's attack. Bang! Bang! Under the joint attack of Xianxia and Lu Ming, Yun Luo was completely at a disadvantage. How is that possible? How could this be? How could these 2 little bastards become so strong? Damn it! Yun Luo was horrified and tried his best to resist. However, his combat strength was not as good as before. He was no match for Lu Ming and Xianxia at all. He was completely suppressed. After a while, 2 more wounds appeared on his body. They were caused by the destruction slice. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been cut in half. Go, go, I will die if this continues. Yun Luo frantically retreated, but he was shrouded by the heavenly demon force field, and his speed was much slower. No matter how much he retreated, Xianxia would immediately move forward and surround him. Whoosh, his neck was slashed by the spear light, and a bloody wound appeared. It almost pierced through his throat. Ah! He screamed. He was really afraid that he would die here. More and more wounds appeared on his body. Spare me, please spare me. I can give you 10 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. How about that? Yun Luo shouted. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia's attacks became even more violent. 20 million, I will give you 20 million. Please spare me. Yun Luo shouted. Bang! Bang! What responded to him was Lu Ming's footwork. Lu Ming took large strides forward, getting closer and closer to Yun Luo. His attacks became more and more violent. As long as we kill you, your wealth will be ours. Why do we need you to give it to us? Lu Ming's voice was laced with sarcasm. Whoosh! As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ming turned into a spear light and shot out. Extreme Dao Strike, Puchi. The spear light pierced through Yun Luo's heart. Yun Luo roared, his voice full of unwillingness. If he knew that he would end up like this, he wouldn't have come to the Rainbow Island this time. The result of coming here was death. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear shook. Yun Luo was dead. He reached out and devoured Yun Luo's blood essence. As soon as Yun Luo's blood essence entered the Nine Dragons' bloodline, there was a violent roar. The energy was too terrifying, and Lu Ming had to refine it immediately. Xiaoqing, I will cultivate for a while. Guard me. Having said that, Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed and focused on refining the blood essence. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. She didn't understand why Lu Ming wanted to cultivate all of a sudden. It took him half a day to refine all of Yun Luo's blood essence. Roar! The Nine Dragons' bloodline emerged and roared. Above the 8 dazzling chakras, a chakra suddenly emerged. The 9th silver chakra, a 9th grade king-class bloodline. Xianxia's eyes widened and her mouth was slightly agape, revealing a look of disbelief. Bloodline upgrade. This guy can upgrade his bloodline. No wonder this guy is so abnormal. Every time I improve my strength, I can't surpass him. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered. The light of the 9th chakra was dimmer than the other 8 chakras. This was because it had not reached its peak. After a while, the 9 Dragons' bloodline disappeared into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful face in front of him. She was staring at him without blinking. She was only a few inches away from his face. Lu Ming could even feel Xianxia's breathing. Lu Ming was shocked and said, "What are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of me while I'm cultivating?" "Take advantage of you? You wish." Xianxia curled her lips and then looked at Lu Ming curiously. She said, "Your bloodline can upgrade." "How wonderful." Lu Ming looked calm and was not surprised. When he was cultivating, he didn't intend to avoid Xianxia. In fact, even if he did, Xianxia would have guessed something. After all, he and Xianxia had known each other for a few years. Xianxia was very clear about the grade of his bloodline. Now that his bloodline had upgraded, Xianxia must have been wondering about it. My first bloodline has an ability to devour the blood essence of humans and beasts to upgrade its grade. Lu Ming said without hiding anything. However, he didn't mention the name of his first bloodline. It was not that he didn't trust Xianxia. On the contrary, he trusted Xianxia very much. However, this matter was too serious. If something were to happen, not only him, but Xianxia would be in danger too. It has such a wonderful ability. How wonderful. Xianxia's eyes flickered as she exclaimed. I've only told you about it. I hope you won't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'll be captured and used for research. Lu Ming said. You've only told me? Of course, I didn't even tell my parents. Lu Ming said. Hee, I'm the only one you told. Xianxia's face revealed a bright smile. Her eyes were full of smiles as she said, then you'll have to listen to me obediently in the future. Otherwise, hee. Xianxia revealed a pair of beautiful canine teeth as he chuckled, looking very pleased with himself. Listen to you? Sure. Lu Ming walked towards Xianxia with a smile. Really? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Lu Ming suddenly hugged Xianxia by the waist and slapped Xianxia's perky buttocks. He laughed and said, Fake. How dare you threaten me? I'll spank you. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then, her little face turned red. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, shouting, "Lu Ming, how dare you hit me, hit me. I'm not done with you." "Tisk, it's not the first time." It feels better than before. It's more flexible than before." Lu Ming muttered. Xianxia screamed. Her true essence burst forth and escaped from Lu Ming's evil clutches. Her silver teeth creaked as she glared at Lu Ming. However, her face was red. Even the tips of her ears were red. It added a little girl's shyness and made her even more beautiful. "Little Qing, you're so beautiful," Lu Ming said subconsciously. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and her face turned even redder. Suddenly, her face revealed a bright smile and said, "Humph, you have good taste. I'll let you go this time." "That works? Isn't that a little too fast?" Lu Ming was dumbfounded. "Nest, I can't stand it anymore. How dare you talk about love in front of me? Damn it, damn it. I must marry 3,000 concubines. I'll anger you to death, anger you to death." Dandan mumbled to himself as he ran to the front to observe the formation. Lu Ming was a little amused. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Little Qing, what about you? Are you hiding a lot of secrets from me?" "What secrets do I have?" Xianxia blinked. "No? For example, I've met your elder sister before." Lu Ming asked. At the mention of this, Xianxia's face immediately darkened and he didn't say anything. After a while, Xianxia said, "It's not that I want to hide it from you, but now is not the time to tell you. Now is not the time to talk about it." "Why?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "It's very simple. It's because your cultivation is too weak. When you're strong enough, I'll naturally tell you." After Xianxia finished speaking, he stopped talking. Strength? It seems that little Qing's background is really not that simple. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Since Xianxia didn't want to talk about it now, Lu Ming didn't continue to ask. Dandan carefully checked the inscriptions. After a while, he continued to guide Lu Ming and Xianxia. The two continued to move forward. A few hours later, they finally passed through the layers of inscription formations and came to a mountain peak. On the mountain peak stood a palace. "There should be no inscription formations in front of us. We can go straight to the peak," Dandan said. Although Dandan said so, Lu Ming still didn't dare to be careless. He carefully went to the peak. At the peak of the mountain, there stood a huge palace, which was golden and magnificent. In front of the palace, there was a huge square. The square was completely paved with white jade, which was extremely luxurious. As soon as Lu Ming and Xianxia arrived at the peak, they stopped and looked very dignified. Frostblade Spirit, Old Monster Xianxia, and the Flood Dragon. Lu Ming stared at the white jade square with a surprised look. Frostblade Spirit, Old Monster Xianxia, and the Flood Dragon were all in the square. However, both sides seemed to be in trouble. On the white jade square, inscriptions were densely packed and black. They were like small black snakes swimming around, forming an inscription formation. Both Frostblade Spirit and Old Monster Xianxia were covered with inscriptions. The black inscriptions were constantly drilling into their bodies. The two of them stood in the square and were trying their best to resist. However, they couldn't move their bodies. On the other side of the square, the Flood Dragon was facing the same situation. It was now in its human form, standing in the square. There were also countless inscriptions drilling into its body from all directions. What a wonderful inscription formation. The inscriptions seemed to be alive. Lu Ming stared at the inscriptions on the white jade square with amazement in his eyes. On the square, Frostblade Spirit and the others also saw Lu Ming and Xianxia. Surprise flashed through the eyes of Coldblade Spirit Warrior and Red Old Monster. They did not expect that there would be other people who had made it here. Moreover, it was such a young man and woman. Judging from their cultivation, they were only peak king warriors. In the next moment, ecstasy flashed in Frostblade Spirit's eyes. In the depths of his ecstasy, there was a trace of coldness as he yelled, "You too, you came at the right time. Right now, the Flood Dragon is trapped by the inscription formation and can't move. Go and kill it now." No, little brother, you go alone. Leave that girl alive. Lu Ming sneered and said, Senior, that flood dragon is too strong. I'm afraid I can't kill it. Why can't you kill it? It's trapped and can't move. If it moves, it will be killed by the inscription formation. Why can't you kill it by attacking its vitals? Frost Blade Spirit yelled. How about this? If the two of us attack the flood dragon together, we will have a better chance. Lu Ming pointed at Xianxia and said. No, that girl has other things to do. Hurry up and do it. Don't miss this opportunity. Frost Blade Spirit yelled. No, Senior. I still don't think I can do it alone. Lu Ming said. Nonsense. Kid, you should know who I am. I'm Frost Blade Spirit. Now, I order you to kill that flood dragon immediately. Now. Frost Blade Spirit's face darkened as he said in a commanding tone. Lu Ming sneered. This old guy finally couldn't hold back and showed his true colors. Lu Ming sneered and said, although I'm not talented, I still have some understanding of the inscription formation. This formation is very mysterious. If I attack the flood dragon, even if I can kill it, I will be trapped in the formation. With my cultivation, only death will await me if I fall into the formation. You want me to do it alone and leave my friend here so that she can help you break the formation around the square? Frost Blade Spirit's face became gloomier. He didn't expect that Lu Ming could see through his thoughts at such a young age. Yes, that was his plan. Little guy, you're quite smart. But do you have any other choice now? If you don't do as I say, both of you will die when I come out. I advise you to do as I say. That girl can still live and you can die a quick death. Frost Blade Spirit sneered and showed his ferocious face. Really? We don't have any other choice? How come? We can take a detour from the side, enter the main hall, obtain the treasures inside, and then swagger out. Isn't this a better choice? Lu Ming said with a smile. Junior, how dare you? If you dare, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead. Lu Ming sneered. This Han Dao spirit warrior was really shameless. When he was fighting with the flood dragon, he didn't care about the lives of others. He let others block the flood dragon for him while he ran away. In fact, with the strength of the Iceblade Spirit Warrior, if he risked his life, it would not be a problem for him to hold off the flood dragon for a while until old monster Han Qi and the others arrived. However, he would not do that. He would rather let others sacrifice their lives so that he could protect himself as much as possible. Now, he wanted to do the same thing again. He wanted Lu Ming to kill the flood dragon with his life. After killing the flood dragon, he would ask Xianxia to attack the formation base. Did he think others were fools? If they didn't agree, he would threaten them. Was the third tier of the spiritual sea realm that great? Old man, I have a shortcoming. I hate it when people threaten me. The more they threaten me, the more I will go against them. As I said before, I happen to know some inscriptions. This formation has been engraved for a long time, so its power has decreased greatly. The energy of the spirit crystals in some places has been used up. It seems that I need to replenish some spirit crystals. Lu Ming said lightly. Little bastard, how dare you? The Han Dao spirit warrior's face was cold. Why wouldn't I dare? You are nothing in my eyes. Lu Ming curled his lips and flew to the edge of the square. There were some potholes on the edge of the square. That was the formation base. There were many supreme-grade spirit crystals inlaid on it. But some of the spirit crystals were broken and had lost their spirituality. There was no energy left. Lu Ming pointed at a pothole and moved his finger. The useless spirit crystals in the pothole flew out. A perfect supreme-grade spirit crystal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He waved his hand, and the supreme-grade spirit crystal was inlaid into the pothole. The inscriptions around the pothole brightened a little. Stop it. Stop it. The Han Dao spirit warrior roared. Stop? Sure, kneel down and beg me. Lu Ming turned his head and smiled at the frost saber spirit cultivator. Kneel down and beg you? Little bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to kneel down and beg you? The Han Dao spirit warrior was stunned for a moment and then roared. Forget it if you don't want to kneel. Lu Ming's fingers kept moving. He took out the useless Supreme Spiritual Crystals one by one and put in the intact Supreme Spiritual Crystals. He was very fast. Soon, Lu Ming had put in hundreds of Supreme Spiritual Crystals. The inscriptions on the formation grew brighter and brighter, and its power grew stronger and stronger. "Little bastard, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." The Frost Blade Spirit Master's killing intent was bone-chilling. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. Roar! At this moment, the Flood Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar and stepped toward the edge of the square. As soon as it moved, the inscription formation began to operate crazily. Countless inscriptions seemed to have come to life and turned into swords and sabers that slashed at the Flood Dragon. The Flood Dragon roared and a halberd appeared in his hand. He swung it around to block the attacks from all directions. Clearly, the Flood Dragon was very decisive. It knew that if it continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous for it. It wanted to charge out of the array with its life on the line. Boom! Boom! The sabers and swords formed by the inscription formation were extremely powerful and there seemed to be no end to them. They kept slashing at the Flood Dragon. Puff! Even though the Flood Dragon's defense was amazing, it was still cut open by the sharp swords and blood flowed out. However, the Flood Dragon ignored it and rushed out crazily. Every time it took a step, the white jade ground would rumble. Countless inscriptions covered the Flood Dragon and eventually turned into flames, wrapping the Flood Dragon in them. Roar! With a shocking roar, the Flood Dragon turned into its original form, which was only a dozen meters long. Its body shot out rays of blue divine light and the halberd slashed horizontally. Even so, every time the Flood Dragon stepped a meter forward, there would be an additional wound on its body. At the same time, it had to face the burning flames. No wonder it's a Flood Dragon. What a strong physical body! Lu Ming exclaimed. In the face of such an attack, a human martial artist might not be able to withstand it. However, the Flood Dragon withstood it and kept rushing out. It was getting closer and closer to the outside of the formation. Damn it! Cold Saber Spirit Master and Old Monster Xianxia were anxious. If the Flood Dragon went out first, the treasures in the hall would fall into its hands. Xiaoqing, let's go into the hall first. Lu Ming's face also changed. If the Flood Dragon came out, they would not be its match. The two of them rushed along the side of the square and were about to rush to the hall. Stop! The Flood Dragon roared and its two dragon horns emitted a bright light. Two rays of blue divine light, like two extremely sharp swords, shot through the inscription formation and shot toward Lu Ming and Old Monster Xianxia. Lu Ming blocked it with the infinite dragon spear. The huge force made Lu Ming and Xianxia retreat rapidly. Buzz! The infinite dragon spear kept vibrating in his hand. Fortunately, it was a level 6 upper spiritual weapon. If it were a level 5 spiritual weapon, it would have been shattered. The Flood Dragon roared and rushed out crazily without caring about its injuries. Its speed was greatly increased. In just a few breaths, the Flood Dragon rushed out of the inscription formation, but in exchange, it was covered with wounds. There were at least dozens of wounds on the Flood Dragon's body. Its dragon scales were torn and its flesh was badly mutilated. Some of the wounds exposed its snow-white bones. Even the bones were cut open. However, the Flood Dragon's body was too strong and its vitality was terrifying. With such serious injuries, its breath was a little weak, but it did not fall down. It glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia, but did not attack. Instead, it rushed into the hall. This Flood Dragon is in such a hurry to rush to the hall. There must be great treasures inside. Let's go in and have a look. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia also nodded. Although the Flood Dragon was powerful, it was too injured to maintain its peak combat strength. If the Flood Dragon attacked them, the two of them were confident to escape together. That was why they dared to follow it. The two of them followed the Flood Dragon and rushed into the hall. Damn it, little bastard! The Frost Blade Spiritual Master roared. They did not dare to rush in like the Flood Dragon. They did not have a strong body like the Flood Dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming, Xianxia and the Flood Dragon rushed into the hall one after another. The hall was very spacious. As soon as they rushed in, Lu Ming felt a huge pressure. Even his 9 dragons bloodline was agitated. Lu Ming's spine was filled with red light. Lu Ming looked at the center of the hall in shock. There was a mass of blood floating there. On the surface of the blood, there were small true dragons swimming constantly. A huge pressure spread out. This pressure was like the pressure of the ancestor of all beasts and the king of all kings. It was terrifying and could subdue everything. A true dragon, the blood of a true dragon. Before Lu Ming spoke, Dandan on his shoulder shouted first. The blood of a true dragon. Yes, this mass of blood was the blood of a true dragon. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked. They never expected that there would be a mass of blood of a true dragon in the Rainbow Spiritual Master's palace. Moreover, this mass of blood seemed to have just flowed out of a true dragon and had spirituality. What was a true dragon? It was a supreme divine beast. It had been extinct in the eastern wilderness for many years. Lu Ming had once obtained a true dragon's phalanx. However, the phalanx's spirituality had almost completely dissipated after so many years. There was not much essence left. However, this true dragon's blood had completely preserved its spirituality and essence. Its value was incomparable. It was no wonder that the flood dragon was willing to risk its life to rush into the palace. The temptation of a real dragon's blood was too strong for a flood dragon. If a flood dragon swallowed the blood, it would undergo a shocking transformation. Its future potential was limitless. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. It seemed that the flood dragon was after this true dragon's blood when the sea beasts attacked the island. He wondered how the flood dragon knew that there was true dragon's blood on the Rainbow Island. I want to eat it. I want to eat this true dragon's blood. Dandan's eyes widened as it screamed. It ran toward the true dragon's blood with its 2 legs. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline also appeared. He let out a loud roar, feeling an incomparable desire. Roar, the flood dragon roared and its body grew rapidly. It whipped its tail on Dandan's body and sent Dandan flying. Ah! You little worm! How dare you whip me? I'm not done with you. Dandan screamed and slammed into the wall of the main hall, creating a dent in the wall and embedding herself in it. Little worm, you're dead. You're dead. Ouch. My old waist. Dandan's cursing voice could be heard. Lu Ming was relieved. He knew that the flood dragon's defense was amazing. He would not be hurt so easily. Roar, after sending Dandan flying, the flood dragon pounced on the true dragon's blood. Stop it. Lu Ming strode forward, his long spear expanding and attacking the flood dragon. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Xianxia pressed her hand and the Heavenly Demon Force Field exploded, enveloping the flood dragon. Scram! A loud roar came from the flood dragon's mouth as a gigantic halberd flew out and collided with Lu Ming's gigantic spear chi, destroying Lu Ming's spear chi in one fell swoop. Immediately after, the flood dragon's gigantic body shook violently. Xianxing's complexion changed and he was forced to retreat. The flood dragon was really too strong. Although its level was only at the early stage of the 2nd layer of the spiritual sea realm, it could suppress the peak of the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm, Frost Blade Spirit Practitioner, and battle with 3 powerful 3rd layer spiritual sea realm experts. Even that old monster Lu Xian might have been killed by the flood dragon. Although the flood dragon was heavily injured and its battle prowess was greatly reduced, its strength was definitely not weaker than the peak of the 2nd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It was not something that Lu Ming and Xianxia could rival. After pushing back Lu Ming and Xianxia, the flood dragon flew forward, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the dragon blood in one gulp. Roar! After swallowing the dragon blood, the flood dragon let out an excited roar that shook the sky. A layer of bloody light spread out from the flood dragon's body, and the injuries on its body began to heal at a visible speed. The dragon blood's effect was indeed amazing, especially for the flood dragon. It took effect so quickly. Not only that, but the flood dragon's aura was also rising rapidly. Go, let's get out of here quickly. Lu Ming's expression was solemn. Since they could not get the true dragon blood, they had to leave quickly. If they waited until the flood dragon's injuries were healed, it would be too late for them to leave. Bang! Dandan flew out from the wall and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder, still cursing. Who is it? Who are you? Get out, get out. At this moment, the flood dragon suddenly roared crazily. Lu Ming and Xianxia were a little stunned. Was this directed at them? But it didn't look like it. Lu Ming, look, the flood dragon's eyes are not right. Xianxia said. Lu Ming looked at the flood dragon's eyes and saw that in addition to excitement and ecstasy, there was also fear and horror in the flood dragon's eyes. Get out, get out, get out of my body. The flood dragon roared, and its huge body rolled in the hall. Ha ha ha, I've waited for 800 years and finally a flood dragon has appeared. You're asking me to get out? How is that possible? Lend your body to this old man. An old voice came out from the flood dragon's body. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely shocked. What was going on? It's fake, you deliberately left clues outside and left this cloud of true dragon blood. It's all fake. The flood dragon roared crazily. Ha ha ha, I didn't wait for 800 years in vain. I will finally return to the world. The old voice laughed loudly once again. A layer of blood mist spread out from the flood dragon's head, which looked very strange. 7-colored spiritual master, that's the 7-colored spiritual master. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. But how was that possible? The 7-colored spiritual master was only in the spirit embryo realm, so how could he have survived until now? And from the looks of it, he was going to take over the flood dragon's body. Good move, good move. That 7-colored spiritual master is a 7th-level true inscription refiner. He fused his consciousness into the fire of consciousness and then used the blood of a true dragon to seal the fire of consciousness. That's how he could survive for 800 years. As long as the flood dragon swallows the dragon blood, when the dragon blood flows through the flood dragon's body, he will be able to destroy the flood dragon's soul and take over its body. Dandan's eyes flashed as it spoke. Haha, I didn't expect a little turtle to have some knowledge. The old voice came out. Get out, get out. The flood dragon kept shouting. What are you shouting for? It's your honor to have your body used by me. In the future, I will make your name resound in the world. The old voice sneered. Kill me now. As long as you kill me, it's useless for this old man to take over my body. I'd rather die than let my body become a puppet. The flood dragon suddenly looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Juniors, how dare you ruin my plan. I will make sure you die without a burial ground. The 7-colored spiritual master shouted coldly. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. If this old man completely takes over my body, he will definitely kill you to silence you. He won't let this secret be known by others. The flood dragon roared. His eyes kept flashing and his speech was no longer smooth. He seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. His soul was about to be destroyed. The soul of a demonic beast was originally weaker than that of a human. Lu Ming, let's attack. This flood dragon is right. If the 7-colored spiritual master succeeds, he will definitely not let us go. Xianxia said. Alright, let's do it. Lu Ming's gaze was resolute. He made up his mind and prepared to attack. Roar, the flood dragon let out a shocking roar. It actually stretched out a sharp claw. And clawed at its own chest. What are you doing? The 7-colored spiritual master roared. He seemed to be fighting with the flood dragon for control of his body, causing the claw to weaken. However, the scales on the flood dragon's chest were still scratched off and blood flowed out. Attack here. This is the vital point. Attack. Lu Ming roared as he stepped forward and stabbed his spear at the flood dragon's vital point. Don't even think about it. Now, die. A purple figure appeared on top of the flood dragon's head. This figure was completely condensed from the spiritual fire. The purple spiritual fire represented a level 7 inscription master. It looked like an old man, but his face was extremely gloomy. With a wave of his hand, inscriptions flew out. Buzz, at that instant, lines of inscriptions were emitted from the palace, emitting a brilliant glow. Whoosh, a battle sword flew out and slashed at Lu Ming's spear. Lu Ming's body shook and he quickly retreated. Countless inscriptions shone in the hall, enveloping Lu Ming and Xianxia. The seven-colored Taoist had long inscribed an inscription array in the hall. He seemed to have prepared to kill anyone who entered the hall 800 years ago. Die. The seven-colored Taoist shouted coldly. He waved his hands and countless inscriptions flew out. In the hall, the inscriptions shone brighter. Black inscriptions wriggled like small snakes. Sky Demon Force Field. Xianxia used the Sky Demon Force Field to envelop himself and Lu Ming. He used the Sky Demon Force Field to resist the inscription array around them. Sure enough, under the Sky Demon Force Field, the inscriptions slowed down. Let's retreat. Since they couldn't kill him, they could only retreat. You want to leave? I say, no one can leave today. The seven-colored Taoist sneered. He waved his hands and the inscriptions around him became even more terrifying. They formed a battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. These arrays had been around for 800 years, but they were still as powerful as ever. Although the two tried their best to resist, they were still completely suppressed. They were surrounded by danger and were in extreme danger. Damn it, do you really think I'm a decoration? Watch me. Dandan opened its mouth and spat out 3 jade tokens. It kept one for itself and the other 2 flew towards Xianxia and Lu Ming. What is this? Lu Ming asked. The shadow-shifting talisman can move anywhere. Even in this inscription formation, you can come and go freely. It took me a lot of effort to refine this talisman. Crush it quickly and kill that fled dragon. Dandan shouted. In this situation, he could only trust Dandan. Lu Ming and Xianxia received the jade talismans and crushed them. Immediately, a curtain of light enveloped Lu Ming and Xianxia. Dandan also crushed a piece, and a similar light screen enveloped him. Whoosh, Dandan dashed out like a phantom. The inscriptions had no effect on it. How wonderful. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he dashed out as well. True enough, when his figure passed by, it was like a phantom. Those inscriptions actually passed through his body and did not have any effect at all. Shadow-shifting talisman, how did you get the shadow-shifting talisman? This ancient talisman has been lost for countless years. How did you get it? The seven-colored Taoist shouted in disbelief. Haha, who am I? During this period, I desperately refined a few pieces. I wanted to save them for some dangerous places, but I didn't expect to use them now. It's your honor to see my shadow-shifting talisman. Dandan laughed proudly. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense. He stabbed his spear toward the fled dragon. The fled dragon did not resist at all. It faced Lu Ming with its chest and let him kill it. Damn it. The seven-colored Taoist roared again and again, desperately controlling the fled dragon's body to attack. Don't even think about it. The fled dragon was obviously not completely occupied by the seven-colored Taoist and was desperately trying to control its body. Xianxia walked over and used the heavenly demon force field to shroud the fled dragon's body and help to imprison it. Pucci, Lu Ming's long spear pierced the fled dragon's chest. Here, the scales had already been clawed off by the fled dragon, so its defense was greatly reduced. The incomparably sharp spear light easily pierced through the fled dragon's muscles and into its heart. No. The seven-colored Taoist roared. Ha ha ha, old monster, you want to take my body? Dream on. The fled dragon laughed crazily. Boom, Lu Ming's long spear shook and a burst of true essence surged into it, smashing the fled dragon's heart into pieces. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, more than a dozen battle swords formed by the inscription array slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and retreated quickly. With a bang, the fled dragon's body fell heavily to the ground. Haha, old monster, you've been plotting for 800 years and you failed in the end. The fled dragon laughed heartily. Slowly, its voice lowered and its life force dissipated. Damn it, you're all going to die today. The seven-colored Taoist roared crazily. Before he died, he had set up a trap with a ball of true dragon blood and left clues outside in order to attract a fled dragon and then occupy its body. With the true dragon blood as a medium, he was confident that he could succeed. The lifespan of monsters was much longer than that of humans, especially for creatures like the fled dragon. With a long lifespan, the seven-colored Taoist could explore a higher realm. Unfortunately, the flood dragon was dead and it was useless for him to occupy it. Refine, refine, refine. Hoo-hoo, a layer of purple flames suddenly appeared on the flood dragon's body. The purple flames wrapped around the flood dragon and burned it crazily. As it burned, the flood dragon's body shriveled and the purple flames became stronger and stronger. In the end, the purple flames gathered in the air and formed a human figure. It was the seven-colored Taoist. Retreat. For some unknown reason, Lu Ming suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He pulled Xianxia and retreated hurriedly. Very soon, they left the main hall. You want to leave? Without the flood dragon, kid, your body is not bad. Let me use it. The seven-colored Taoist smiled sinisterly. The purple flames turned into a stream of light and flew towards Lu Ming. Fast, too fast. It crossed the hall in an instant. It was several times faster than Lu Ming and the others. It was really like a stream of light. Lu Ming and Xianxia had just retreated to the entrance of the hall when the purple flames caught up with them. They shot directly towards Lu Ming's forehead and disappeared into Lu Ming's forehead. Not good, he wants to seize Lu Ming's body and destroy Lu Ming's soul. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with worry. It's over, it's over. Little beauty, Lu Ming is finished. Your little lover is finished. Dandan shouted. What should we do? What should we do? Is there any way to save him? Dandan, aren't you an expert? Quickly think of a way. Xianxia was extremely anxious. He was like an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were misty and he almost shed tears. At this moment, Lu Ming's forehead was covered with a layer of purple light. He sat cross-legged and seemed to be resisting with all his strength. There is a way, but I don't know if you're willing. Dandan touched its chin with one of its front paws. What way? Tell me, I'm definitely willing. Xianxia said anxiously. Is that so? Alright, I know a way. I want you and Lu Ming to practice the dual cultivation technique. This way, your soul can be transferred to Lu Ming's side and help him fight against the seven-colored Taoist. This way, your chances of winning will be much higher. WH. What? Dual cultivation? Xianxia was stunned, and then his face turned red. What? You don't want to? Then forget it. Let's run away quickly. Lu Ming's body will definitely be taken by that old man. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. Xianxia bit his lips and his face turned red. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I agree. You can leave. I leave? No need. You guys start. I'll watch here and help you guard. Dandan said, his eyes rolling. What about the cultivation method? Xianxia said. Cultivation method? What cultivation method? Dandan answered subconsciously. That dual cultivation method. After saying that, Xianxia's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but take a closer look at Dandan. He saw that Dandan's eyes were rolling and his mouth was grinning. He looked like he wanted to laugh but was holding back. Dandan, are you lying to me? You're lying to me, right? Xianxia stared. Ha ha ha, little beauty, you saw through me. Ha ha, I just wanted to see if you care about Lu Ming. I didn't expect that I would see through you. Dandan finally couldn't hold back and laughed. You. Cheap turtle, I'm going to eat you. Xianxia's face was red. He bared his teeth and rushed over to grab Dandan. He wanted to bite him. Then he looked at Lu Ming with some worry and said, Is Lu Ming really okay? Don't worry. That old man actually dared to have designs on Lu Ming. He's simply courting death. Moreover, Lu Ming kid can obtain a great fortune. This kid is so lucky that even I am a little envious. Dandan said with a relaxed face. Are you really okay? Xianxia asked. Of course it's fine, it's definitely fine. Dandan said confidently. Then, it saw Xianxia gritting his teeth and glaring at it fiercely. Did he just get tricked by Dandan? Xianxia's heartbeat quickened and her face flushed red. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into when she thought about how she had almost dual cultivated with Lu Ming. I wonder if that guy heard it? I don't think he heard it. At the thought that Lu Ming might have heard it, Xianxia wished he could roast Dandan. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm doing this for your own good, you know? You'll have to do it sooner or later anyway, so why don't you do it early? Young people like to drag things out. I'm getting anxious. Dandan shouted. Who's going to do that kind of thing with that guy? A ball of flame appeared in Xianxia's hand and enveloped Dandan. Nest, it's killing someone. No, it's killing a turtle. Help! Dandan shouted and retracted its head into the turtle shell. The turtle shell glowed and blocked the flames. At this moment, a great battle was going on in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. How is this possible? Geocentric flowing flame. Your spiritual fire is ignited by the geocentric flowing flame. The seven-colored Taoist screamed in horror. At this moment, the seven-colored Taoist spiritual fire was wrapped in a ball of yellow flames. Just now, when the seven-colored Taoist came in, he wanted to extinguish Lu Ming's spiritual fire and replace it. But he had never dreamed that the essence of Lu Ming's spiritual fire was the geocentric flowing flame. The geocentric flowing flame was an extremely powerful flame. It was one of the top flames in the world. Not only did the seven-colored Taoist fail to extinguish Lu Ming's spiritual fire, but he was also surrounded by Lu Ming's spiritual fire. Damn it, damn it! The seven-colored Taoist shouted, and his purple spiritual fire turned into a human form. He waved his hands, and a purple battle sword appeared, trying to break through the encirclement of Lu Ming's spiritual fire. Hoo-hoo, Lu Ming's spiritual fire suddenly changed and turned into a huge nether god. It held a long spear and stabbed at the seven-colored Taoist. This was the nether god transformed by the nether god visualization. Lu Ming was using the nether god visualization at this moment. Bang, the seven-colored Taoist's battle sword was defeated, but the long spear didn't stop and stabbed at the seven-colored Taoist's body. The seven-colored Taoist screamed, and his body scattered, turning into a purple flame that floated back and then reformed. Spiritual fire cultivation technique. You actually mastered the spiritual fire cultivation technique. The seven-colored Taoist screamed hysterically, and his voice was filled with endless fear. It seemed that he was even more terrified than when he learned about the geocentric flowing flame. Die! The nether god gave off a terrifying aura as he stepped forward and stabbed with his spear. Run, run! The seven-colored Taoist turned into a streak of light and ran. Where do you think you're going in my spiritual sea? The next moment, the nether god appeared in front of the seven-colored Taoist and stabbed with his spear. With a poof, the seven-colored Taoist was scattered again and turned into a ball of flame. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, he was the master of this place and had complete control over it. How could the seven-colored sage escape? This time, the seven-colored Taoist took a long time to reform the scattered flames. Spare me, young hero, spare me! The seven-colored Taoist started to beg for mercy. You wanted to kill me, and now you want me to spare you? Do you think that's possible? Lu Ming sneered. Young hero, as long as you spare me, I can teach you how to refine pills and inscribe arrays. I can teach you all my experience. The seven-colored Taoist yelled. Hee, I don't feel at ease facing an old monster like you. I'm more at ease facing a dead person. Lu Ming wasn't moved at all and stabbed with his spear. Pung, the flames were scattered again. Then, Lu Ming turned into a ball of flame again and surrounded the seven-colored Taoist's purple flames. The seven-colored Taoist screamed. His soul and consciousness were being burned by the geocentric flowing flame and slowly dissipated. No matter how he begged or cursed, Lu Ming wasn't moved. A moment later, the seven-colored Taoist's voice completely disappeared. His consciousness had been completely refined by Lu Ming, and only a ball of pure spiritual fire was left. Hoo-hoo, at this moment, the seven-colored Taoist spiritual fire was being refined, and wisps of it floated towards Lu Ming's spiritual lamp. Lu Ming originally only lit 8 yellow spiritual lamps, but now, the first 8 continued to burn, and the 9th lamp suddenly emitted a wisp of flame. Although it was only a wisp of flame, it meant that Lu Ming had lit the ninth lamp. A level 3 inscription master had 9 lamps. He was only 1 lamp away from perfection. Moreover, as the geocentric flowing flame continued to refine the 7-colored Taoist spiritual fire, the flame of the 9th spiritual lamp began to grow brighter and brighter. It was 108,000 times faster than when he was cultivating. Lu Ming was overjoyed and excited. He could actually refine the 7-colored Taoist spiritual fire for his own use and improve his spiritual fire. Moreover, as the 7-colored Taoist spiritual fire was refined and fused into his own spiritual fire, it brought along some scattered fragments. Those were fragments of the 7-colored Taoist's experience regarding inscription, alchemy, and inscription arrays. This was the 7-colored Taoist's lifetime experience of cultivating the Tao of inscription. It was slowly fused into Lu Ming's spiritual fire and was grasped by Lu Ming. Lu Ming simply wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. This was an opportunity, a supreme opportunity. After all, Lu Ming had only been cultivating the path of inscription for a short period of time. Although his mental fire was perfect at every level, he was still inexperienced. Although he had mastered millions of level 1, level 2, and level 3 inscriptions that Dandan had given him, he didn't know how to combine them and how to use them. This was something that had to be slowly explored. This was experience. But now, he had refined the 7-colored Taoist spiritual fire and fused with his experience. Although these experiences were still scattered, as long as Lu Ming refined more of the 7-colored Taoist spiritual fire, he would definitely gain more and more experience. His knowledge of the Tao of inscription would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Although the true dragon's blood had been burned and dried up by the 7-colored Taoist, it was enough to obtain such an opportunity. To Lu Ming, it was even more precious than a ball of true dragon's blood. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. In the sea of consciousness, refining the mental fire was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It was constantly being refined. Lu Ming's mental fire was constantly improving. Haha, kid, you've struck it big this time, right? Seeing Lu Ming open his eyes, Dandan laughed. Yes, I've indeed struck it big. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Xianxia's face was still a little red. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming, then looked in other directions as if she didn't dare to look at Lu Ming. Hey, little Qing, we seem to have other things to do just now. Why don't we continue now? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile and said. Xianxia's face suddenly turned red. She knew that Lu Ming must have heard everything that had happened before. Continue, my ass. A big pervert with a perverted tortoise. You're really jackals of the same tribe. Xianxia gritted her teeth and blushed. She turned her head and didn't look at Lu Ming. Kid, I've been generous this time, right? Quickly give me some spiritual herbs as a reward. Dandan shouted. Dandan Lin said. Dandan Taoist, Dandan was overjoyed and swallowed them all. Dandan was Dawn. At the sight of this, Xianxia gritted her silver teeth and her eyes widened to the size of copper bells. There was a raging fire in her eyes as she pounced on Lu Ming with bared fangs and brandished claws. Let's see if there are any other treasures in the main hall. Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and dashed into the main hall in a flash. After walking around the hall, he found that there was nothing there. It was completely empty. Where were the treasures left behind by the 7-colored Taoist? Where was the storage ring? Why was there nothing? Lu Ming was a little depressed. If he had known, he would have interrogated the 7-colored Taoist and made him tell him where the treasures were hidden before killing him. He walked around and returned to the side of the flood dragon's body. It was a pity that the blood and essence of the flood dragon's body had been burned by the 7-colored Taoist. Otherwise, the flood dragon's blood essence would be a great supplement. He could even refine the blood of a true dragon. This flood dragon's body is full of treasures. Keep it. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the flood dragon's body into a storage ring. Xianxia angrily followed beside Lu Ming. Little Qing, let's go out. Lu Ming said with a smile. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. He ignored Lu Ming and walked out. Lu Ming smiled and followed her out. When they arrived at the edge of the square, they found that the two were still trapped there. Little bastard, stop right there. Where's the flood dragon? What's wrong? What treasures did you get? Hand them over. The moment he saw Lu Ming and Xianxia, the frost blade spirit shouted. Idiot, you're really an idiot. I think you've lived for so long in vain. In this situation, instead of kneeling and begging me, you're actually threatening me. Lu Ming shook his head and said contemptuously. Little bastard, what did you say? The frost blade spirit shouted angrily. Lu Ming shook his head. He could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He exchanged thousands of spirit crystals around the array to increase the power of the array. You two, enjoy yourselves here. Lu Ming waved his hand and swaggered away with Xianxia. Behind them, only the roars of the frost blade spirit and old monster Hongqi could be heard. Dandan, that form-shifting talisman of yours is quite useful. Make a few more when you're free. On the way, Lu Ming looked at Dandan expectantly. Okay, give me the materials. Form-connecting jade. Dandan stretched out a claw. Form-connecting jade? What form-connecting jade? Lu Ming was stunned. Nonsense, of course it's the materials. Without form-connecting jade, how can I make a talisman? I don't think you have it either. I found the previous few when I saw you cleaning other people's storage rings. That's why I made a few form-shifting talismans. Dandan curled its lips. Lu Ming remembered that Dandan had indeed coaxed and pestered him once and took away a piece of jade from him. Initially, he had thought that it was an ordinary jade. He did not expect it to be a form-forming jade. Lu Ming, let me tell you, form-connecting jade is very rare. With my current strength, it can only be used in a 6th-level inscription array. The array set by the 7-colored spiritual master is only as powerful as a 6th-level inscription array after so many years. That's why it can be used. So, don't think you can use form-shifting talismans to walk in various arrays. It's unrealistic. Dandan said mercilessly. Lu Ming was depressed. He did have the idea to let Dandan make a pile of form-shifting talismans. Then he wouldn't be afraid of any arrays in the future. It seemed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The two of them and the tortoise followed the original path and got out of the area that was full of inscription formations without any danger. Let's go to other places to search for spiritual herbs. Lu Ming said. Next, they chose another direction and went to look for spiritual herbs. Although the Rainbow Island was big, it was still limited. This place had already been searched. In the next 3 days, although the two of them had some gains, they didn't gain much. However, Lu Ming's spiritual fire had undergone earth-shattering changes. His spirit fire was increasing at a crazy rate with every passing moment. In just 3 days, not only did he ignite 10 spiritual lamps at the 3rd level, but he also stepped into the range of a 4th-level inscriptionist. Now, he had already ignited 8 green spiritual lamps. A 4th-level inscriptionist and 8 green spiritual lamps. In just 3 days, Lu Ming's spiritual fire had increased by a whole realm. The 7-colored spiritual master was a level 7 true inscription master. At every level, he would ignite at least 6 spirit lamps. How large was his spirit fire? Although Lu Ming ignited 10 spirit lamps at every level, he was only a level 3 inscription master before. The difference between him and a level 7 inscription master was too great. In comparison, the difference between a martial grandmaster realm practitioner and a spirit embryo realm practitioner was like heaven and earth. It was unknown how far they were apart. Therefore, the 7-colored spiritual master's spirit fire was still rapidly increasing Lu Ming's spirit fire. Moreover, it contained fragments of the 7-colored spiritual master's experience. Lu Ming's experience in alchemy and inscription formations was becoming more and more abundant. Hey, look, there's another palace ahead. Xianxia suddenly pointed ahead and said in surprise. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, there was a mountain range ahead. On one of the mountain peaks, there was another palace. Could it be that the 7-colored spiritual master cultivated in more than one palace? Could it be that all his treasures are hidden in the palace ahead? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Obviously, Xianxia also had the same guess. Kill, kill. Kill and take all the treasures. Dandan shouted. Shwa. Shwa, Lu Ming turned into two streaks of light and flew over. But not long after, they stopped. In front, there were two streaks of light, one in front and one behind, rushing over. In front was a golden sword light. In the sword light was a young man in his 20s. He was extremely handsome and emitted a powerful aura. Obviously, this young man was being chased by a streak of light from behind. The streak of light behind him was an old man. Frostblade spirit practitioner. Seeing the old man behind him, Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked. The person chasing after them was actually a Frostblade spirit cultivator. But wasn't he trapped in the great formation of the plaza from before? He had actually escaped and appeared here. However, judging from his aura, he should have been severely injured and was far from his peak. He was at most at the second level of the spiritual sea realm. Kid, hand over the treasures and I'll spare your life. Frostblade roared. However, the young man didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. He flew past Lu Ming and the others at an extremely fast speed. The Han Dao spirit warrior chased after them relentlessly. He glanced at Lu Ming and was stunned for a moment. Then, he roared, "Little bastards, it's you. You deserve to die." With a furious roar, Frostblade spiritual practitioner actually stopped chasing after the young man. Instead, he pounced on Lu Ming and Xianxia with a venomous look in his eyes. From this, it could be seen how much he hated Lu Ming, directly abandoning that young man. Lu Ming's expression turned solemn as the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand. Sky Demon Force Field. Xianxia stretched out his hand and pressed down. An enormous heavenly demon force field enveloped Frostblade Spirit Master. However, the Frostblade Spirit Master was truly powerful. Although he was injured, his true yuan was still incomparably powerful. His true yuan burst forth, breaking through the heavenly demon force field and charging towards Lu Ming. Destruction cut. Xianxia roared again. The heavenly demon force field burst forth with the power of destruction cut. Streaks of terrifying cutting power seemed to be able to cut through space. Frostblade Spirit Master roared angrily. His entire body was covered in white ice like a suit of ice armor. His figure continued to charge forward. Kill. Lu Ming rushed into the heavenly demon force field with the infinite dragon spear in hand. The spear light pierced towards Frostblade Spirit Master's throat. Lu Ming was not affected in the slightest by the heavenly demon force field. It was as if he was outside. The heavenly demon force field was completely under Xianxia's control. Clang, Frostblade Spirit Master slashed out, blocking Lu Ming's spear. Lu Ming's body trembled as he retreated. Frostblade Spirit Master's realm was too high. Even if he was injured, his battle strength was still terrifying. Little bastards, die. Today, you will die. Frostblade Spirit Master's eyes were filled with murderous intent. 3 days ago, he and old monster Hongqi were trapped in that big formation. They were trapped for half a day and almost died in there. Fortunately, there were other people who had also reached there. With the help of others, they were able to get out of danger. Although they escaped, they were severely injured. Even now, they were still far from recovering. His hatred for Lu Ming and old monster Hongqi was unimaginable. Boom. Boom. The 9 dragons bloodline and the second bloodline erupted at the same time. Lu Ming's battle strength increased greatly. 9th grade king class. Both bloodlines are 9th grade king class. Frostblade Spirit Master cried out in disbelief. He was almost scared to death. When activating one's bloodline, it was inevitable that the rank of one's bloodline would be exposed. It was simply unbelievable that both bloodlines were 9th grade king class. Kill. Lu Ming shouted. After activating his bloodline, his battle strength increased. He charged towards Frostblade Spirit Master again. Frostblade Spirit Master wanted to kill him. How could he not want to kill Frostblade Spirit Master? Otherwise, it would be terrible to be targeted by such a despicable old monster. Who knew if the old monster would do something behind his back? Die. This kid is too terrifying. He must die. Frostblade Spirit Master was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. His blade light flashed as he battled with Lu Ming. However, he was greatly affected by the heavenly demon power field. For a moment, it would not be easy to defeat Lu Ming. I'll smash. Dandan shrank back into its shell and suddenly smashed towards Frostblade Spirit Master's face. However, Sea of Soul Realm martial artists who had comprehended level 2 intent could already control the heaven and earth elements to form battle armor to cover their whole body. Dandan rushed over, but it only smashed into the ice armor covering Frostblade Spirit Master's face. Nest, I haven't recovered enough. Otherwise, I would have smashed through that old man's ice layer. Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and muttered, looking for a chance to sneak attack. Xiao, right at this moment, a golden sword light flew over. It was the golden-robed youth from before. He had actually returned. Before he arrived, a golden sword chi with incomparable sharpness cut through the void and slashed towards Frostblade Spirit Master. Kid, come and die with me. Frostblade Spirit Master roared and waved his blade to block the sword chi. Shua, the golden-robed youth appeared in the air and glanced around. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Ming and he said, Shura? Hell King? Lu Ming said. He could tell from the aura that this person was Hell King. And Hell King obviously recognized him as well. How about working together? Let's kill this old man. Hell King said. That's exactly what I want. A smile emerged on Lu Ming's face. Hell King's battle strength was terrifying. With him, they could fight the injured Frostblade Spirit Master. Golden Radiance Sword. Hell King was very straightforward and directly attacked. The dazzling golden sword chi emitted an incomparable sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through everything. Hell King had comprehended the metal intent, and had already reached level 2. The metal intent was known for its sharpness. Xianxia's Sky Demon Force field naturally didn't hinder Hell King at all. At the same time, Lu Ming also appeared. He stabbed out with his long spear and a tricolor dragon flew out, pouncing towards Frostblade Spirit Master. Facing the attacks of the three people, Frostblade Spirit Warrior slashed out saber lights one after another. Then, the spear light, sword light, and saber light clashed again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword chi and saber chi shot out in all directions. One could see with the naked eye that there were cracks in the space nearby. Frostblade Spirit was injured and suppressed by the Sky Demon Force field, while Lu Ming and Hades were able to fight to their heart's content. The battle between the four was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Rumble, at this moment, the world suddenly shook. The four of them could feel the Rainbow Island shaking violently in the air. The shaking was getting more and more intense. Oh no, the Rainbow Island is going to return to the void. Let's go. A martial artist shouted in the distance. How do we leave? Fly to the sky. The Rainbow Island is covered by the inscription formation. As long as we fly to the sky and break through the inscription formation, we can leave. Hurry! Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of rainbow light could be seen emerging from the mountain ranges, flying into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. However, they were all anxious. No one stopped. If any of them stopped, the other party would take advantage of the situation and attack fiercely. They would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, the four of them also flew to the sky consciously. They fought as they flew. When they were tens of thousands of meters in the sky, they could see that there was indeed a light screen above their heads that covered the Rainbow Island. In the distance, beams of rainbow light bombarded the light screen and pierced through it. The figures disappeared. Boom, the four of them fought. When the battle reached the edge of the light screen was naturally pierced through. The four of them rushed out. Lu Ming appeared outside and found himself floating in the air. Not far away, a part of the Rainbow Island had already returned to the void. The remaining part was also returning to the void and would disappear soon. Around the Rainbow Island, figures flashed and appeared. They were the people who came out of the Rainbow Island. Clang, not far away, a dazzling golden light flashed. The Frostblade Spirit Practitioner was closer to Yama King, so he made the first move. He wanted to kill one of them first before dealing with Lu Ming and Xianxia. How could Lu Ming let him have his way? With the 9 dragons heaven stomp, he turned into a stream of light and appeared behind the ice saber spirit practitioner in an instant. He aimed his long spear directly at the ice saber spirit practitioner. Damn it! Yama had long since been on guard against him. His sudden attack hadn't been able to injure Yama. Furthermore, Lu Ming's speed and reaction speed were also terrifying. He had arrived almost immediately, ruining Yama's plan to injure Yama. Boom! In the next moment, a huge pressure pressed down on the Frost Blade Spirit Master. Xianxia followed closely behind. This made the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Among the 3 of them, Xianxia was the most troublesome to deal with. The Heavenly Demon Power Field Suppression and Destruction Cut sneak attack made it impossible for him to unleash his full power. As for Lu Ming and Yama King, they were in charge of ferocious attacks. The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner was confident that he could easily crush and kill any one of the 3 of them. However, the 3 of them working together was too difficult to deal with. This area was boiling as the battle was incomparably intense. The people nearby were all alarmed. That's the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner. Who are those 3? They can actually fight with the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner? Such powerful battle strength. The 3 of them are all Peak Kings. Unbelievable. Peak Kings can actually fight with the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner? Azura, Yama, and Xianxia. That's right, it's the 3 of them. Their moves are exactly the same. The 3 of them are actually fighting the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner together. What's going on? Heavens, it should be the 3 of them. I think there's some conflict on the 7-colored island. Most of the people in the surroundings were Peak Kings. There were also a few Sea of Soul Realm experts. They were all shocked at this scene. The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner was a powerful existence at the peak of the 3rd level of Sea of Soul Realm. They could see that his aura was weak and should be injured. However, this was still shocking enough. Many people stood in the air, watching from afar. Rumble, the 7-colored island kept sinking into the void and was about to disappear. The commotion on the 7-colored island shook the entire Golden Sand Island. Countless figures flew over and looked at the 7-colored island that was about to disappear in shock. At the same time, they were shocked by the scene of Lu Ming and the others fighting with the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner. Feng Chuan, come and help me kill these 3 little bastards. The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner called out. He called out to a 1st-level Sea of Soul Realm expert who was watching nearby. This Feng Chuan was an old acquaintance of the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner, but they weren't very close. At this moment, Feng Chuan's expression changed. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Yama were too powerful. Even if he attacked, he might not be able to kill them in one strike. If he was counterattacked, he might die here. Moreover, they were still so young. Their potential was too shocking. If he didn't kill them all, when they broke through to the Sea of Soul Realm, he wouldn't dare to appear. Therefore, he hesitated and couldn't make up his mind. Feng Chuan, you're still not attacking? Do you want to die? The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner threatened. Feng Chuan's expression turned ugly again. Kill! Xianxia shouted. Her arm pressed down again, and a beautiful arm formed. The arm was huge, and the palm alone was 10 meters wide. It pressed down on the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner. This was Xianxia's bloodline martial technique. Extreme Path Strike. Golden Light Tear. Lu Ming and the King of Hell also unleashed their strongest attacks. They wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner knew many people, but they were outsiders. The 3 of them all used their strongest attacks. The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner's expression changed drastically, and he exploded with all his power to defend. Bang! The power of the 3 fell on the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner. The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner's saber light was shattered, and the ice armor covering his body was also shattered. The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner screamed, and his body flew far away, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Kill! Lu Ming and the other 2 madly pounced on the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner. Frost Saber Storm. The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner's face flashed with an abnormal color. In an instant, he slashed out hundreds of times towards Lu Ming and the other two. Break! The three of them worked together to break the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner's Frost Saber Storm, and charged towards the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner. The Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner's face turned pale. He was actually at a disadvantage. If this continued, he would be in danger. At this moment, a scarlet sword chi crossed the void and slashed towards Lu Ming and the other two. Their expressions changed, and they blocked the sword chi, but their bodies couldn't help but stop. Whoosh, a red-robed old man appeared in front of the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner. It was old Monster Hong Chi. Haha, old Monster Hong Chi, you're here. Good, let's kill these three little bastards together. Seeing old Monster Hong Chi, the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner was ecstatic. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Yama's expressions became serious. The three of them stood side by side, staring at the Frost Saber Spirit Practitioner and old Monster Hong Chi. Old Freak Hong Chi was the same as the Cold Blade Spirit Warrior. He was also injured in the formation, but no one knew how serious his injuries were. If he retained the same fighting strength as the Cold Blade Spirit Warrior, or even stronger than the latter, they would be in trouble. Today, it was impossible for them to kill Frost Blade Spirit Master. Frost Blade Spirit Master and Old Freak Hong Chi charged toward Lu Ming and the other two. Around them, everyone was watching attentively. They were extremely curious in their hearts. Would the three rising geniuses die in the hands of the two old monsters? Buzz. Just then, a golden pagoda appeared on Hell King's body. The golden pagoda emitted a dazzling golden light that was even more dazzling than the sun. Those rays of golden light were like rays of incomparably sharp sword chi. Golden Light Sword Pagoda! Frost Blade Spirit Master and Old Freak Hong Chi exclaimed. When they saw the golden pagoda. It's the Golden Light Sword Pagoda! The others around them also exclaimed in shock. Are you from the Golden Sword sect? Old Freak Hong Chi asked with a grave expression. In the west of the chaotic astral ocean, there was a large region near the exposed star sea called the Golden Light region. The Golden Light region was very famous in the eastern wilderness. It was not a small region, but a large one with terrifying strength. The top sect in the Golden Light region was the Golden Sword sect. Although the Golden Light region was under the control of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, and the Golden Sword sect was also a subordinate force of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, the Golden Sword sect had a lot of say in the Golden Light region. It was almost as powerful as the branch of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in the Golden Light region. The Golden Light Sword Pagoda could only be owned by the true geniuses of the Golden Sword sect. It was very famous and close to the exposed star sea. I'm Kenfei Ryu. King of Hell slowly announced his name. What? You're Kenfei Ryu, the top genius of the Golden Sword sect. Kenfei Ryu, ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. Hearing Hell King's words, Old Freak Hong Chi and Frost Blade Spirit Master's expressions changed drastically. Cries of surprise could be heard from all around. The King of Hell was Kenfei Ryu, ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. Lu Ming and Xianxia's eyes also flickered. They had naturally heard of Kenfei Ryu. His name was recorded on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. Ranked 788, he was indeed much stronger than Li Xiaoyun. Old Ghost Han Dao, let's just forget about what happened today. Old Man Hongqi's expression changed as he said to Ice Saber Spirit Master. He wasn't afraid of Kenfei Ryu, but of the Golden Sword sect behind Kenfei Ryu. What are you afraid of? Let's kill them today and find a small island to hide on. Do you think the Golden Sword sect will be able to find us? Han Dao's eyes were filled with viciousness as he said, moreover, these brats all have valuable treasures on them. If we get them, we'll split them equally. Old Red, don't be such a coward. Ice Saber Spirit Master's eyes were cold. Lu Ming and Xianxia had entered the hall. They had gone in to check, but it was empty. Even the Flood Dragon was gone. He guessed that Lu Ming and Xianxia must have gotten the treasures inside. Moreover, his hatred for Lu Ming was too strong. He wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't kill Lu Ming. Kenfei Ryu, on the other hand, had gotten the treasures in the other hall. Therefore, he didn't want to let the three of them go so easily. Old Man Hongqi's expression also changed. He was also tempted by the treasure that Ice Saber Spirit Master valued. Old Ice Saber, let's see if you can kill us. Do you think I don't have any life-saving treasures on me? Let's put it another way. If I control the Golden Sword Pagoda with all my might, do you think you can stop it? I'm confident that I can kill one of you. Which one of you wants to die? Kenfei Ryu sneered, looking at Ice Saber Spirit Master and Old Man Hongqi. Ice Saber Spirit Master and Old Man Hongqi's expression turned ugly. They knew that Kenfei Ryu was right. How could a genius like Kenfei Ryu not have any life-saving treasures on him? Moreover, the Golden Sword Pagoda was a famous treasure. With Kenfei Ryu's cultivation, it would be difficult for him to control it. However, if he was forced to use it, one of them might be killed. Brother Jian, why bother talking nonsense with them? I also have something on me. If I use it, I can kill one of them. Lu Ming said coldly. Ice Saber Spirit Master and Old Man Hongqi's expression changed again. They couldn't help but step back. They had no choice but to believe that Lu Ming was telling the truth. Lu Ming was so young, but his combat ability was strong. He was not inferior to Jian Filiu at all. He was definitely born in a powerful force. It was highly possible that he had a treasure with him to protect himself. Moreover, there was also Xianxia. They began to hesitate. This was the advantage of being a big force. It was not something that independent cultivators like them could compare with. Lu Ming looked coldly at Ice Saber Spirit Master and Old Man Hongqi. What he said just now was half true and half false. He did have a killing move, which was the Thunder Cauldron. However, if he used it, he would be at the mercy of others. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming did not plan to use the Thunder Cauldron. He said it just to scare Ice Saber Spirit Master and Old Man Hongqi. In my opinion, let's forget about today's matter. After pondering for a while, Old Man Hongqi spoke. Obviously, he did not dare to gamble with his life. Ice Saber Spirit Master's face turned ugly. He was very unwilling. However, if Old Man Hongqi withdrew, he could not do anything to Lu Ming and the others. He might even be killed by them. Little bastards, wait until I recover from my injuries. See how I kill you. Ice Saber Spirit Master roared in his heart. If he was in his prime, he was absolutely confident that he could kill Lu Ming and Kenfei Ryu before they used their secret treasures. Let's go. Ice Saber Spirit Master glanced at Lu Ming and the others. Then, he and Old Man Hongqi turned into two streaks of light and flew into the distance. Rumble, at this time, the Rainbow Island had completely disappeared in the void. The void returned to its calm state. I still don't know how to address the two of you. I really admire your cultivation and combat strength. Kenfei Ryu put away the Golden Sword Pagoda and cupped his fists to Lu Ming and Xianxia. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and smiled. Xianxia. Xianxia said coldly. Lu Ming? Xianxia? Kenfei Ryu pondered for a while. Obviously, he had not heard of these two names. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, I've long heard that this generation is in the golden age. There are many geniuses and talents rising. It seems that it's true. Along the way, I've met no less than 5 geniuses who are not inferior to the list of top 1,000 talents. No wonder Tianji Chamber of Commerce hasn't released a new list when it's time to update the list of top 1,000 talents. Perhaps there are too many rising geniuses for Tianji Chamber of Commerce to control them all. Lu Ming nodded. He was also curious. The list of top 1,000 talents would be updated every 2 years. According to the time, 2 years should have passed, but the new list of top 1,000 talents had not been updated. Obviously, it had something to do with the current era. With the arrival of the new era, talents would rise. Although Tianji Chamber of Commerce was powerful, it was difficult to control them all. Kenfei Ryu showed off his ability in battle, but he was still very easygoing. Moreover, when he was on Rainbow Island, he could have taken the opportunity to escape, but he turned back to help Lu Ming and the others deal with the Frost Blade Spirit Master. His character was not bad, and Lu Ming had a good impression of him. Xianxia stood to the side and did not speak. Lu Ming and Kenfei Ryu chatted for a while, and then Kenfei Ryu said goodbye. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, it's not good to stay on Golden Sand Island for long. If the Frostblade Spirit Master recovers, he will definitely not let you go. I plan to leave Golden Sand Island. What about you? Kenfei Ryu said. Yes, us too. Lu Ming nodded. Good, we'll meet again if fate wills it. Kenfei Ryu cupped his fists and disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other and also left. The news of this battle was bound to spread, and it would spread further and further. Lu Ming and Xianxia did plan to leave Golden Sand Island. During this period, Lu Ming and Xianxia had gained a lot, and they needed to find a quiet place to digest it. Xianxia's destruction concept and wind concept were about to merge successfully. She needed to find a place to go into seclusion and break through in one go. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had not properly studied the suppressing prison heaven skill he had obtained from the suppressing prison steel. Also, the seven-colored spiritual master spirit fire was constantly being refined. He also needed to go into seclusion for a while to digest it. The two flew to the west of Golden Sand Island. Soon, they crossed the entire island and arrived at the western coast. Lu Ming's hand moved, and a map appeared in his hand. This was the map of the chaotic astral ocean he had bought in Xianxia Island. There was a sea on it, and there were countless stars in the sea. Those were all islands. Xianxia Island was relatively close to the east. After watching for a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia soared into the sky and flew towards the west. They planned to find an uninhabited island and go into seclusion for a period of time. After Lu Ming and Xianxia left, Kenfei Ryu appeared on another beach. With a wave of his hand, a metal box appeared in his hand. Inscriptions flowed on the surface of the metal box, sealing it. This is something I obtained from the palace on the seven-colored island. It has the words Martial Monarch's treasure key on it. Martial Monarch's treasure, I wonder if it's real? Jian Filiu said in a low voice as a blazing light flashed in his eyes. The words Martial Emperor's treasure were too attractive. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake. Since it was collected by the seven-colored Taoist, it must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, there is an inscription formation seal on it. It looks like I'll have to spend some time to open this seal. After saying that, Kenfei Ryu put away the metal box and flew towards the sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely fast. After flying for 2 days, they finally found a deserted island. The deserted island was not big, with a radius of less than 100 miles. No one lived on it. The two landed on the deserted island and sorted out the things they had obtained from the seven-colored island. This time, they had obtained a lot of things. There were supreme-grade spiritual crystals, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and even ultimacy crystals. Especially spiritual herbs, which were the most abundant. The two of them split the loot equally. Then, they each found a place and began their seclusion. Dandan, take advantage of this period of time to inscribe level 4 and above inscriptions. Also, give me some inscription formations. I'll study them when I have time. In Dandan's mind, there were countless inscriptions and inscription formations. Naturally, he had to make good use of them. Exchange them with spiritual herbs. Dandan took the opportunity to ask for spiritual herbs. Take them. Lu Ming took out a level 5 spiritual herb and threw it to Dandan. On the seven-colored island, Lu Ming had obtained a lot of spiritual herbs and was very rich. Dandan took the elixir and ran off to inscribe the inscriptions on it. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, 10 green spirit lamps burned fiercely. That's right. In the past few days, Lu Ming had ignited 10 green spirit lamps and reached the perfect stage of a level 4 inscription master. Next, he would be breaking through to the level 5 inscription master. The level 5 inscription master was a hurdle. Once crossed, there would be a qualitative change. A true inscription master would have terrifying combat strength. Lu Ming used the underworld god observation method, and the flowing geocentric flame in his sea of consciousness burned fiercely, constantly refining the seven-colored Taoist spirit flames. The seven-colored Taoist spirit flames had already shrunk, but there was still a lot left. In the future, Lu Ming's spirit flames would still advance by leaps and bounds. Hoo-hoo, strands of spirit flames floated down and merged with Lu Ming's own spirit flames. His spirit flames continued to grow. 3 hours later, the 10 green spirit lamps suddenly extinguished. Then, a wisp of green flame slowly appeared on the first spirit lamp. Green spirit flames, a level 5 inscription master. Boom, the moment the green flame appeared, Lu Ming's mind shook and a loud rumbling sound rang out. Wang, at this moment, 5 rings of light suddenly appeared above Lu Ming's head. 5 rings of light with 5 different colors. At the bottom was a crimson ring of light. On the ring of light, there were 10 points that were evenly distributed. They emitted resplendent light like stars. From bottom to top, the second halo was orange and also had 10 points. It was incomparably resplendent. The third halo was yellow and also had 10 points. The fourth halo was green and also had 10 points. Only the fifth ring was different. It was green, but there was only 1 dot on it. Spirit ring. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. As long as an inscription master reached level 5, a spirit ring would appear. Each color of the spirit ring represented a corresponding level. For example, the ring at the bottom represented a level 1 inscription master. The 10 dots on it represented the number of spirit lamps that had been lit. Lu Ming's first 4 levels all had 10 spirit lamps lit, so there were 10 dots. If a level only had 5 spirit lamps lit, then there would only be 5 dots. The spirit ring could clearly display an inscription master's cultivation situation. With a thought, Lin Yun put away the spirit ring. Then, Lu Ming's consciousness sank into the green spirit flames. Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming's spirit flames extended out and flew out of his body, floating between heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire world in his eyes was filled with a myriad of colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Lu Ming could clearly sense the various colors, attributes, and energies of heaven and earth. What a wonderful feeling! Lu Ming was extremely curious. His spirit flames continued to extend out, but the further it went, the weaker the energy Lu Ming felt. Let's test the power of the inscription array. Returning to his senses, Lu Ming stood up. Stomp. Stomp, he took several steps on the ground and inscriptions appeared on the ground. These inscriptions intersected and formed an inscription array. Bang, as Lu Ming took the last step, a battle sword flew out from the array and slashed at a mound. Bang, the mound was directly split into 2. As expected, an inscription array can carry the power of heaven and earth and unleash a powerful attack. Is this the power of a level 5 inscription master? It's indeed wonderful. Right now, he had just stepped into the 5th level and had only ignited 1 spirit lamp. Later on, when he ignited more spirit lamps and mastered more powerful inscription formations, his attack power would be even stronger. The formation that Lu Ming had just inscribed was only a 3rd level formation, so its attack power was limited. An inscription master's combat power was related to the strength of their spirit flames, but it also had a lot to do with the inscription formations they mastered. The stronger the spirit flames, the more power of heaven and earth they could control. The stronger the inscription formation, the more terrifying its power would be. The 7-colored spiritual master spirit flames have some experience, and even the art of alchemy and formations. However, it's too messy now. I'll sort it out after refining all of his spirit flames. Now, all I have to do is wait for Dandan to inscribe inscriptions and formations. Before that, I'll put aside the art of inscription for now. Anyway, the flowing geocentric flame was constantly refining the 7-colored spiritual master's spirit flames. His spirit flames were constantly growing stronger, so he could ignore it for now. Suppressing steel. Lu Ming planned to study the suppressing steel and suppressing hell heaven skill for his second bloodline. With a thought, the suppressing steel appeared. Suppressing steel, what is it suppressing? The 9 serenities hell? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The clouds in front of the suppressing steel had already dispersed, but the rest of the steel was still shrouded in clouds and looked very mysterious. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized that he could feel an extremely heavy intent lingering in his heart. It was incomparably clear. This is the earth? yes, this is the power of the earth. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He stepped on the earth, and slowly, he seemed to have become one with the earth. The power of the earth, yes, this is the power of the earth. This suppressing steel is really amazing. It can actually let me feel the power of the earth so clearly. Lu Ming knew very well that this was all because of the suppressing steel. In the past, when he stepped on the earth, he didn't have this feeling, but now, he did. It seemed that the suppressing steel was very compatible with the earth. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he wanted to comprehend the power of the earth now, he could quickly comprehend it and master it. Should I comprehend it? Lu Ming hesitated. Once he comprehended the force of the earth, the number of forces he could control, and even the concepts of heaven and earth, would increase to 4. His cultivation speed would definitely slow down. And the more concepts one comprehended, the greater the repulsive force would be, and the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Lu Ming had to consider it. Let's take a look at the suppressing hell-heaven skill first, then think about it. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. In his mind, information regarding the hell-suppressing heaven art appeared. During this period of time, he hadn't had the chance to properly study the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Immediately, all the information related to the suppressing hell-heaven skill echoed in Lu Ming's mind. After more than an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes. What a wonderful martial skill! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of amazement. There was no doubt that the hell-suppressing heaven art was a bloodline martial skill, but it was very different from other bloodline martial skills. First of all, the hell-suppressing heaven art didn't have any fixed moves. It was more like a combat skill. After successfully cultivating it, one could borrow the power of the bloodline. Every punch, palm, or even kick would contain the power of the hell-suppressing steel, and its power would be extremely terrifying. Even if one cultivated it to the highest level, it wouldn't be limited to the hands and feet. Every part of the body could be used to fight. The back, shoulders, and so on could contain the power of the hell-suppressing steel and unleash terrifying attacks, turning them into killing weapons. Also, the hell-suppressing heaven art didn't have a specific grade. It had a lot to do with the power of the bloodline. The stronger the power of the bloodline, the stronger the power of the hell-suppressing steel. If one awakened a 9th grade king class bloodline, then the power of the hell-suppressing heaven art could barely reach the first level of a demigod class martial skill. If one awakened a 1st grade god class bloodline, then the power of the hell-suppressing heaven art could even reach the 6th level of a demigod class martial skill. Demigod class. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a bright light. Other people could only awaken a fixed bloodline grade, but Lu Ming could continuously upgrade it. This martial skill was simply too suitable for Lu Ming. However, there was a requirement for the hell-suppressing heaven art, and that was to use the earth concept as the core in order to display its strongest power. This was because the earth concept was the most compatible with the hell-suppressing steel. It seems like I still need to comprehend the earth concept. Lu Ming's mouth curved into a bitter smile. However, Lu Ming quickly made a decision. Comprehend it. Comprehending the power of the earth and the concept of the earth would greatly increase his battle prowess. Moreover, if he could integrate the concept of the earth into the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god in the future, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god would transform into a low-grade demigod martial skill. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming carefully went through the contents of the hell-suppressing heaven art in his mind. Then, the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline appeared. Lu Ming planned to start comprehending the earth concept. When the earth concept had reached a certain level, he would combine it with the earth concept and cultivate the hell-suppressing heaven art together. Taking out the Enlightenment ancient tree and placing it beside him, Lu Ming's mind became incomparably clear. He seemed to have become one with the earth under his feet. He seemed to see this small island extending all the way down to the bottom of the sea, merging with the endless earth. A heavy, grand, vast, and vicissitude feeling rippled in Lu Ming's heart. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's body also emitted a heavy, grand, vast, and vicissitude feeling. Earth concept, elementary level. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He suddenly stood up and struck out with his palm. Boom, this palm seemed to be incomparably heavy and heavy, as if it could crush space. After an explosion, Lu Ming stopped. He frowned and muttered, "No, again." At this moment, he was cultivating the hell-suppressing heaven art. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming alternated between using his palm, fist, and finger, constantly striking the air. In this way, Lu Ming cultivated continuously for 3 days. 3 days later, every time he struck out with his palm, it was as if there was a huge mountain in his palm, causing the air to rumble and explode. After cultivating for another 10 minutes, Lu Ming let out a long breath. After 3 days of cultivation, the hell-suppressing heaven art could be considered as elementary level. However, Lu Ming could only use it with his hands now. If he wanted to use it with his feet, there was still a long way to go. As for being able to use it with his whole body, the distance was even greater. In these few days, Lu Ming did not continue to comprehend the earth concept. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the earth force's maturity was still low to merge it with the other 3 intents. Otherwise, when the earth force's maturity was high, it would be even more difficult to merge them. The more mature it was, the stronger the repulsive force. Let's go and see how Xiaoqing's cultivation is going. Lu Ming walked to the other side of the island. Xianxia was cultivating on the other side of the island. Little Qing, did you encounter a problem in your cultivation? Lu Ming walked over and stood side by side with Xianxia. The sea breeze blew, blowing Xianxia's skirt and black hair. At this moment, Xianxia was like a goddess descending to the mortal world. I don't know why. The destruction intent realm and wind intent realm are always a little lacking and difficult to merge. Xianxia said. Could it be that the destruction intent realm is too strong, so the repulsive force is stronger? Lu Ming guessed. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Sure enough, it was the same as Lu Ming's guess. The destruction intent realm was an extremely powerful and terrifying intent realm that could destroy everything. It was even stronger than the star intent realm of the sacred stars. As for the wind intent realm, it was one of the 9 common intents. Compared to the destruction intent realm, there was still a gap. Therefore, it was even more difficult to merge them. It was like a poor person wanting to be friends with a rich person. It was very difficult. However, it was much easier for 2 poor people or 2 rich people to be friends. The destruction intent realm was equivalent to the rich person, and the wind intent realm was equivalent to the poor person. To put it more accurately, the destruction intent realm disdained to merge with the wind intent realm. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and then said, Little Qing, try comprehending it with this. With a wave of his hand, the enlightenment ancient tree appeared on the ground. Xianxia was stunned at first. Then, she sensed it and her expression changed drastically. As she sensed it carefully, her expression became more and more interesting. Is this the legendary enlightenment ancient tree? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Her voice was trembling, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, I was lucky to get a withered branch of the enlightenment ancient tree. I didn't expect it to really sprout. Lu Ming smiled slightly. You showed me such a valuable thing. Aren't you afraid that I'll have evil thoughts and take it away? Xianxia blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Do you know how to do it? Poochie, Xianxia laughed out loud. At this moment, her smile was incomparably brilliant and incomparably happy. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming, as if she wanted to engrave him in her heart. How is it? Are you very touched? Don't tell me you want to give yourself to me? I'm not ready yet. Lu Ming said with a smile. Promise my ass. Humph, lend me this enlightenment ancient tree for 2 days. Xianxia curled her lips. Then, her eyes flashed and she said, Since you're so sincere, I'll reward you. After saying that, Xianxia suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Ming's face. Then, with a red face, she hugged the enlightenment ancient tree pill furnace and ran off to cultivate. Hee hee. Lu Ming touched the place where Xianxia had kissed him and giggled. Boy, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Dandan's voice sounded. It ran wildly in the air with its short legs and flew towards Lu Ming. Have you finished carving inscriptions and inscription formations? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. I'm done. I'm exhausted. But let me tell you, my cultivation is limited now. I can only carve level 5 inscriptions and some level 5 inscription formations. I can't carve more inscriptions than that. You need to wait for me to recover a little more. Dandan spat out more than a dozen jade plates from its mouth and handed them to Lu Ming. Only level 5 inscriptions? Lu Ming whispered. Boy, let me tell you, don't underestimate my inscriptions and inscription formations. Who am I? I have mastered a lot of inscriptions and inscription formations that you don't have here. They are very rare and powerful. Many of them are not worse than level 6 formations. With your mental strength, the power they exert is definitely not weaker than ordinary level 6 formations. Dandan explained proudly. Oh? Since you've worked so hard, these spiritual herbs are your reward. Lu Ming took out some level 5 spiritual herbs and threw them to Dandan. Dandan gritted its teeth. With its status, it didn't need others to reward it. It was always the one who rewarded others. Now, Lu Ming, a young boy, actually took out a few level 5 spiritual herbs and said they were for it. This made Dandan's turtle shell rise and fall. What? Don't want it? Forget it. Lu Ming said. Yes, of course. Dandan hurriedly put away the elixir and warned herself in her heart that she had no choice but to lower her head when she was under the eaves. Then, it ran away happily. Lu Ming took out the jade token that Dandan gave him and looked at it. Some were level 4 and level 5 inscriptions, and some were all kinds of inscription formations. After Lu Ming looked at it, he began to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Xianxia returned the Enlightenment Ancient Tree to Lu Ming. How is it? Did you gain anything? Lu Ming asked. I gained something. Come, let's fight. I need a strong pressure. Xianxia said. That's exactly what I want. I want to fight with you. Lu Ming smiled, and the momentum of the earth spread out from his body. He also wanted to fight with Xianxia and integrate the momentum of the earth with the other 3 intents. Xianxia's beautiful eyes suddenly widened and exclaimed, Momentum of the earth, you actually comprehended the momentum of the earth? Yes, I can't help it. Lu Ming sighed softly. What a monster. Xianxia muttered. Lu Ming was speechless. Boom. Boom, after a while, there was a deafening roar on the island. Above the island, 2 figures were constantly bombarding each other, and the sky was constantly shaking. After a few hundred moves, the 2 stopped and comprehended their intents. Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Every day, the 2 would spend some time fighting to promote the integration of intents. During the rest of the time, Lu Ming would cultivate the hell-suppressing heaven skill, comprehend and cultivate various inscriptions, and fight with inscriptions. Lu Ming's gains were huge, and he was improving every day. He could easily inscribe the inscriptions and inscription formations that Dandan gave him. As for the hell-suppressing heaven skill, Lu Ming had cultivated it to his feet. Lu Ming's every punch, every palm, and every kick seemed to contain a prison-suppressing monument, suppressing everything. However, using the hell-suppressing heaven skill consumed too much Xinyuan. Lu Ming's Xinyuan was much more vigorous than other martial artists in the same realm, but it still consumed a lot of Xinyuan, and he couldn't support too many moves. He wouldn't be able to use more than half of his Xinyuan after a few moves. It should be known that even Sea of Soul Realm experts didn't have many low-grade demigod martial skills. Many low-grade Sea of Soul Realm experts cultivated high-grade heaven-grade martial skills. Some rogue cultivators, who were a bit shabby, still cultivated low-grade heaven-grade martial skills. Generally, only high-grade Sea of Soul Realm experts could bring out the full power of low-grade demigod martial skills. Hell-suppressing heaven skill can be my trump card. I should use it as little as possible. Lu Ming pondered. As for the integration of Aura of Earth with the other 3 intents, his progress was also very fast, and he was just a little bit away. After all, Lu Ming had the previous 2 experiences, and the current Aura of Earth was still very weak, so the integration was a bit faster. As for Xianxia, after such a long time of cultivation, he finally succeeded in integrating Destruction Intent and Wind Intent in one go. This caused Xianxia's battle strength to increase crazily. The might of the integration of Destruction Intent and Wind Intent shocked even Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the last key to the martial emperor's treasure has finally appeared. Xianxia flew over, holding a small jade sword in his hand. Lu Ming's hand moved, and a jade sword appeared. At this moment, the 9 lines on the sword hilt all lit up, flashing with a dazzling light. Lu Ming was also somewhat excited. The 9 keys had finally appeared, which meant that the martial emperor's treasure was about to be opened. Let's inject our true qi and see if there are any changes, Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded, and together with Lu Ming, injected their true qi into the jade sword. The jade sword trembled slightly, and then a map appeared in the air. There are changes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The map began to change, and slowly, the dot became bigger. Lu Ming and the others realized that the map of the chaotic astral ocean was getting bigger and bigger in front of their eyes. On the map, there was still a dot pointing to a place. As the map changed, the other areas on the side disappeared, leaving only the chaotic astral ocean on the map. That dot pointed to a sea area in the north of the chaotic astral ocean. Their eyes lit up. Obviously, that was the location of the martial emperor's treasure. Everyone, can you hear me? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the 2 jade swords. This voice was rough, like the voice of a middle-aged man. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked. How could there be a voice? Could it be the spirit of the jade swords, or the voice that was sealed inside the jade swords when they were refined? But at this moment, another voice came out. Who are you? The voice seemed to be a young man. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other. It didn't seem to be what they thought. Everyone, you should have all obtained the keys to the martial emperor's treasure. I am one of you. The rough voice began to speak again. What a mysterious formation. It can actually transmit messages to each other. It seems like the 9 keys already have an owner. At that moment, an aged voice was heard. It seemed to be a very old O. That's right. The 9 jade swords can communicate with each other. Where are you now? Now that we know where the treasure trove is, it's time for us to open it. The rough voice said again. I arrived at the chaotic astral ocean a long time ago. Old O's voice sounded. I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. The young voice sounded. I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. At this moment, another voice rang out. It was a new voice, and it sounded very young. Upon hearing this figure, Xianxia and Lu Ming's expressions changed slightly because they were quite familiar with this voice. Kenfei Ryu. That's right. It was Kenfei Ryu's voice. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he channeled his true yuan into the sword. King of Hell? The voice from the jade sword went silent. After a while, a voice could be heard, Shura? It sounded very surprised. That's right. Lu Ming said. This time, they were sure that the other party was really Kenfei Ryu. They didn't call each other's real names. The martial emperor's treasure was of great importance. Now, they couldn't leak the information. It seems that some of you know each other. What a coincidence. Is there anyone else here? I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. Where are the others? The rough voice rang out. Then, there was silence. After a while, another voice rang out. I'm in the chaotic astral ocean. Me too. 2 new voices rang out in succession. In this way, there were a total of 7 voices. Xianxia didn't speak. Except for Xianxia, there was only one person left. Everyone, I'm on my way to the chaotic astral ocean. It will take me half a month. Why don't you wait for me at the treasure trove? At this moment, a clear voice rang out. It was a woman's voice. It sounded very young and somewhat timid. Half a month? Okay, we'll wait for you there first. The rough voice rang out. Wait a minute, let's discuss this first. The martial emperor's treasure is of great importance. Whether it's true or not, we can't leak it out. You didn't leak it out, did you? Old O's voice rang out. No, how could I tell others about the martial emperor's treasure? Only me. The others spoke one after another. That's good. We'll meet at the treasure trove. Old O's voice rang out. Then, there was no other voice. Lu Ming and Xianxia retracted their true essences. The map disappeared. Lu Ming, what do you think? Xianxia asked. We can't believe all of these people's words. Who knows if they brought others with them? We can go to the treasure trove first, but we can't show ourselves. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and said, I think so too. It was about the martial emperor's treasure. Although they didn't know whether it was true or not, it was still no small matter. It was better to be as careful as possible. Let's go. It's a long journey from here to the destination. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded and called Dandan. The two of them rose into the air and flew in the direction marked on the map. After flying for half a month, they were finally close to the sea. The two of them followed the map and flew in the air, looking down. It should be that small island. Lu Ming pointed at a small island in front of them. That small island was the location marked on the map. There were 9 huge stone pillars on the small island. They looked like mountain peaks, but there was not a single blade of grass growing on them. Furthermore, the appearance of the 9 stone pillars resembled 9 swords. They were all pointing straight up. Lu Ming, look, there's someone there. Xianxia whispered. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on one of the sword-shaped stone pillars. From afar, it looked like a middle-aged man. There's only one person. Let's find an island nearby to settle down and act according to the situation. Lu Ming said in a low voice. Xianxia nodded. They had to be careful. Other than Kenfei Ryu, they didn't know the other owners of the martial emperor's treasure. They didn't know the other party's cultivation or background. If an almighty at the high level of the spirit sea realm or a strong practitioner at the spirit embryo realm came, wouldn't they be courting death if they appeared rashly and wanted to kill them? The two of them retreated and landed on a small island 10,000 miles away. They planned to cultivate while waiting for an opportunity. During the half a month on the road, they didn't fall behind too much in their cultivation. In their minds, they were constantly comprehending various martial techniques. Lu Ming, in particular, was more familiar with the use of various inscriptions and inscription formations. Moreover, the 7-colored spiritual master's spiritual fire was almost completely refined. Lu Ming had already ignited 10 green spiritual lamps. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. Even Lu Ming himself didn't know how powerful the perfect 5th-level spirit fire and the inscription formations given to him by Dandan could be. But it was definitely stronger than his martial arts combat strength. The 7-colored Taoist's experience and knowledge of the path of inscription were integrated into Lu Ming's spirit along with the spirit fire. These were precious treasures, the 7-colored Taoist's 1,000 years of experience in the path of inscription. However, Lu Ming still needed to spend some time to fully master it if he wanted to use it for his own use. The two of them landed on the island, cultivating as they waited. 2 days later, Lu Ming secretly went to the small island to take a look and found that there was one more person. A young man was sitting cross-legged on another stone pillar. Lu Ming didn't show up and returned to the small island. At this time, there was movement in the jade sword again. Lu Ming took it out and injected his true essence into it. A voice sounded. Everyone, I have arrived at my destination. Brother Lu is with me. When will you arrive? A rough voice sounded. It should be the burly man. I'm on my way. In a few days. Oldo's voice sounded. Me too. Lu Ming also answered in the same way. The other voices also answered in the same way. Everyone, I have arrived at the chaotic astral ocean, but it will take me another 10 days to reach my destination. I'm really sorry. The timid voice sounded. It doesn't matter if you wait a few more days, but let's set a rule. Those who come to meet us better show their jade sword. Both sides can prove their identity to avoid misunderstandings. The rough voice said. Okay, I have no objection. That's great. Voices sounded one after another. Xianxia didn't say anything. One was that Xianxia didn't like to talk, and the other was that they deliberately didn't expose a jade sword. It might be useful at a critical moment. Then, Lu Ming put away the jade sword and continued to cultivate. He integrated the seven-colored Taoist's experience very quickly. His understanding and application of the path of inscription were advancing by leaps and bounds. Of course, inscribers all leaned in different directions. Some leaned towards artifact forging, some leaned towards alchemy, some leaned towards talisman crafting, and some leaned towards array formations. The seven-colored Taoist leaned towards alchemy, followed by formations. Lu Ming's knowledge and experience in alchemy increased rapidly. Of course, his array formations also improved very quickly. On the small island, Lu Ming took a series of steps on the ground. Without a sound, the ground was covered with inscriptions. At the same time, he waved his hands continuously. In the void, inscriptions flashed and flew into the surrounding trees and big rocks. After a while, he stopped. "Brat, your luck is really enviable. 5th level perfection, the experience of the seven-colored Taoist, and an abnormal inscription talent. Now, you are completely a qualified true inscription refinement grandmaster." On the side, Dandan sighed. It wasn't easy to get Dandan's praise. After all, Lu Ming had only been in contact with the path of inscription for a short time. His foundation was insufficient. Although the cultivation of the spiritual fire was very fast, the other things couldn't be made up for. He needed a lot of time to accumulate them. But now, Lu Ming had integrated the experience of the seven-colored Taoist and skipped this step. Experience, spiritual fire, and all other aspects could be considered to be on par. Of course, this was an opportunity that couldn't be replicated. The seven-colored Taoist had rushed into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and wanted to occupy Lu Ming's body. Other inscribers wouldn't do this and rush into someone else's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming just happened to have the flowing earth flame and the underworld god visualization. With some achievements in the path of inscription, Lu Ming put more effort into the cultivation of martial arts. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. During these days, every 2 days, Lu Ming and Xianxia would go to the small island to secretly observe. There were more and more people on the small island. There were already 5 people there. Even the timid woman had arrived. "Almost everyone is here. Let's go and meet up with them," Lu Ming said. Those 5 people had been living peacefully for the past few days, so there shouldn't be any problems. "Okay." Xianxia nodded. The 2 of them headed towards the island together. Soon, they were close to the island. The 2 of them didn't hide their whereabouts. When they arrived, the 5 people on the island naturally noticed them. "Who are you?" One of the burly men spoke with a rough voice. Lu Ming moved his hand and a sparkling jade sword appeared. The eyes of the other 5 lit up, and a jade sword appeared in each of their hands. "Sir, I've said before that you're not allowed to tell others. Why did you bring someone here?" The burly man's face turned cold. The others' faces also turned cold as they looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. "She's my wife." "Why? I can't even bring my wife?" Lu Ming pulled Xianxia's hand and smiled. Xianxia's face turned red as she gritted her teeth. This guy took advantage of her again. However, under such circumstances, she naturally couldn't deny it and let Lu Ming hold her hand. "Wife?" The burly man's eyes flickered. "Since it's your wife, I think it should be fine." A timid voice sounded. The owner of this voice was a young woman. She was very beautiful and looked weak, but from her aura, she was a peak king. "Okay, since that's the case, brother, please come to the island," the burly man said. Lu Ming nodded and pulled Xianxia onto the island. Step by step, they walked toward a stone pillar at the center of the island. No one noticed that every time Lu Ming took a step, there would be a faint flash of light at the spot where his feet touched the ground. Soon, they were about to reach the stone pillar. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The figures of the 5 people on the stone pillar suddenly flashed and split into 5 directions, surrounding Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed slightly. "Everyone, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Ming looked around. "It's very simple. Hand over your jade sword." The burly man sneered. "So you want my jade sword? However, even if I give it to you, it won't be enough for you to share," Lu Ming said. "Haha, kid, you don't have to divide us. We're all from the same faction. Why should we divide? Old O sneered. However, Lu Ming's heart sank. This was because this Old O's voice was clearly different from the one he had heard in the Jade Sword. Did you notice? During this period of time, they all came and died. The delicate woman said. However, at this time, she didn't feel timid at all. Her voice was very cold. A trap. Everything was a trap. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. The others are all dead? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and said coldly. That's right, kid. Let me tell you. We already had 2 jade swords, so senior brother Xianxia and I put on a show. Actually, I've arrived a long time ago, but I said I didn't. I just wanted to lower your guard. The delicate woman sneered and seemed to be very proud. The senior brother Xianxia she was talking about was the burly man, the one with the rough voice. No wonder it was only the 2 of them who were talking and the others didn't. Once the others opened their mouths, they would be exposed. Boom. Boom. Apart from the delicate woman who was a peak tier king, the others were all spiritual ocean tier elites. The strongest was the burly man, who was at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Pung. Pung. At this moment, 7 or 8 figures suddenly flew out from the surrounding soil. What's with all the nonsense? There are still 2 jade swords left. Kill them directly and don't let the last one with the jade sword discover us. Finish this quickly and clean up the scene. One of the white-haired and white-bearded old men spoke, emitting a powerful cultivation at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This old man had the cultivation of the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. These people were all from the same faction. Obviously, the people who came here before were all killed by them with thunderous methods. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't discover them when he came here several times. Could it be that Kenfei Ryu is also dead? Lu Ming's heart moved. It was a pity that such a genius died in the hands of these people. Wait, I can give you the jade swords, but you have to let us go. Lu Ming shouted. He pulled Xianxia and moved to the side. Every time he moved, there would be a faint ray of light under his feet that sank into the ground. Alright, hand over the jade swords, and I can consider sparing your lives. The burly man sneered. The others revealed mocking smiles. This kid was really naive? How could they let them go? Lu Ming's gaze swept over the surroundings. These people were all experts. Of the 7 people who appeared later, 2 were peak tier kings, and the other 5 were all spiritual ocean tier elites. The strongest was obviously the white-haired old man, who had the cultivation of the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This was definitely a person from a large faction. This force was even stronger than the entire Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming's mind raced. With a move of his hand, the jade sword appeared in his hand. Senior, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming's true essence suddenly exploded, and the jade sword in his hand turned into a flash of lightning, shooting towards the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man subconsciously reached out to catch it. What Lu Ming wanted was this moment. Pung. Bang. Lu Ming suddenly took 2 steps on the ground. Suddenly, the ground emitted a bright light. Countless inscriptions burst out and turned into 2 swords, slashing towards the south. On the south side, there were only 2 martial artists in the 1st layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Of the 4 directions, that side was the weakest. Lu Ming wanted to break out of the encirclement in the south. Damn it. Inscription formation. When did he carve the inscription formation? With a furious roar, everyone unleashed a powerful aura. But he was still a step too late. Pucci, how could the 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts have imagined that 2 mere peak kings would dare to cause trouble? Moreover, they had unknowingly inscribed an inscription array. In his haste, he tried to defend himself, but he was only able to exert 50% of his strength. It was cut in half by the 2 swords. Go. Lu Ming put his arm around Xianxia's slim waist and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to rush towards the south. In the blink of an eye, they were already 10 miles away. Damn it. Where do you think you're going? The white-haired old man caught the jade sword and instantly let out a furious roar, pointing his finger at Lu Ming. A finger force instantly crossed the 10 miles distance and pointed at Lu Ming's heart. Fast, too fast, and the power was terrifyingly strong. The fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier was really too strong. Sky Demon Force Field. Destroy. Xianxia tried his best to use the Sky Demon Force Field, wanting to block it. At the same time, Lu Ming's bloodline completely exploded, and his figure continued to flash to the side. Puff, the powerful finger force pierced through Xianxia and Lu Ming's defenses. Although Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, he was still a bit too slow. His arm was grazed by the finger force, and a large piece of flesh was torn off, almost blowing off one of Lu Ming's arms. Wang, inscriptions flickered on Lu Ming's body, entering his and Xianxia's bodies. These were inscriptions to increase speed. At the same time, inscriptions flashed on Lu Ming's body. These were inscriptions for Jinyuan eruption. By now, Lu Ming could instantly inscribe some of the inscriptions that Dandan had used before. Shua, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and his speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant, he was already far away. Behind him, the white-haired old man, the burly man, and the others were chasing at extreme speed. The killing intent on their bodies was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. They had miscalculated. This time, they had miscalculated. It was just 2 peak-tier kings. With their powerful battle strength, they were already cautious enough to surround 2 peak-tier kings. This was practically a sure-win situation. Not even in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the 2 peak-tier kings would actually be able to charge out. Last time, they had been careless, and a young man had risked his life to escape. Therefore, this time, they had all moved out and surrounded the 2, but the 2 had still managed to escape. The main reason was that Lu Ming's inscription array was too powerful. It could actually kill 2 experts in the first layer of the spiritual sea realm instantly. They chased with all their might, but they realized that Lu Ming's figure was getting farther and farther away. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps exploded at full power, and with the help of various inscription arrays, Lu Ming's speed was unbelievably fast. Soon, Lu Ming had already disappeared from the white-haired old man and the others' vision. Damn it, damn it! The white-haired old man roared like a mad demon. The burly man and the others appeared behind the white-haired old man one by one. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Sect leader, that kid's inscription Dao is too powerful. He is definitely a true inscription master, a 6th-level true inscription master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. The burly man said to the white-haired old man. Like I said, the younger you are, the more you have to go all out. The young geniuses are too strong now. We were careless before and let a kid escape. This time, these 2 young men are even more terrifying. That old man said. The young man from before is fine. He was injured by you guys and was hit by my 5 poison palm. He is definitely dead. But these 2, they escaped. It is a bit troublesome. The burly man said. Well, although they escaped, we have already gotten the jade swords. Now, we are only missing the last jade sword. We have to get it quickly and open the Martial Emperor's treasure before the news is leaked. Get the treasures inside and leave here. This time, it is the opportunity for our blood poison sect to rise. There must be no accidents. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice. Sect leader, although the owner of the last jade sword hasn't said anything, I think he will be here soon. This time, we will definitely get it. The burly man said. Then, everyone returned to the small island and continued to lay out their plans and wait. Lu Ming took Xianxia and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before landing on a small island. Lu Ming, are you okay? Xianxia was extremely worried and looked at Lu Ming with concern. I'm fine. That finger force was extremely poisonous. But poison is useless against me. Lu Ming smiled and controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the poison on his arm. After the poison was removed, the wound on his arm began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half a day later, Lu Ming's arm was completely healed. Whoosh! This time, it was really dangerous. If it weren't for Lu Ming's rapid progress in the path of inscription and the fact that he could inscribe powerful inscription formations, and Lu Ming was cautious enough to secretly inscribe inscriptions when he stepped onto the island, they would be in danger this time. Even if Lu Ming risked his life to take out the Thunder Cauldron, and even if Xianxia had some life-saving means, facing a fourth-layer spiritual ocean tier cultivator, the gap was too big, and they would most likely die. No matter how powerful the Thunder Cauldron was, with Lu Ming's current cultivation as a peak king, he definitely couldn't kill a fourth-layer spiritual ocean tier cultivator. He might not even be able to kill a third-layer spiritual ocean tier cultivator. Kenfei Ryu, what a pity. Lu Ming sighed softly. The world of martial arts was like this. No matter how talented you were, you would fall if you were careless. In the long river of history, countless geniuses had fallen, and those who could truly rise and walk to the peak were few and far between. Xiaoqing, let's go. Those people want to monopolize it, hee, how could we let them have it? Let's give them a big gift. Lu Ming sneered. You want to spread the news? Xianxia said. That's right. Since they want to monopolize it, we can only muddy the waters. Only by doing so can we fish in troubled waters. Lu Ming sneered. That's exactly what I want. It's best if stronger cultivators appear and kill them. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light. Let's go to Wind Moon Island first. This island is bigger than Golden Sand Island. Let's spread the news there. I believe it will soon spread throughout the chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming took out the map and looked at it. Then, the two of them rose into the air and flew towards Wind Moon Island. Eh? There's someone down there. After flying for a short while, Xianxia suddenly pointed at the sea surface. And said. Lu Ming looked over and indeed saw a figure floating on the sea surface. There was a golden light on his body, and the fish around didn't dare to get close. That looks like Kenfei Ryu. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The figure on the surface of the sea indeed resembled Kenfei Ryu. The two landed on the surface of the sea. Lu Ming sent out his quintessence and pulled them up. When he looked, he was slightly shocked. This person was actually Kenfei Ryu. Why is Kenfei Ryu here? Lu Ming originally thought that Kenfei Ryu had been killed by that group of people. He's still breathing. He's not dead, but he's deeply poisoned. Xianxia frowned. Let's go back to that island and save people first. Lu Ming said, and the two of them returned to the small island. Kenfei Ryu's body emitted a golden light. It was probably the work of the Golden Sword Pagoda's protector. However, it did not prevent Lu Ming from saving people. He controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and devoured all the poison in Kenfei Ryu's body. This poison was very powerful. If he had been a few days later, Kenfei Ryu would have died. Once the poison was gone, Kenfei Ryu's quintessence circulated automatically and started to heal. 2 hours later, Kenfei Ryu opened his eyes. Brother Lu, it's you. Kenfei Ryu was extremely shocked when he saw Lu Ming and the others. Brother Jian, you're heavily injured. You should heal first. Lu Ming said. No, wait a moment. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, you must not go to the martial monarch's treasury. The blood poison sect set up a trap there to seize all the jade swords. The others are all dead. Kenfei Ryu cried out anxiously. Brother Jian, it's too late. We've already been there. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? You've been there? Then, you. Kenfei Ryu was stunned. They had been there, but Lu Ming and the others were fine? I gave my jade swords to them, but we seized the opportunity and escaped. Lu Ming said. You gave your jade swords to them? Sigh, what a pity. The martial monarch's treasury is going to fall into the hands of those despicable people. Kenfei Ryu sighed, feeling somewhat unwilling. They want to monopolize the martial monarch's treasury? How can it be that easy? They won't be able to gather the last jade sword. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A jade sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. Kenfei Ryu was stunned, then became overjoyed. Haha, man proposes, God disposes. So Brother Lu and Miss Xia each have 1 jade sword. I wonder what the blood poison sect's people will think when they find out. Oh right, Brother Lu, what are you going to do next? Of course we're going to muddy the waters. The muddier the better. Brother Jian, are you interested in joining us? Lu Ming smiled. Of course, of course. Kenfei Ryu said excitedly. Right at this moment, the jade sword in Xianxia's hand emitted a bright light. Do you want to know their reaction? You'll find out soon. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He took the jade sword in Xianxia's hand and inserted his true yuan into it. Immediately, a rough voice sounded, "Hello friend, the 8 of us are here. Only one person is left. Friend, where are you?" It was the burly man's voice. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not say anything. That's right. Friend, you're the only one left. As long as you come over, we can open the martial monarch's treasury and take out the treasures inside. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid unforeseen events will happen. The one who spoke was the timid girl's voice. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed dryly a few times. The other side immediately became excited. The burly man said, "Brother, where are you? As long as you come over, we can immediately open the martial monarch's treasury." This friend finally spoke. May I ask where are you? Are you in the chaotic astral ocean? The timid girl's voice sounded again. Everyone, how have you been? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Then, the jade sword immediately quieted down. There was no sound at all. After a long while, the rough voice sounded, "It's you?" Yes, it's me. You guys are so forgetful. Lu Ming said with a smile. You actually have 2 jade swords? How is that possible? The rough voice was filled with disbelief. Brother, what do you want? The timid girl's voice sounded. Your blood poison sect is powerful. The few of us can't compete with you. Therefore, I plan to bring all the brothers and sisters in the chaotic astral ocean to share the martial monarch's treasury. What do you think? This idea is good, right? Lu Ming said with a smile. You want to spread the news? No, you can't do that. Damn it, you can't do that. The rough voice roared. Idiot. Lu Ming said. Then, the rough voice's heavy breathing could be heard. It was obviously angry. Little brother, let's talk nicely. I promise you that as long as you come over, we won't touch you. After we enter the martial monarch's treasury, we'll divide the keys equally. What do you think? At this moment, an old voice sounded. It was the voice of the blood poison sect's leader. Not interested. Lu Ming said. Little brother, what do you want? The blood poison sect's leader asked. That's easy. I want your heads. Lu Ming sneered. Little brother, I advise you not to go too far. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Old man, has your head been bitten by a dog? You're still threatening me. I'm going to go all out. What can you do about it? Alright, let's get to work. I believe that the news of the martial emperor's treasure will soon spread throughout the Star Sea. Lu Ming smiled. No, boy, don't you dare. I'll kill you. I promise, the sect leader of the blood poison sect roared. But at this moment, Lu Ming stopped injecting true qi, and his voice disappeared. I really want to see the expressions of the people of the blood poison sect. Kenfei Ryu smiled, feeling very comfortable. Their expressions will definitely be very interesting. Lu Ming said. Yes, the expressions of the people of the blood poison sect would be very interesting. Damn it, that bastard. The next time I see him, I'll skin him and pull out his tendons. The burly man roared again and again. His eyes were wide open as if they were about to spit fire. I didn't expect that guy to have 2 jade swords. Damn it. The delicate woman also gritted her teeth, and her eyes were full of resentment. The others were about the same. Their faces were livid, and the veins on their faces were throbbing. The feeling of having nowhere to vent their anger was too uncomfortable. They were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. They were so close to success, but all their efforts were in vain. The next time we meet him, he'll definitely die. The sect leader of the blood poison sect gritted his teeth. Sect leader, what should we do now? Someone asked. 9 keys. Without 1 key, we can't open the martial emperor's treasure. We can only wait. The sect leader said helplessly. A day later, Xianxia Ryu recovered from his injuries. They went to the Wind Moon Island together. The Wind Moon Island was twice as big as the Golden Sand Island. It was very prosperous and crowded. It was said that there were even experts at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm here. After the three entered the city, they bought a lot of paper and wrote the news of the martial emperor's treasure and a specific address on the paper. At night, they spread the paper everywhere. As expected, the whole Wind Moon Island was shocked the next day. Lu Ming and the other two had spread too much paper. It was impossible to hide it even if they wanted to. Soon, the news spread all over the Wind Moon Island. Countless people were discussing this topic. In a restaurant, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia Ryu were eating and drinking while listening to news from nearby. You should have heard the news about the martial emperor's treasure, right? Nearby, the voices of other tables could be heard. Of course I did. Everyone in the Wind Moon Island knows about it now. I wonder if the martial emperor's treasure is real or not. If it is real, why would someone spread the news everywhere? Could it be a prank? I don't know. An emperor's treasure, an emperor. In the entire eastern continent, there are only a few emperors. Is there really an emperor's treasure? It's a little mysterious. No matter what? The martial dominator's treasure is too shocking. Even if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that it's real, I still have to take a look. If it's real, even the slightest benefit from it would be endless. That's right. I'm just afraid that it's real. Hearing the voices from nearby, Lu Ming and the other two looked at each other and smiled. With such a way of spreading the news, many people would definitely doubt its authenticity. However, the martial emperor's treasure was too shocking and too tempting. Even if they suspected that it was fake, most people would not be able to resist the temptation and would go take a look. This was the effect they wanted. In the next few days, the news spread further and further. Some people had even set off. Lu Ming and the other two hid in the Wind Moon Island and cultivated with all their might. If it was really the martial emperor's treasure, there would definitely be a fierce fight after it was opened. Naturally, the stronger they were, the better. In a mountain range, Lu Ming and Xianxia were fighting with all their might. Now, Xianxia had successfully merged two wills. Now, the main thing was to help Lu Ming merge the earth force and the other three wills. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. After 7 days of hard cultivation, Lu Ming finally merged the earth force into the three wills. He had successfully merged 3 wills and 1 force. In a guest room of a restaurant, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and sat cross-legged. There was a pile of esoteric crystals in front of him. There were 22 middle-grade fire attribute esoteric crystals. Lu Ming planned to use the profound crystals to break through to the 2nd level of the state of heaven and earth. If his state could break through to the 2nd level, his battle prowess would definitely increase greatly. He picked up a piece of profound crystal and crushed it. Next to the tree of enlightenment, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Before long, Lu Ming crushed another piece of middle-grade fire attribute profound crystal. Just like that, Lu Ming crushed a total of 12 medium-grade fire profound crystals. Then, Lu Ming stopped. Just a little bit more, but just a little bit more. I still can't break through. Lu Ming muttered. Right now, his fire intent was just a little bit away from the 2nd level, not even half a step. However, it was just a little bit, and he couldn't break through. It seems that the 2nd level concept of heaven and earth is indeed different from the 1st level concept of heaven and earth. It's not something that can be continuously improved by simply relying on profound crystals. It also needs to rely on comprehension to break through the bottleneck, and then combine it with profound crystals to continuously improve. Lu Ming pondered. It was obvious that the fire intent had reached a bottleneck. Lu Ming didn't continue to break through to the fire intent. Instead, he took out a medium-grade wind profound crystal and started to break through to the wind intent. Just like the fire intent, after refining a dozen medium-grade wind profound crystals, his wind intent also reached the peak of the 1st level. It was just a little bit away from the 2nd level, but it was still stuck. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was very difficult to break through to the 2nd level of the state of heaven and earth. No wonder there were so many peak kings, but so few Sea of Soul realm experts. Taking the Xianxia region's Xianxia branch palace as an example, all the elders, traveling elders, and those in seclusion, there were at least 50 peak king level experts, or even more. However, there were only 2 Sea of Soul realm experts, Xianxia and Mutian. Golden Sand Island had sent out more than 500 peak kings to fight against the sea beasts. Moreover, many of them died on the Fate battle platform. However, how many Sea of Soul realm experts were there? As long as one's talent wasn't bad and had enough resources, it wasn't hard to reach the peak king level with time. Some people could reach the peak king level after cultivating for a few hundred years. However, many people would be stuck at the peak king level, unable to break through for the rest of their lives. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through to the spiritual sea realm. At this time, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. It was about time for them to leave. After a while, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kenfei Ryu flew toward the Martial Emperor's treasure island. A few days later, they arrived at the island. There was a sea of people, truly a sea of people. It was densely packed, and at a glance, it was all human figures. There were too many, at least a few 100,000, or even close to 1,000,000. And this was only the people who had rushed over from the chaotic astral ocean. The people from the other ocean regions hadn't arrived yet. The 3 of them squeezed their way through the crowd. Damn, is there really a Martial Emperor's treasure? Why hasn't it been opened yet? I heard that a total of 9 keys are needed to open it. The blood poison sect has 8, and the last one is in the hands of a young man. That young man hasn't come yet. Some people speculate that the news was released by that young man. He should be here soon. Let's wait a little longer. Sounds of discussion came from all around. With great difficulty, they squeezed to the front. Countless people surrounded the island in the air. Lu Ming and the others squeezed to the front and saw the people of the blood poison sect standing together with ashen faces. There were a dozen people around them, and each of them had an extremely powerful aura. They were all experts in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Among them, there were even experts stronger than the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Haha, everyone of the blood poison sect, how have you been? Lu Ming squeezed to the front and laughed loudly. The people of the blood poison sect looked over. Little bastard, you finally showed yourself. You're courting death. Kill that little bastard. When the people of the blood poison sect saw Lu Ming, their eyes burned with flames as they stared at Lu Ming, their killing intent incomparably dense. Lu Ming took a few steps back and squeezed into the crowd, saying, "What? You want to fight? There are so many experts here. Let's see how you'll kill them." The people of the blood poison sect roared furiously, but there was nothing they could do. There were too many people here, and they were all experts. With Lu Ming in the crowd, how could they fight? Once they fought, they would implicate others and incur the wrath of the crowd. They would be the ones to die. They could only glare at Lu Ming, wishing they could skin him alive and pull out his tendons. The Martial Emperor's treasure was originally going to fall into the hands of the blood poison sect. They were about to see the hope of the blood poison sect's rapid rise, but now, there were so many people, and a dozen of them were in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. There were even stronger experts. Now that the Martial Emperor's treasure was opened, they could at most drink a mouthful of soup. Whether they could drink this soup or not was still a problem. All of this was caused by Lu Ming. It was all caused by Lu Ming. How could they not hate him? As for the fact that they were the ones who made the first move and wanted to monopolize the Martial Monarch's treasure, they did not even think about it. In their opinion, that was what they should do, and the others should fulfill their wish. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Could it be that the last key was in Lu Ming's hands? Lu Ming smiled as a jade sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of his hand, the jade sword flew towards a green-robed old man. "Senior, I'll give this key to you," Lu Ming said. The green-robed old man's aura was unfathomable, even stronger than the blood poison sect master. The green-robed elder stretched out his hand and caught the jade sword. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Not bad, little guy." Then, he looked at the blood poison sect and said, "Take out your keys and open the Martial Emperor's treasury together." Damn it. The blood poison sect master roared in his heart. He was extremely unwilling. But so what if he was unwilling? Today, he could only obediently take out his keys and open the martial emperor's treasury. If they did not take out their keys, they would die. 8 jade swords appeared in the hands of the blood poison sect. Buzz, when the 9 jade swords appeared at the same time, they moved and emitted a slight tremor. Complex runes appeared on the surface of the 9 swords. What mysterious inscriptions! What a brilliant inscription formation! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Currently, his inscription Dao was quite good, so his vision was naturally different. He could see that the inscription formation on the 9 jade swords was extremely brilliant, and could even be said to be mysterious. Buzz, at this moment, the 9 sword-like stone pillars on the island began to vibrate. Inscriptions appeared on them, resonating with the 9 jade swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following this, the 9 jade swords separated from the hands of the crowd and flew towards the 9 stone pillars. Each jade sword corresponded to a stone pillar. As the light flickered, the 9 jade swords flew into the 9 stone pillars and disappeared. At this moment, the 9 stone pillars shone brightly. 9 light pillars soared into the sky like 9 divine swords. A frightening scene appeared. The sky above the island was originally filled with people. Now, as the 9 sword lights rushed towards them, those people exploded and turned into dust. They didn't even have time to scream. Retreat! Retreat! Terrified screams rang out as countless people frantically retreated. Lu Ming and the others were not directly above the light pillars, so they had avoided the disaster. At this moment, they were also frantically retreating. It was too terrifying. At least 10,000 people had died in that attack. There were even Sea of Soul Realm experts among them. However, under the light pillars, they couldn't resist at all. Some people's eyes lit up. It seemed like it really was the martial emperor's treasury. Even if it wasn't, it was still no small matter. Boom, the 9 light pillars converged into one in the sky, and its power was even stronger. Rumble, at this moment, the island shook violently. Then, everyone saw that the island had split into 2 halves. Moreover, the 2 halves of the island were dozens of miles apart. In the middle of the island, a whirlpool appeared. Endless seawater spun and turned into a huge whirlpool. No one knew where the center of the whirlpool led to. Rumble, the whirlpool spun and rumbled. Its power was shocking. Could it be that the martial emperor's treasury was under this whirlpool? Everyone hesitated. For a moment, no one dared to go down first. After a while, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore. A white-haired old man stepped out and said, "Since I don't have much time left, I might as well take the risk." This old man was a peak king. If he couldn't break through to the spiritual ocean realm, he would die of old age. The martial emperor's treasury was an opportunity for him. After reaching the spiritual ocean realm, one's lifespan would increase by another 1,000 years. He rushed into the whirlpool and followed it down, disappearing in the blink of an eye. No problem, no problem. Many people's eyes lit up. Go. Then, another group of people rushed down. Ah. This time, someone screamed as his body was torn apart, dying miserably in the whirlpool. However, some people rushed in. The person who died was a martial ancestor realm cultivator. Martial king realm cultivator, it's fine. Martial king realm cultivators can withstand the power of the whirlpool. That's right. Martial ancestor realm ants want to get a share of the martial emperor's treasury. What a dream. Go. Immediately, more people rushed in. They were all martial king realm cultivators and above. Sure enough, they were fine. One by one, they disappeared in the center of the whirlpool. Thus, more and more people flew down. After a while, the spiritual ocean realm cultivators couldn't bear it anymore and flew toward the whirlpool. The people of the blood poison sect looked coldly at Lu Ming and flew into the whirlpool, disappearing. As for the martial ancestor realm cultivators, they were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. There were even some martial ancestor realm cultivators who didn't believe it and rushed in, dying miserably. Brother Jian, do you want to go? Lu Ming looked at Kenfei Ryu. Go, of course, the martial emperor's treasure, regardless of whether it's real or not, we can't miss it. Kenfei Ryu's eyes were filled with determination. Geniuses were called geniuses not only because of their talent and perseverance, but also because they had to grasp the opportunity. If they did not dare to grasp the opportunity in front of them, they would not be called geniuses. Alright, let's go together. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kenfei Ryu charged into the whirlpool together. As soon as they entered the whirlpool, Lu Ming felt a strong tearing force from the surrounding seawater acting on his body. However, this force was only a threat to martial ancestor realm cultivators, it was nothing to them. The three of them followed the whirlpool and continued to descend. Very soon, they reached the bottom of the sea. However, they did not stop. There seemed to be a huge cave at the bottom of the sea. It was pitch black inside the cave. There was an extremely powerful suction force from inside, pulling Lu Ming and the group down. Lu Ming realized that he was insignificant under the suction force, unable to resist at all. In the next moment, he, Xianxia, and the others disappeared from the cave. It was pitch black all around. There was no sound and no movement. Lu Ming only felt that his body kept on descending. He did not know where he was going to land. Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure is deep underground? Lu Ming thought to himself. After descending for an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly felt the world spinning around him, as if he had taken the interzone teleportation formation. In the next moment, he realized that he was in mid-air, and his body was descending rapidly. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly circulated his true yuan. He realized that the circulation of his true yuan was much more difficult than before, as if there was a strong resistance. Even flying had become much more strenuous than before. Furthermore, the speed of flying had also become much slower. Lu Ming controlled his body and hovered in the air, carefully sizing it up. There was no moon or sun in the sky, but there seemed to be many stars high up in the sky. However, these stars were all crimson in color and emitted crimson light. This was where the light source was located. Below them was an endless land. Where is this? Is it in another large region or deep underground? Lu Ming frowned. Previously, he had felt that he was falling. Xiaoqing, Kenfei Ryu, they're gone. Lu Ming muttered. With a thought, Dandan appeared on his shoulder. Before entering, Lu Ming had already stuffed Dandan into the Supreme Divine Palace. Dandan, do you know where we are? Lu Ming asked. Dandan looked around and pondered for a moment. Then, it shook its head and said, I don't remember this place. It's so strange. It doesn't seem like we're on the ground. Dandan didn't know, so Lu Ming didn't ask any more questions. After looking around for a while, he landed on the ground. After landing on the ground, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This piece of land was actually a graveyard. As far as the eye could see, there were gigantic tombs everywhere, one after another, forming a vast expanse. There's someone. Lu Ming saw a figure flash in front of him. It was a peak-level king. Lu Ming moved and followed him. Slowly, he found that there were more and more people in front of him. In the end, he found that there were about 1,000 people scattered in front of him. Everyone, do any of you know where this place is? Someone asked. I don't know. Didn't they say that it was the martial emperor's treasure? Why would it be here? There are tombs everywhere. Where would the treasure be? Maybe the martial emperor's treasure is somewhere else? We need to find it ourselves. That's true. If it's really the martial emperor's treasure, how could it be so easy to get it? Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their own opinions. Little bastard. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Lu Ming felt a cold murderous intent shrouding him. When he turned around, he saw a burly man glaring at Lu Ming with murderous intent in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. It was the burly man from the blood poison sect, Xianxia. This person was an expert in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't expect to meet the burly man as soon as he entered this place. The burly man revealed a ferocious smile. A powerful aura spread out from his body like a vast ocean, enveloping Lu Ming. The people nearby couldn't help but move aside. An expert in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm was extremely terrifying. They were afraid of being affected. Little bastard, this is your fate. You're destined to die in my hands. Let's see how you escape today. Dong. Dong. Before he finished speaking, the burly man rushed towards Lu Ming with large strides, like a wild beast trampling the earth. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. With every step, his foot would step on the ground, and a light flashed. Xiao. Xiao. When the burly man rushed over, lines of inscriptions appeared on the ground, forming a long spear that pierced towards the burly man. The long spear pierced through the air with terrifying power. Even a spiritual sea realm expert would be killed if careless. However, the burly man punched out, shattering the spear light. His figure didn't stop at all as he charged towards Lu Ming. Little bastard, although your Tao of inscription is strong, how can a formation set up in a hurry do anything to me? Today, I'll kill you. Bang. Bang, the burly man shouted and punched out with both fists. Two mighty fist lights blasted towards Lu Ming. Heaven and earth shook violently as if the space was about to be pierced through. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body, and Lu Ming's muscles tightened. Pung, Lu Ming stepped on the ground, and inscriptions appeared, forming two shields in front of him. His figure retreated rapidly. With two explosions, the two shields were shattered. The fist power didn't stop as it blasted towards Lu Ming. The third layer of the spiritual sea realm at his peak was too strong. Lu Ming couldn't fight against him at all. Even if Lu Ming's Tao of inscription was extremely powerful, he was still only at the 5th level after all. Go. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps and dodged the fist lights. He planned to continue using the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps and leave this place. Xiao. Xiao. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. Endless arrows shot towards them from all directions, covering the sky and the earth. Everyone was shrouded in it. Oh no, there's someone here. Many people's faces changed as they burst out their cultivation to block the arrows from all directions. Bang. Bang, just as they bombarded the arrows and wanted to knock them away, the arrow suddenly exploded. The power was extremely terrifying. Many low-level king-level cultivators were directly killed by the explosion, and screams were endless. Around Lu Ming, there were also dozens of arrows that exploded, making him retreat a few steps. As for the burly man, it was unknown whether he was too strong or just unlucky, but there were hundreds of arrows that shot towards him. Although they didn't hurt him, they made him look quite embarrassed. Shoot. What's that? Lu Ming's pupil shrank. He saw a talisman on each arrow. The talisman was less than the size of a palm and was attached to the arrow. As soon as the arrow was shot, the talisman on the arrow would explode, releasing a huge amount of energy. The explosion of the arrow was caused by the talisman. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly. He tried his best to avoid this kind of arrow and avoid coming into contact with it. Boom! Boom! Intense explosions rang out nonstop. Following the explosions were miserable screams. Many more people were killed by the explosions. However, most of the people who were killed were below the 4th layer Martial King realm. Those above the 4th layer Martial King realm resisted the power of the explosion with their wills and powerful true chi. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the arrows kept coming. The sky was filled with the sound of the air being pierced. Oh no! Lu Ming's countenance suddenly changed. He realized that a few arrows were terrifyingly fast. They were a few times faster than the other arrows. In an instant, they were right in front of him. His figure flashed, but there was still an arrow that he did not manage to evade. It was shot in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's vital essence erupted, forming a vital essence shield. With a bang, the arrow exploded. What a powerful arrow! Its penetrative power is amazing. Lu Ming's expression changed. Although he had shattered the arrow, it was because of his profound cultivation and abundant true chi that he was fine. However, the others were not so lucky. More cries of agony were heard. Many 4th layer Martial King realm and above warriors had their true chi shields penetrated and their bodies pierced by the arrows, dying a violent death. Even the 7th layer Martial King realm and above warriors were able to block the arrows, but it consumed a lot of true chi. Talisman again. Lu Ming found that the arrows with strong penetrative power also had a talisman on them. The talisman was blue in color, which could greatly increase the speed and penetrative power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another wave of attacks came before the first one. Just now, the burly man's battle prowess was so strong that he was probably the focus of attention. Arrows were constantly being shot at him, so he had no time to chase after Lu Ming. Charge! Charge in one direction. Otherwise, we're all going to die. Someone shouted. Charge! Charge in one direction. Everyone joined forces and charged in the same direction. Just a moment ago, there were still over 1,000 of them. But now, there were only 300 to 400 of them left. More than half of them had been killed. Hundreds of people charged in one direction and broke through the barrage of arrows. Rumble, a rumbling sound came from the ground, and a howl came from the front. It was the howl of a wolf. Smoke and dust filled the air. Giant waves appeared one after another, rushing towards them. There was a figure sitting on each of the giant wolves. These figures were dressed differently from them. There were both men and women. The women were draped in animal skins, revealing their slender legs. The men were bare-chested, with animal skins covering their lower bodies. Their skin was bronze, and they carried longbows on their backs. Kill! These people trespassed into the forbidden area. Kill them all! A muscular man roared. The giant wolves howled and stomped on the ground, charging toward Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming's group also unleashed their attacks, including sword intents and saber glows, slashing at the giant waves. Clang! Clang! Their attacks landed on the giant wolves, producing the sound of metal clashing. The giant wolves were not afraid of the attacks. They charged forward with their claws as sharp as blades. A seventh-layer martial Emperor Realm Cultivator's protective chi was torn apart by the wolf claws. Following this, his body was also torn apart. It was not only one person who ended up like this, but many of them. Puppets, they're puppets. Lu Ming swung his spear and knocked a giant wolf flying. His eyes widened slightly. These giant wolves were not made of flesh and blood. They were puppets made of various metals. Their bodies were as tough as diamond, indestructible. Most importantly, there were too many puppets. There were at least 1,000 of them, and this was only one direction. There were more in the other directions. Lu Ming swung his spear, knocking the giant waves away. Some of the giant wolves even exploded. Kill that brat! A burly man was riding on an exceptionally huge wolf. He charged toward Lu Ming and his huge wolf claws grabbed Lu Ming directly. Lu Ming swung his spear. With a loud bang, the giant wolf was knocked back. However, Lu Ming's body also trembled and he took a few steps back. The giant wolf puppet was equivalent to the Sea of Spirit Realm. Kill! After being knocked back, the muscular man controlled the giant wolf puppet and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his spear and knocked the giant wolf back. He stopped fighting and rushed over. The muscular man from the blood-poisoned sect was the most miserable. He was besieged by 3 terrifying giant wolves. One of the 3 giant wolf puppets was equivalent to the 3rd layer of the Sea of Spirit Realm, and the other 2 were equivalent to the peak of the 2nd layer. They were indestructible and suppressed the muscular man. Rumble, in the other 4 directions, the ground also rumbled violently. Wolf howls were heard as countless puppet armies charged toward them. Charge! Charge! Many martial artists charged with no regard for their own safety. They used all their trump cards. The situation was too dangerous. If they didn't charge out, they would be surrounded by the puppet armies from the other 3 directions. Only death awaited them. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. Kill! Shouts shook the sky as the attacks were like a tide. Lu Ming held his spear and charged. Along the way, he knocked back several Sea of Spirit Realm puppets. He kept charging forward. Brat, die! A figure at least 2 meters tall slashed at him with a saber. The saber cut through the air and made a terrifying sonic boom. Lu Ming blocked with the infinite dragon spear. A terrifying power surged, and Lu Ming's body floated back. A puppet equivalent to the 2nd layer of the Sea of Spirit Realm. Moreover, it's in human form. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. Then, he moved and charged to the right. The human-shaped puppet was metallic in color. Its eyes were extremely cold. As it stepped on the ground, a huge pit appeared on the ground. It charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped on the ground, and lines of inscriptions appeared. At the same time, he waved his hands, and lines of inscriptions disappeared into the ground. Inscription Master. The human-shaped puppet actually spoke human language, which was a bit surprising. Trap. Lu Ming waved his hands, and the inscriptions on the ground spread and turned into a huge net, covering the human-shaped puppet. The human-shaped puppet slashed with its saber, but it couldn't break the net for a while. Lu Ming rushed into the sky and flew into the distance. Let's go through the air. The others followed suit, wanting to escape through the air. But what made them despair was that the giant wolf puppets extended their wings from both sides and could also fly into the sky to chase after them. This was a bloody battle. No one cared about the others, and each of them tried their best to charge out. Lu Ming didn't know how many giant wolf puppets he defeated before he rushed out of the graveyard and into a forest. Lu Ming landed in a forest. The trees here were extremely strange. They were dark red and completely different from the trees Lu Ming had seen before. Without thinking too much, Lu Ming took out a pile of supreme-grade spirit crystals. After swallowing them, he began to recover his Jinyuan. Half an hour later, Lu Ming's Jinyuan had basically recovered. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at the sky. More than 20 people flew over and landed. They were all people from the chaotic astral ocean like him. These people were basically peak kings who had rushed out of the encirclement and arrived here. However, each of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. Naturally, they also saw Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming dressed like them, they let out a sigh of relief. A few of them stood guard while the others healed. Lu Ming didn't speak. He sat cross-legged not far away, but his mind was constantly thinking. What was this place? And who were those people who attacked them? Looking at their clothes, they seemed to be very ancient. They were actually wearing beast skins. In the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming heard that only some tribes in extremely remote areas wore beast skins. The key was that these people could actually refine runes and make puppets. This was strange. Runes and puppets were all branches of the path of inscription. Just like inscription talismans, only true inscription masters could refine them. These humans who were dressed like primitive tribes actually had many true inscription masters. After 1 or 2 hours, the 20 people had more or less recovered. Everyone, do you know where those people came from? And what is this place? Lu Ming asked. During the battle just now, I think I heard someone call us people from the outside world. Is this place really underground? A rather elegant middle-aged man pondered and said. Underground? It can't really be underground, right? There's actually a world underground? Someone was very surprised. The others didn't say anything, but they knew in their hearts that there was most likely no mistake. When they came in, they kept going down and didn't know how far they had fallen. If it's really underground, then it's troublesome. How do we get out? Someone asked worriedly. Since we came in through the entrance of the Martial Emperor's treasure, then we'll definitely be able to leave. But first, we need to figure out the situation here. Lu Ming said. That's right, this little brother is right. The middle-aged man nodded. At this time, Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked up at the sky, and then his face changed. He said, not good, those people are chasing after us. Let's go. Finished speaking, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew off into the distance. The others were slightly taken aback. They turned their heads and saw over 100 giant wolves spreading their wings and flying toward them at an extremely fast speed. Let's go, let's go. Their expressions changed drastically. They all rose into the air and flew forward. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He shook off those giant wolf puppets and landed 10,000 miles away. This time, he landed in a valley. As for the scholarly middle-aged man and the others, they had long since separated from him. However, a few hours later, the giant wolf puppet actually chased after him again. What's going on? How can those people know where I am and accurately find me every time? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. He flew forward rapidly. Soon, he shook off those giant wolves and landed in a mountain forest. Lu Ming carefully looked around. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. He drew in the air with his hand, and lines of inscriptions appeared and landed on an ancient tree. Lines of inscriptions appeared on the ancient tree, forming a mysterious inscription formation. Sure enough, there are formations everywhere in this mountain forest. These formations should be used for surveillance. They can detect the aura of nearby people and lock onto their position. Lu Ming nodded. He had an answer in his heart. In that case, I'll break these formations. Lu Ming waved his hands. The inscription formation on the ancient tree trembled and collapsed, disappearing. Then, Lu Ming wandered around the area. Sure enough, he found many such inscription formations and broke them all. After breaking the formations in this area, Lu Ming rested in this area. Sure enough, after a long time, no one chased after him. Where should I go next? Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure is only used to deceive people and has no other purpose? Lu Ming was very puzzled. He felt that this matter was very strange. Because the entrance to the chaotic astral ocean was definitely set up by someone outside. There must be a purpose. Perhaps the real martial emperor's treasure was hidden in this underground world. I'd better find a way to understand the distribution of the underground world. It's best if I can blend in. Then I'll know what to do next. Lu Ming pondered. While Lu Ming was guessing, there was a huge ancient city more than 10,000 miles away. This ancient city was basically built with stones. The city walls were made of stones, and the buildings in the city were also made of stones. In the middle of the ancient city, there was a huge stone hall. At this moment, a group of people was discussing something. Most of them were old men wearing animal skins. At this moment, a burly man was reporting to a few old men. Someone from the outside world, could it really be someone from the outside world? A chubby old man muttered to himself, frowning and pondering. Could it be that the ancient legend is true? If someone from the outside world comes, there must be a son of destiny who can revive the ancient ancestor and teach the major tribes to inscribe the great Tao again. Legends don't come out of nowhere. All the great tribes have such legends. Moreover, if a tribe can find the child of heaven's will and revive the ancient ancestor, that tribe will receive the ancient ancestor's favor and be taught a supreme art. One by one, the old men expressed their opinions. This is a chance for our Skywolf tribe. Pass down the order. We can only capture the people from the outside world alive. If it's not necessary, we can't kill them. Our Skywolf tribe must capture more people from the outside world than the other tribes. One of the oldest elders spoke. Yes, elder. The burly man accepted the order and left. The son of destiny must be in the hands of our Skywolf tribe. The Skywolf tribe elder's turbid eyes emitted a bright light that was more dazzling than the stars. After resting for a while, Lu Ming continued to move. He randomly chose a direction and continued to fly. Boom, boom. After Lu Ming flew for a few thousand miles, two fists suddenly came at him from below. The power was terrifying. Xianxia. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. He took a few steps and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Heaven and earth roared as he blocked the two fists. However, Lu Ming's body was sent flying by the huge force. Puff, Lu Ming flew for 1,000 meters before stopping. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his legs were trembling. Die. The burly man from the blood poison sect followed closely behind the fists. With a roar, his killing intent surged. He threw 2 more fists at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with lightning speed so that Lu Ming wouldn't have time to escape. Exploding Star Fist. Lu Ming threw out dozens of punches consecutively. Dozens of fist gleams collided in front of him. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's exploding star fist had already reached the 6th level. The 3-colored dragon roared, its roar shaking the sky as it pounced down. However, Xianxia was in the 3rd layer of the spiritual sea realm and was too strong. The 2 fist rays shattered all of Lu Ming's exploding star fist, and the 3-colored dragon was scattered. However, it was still blocked for a moment. Just this moment was enough. Lu Ming waved his hands, and instantly, dense inscriptions appeared on his body. In an instant, Lu Ming carved 7 inscription formations on himself. Among them, there was an inscription formation for true origin explosion, an inscription formation for increasing speed, an inscription formation for increasing physical strength, an inscription formation for increasing defense. With the addition of the inscription formations, Lu Ming's battle power increased again. Kill. Below, Xianxia didn't give up, and his murderous aura was like a tide. Little bastard, I'll see how you carve inscriptions in the air. Xianxia sneered, and his fist ray was like a mountain, striking towards Lu Ming. Ordinary inscriptionists couldn't carve inscription formations in the air. Only those who reached the 7th level of inscriptionists, and those who were true inscriptionists, could carve inscription formations in the air and make use of them. This could only be done if one's mental strength was extremely powerful. Lu Ming couldn't do it now. If he carved inscriptions in the air, the inscriptions would soon dissipate. Back on the 7-colored island, the 7-colored spiritual master had carved formations in the air, and his methods were unpredictable. Boom! Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and his spear smashed down. The huge spear ray was as big as a mountain, and the pressure made the space tremble. This spear was supported by 7 inscription formations by Lu Ming, and it exploded with full power. Even an elite at the peak of the first layer of the spiritual sea realm would be smashed to death by this spear. Boom, the spear ray clashed with the fist force, and a huge force exploded. Now. Lu Ming pressed the long spear, and with the force of the recoil, Lu Ming's body flew back a few thousand meters in an instant. He felt the blood in his body churning, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. However, he couldn't care about that anymore. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and turned into a streak of light, flying into the distance. Damn it, don't run! Xianxia roared and chased after him. However, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was extremely fast, and with the support of the formation, his speed was even faster. Soon, he shook Xianxia off. In one breath, Lu Ming flew more than 10,000 miles and landed in a forest. Then, he waved his hands and destroyed all the surveillance arrays in the forest. After Lu Ming devoured some of the spiritual crystals, he stood up and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This guy must die. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Lu Ming waved his hands and inscribed an inscription array on the ground. One by one, the inscriptions sank into the ground. It took Lu Ming half an hour to carve the inscriptions before he stopped. Kid, you're vicious enough. You inscribed 36 killing arrays in one breath and added an illusion array to cover it up. Even if that guy is a warrior at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm, once he steps in here, he must die. Dandan grinned. Isn't it better this way? Lu Ming smiled. Good, of course it's good. Haha, let's go and lure that guy here. I can't wait. Dandan sneered, his eyes shining. Lu Ming flew up and went back the way he came. He didn't hide his aura at all. There were no surveillance inscriptions in the air, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered by the underground humans. After flying for a few thousand miles, a burly figure flew in front of him. It was Xianxia, but his clothes were messy and he looked a little embarrassed. Apparently, he met the underground humans on the way. Little bastard. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, Xianxia's eyes turned red and he chased after Lu Ming with murderous intent. Lu Ming pretended to be shocked and turned to run. Xianxia chased after him. In the process of running, Lu Ming pretended to spit out blood again. Xianxia sneered and said, Little bastard, you're injured and can't run away. Rather than die in the hands of the underground people, it's better to let me kill you. Lu Ming did not utter a word. He lowered his head and ran at full speed. The two of them, one in front and one behind, traversed thousands of miles in no time and arrived at the place where Lu Ming had set up the array previously. Lu Ming flew down and started running in the forest. Haha, you can't sustain your genuine qi. This time, you're dead. Xianxia was delighted. He also landed and chased after Lu Ming. But after running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and turned around with a strange smile on his face. He looked at Xianxia. For some reason, when he saw Lu Ming smile, Xianxia's heart suddenly tightened and he felt a little scared. He couldn't help but stop. Little bastard, why don't you run? You know you can't run away, right? Xianxia took a deep breath and got rid of that inexplicable feeling. He sneered at Lu Ming. Run? Why should I run? I'll stay and send you on your way. Lu Ming smiled. Shameless boasting. Xianxia shouted coldly. His genuine qi exploded and his body revealed a terrifying power. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stepped forward. As Lu Ming stepped forward, bright inscriptions appeared where Xianxia was standing. The dense inscriptions intertwined with each other and were dazzling and beautiful. However, Xianxia wasn't in the mood to appreciate this kind of beauty. His heart sank as he roared and rushed forward crazily. Swoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard as a giant sword was formed. It gave off a terrifying aura as it slashed towards Xianxia. Immediately after, gigantic swords appeared from all directions and slashed towards Xianxia. And this was only one formation. Then, the inscriptions kept flashing. 36 inscription formations were activated one after another with shocking power. Xianxia's heart went cold as he roared, "Little bastard, you actually set up an inscription formation here. You're despicable." Ha ha ha, I'm despicable. I'm an inscription master, and inscription masters use inscriptions to fight. Also, you're a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm. How dare you say I'm despicable? Lu Ming sneered. He stepped forward and endless inscriptions appeared. All kinds of attacks burst out, flames, storms, ice, sharp swords, battle sabers, all kinds of attacks instantly drowned Xianxia. In the formation, Xianxia roared again and again, but after a while, his roars disappeared and only the sound of inscriptions was left. After a while, it quieted down and the light disappeared. Xianxia's figure was no longer in the formation. Xianxia had completely disappeared from this world, leaving behind only a storage ring. Lu Ming reached out and sucked the storage ring into his hand. Then, he turned around and soared into the sky, leaving this place. His face was calm. The moment Xianxia stepped into the formation, he knew that Xianxia was dead for sure. The truly terrifying part of an inscription master was that given enough time, he could set up a terrifying formation. With enough time and materials, it was even possible to kill enemies one level higher. Of course, the formation you set up must not be discovered by the enemy. The enemy had to step into the formation for it to work. Formations that could be cast in an instant were what determined an inscription master's battle prowess. Now, Lu Ming's instant formation could kill a martial artist in the first layer of the spiritual sea realm. So, it was normal that the chain formation Lu Ming spent half an hour to set up could kill Xianxia in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm. If he was given more time, he might even be able to lay out an even more powerful formation and slaughter even more powerful Sea of Soul Realm experts. Of course, that was only if the opponent stepped into the formation. Lu Ming flew forward. During this time, he met several underground humans riding giant wolf puppets. Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky stomping steps to get rid of them. Every team has a puppet equivalent to the 4th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming was deep in his thoughts. The 4th layer of the spiritual sea realm was much stronger than him. If he met them, he could only run. No, going down blindly like this is not a solution. I have to catch an underground human and find out what is going on in this underground world. Lu Ming pondered. Of course, he couldn't fight recklessly. He still had to rely on inscriptions. Lu Ming chose a place and started to inscribe inscriptions. This time, Lu Ming spent 3 hours to set up 81 level 5 inscription formations. There were also 3 illusion formations that covered up the traces of the inscription formation. Then, he rose into the air and randomly chose a direction to fly in. Soon, he saw a team of underground humans riding giant wolf puppets. Outsider, stop right there. With a loud roar, the team charged directly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned and ran. Soon, he arrived at the place where he set up the formation. He landed on the ground and ran forward. The underground humans also landed and chased him on giant wolves. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. With a step, the formation was activated. Endless inscriptions intertwined and enveloped more than 100 underground humans. Damn it, this person knows inscriptions. We fell into his trap. Break out, break out. A large man riding on a giant wolf puppet at the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean realm roared repeatedly and charged to the side, but what welcomed him was endless attacks. Damn it. The burly man waved his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. He unfurled it, and a screen of light enveloped him. Inscription symbol scroll. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In addition to the Great Khan, there were also some other people who took out inscription scrolls. Some were defensive, some were offensive, and there were all kinds of them. They controlled the puppets and attacked continuously. However, Lu Ming had spent 3 hours to inscribe a total of 81 formations. How could it be so easy to break through? For a moment, the rumbling continued. The underground humans could not rush out at all. These subterranean humans also practice martial arts. However, their martial arts cultivation is much lower than their inscription cultivation. It seems that their martial arts cultivation is just to support their inscription cultivation. Lu Ming observed while controlling the attacks. Among them, there were a few underground humans with high cultivation. Their hands were constantly drawing. They were actually inscribing the inscription formation to fight against Lu Ming's formation. True inscription master. Among these 100 people, Lu Ming saw at least 5 true inscription masters. There were even 2 true inscription masters of 6 apex inscription. Amazing. The subterranean humans are actually so advanced in inscription cultivation. The ratio of true inscription masters is really high. Those puppets are too hard. Let's kill the subterranean humans first. Lu Ming waved his hands and controlled the inscription formation to attack the subterranean humans on the puppets. Screams sounded continuously, and the subterranean humans were constantly killed. Friend from the outer world, we have no evil intentions. We just want to invite you to the Sky Wolf tribe for a chat. Why do you have to be so ruthless? The strongest man yelled. Lu Ming sneered. No evil intentions, there were more than 1,000 of them before. In the end, less than 200 escaped. The rest were all dead. So, no evil intentions, how could Lu Ming believe it? He controlled the formation wholeheartedly. The gorgeous inscriptions shone and turned into a terrifying killing weapon. The subterranean humans were killed one by one. Of course, he controlled more attacks to kill the strongest subterranean human. The power of the 81 formations was horrifying. Soon, only 2 of the 100 subterranean humans were left. The rest were all dead, including the strongest man. Even some of the lower-level puppets were shattered. Only 5 Sea of Soul Realm puppets were left behind. Lu Ming controlled the array and calmed it down. His gaze was cold as he looked at the 2 survivors. The 2 were pale, and their eyes were filled with endless fear. Of course, these 2 were left by Lu Ming on purpose. What should I ask next? What should you answer? Otherwise, die. Lu Ming looked at the 2. Don't even think about it. One of them shouted. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He waved his hand, and a spear light burst out, nailing the man to the ground. Then he looked at the last one and said, "What about you?" "I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Please let me go." The man shouted. This man was a middle-aged man. He was tall and thin, and he looked quite smart. "As long as I'm satisfied with your explanation, I'll let you go," Lu Ming said. He walked to the puppets that were not destroyed. He waved his hand and collected the 5 giant wolf puppets. Then, he took the tall and thin man and left. While flying, Lu Ming asked the expert some questions. The lanky man naturally told Lu Ming everything he knew and answered him wholeheartedly. He was afraid that Lu Ming would kill him if he was unsatisfied. One day later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a green rock on a mountain peak. As for the tall and thin man, Lu Ming let him go. It didn't matter if he let him go. After all, he didn't know where he was. So, this is really the underground world. And it's divided into so many tribes. Lu Ming murmured, recalling the tall and thin man's words. The underground world was divided into many human tribes. The tribe that Lu Ming encountered before was called the Sky Wolf tribe. It was just one of many tribes. The humans here only knew some superficial martial arts cultivation methods thousands of years ago. But thousands of years ago, the ancient ancestors of the underground humans descended and passed down the path of inscription. The combat strength of the underground humans increased greatly. But after the ancient ancestors passed down some inscription methods, they fell into a deep sleep on the sacred mountain. This deep sleep lasted for thousands of years. After the ancient ancestors fell into a deep sleep, the various tribes went to war. The underground world fell into chaos. Just like that, thousands of years passed. But in the underground world, there was a legend among the tribes. That was, one day, people from the outer world would descend. And among the people from the outer world, there would be a destined person who could awaken the ancient ancestors. The tribe that could obtain the destined person would receive a great reward after awakening the ancient ancestors. So, they went everywhere to capture Lu Ming and the others. So that was the case. Lu Ming's mind became clear. Ancient ancestors? Sacred mountain? Destined person? What's going on with these? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. Lu Ming took out the map and looked at it. The underground world had a vast territory and was divided into hundreds of tribes. The Sky Wolf tribe was located in the south. The sacred mountain was located in the center of this land. We came here for the Martial Emperor's treasure. The entrance to the chaotic astral ocean must have been set up by someone. The ancient ancestor of this world suddenly descended thousands of years ago. Could it be that the ancient ancestor was the one who set up the entrance? Or could it be that the ancient ancestor was the Martial Emperor? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. But if it was really the Martial Emperor, why would he hide in this place? And sleep for thousands of years without waking up? Lu Ming realized that the Martial Emperor's treasure was not that simple. According to the tall and thin man, every tribe was now capturing people from outside the earth, hoping to find the destined person. Then, in a month, the underground humans would have a ceremony to worship their ancestors. Every tribe would bring the people from outside the earth to the sacred mountain. Only the destined person could pass the tests and finally awaken the ancient ancestor. It seems that if I want to know the secret, I can only go to the sacred mountain. But Lu Ming looked at the map and frowned. There were dozens of tribes between the sacred mountain and the Sky Wolf tribe. If he rushed there and avoided the pursuit of every tribe, he didn't know when he could reach the sacred mountain. Also, where was Xianxia now? How was he? Lu Ming was very worried. Let's go to the sacred mountain first. Lu Ming put away the map and waved his hand. A giant wolf puppet appeared on the mountain peak. This was the giant wave puppet that was equivalent to the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Dandan, how do I use this puppet? Lu Ming asked. Although puppets were also a branch of the inscription path, Lu Ming hadn't come into contact with them yet. It's simple. Puppets are actually very similar to spirit weapons. They can be called a different kind of spirit weapon. But there are still differences. To control puppets, it's very simple. You just erase the imprint of its previous owner in the puppet, then inject your spirit fire into it to control the inscriptions in the puppet. Dandan answered. Oh? Lu Ming placed his palm on the giant wolf puppet's head. A wisp of green spiritual flame seeped into the giant wolf puppet's head. Lu Ming discovered that inside the puppet, there were dense inscriptions. These inscriptions intertwined with each other and were incomparably mysterious. Lu Ming sighed. The path of puppetry was also incomparably wondrous. He had even heard that there were powerful puppeteers who could refine puppets with their own consciousness. They were like humans, capable of learning and thinking. That was amazing. Lu Ming used his spiritual fire to erase the imprint of the puppet's previous owner. Then, he used his own spiritual fire to spread into an inscription array in the puppet's mind. Immediately, a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. He felt that he could control the puppet at will. With a thought, the puppet roared deeply as a pair of wings spread out from its sides. It soared into the air and circled around the area before returning back to the mountain peak. The rate at which the spiritual fire is being consumed is truly astonishing. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Controlling a puppet consumed a lot of spiritual power. Without enough spiritual power, it would be difficult to control it. The higher the puppet's level, the more terrifying the spiritual power it consumed. However, Lu Ming had lit 10 spiritual lamps at each level, and all of them had reached perfection. The thickness of his spiritual power was extremely shocking. It was even stronger and more profound than many 6th-level true inscription alchemists. It should be enough to control this puppet at the 4th level of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming flew up and sat cross-legged on the giant wolf puppet's back. The giant wolf puppet rose up and flew into the distance in the direction of the sacred mountain. Riding a puppet only required spiritual power, and its speed was greatly increased. He flew all the way, and soon, he had flown for tens of thousands of miles. From the map, he had already left the territory of the Sky Wolf tribe and entered another tribe, the Red Leopard tribe. Roar! Roar! Just as Lu Ming flew over a mountain range, roars came from all around the mountain range. Hundreds of figures flew into the sky and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. These people were dressed very similar to the Sky Wolf tribe, wearing beast skins, but the puppets they rode were different. The puppets they rode were crimson cheetahs. They also had wings and could soar in the air. People of the Sky Wolf tribe? No, it's people from the outside world. At the front was a young man in his late 20s. He was burly and muscular, and his body emitted an explosive aura. He looked coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. He didn't notice that there was someone below. The other party should have used a formation to cover his aura. This person is actually riding a divine puppet of the Sky Wolf tribe. It seems that he must know the path of inscription. We have to be careful. Beside the young man was a red-haired old man. He's alone. What's there to be afraid of? The young man snorted. Qifeng, the elder said that we should not attack these people from the outside world if we can. We still need their help. The old man said. I really don't understand why the elders are so polite to these people from the outside world. Just take them down and force them to go to the sacred mountain. Why bother? The young man said coldly, looking very domineering. The old man smiled bitterly and didn't say much. Instead, he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Little brother, you're from the outside world, right? We don't mean any harm. We just want to ask you to return to the Red Leopard tribe with us. We need your help." Lu Ming frowned. He had heard the conversation just now, but how could he trust them? Get out of the way. I don't want to kill for no reason. Lu Ming said coldly. Kill? How arrogant. You're alone. Let's see how you're going to kill them. The young man's face darkened. Charge. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense. He controlled the giant wolf puppet and charged toward them. Roar, the giant wolf puppet roared. Its claws were like blades and tore forward. The terrifying power directly tore the cheetah puppets apart. It's a 4th-level divine puppet. Elder Qihong, you go and hold it back. The rest of you besiege it. If it continues to resist, just kill it. The young man said coldly. The old man was quite helpless. He could only control the puppet to charge forward and fight with Lu Ming. The old man's cheetah puppet was also equivalent to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It was extremely powerful and fought with Lu Ming's giant wolf puppet. Sparks flew everywhere. The others used all kinds of arrows and inscription talismans to attack Lu Ming. Little brother, you're only a heaven-grade inscription master. Controlling a 4th-level divine puppet, you won't last long. I advise you to surrender. I promise that I won't hurt you. The old man said. But Lu Ming didn't say a word. He continuously punched out with both fists. The fist light of the exploding star fist made the air rumble as it blasted forward. Some of the weaker puppets were killed by Lu Ming together with the people. For a moment, Lu Ming could not rush in. Inscription masters who have not reached level 7 can't inscribe arrays in the void. It's too disadvantageous. However, with the strength of my spirit fire, I should be able to inscribe arrays in the void without reaching level 7. Lu Ming thought as he fought. Go to the ground. With a thought, Lu Ming controlled the giant wolf puppet and rushed to the ground. The others tried to stop him. Dong. Dong, some of the puppets in front of Lu Ming were knocked away by the giant wolf puppet. Extreme Dao Strike. While still in midair, Lu Ming executed the Extreme Dao Strike. He turned into a ray of light and broke through everything. The few Martial King puppets in front of him directly exploded. Lu Ming stepped on the ground. Inscriptions appeared one after another on the ground. Clang, clang. The sound of swords rang out as two battle swords appeared. With a slash, several puppets were split in half. How can this be? He can control level 4 Divine Realm puppets and inscribe arrays? How can his spirit force be so powerful? The old man was shocked. Dong. Dong, the giant wolf puppet knocked away a group of cheetah puppets and appeared beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming's footsteps became faster and faster. On the ground, inscriptions constantly flashed and various attacks were launched in all directions. Use inscription talisman scrolls to blast him. The young man roared as he gave orders from the side. Many people took out inscription talisman scrolls and opened them. All kinds of violent attacks poured down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to step and layers of light screens were formed. However, with a shake, these light screens were shattered. After all, it was an inscription array that he had cast in an instant. Its power was limited and it could not block the attacks of some powerful inscription talisman scrolls. Now. Suddenly, there was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He stomped heavily and a bright spear gleam shot toward the young man. Some of the puppets in front of the young man, as well as the people on the puppets, were either smashed or sent flying. At this moment, Lu Ming rode the giant wolf puppet and rushed towards the young man. His target was the young man. The young man seemed to have a high status. As long as he could take him down, he would have a bargaining chip to rush out. Not good. The old man's expression changed. He wanted to help, but it was too late. The young man's expression also changed. He quickly retreated and controlled the puppet under him to rush towards Lu Ming. At the same time, an inscription talisman scroll appeared in his hand. Pung, the young man's puppet had the strength of the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but with a slap from the giant wolf puppet, it was sent flying, almost exploding. 9 heavens, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside the young man in an instant. Before the young man could open the inscription talisman, Lu Ming clawed at the young man's throat. Around them, the movements of the others stopped abruptly and stopped in the air. Kid, let me go. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial place. The young man roared, threatening Lu Ming. He was too aggrieved. At this moment, he was in the air with Lu Ming holding his vital point. He had the path of inscription but couldn't use it. Your life is in my hands and you still dare to threaten me. I only need to use a little strength and you're dead. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and his body emitted a cold killing intent. The young man only felt his body go cold, as if he would face death in the next moment. His heart trembled, and he didn't dare to say anything more. The giant wolf puppet flew over. Lu Ming carried the young man and stepped onto the giant wolf puppet's back. If you let me go, I'll naturally let him go. Lu Ming looked around. Okay, we'll let you go. The old man spoke without any hesitation. Thereafter, the crowd parted to create a path. Lu Ming controlled the puppet and flew out directly. Let Qifeng go now. The old man said. Qifeng was this young man. What's the hurry? I'll naturally let him go after I've flown a certain distance. Lu Ming controlled the giant wolf puppet to fly forward. After flying 100 miles, Lu Ming threw Qifeng out and continued flying. Damn it. Qifeng looked at Lu Ming's figure and growled, his eyes revealing a resentful light. Lu Ming flew all the way and soon flew a distance of 10,000 miles. Along the way, he didn't encounter any underground humans. 10,000 miles ahead, 2 red cheetah puppets were flying in the air. The 2 cheetah puppets were equivalent to the spiritual sea realm, and they were equivalent to the 4th layer of the spiritual sea realm. On one of the cheetah puppets was a young woman in her 20s. Her figure was curvaceous, and some of her important parts were wrapped in beast skin. Other parts of her body were exposed. Her skin was bronze. Although she wasn't extremely beautiful, she was full of wildness and had a different kind of beauty. On the other cheetah puppet was an old man. Miss, it's too dangerous for you to come out alone. Let's go back. The old man said. Elder Redbeard, it's fine. Don't worry. News came from Qifeng just now. There's actually a young man from outside the earth. His path of inscription is incomparably exquisite. It's really interesting. Perhaps he's the legendary destined person. I must find him. The young woman's eyes flickered as if she was very curious. Miss, the news said that the person's battle power is extremely strong and he's also controlling a 4th-level divine puppet. If we encounter him, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. Let's go back to the group. Elder Redbeard continued to persuade. Don't worry, I'm not going to attack him. I just want to invite him back to our tribe. If I follow the group, I'll scare him away. How can I talk to him? How can I persuade him to go back to the tribe with me? The young woman didn't listen at all, her eyes looking around randomly. The old man sighed, knowing that he couldn't persuade this stubborn young lady. He could only follow closely beside her. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the puppet and flew forward. Soon, he flew another 10,000 miles. At this time, he found that 2 cheetah puppets appeared in front of him. On the puppets, there was a young woman and an old man. They obviously saw him too. Found him, found him. The young woman cheered and controlled the puppet to fly toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Miss, be careful. The old man followed closely. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that the 2 puppets were not simple. He directly controlled the giant wolf puppet and flew in another direction. Hey, brother, don't go. We don't have any bad intentions. Don't go. The young woman shouted and controlled the puppet to chase after Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't say a word and continued to fly forward. Brother, we really don't have any bad intentions. Stop and talk to me. I just want to invite you back to the tribe and do us a favor. We'll definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. The young woman shouted and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, they flew tens of thousands of miles. During this time, Lu Ming changed direction several times, but the young woman and the old man still followed closely behind. They were all puppets at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and their speed was about the same. The young woman was like a dog skin plaster that couldn't be shaken off. The young lady and the old man were startled, stopping in their tracks. How long are you planning to follow me? Lu Ming snapped coldly. Brother, what are you afraid of? We don't have any bad intentions. I hope you don't misunderstand. You must be an outsider. Our tribe is only asking for your help. The young lady said. Not interested. Lu Ming turned around and was about to leave. Brother, now all the tribes are looking for you. If you leave our red leopard tribe, you will have to go to other tribes. Some tribes are very evil. If you come to our red leopard tribe and do us a favor, we will do our best to help you if you have any requests in the future. The young lady said. Lu Ming frowned and let out a smile. What's your name? What's your identity in the red leopard tribe? I'm Qiyu. The young lady was interrupted by the old man as she was about to reveal her identity. Mistress, don't simply reveal your identity. The old man said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Elder Qiyu, it's fine. Qiyu let out a smile and continued, I'm the daughter of the Red Leopard tribe's patriarch. If you follow me to the tribe, the Red Leopard tribe will surely treat you as a VIP. The daughter of the Red Leopard tribe's patriarch? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flickered as he glanced at Qiyu and said, How can I trust you? How about this, you will follow me to the mountain range ahead. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Ming pointed at the mountain range ahead and said. No way, brother, your request is too much. How can we trust you? Elder Qiyu yelled. Oh? If that's the case, there's no room for discussion. Don't follow me then. Lu Ming waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait, I'll go with you. Qiyu said. Mistress, no, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Elder Qiyu objected. Don't worry, Elder Qiyu. I have no grudge against him. It won't do him any good if he kills me. Qiyu let out a smile and controlled the puppet to fly toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not expect that Qiyu would actually dare to step forward with him. Lu Ming controlled the giant wolf puppet and flew with Qiyu towards the mountain range. Elder Redbeard could only stand there anxiously. 100 miles away, the two landed in a mountain range. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and some of the nearby monitoring inscriptions were all destroyed by him. Previously, I heard that your inscription skills were profound. Now, it seems that it's true. Qiyu looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Qiyu with a smile on his face. In the next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Qiyu. At the same time, the giant wolf puppet let out a low growl and charged towards Qiyu. Qiyu was shocked. She did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly make a move. She could only control the cheetah puppet to block while her figure retreated rapidly. She waved her hands and inscribed inscriptions. The two puppets collided and fought with each other. Lu Ming stopped and stepped forward. Inscriptions appeared and formed a battle sword that slashed towards Qiyu. Qiyu's inscription was a giant red cheetah that flew out and pounced forward. Qiyu's Tao of inscription was also extremely profound. She had reached the 6th level and was a true inscription master. She probably had several 6th-level spirit lamps lit, and her strength was also very powerful. Both of them finished inscribing the array in an instant. However, in addition to the Tao of inscription, Lu Ming also had a powerful martial cultivation. Lu Ming pointed his finger and a ray of dazzling spear gleam pierced forward, aiming for Qiyu's throat. Qiyu was shocked and retreated again. However, as he retreated, the inscribing of the inscription was naturally interrupted. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure suddenly appeared in front of Qiyu. He reached out and grabbed Qiyu's throat. At the same time, his other hand grabbed Qiyu's slender waist. Genuine qi poured in and sealed Qiyu's genuine qi. Qiyu also cultivated martial arts, but her martial arts were only auxiliary. She had only reached the 1st level of the martial king realm. She was too far away from Lu Ming. Qiyu's movements came to an abrupt halt. The cheetah puppet also stopped. Lu Ming also stopped the giant wolf puppet. Their actions looked rather ambiguous. "Brother, don't misunderstand. I really don't mean any harm," Qiyu shouted. She felt Lu Ming's hot aura behind her and her face turned slightly red. "I know you don't mean any harm. Otherwise, you would be dead by now," Lu Ming whispered into Qiyu's ear. His hot breath on Qiyu's neck caused her to feel strange. Indeed, Lu Ming did not sense any murderous intent from Qiyu's body when he tried to kill her. If Qiyu did have any murderous intent toward him, she would have shown it under such circumstances. "What you said, is it true? If I go to your tribe with you, you won't restrict my freedom, right?" Lu Ming asked. "No, definitely not. Our elders have already sent a message to invite you back without any conflict. We won't use force to bring you back. After all, we need your help this time," Qiyu said. "Is it because of the Chosen One?" Lu Ming asked. "So you already know about it?" "That's right, it's because of that." Qiyu nodded. "So you will be going to the sacred mountain in a month's time?" "Yes, all the tribes will send people to worship their ancestors. This time, maybe someone among you will be able to awaken the ancient ancestor," Qiyu said. "Okay, I'll go to the red leopard tribe with you." Lu Ming loosened his hand and took a few steps back. Lu Ming asked Qiyu to come over to test her. If what she said was true, there was no harm in going to the red leopard tribe with her. After all, it was too difficult for him to go to the sacred mountain alone and pass through so many tribes. It would be much easier if he went with the red leopard tribe. "Really? That's great." Red Moon smiled happily. Then, he looked at Lu Ming curiously and said, "Your inscription skills are amazing. Although you're only at the peak of the heaven tier, you can easily control a god tier puppet. At the same time, you can also inscribe an inscription array. I have never seen an inscription master as amazing as you." "Heaven stage? God stage?" Lu Ming was stunned. He had heard others talk about it before. Was the division of realms in the underground world different from theirs? After Qiyu explained, Lu Ming understood. It turned out that the division of inscription in this world was indeed different from the outside world. It was divided into primary inscription master, yellow inscription master, profound stage, earth stage, heaven stage, and God stage. God stage was the highest. God stage corresponded to level 6 inscription master, but the God stage was the highest tier. Could it be that the highest inscription master in the underground world could only reach level 6? Lu Ming was very curious. God stage is the highest level. For thousands of years, no one could break through the God stage and reach a higher level. It is said that the ancient ancestor must have surpassed the God stage by a lot. Qiyu said with a yearning face. The two of them flew to the puppet respectively and returned to the original path while chatting. When Elder Qiyu saw Qiyu and Lu Ming returning safely, he was naturally very excited. Elder Qiyu, this is Lu Ming. He is a very great inscription master. Lu Ming and Elder Red Beard nodded to each other. Elder Red Beard, you go back to the tribe to report the news. Brother Lu and I will come later. Red Moon said to Elder Red Beard. But Miss, Elder Red Beard was about to object, but when he saw Red Moon's big eyes, he knew that he could not persuade the stubborn miss, so he had to go back to the tribe. Lu Ming, I saw that you know a lot of inscriptions and inscription formations during the short fight with you just now, right? Red Moon suddenly asked, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Boy, what do you mean by not bad? I've taught you all the inscriptions and inscription formations I've taught you. Who else in the world knows more inscriptions than me? Dandan immediately yelled in displeasure. Eh? A little turtle like you can actually talk? Red Moon was startled at first, then she opened her eyes wide and looked at Dandan curiously. Of course I can talk. You can talk, so why can't I? You're so ignorant. Dandan curled its lips and looked at Red Moon disdainfully. Chiyu's mouth formed an O shape as he stared blankly at Dandan, his eyes shining. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. During this period of time, Lu Ming discovered that there were also demonic beasts in this underground world. However, the demonic beasts had extremely low intelligence. The Martial King demonic beasts were slightly better than ordinary wild beasts. They could not speak at all. No wonder Red Moon was so surprised. Red Moon opened her eyes wide and looked at Dandan curiously. Beauty, are you impressed by my spirit? Let me tell you, I'm the head of the top 10 fighting beasts. I'm invincible in the world and I'm the king of the universe. No one can defeat me. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and put its two front paws on the turtle shell, looking like a peerless expert. But the next moment, Dandan collapsed. Red Moon reached out and grabbed Dandan's head and looked at it carefully. This is infuriating. Dandan leaped out of Red Moon's hand and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. It stared at Red Moon with wide eyes, as if it wanted to eat Red Moon alive. Qiyu laughed heartily and was very forthright. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, if you know a lot of inscriptions and formations, you may be able to help our tribe a lot. At that time, the elders of our tribe will definitely treat you like an ancestor. They will definitely agree to whatever conditions you have. Oh? What is it? Lu Ming asked. For this matter, we have to start from the current situation of our Red Leopard tribe. Qiyu and Lu Ming started talking about it. In the underground world, there was an endless war between the tribes. 60 years ago, the Red Leopard tribe was still an extremely powerful and prosperous tribe. The tribe produced many experts, possessed great strength, and occupied a large area of fertile land. At that time, the chief of the Red Leopard tribe was a well-known expert who had reached the peak of the divine level, which was the peak of level 6. But later, the chiefs of the Sky Wolf tribe, the Een Snake tribe, and the Blood Tiger tribe jointly attacked the chief of the Red Leopard tribe. In the end, they seriously injured the chief of the Red Leopard tribe and sealed him in a canyon. The chief of the Red Leopard tribe died in that canyon. Not only that, the chief of the Red Leopard tribe also carried the most exquisite inscription technique of the Red Leopard tribe, which was the foundation of the Red Leopard tribe. After losing the inscription technique, the following forces of the Red Leopard tribe became weaker and weaker. In the past 60 years, the territory occupied by the Red Leopard tribe was less than 20% of what it used to be. If it were not for the support of some elders, it would have been exterminated by the 3 tribes. As for the seal of the canyon, it was set up by the chiefs of the 3 tribes. It was incomparably complicated, and the inscription array was the unique array of the 3 tribes. Unless the chiefs of the 3 tribes worked together to break it, the Red Leopard tribe would not be able to break it. Therefore, When Red Moon saw that Lu Ming knew so many inscriptions and arrays, he wanted to let Lu Ming have a try. If Lu Ming could break the seal and take out the inscription technique of the Red Leopard tribe, then wouldn't the elders of the Red Leopard tribe worship Lu Ming as their ancestor? Alright, let's go and have a look. Lu Ming nodded. If he wanted to be valued by the other party, it would be best if he could give the other party a little favor. Alright. Red Moon was overjoyed. He brought Lu Ming to the place where the previous chief of the Red Leopard tribe was sealed. According to Red Moon, that place was very close to the city of the Red Leopard tribe, only 100 miles away. That was a huge mountain range. There were huge peaks that pierced the sky, precipitous and majestic. Among them, there were 2 huge peaks that formed a canyon about 10 meters wide in the middle. This canyon was the place where the previous chief of the Red Leopard tribe was sealed. There were experts of the Red Leopard tribe guarding this place. As soon as Lu Ming and Red Moon arrived at the entrance of the canyon, they saw dozens of figures guarding the entrance. Red Moon, It's you? How dare you? Men, kill this person for me. They had just walked to the entrance of the canyon when they heard a loud shout. What are you doing? Stop. Red Moon shouted. The others who were about to make a move couldn't help but stop. A trace of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. The one who called for them to make a move just now was a young man. It was actually Qi Feng who was held hostage by him before. Qi Feng's eyes revealed killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming, then looked at Red Moon and said, Red Moon, why are you protecting him? This person has killed many of my Red Leopard tribe's people. He deserves to die. He should be killed on the spot. Qi Feng, the elders have long said that we have to be polite to outsiders. We have to invite them and not attack them. You were the one who attacked first. Lu Ming naturally had to resist. This can't be blamed on him. Now that he is a guest of the Red Leopard tribe, you want to kill him. Are you trying to drive away all the outsiders? Cutting off the only chance for the Red Leopard tribe to rise? Red Moon was very domineering. She stared at Qi Feng and questioned loudly. Red Moon. I didn't mean that. Qi Feng's voice lowered. Alright, Feng-er. Since the other party has come to the Red Leopard tribe, he is a guest of the Red Leopard tribe. You don't have to say any more. At the side, a burly man with a long beard and about 50 years old walked over and said. Sixth uncle. Red Moon called out. At the same time, she transmitted a message to Lu Ming. This person was Qi Feng's father, her 6th uncle, and also the person in charge of guarding this canyon, Qi Jin Mountain. Why did you bring this little brother here? This is the forbidden area of the tribe. Qi Jin Mountain said. 6th uncle, Lu Ming comes from the outside world. He is an extremely talented inscription master. He has mastered many inscriptions and formations, which are not available in our Red Leopard tribe. He might be able to break the seal here and take out the secret inscription book inside. So, I brought him here to have a try. Red Moon said. Hearing this, Qi Jin Mountain's face darkened. He said, this is the forbidden area of our Red Leopard tribe. How can we let an outsider break it? This is simply nonsense. Alright, you guys leave quickly. Qi Jin Mountain waved his hand. 6th uncle, taking out the secret inscription book of the Red Leopard tribe is related to the rise and fall of the Red Leopard tribe. It is very important. What's the harm in letting Lu Ming have a try? Maybe he can really break it? Qi Jin Shan's face turned gloomy. What a joke, the seal here. My Red Leopard tribe has been here for 60 years, many god-level inscription masters have tried, but none of them could break it. He's just a brat, a heaven-level inscription master, how can he break the seal here? There's no such possibility. Leave quickly, or else, I'll take it as him trespassing and suppress him. 6th uncle, Lu Ming hasn't even tried, how do you know he can't? With our tribe's current situation, shouldn't we seize every opportunity? Qi Yu argued. Presumptuous, what does a junior know? Leave quickly. Qi Jin Shan scolded. I think, this seal, can be broken. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice came out, causing the scene to go silent. Everyone's gaze turned towards Lu Ming. Really? Chi Yu's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. Of course. Lu Ming nodded his head. Boasting shamelessly, brat, what are your intentions? You want to destroy my red leopard tribe's forbidden area. I suspect you're using some evil technique to control Chi Yu. You have evil intentions, men, kill this brat for me. Qi Jinshan's face was extremely gloomy, killing intent burst out as he shouted. Yes. The guards at the valley entrance waved their hands, and cheetah puppets appeared on the ground. All of them were Sea of Spirit Realm puppets. The puppets roared, and were about to pounce towards Lu Ming. Who dares? Chi Yu shouted, blocking in front of Lu Ming, at the same time summoning her cheetah puppet. Miss Chi Yu is already being controlled by this evil person, she can't do anything. Quickly, kill that brat and save Miss. Qi Jinshan roared. Kill that brat for me. Qi Feng also roared, killing intent bursting out. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, the giant wolf puppet appeared, blocking in front of him. It stepped on the ground, waving its hands, and lines of inscriptions appeared on the ground. A great battle was about to break out. Stop, what are you doing? At this moment, a loud roar came out, a white-haired old man riding a cheetah puppet flew over. Second uncle. Red Moon was overjoyed. The white-haired elder descended and swept his gaze across the scene. His face was gloomy as he said, what exactly is going on? Second brother, that brat is controlling you. He has ulterior motives. I was just about to kill him. Qi Jinshan hurriedly said. Nonsense. Second uncle, Lu Ming is an inscription master from the outside world. He can break the seal of the canyon, so I brought him here. I didn't think that sixth uncle would want to kill Lu Ming. Chi Yu argued. What? He can break the seal of the canyon? The white-haired elder's face was filled with shock, and his eyes shone brightly. Due to his excitement, a layer of blue spiritual fire appeared above his head, and a vast amount of spiritual energy filled the entire area. Don't be fooled by this person. He is just a heaven-level inscription master and he is so young. How many inscriptions can he master? How can he break the seal? This is utter nonsense. Qi Jinshan said coldly. Second uncle, why don't we let Lu Ming give it a try? What if it works? This is related to the rise and fall of our clan. Please reconsider, second uncle. Qi Yu said loudly. Qi Yu's second uncle was called Qi Jintian. At this time, he looked at Lu Ming with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He said, young man, can you really break the seal here? Lu Ming nodded and said, I have observed it just now. There are 3 different inscriptions in it. The inscription formations are intertwined. There should be more than 100 inscription formations. Although it is mysterious, it is not difficult to break it after 60 years. Lu Ming's words made Qi Yu and Qi Jintian's eyes shine brightly, but Qi Jinshan's face became gloomier. This is a serious matter. I need to inform the patriarch and the elders. Qi Jintian took out a voice-transmitting jade charm and sent a few messages. Then, he waited. Qi Jinshan knew that he could not stop it, so he walked aside with a gloomy face. Lu Ming glanced at Qi Jinshan, and his eyes flickered a few times. Qi Jinshan was very strange. He desperately tried to stop him from breaking the seal. As Qi Yu said, this was related to the rise and fall of the Red Leopard tribe. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance, he had to give it a try. But Qi Jinshan kept stopping him. It was impossible to say that it was because of Qi Feng. When he did not mention breaking the seal, Qi Jinshan was still normal. It seemed that he had the intention to break it. So all this made Lu Ming feel very strange. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a few minutes, the wind whistled, and 7 or 8 giant cheetah puppets flew over. There were 8 cheetah puppets in total, and each of them had a person standing on it. One of them was in his 50s and emitted a majestic aura. Lu Ming guessed that he might be Qi Yu's father, the patriarch of the Red Leopard tribe, Qi Jinkong. The other 7 were white-haired old men. They should be the elders of the Red Leopard tribe. Greetings to the patriarch and elders. Qi Jintian, Qi Jinshan, and the guards all saluted together. Father, elders of the tribe. Qi Yu also came forward and saluted. Qi Jinkong's eyes were like lightning. He looked at Lu Ming and said, is he the person you mentioned who can break the seal? Although Qi Jinkong pretended to be calm, he still showed a trace of excitement. Yes, father. Lu Ming is from outside the earth. He is the most powerful inscriber there. Although he is at the peak of the heaven level, his mind power is as strong as the immortal level. Qi Yu came forward and held Qi Jinkong's arm with a smile. The most talented inscriber there is? Qi Jinkong and the 7 elders' eyes lit up. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled bitterly. This girl was too good at bragging. Haha, I think you've been fooled by him. According to the ancient legends, the world outside the earth is boundless. It is countless times bigger than here. There are countless people, like sand. How can he be the most talented inscriber? He must be bragging on purpose to deceive you that he is young. Patriarch, elders, you must not believe this person. If something goes wrong and causes the formation to explode, it will destroy the body of the previous patriarch and the inscription manual. Then our red leopard tribe will really be finished. Qi Jinshan jumped out to stop them. 6th uncle, you haven't seen Lu Ming fight. How do you know that his inscribing way is not strong? Qi Yu said stubbornly. In that case, why don't we let him show us? If he wants to have mind power comparable to a mortal level inscriber at the heaven level, he needs to light up at least 7 or even 8 spirit lamps at each level. Let him show us his spirit rings. Qi Jinshan sneered. The immortal level inscriber he was talking about was of course a real inscriber. At each level, he needed to light up at least 6 spirit lamps, which was already very difficult. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could light up 7 or even 8 spirit lamps at each level. Humph, Lu Ming, show us your spirit rings. Qi Jinkong, the 7 elders, and Qi Jintian turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head in his heart. He had helped the Red Leopard tribe, but Qi Jinshan had stopped him. Given his character, he would have left long ago. The reason why he stayed was firstly because of Qi Yu. Secondly, at this point, if he turned around and left, he would definitely not be valued by the Red Leopard tribe. He still wanted to make use of the Red Leopard tribe's strength to inquire about Xianxia's whereabouts. Since you want to see, open your eyes and watch carefully. Lu Ming's gaze swept toward the Qijin mountain. Buzz, at the same time, a red ring appeared above Lu Ming's head. There were 10 points on the ring, which were as dazzling as stars. 10 spirit lamps. He has lit 10 spirit lamps in the first stage. Qi Jinkong, the 7 elders, and the rest of the crowd were astounded. Some of the elders even yelled out in shock. Qi Jinshan's eyes almost popped out. He opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow a dead mouse. He stared at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming had lit 10 spirit lamps in the first stage and reached the perfect stage. Haha, I knew it. Lu Ming's talent is the best in the outer world. After Qi Yu recovered from his initial shock, he laughed heartily. Humph, it's only the first stage. Maybe he was lucky enough to obtain a powerful flame. That's why he could light up 10 spirit lamps in the first stage. There have been such cases in history. However, the later stages, the harder it is to light up the spirit lamps. Let's see how many he can light up later. Qi Jinshan said with a gloomy face. Father is right. Qi Feng chimed in. Oh, is that so? Then open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. There was a sneer at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Immediately after, there was another flash of light above his head. This time, 2 rings appeared consecutively. One was orange and the other was yellow. The 2 rings were the same as the first one. They both had 10 bright spots, dazzling and mesmerizing. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open, and they were extremely shocked. The first 3 stages were all perfect, with 10 spirit lamps lit. This was simply too shocking. Qi Jinshan's face flushed red. Qi Feng was dumbfounded. Didn't they want to see it? As for Lu Ming, he would let him take a good look. Let's continue watching. The cold smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth deepened. In the next moment, 2 more rings appeared above his head. There were 2 rings, one green and one blue. On top of each ring, there were 10 bright spots. 5 rings stacked on top of each other. The 50 bright spots almost blinded Qi Jinshan's eyes. Perfect, all perfect. All 5 stages are perfect. Oh my god, what am I seeing? A miracle, a genius, this is the strongest genius this old man has ever seen. Yuer was right, he is the #1 genius in the outer world. Several elders who were hundreds of years old could no longer control their emotions. They shouted one after another, their faces flushed with excitement. Chiyu's mouth formed an O shape. She stood there in a daze. After a while, her eyes lit up. As for Qi Jinshan and Qi Feng, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at Lu Ming, unable to say a word. Their lips were trembling non-stop. Lighting 10 spirit lamps in all 5 stages. This was simply a legend. In their world, they had never heard of such a genius. There was even a rumor in this world that 9 was the limit. It was impossible to be perfect. In other words, lighting 9 spirit lamps was the limit. Perfection was just a legend. It was a realm that was expected. But now, it had appeared in front of a young man in his 20s. My current mental strength should be enough, right? Lu Ming's gaze continued to fall on Qi Jinshan. Qi Jinshan's expression changed. He did not say a word. He could not speak. Good, 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 little brother Lu is indeed the #1 genius in the outer world. I believe that little brother Lu will be able to break the seal. Qi Jinkong laughed with excitement in his eyes. That's right. Little brother, please come forward and check those inscription arrays to see how to break them. A white-haired elder said excitedly. Except for Qi Jinkong and Qi Feng, everyone looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Perhaps Lu Ming could really do it. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and walked forward. He came to the place full of inscriptions and looked at it carefully. Dandan, can you really break it? Lu Ming transmitted a message to Dandan. The seal here was made up of 3 different arrays. There were more than 100 of them. The 3 arrays were intertwined with each other. Moreover, they were all extremely advanced level 6 inscription arrays. The chiefs of the Sky Wolf tribe, the Shadow Snake tribe, and the Blood Tiger tribe who had set up the arrays were all level 6 inscriptionists. To be honest, with Lu Ming's current attainment in the path of inscription, it was still difficult for him to break it. The reason why he agreed was that Dandan had transmitted a message to him that it could break it. Nonsense. Don't you know who I am? I'm the head of the top 10 battle beasts. I've lived for countless years. I know astronomy and yin and yang. How can a mere level 6 inscription array be difficult for me? Dandan began to boast again. Of course, it transmitted a message and no one could hear it. Lu Ming was used to Dandan's boasting. He directly ignored Dandan's boasting and said, "Oh? How can I break it?" Boy, listen to me. Start with the vertical 18 inscriptions of raging flame, then the horizontal 7 inscriptions of explosion. Dandan began to guide him. Blue flames spread out between Lu Ming's fingers and engraved in the air. Inscriptions appeared in different directions and flew into the ground at the entrance of the canyon. Everyone in the Red Leopard tribe widened their eyes and stared at it. Howl, suddenly, a wolf howled. An array shone and condensed into a giant wolf, which pounced on Lu Ming. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Qi Jinshan's eyes lit up. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He allowed the huge wolf to pounce on him. When the huge wolf pounced on Lu Ming, it exploded with a bang, turning into spots of light and dissipating. The first array was broken. The first array is broken. It's really broken. Qi Jinkong and the 7 elders were all overjoyed. Dad, Grandpa, look. I was right. Lu Ming will definitely be able to do it. Qiyu said with a smile. Yes, but this seal is made up of 136 arrays. The deeper you go, the harder it is to break. Let's see what happens later. Qi Jinkong said. At the same time, Lu Ming continued to engrave inscriptions. The inscriptions flew into the ground one by one. After a while, a giant blood-red tiger pounced out and then dissipated. The second array was broken. Afterward, Lu Ming's fingers did not stop. He continued to inscribe inscriptions in the air. One array after another was cracked by Lu Ming. The more excited Qi Jinkong and the others were, the more they looked forward to it. Perhaps it would work this time. God bless. Ancient ancestor bless, they prayed in their hearts. Perhaps the ancient ancestor did not want the red leopard tribe to be destroyed, so he sent such a genius. The chosen one. At the same time, Qi Jinkong and the other elders thought of this word. They looked at each other and became more excited and expectant. Phew. At this time, Lu Ming took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes. After breaking 18 formations in a row, he did not have enough mind power and needed to recover. We will guard this place. No one is allowed to leave. Qi Jinkong ordered. To prevent any accidents, they would guard this place personally. At this time, Qi Jinshan's face became gloomier and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Qi Feng looked at Lu Ming with jealousy in his eyes. There was nothing else. 3 hours later, Lu Ming got up and continued to crack the formations. However, from this point onwards, the array became more complicated and more difficult. Lu Ming's speed also slowed down a little. This time, Lu Ming spent more than an hour to crack 18 formations. Then, he sat cross-legged again and began to recover. A few hours later, Lu Ming got up again with a smile on his face. He found that cracking formations this way could make his mind power purer, and he could also train. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to becoming a 6th-level inscriptionist. Lu Ming continued to crack the formations, but the further he went, the slower he became. On the first day, Lu Ming cracked 50 inscription formations. On the second day, he cracked 30 inscription formations. On the third day, he cracked 20 inscription formations. There were 136 formations in total. Now, there were only 36 formations left. However, Lu Ming stopped when he reached the last 36th seat. He pondered for a while and then walked to Qi Jinkong. Patriarch Qi, the next 36 inscription formations are mainly made by the Yin Snake tribe. They are extremely vicious and unstable. If you are not careful, they will explode and destroy this valley. Lu Ming said. Qi Jinkong's expression changed. He asked anxiously, what should we do then? That's easy. Lu Ming needs a favor from clan leader Qi. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, please speak. Even if we mobilize the entire Red Leopard tribe, it won't be a problem. Qi Jinkong's tone was firm. It's not that serious. I just need some materials. I have a material here called Crimson Blood Sand. I need the Patriarch to send someone to refine it. A jade tablet appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It contained the refining method of the Scarlet Blood Sand and the required materials. He handed it over to Qi Jinkong. Qi Jinkong glanced at it and said, not a problem, but I'm afraid it'll take me 6 to 7 days to refine it. Don't worry, Patriarch Qi. Is there a place where poisonous snakes gather nearby? I will personally hunt some poisonous snakes and take their essence blood to refine another material. Only by combining these two materials can we break the last 36 formations. Lu Ming said. A place where venomous snakes gather? To the west of the Red Leopard tribe, there's 1,000 Snakes Valley. There are a large number of poisonous snakes there, but that's already the territory of the Shadow Snake tribe. Qi Jinkong said. Don't worry, I just need to sneak there and hunt some poisonous snakes. Lu Ming smiled. That's great. Brother Lu, you've been working hard for the past few days to break the formations. Let's take a rest at the Red Leopard tribe and then prepare the materials. Although Qi Jinkong was quite anxious and excited, he still spoke politely to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was now the hope of the Red Leopard tribe. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Qi Jinkong left a few elders to guard the place while he and the rest of the elders brought Lu Ming and Qiyu to the Red Leopard tribe. Lu Ming, you haven't been to our tribe, right? Let me show you around. What's it like in the outer world? Your skin is so white and smooth. Also, the clothes you're wearing are strange too. Along the way, Red Moon followed Lu Ming, chattering nonstop and asking a lot of questions. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He couldn't help but think of a girl, Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia was also very curious. She kept asking about it nonstop. Lu Ming explained casually. Soon, they arrived at the ancient city. It was a stone city. The buildings inside were all made of stone. The stone city was bustling with people. It was different from the cities Lu Ming had seen before. It was full of exotic charm. When he arrived, Lu Ming's heart suddenly stirred. He asked, "Clan leader Qi, during this period of time, did anyone from the outside world like me come here?" "Yes, there are about 100 people. They're all living in the main hall in the west. We didn't restrict their movements." Qi Jingkong explained. "Can you show me?" Lu Ming asked. He wanted to see if there were any familiar faces. Maybe Xianxia was here too? Of course. I'll go back and order people to prepare the red blood sand. Third uncle, bring little brother Lu to the main hall in the west. Qi Jingkong instructed. Yes, father. Qiyu smiled. She was accompanied by a white-haired old man. They led Lu Ming to the main hall in the west. Along the way, many people looked at Lu Ming curiously. During this period of time, many people from beyond the earth had come. The news had spread like wildfire, and they were all very curious. There was a huge stone hall in the west. There were many stone houses in it. During this period, there were more than 100 people living here. They were all from the chaotic astral ocean. Zhong Yuan was in a bad mood during this period. He was the sect leader of the blood poison sect. He thought that with the key to the martial emperor's treasure, he would get a great opportunity. The blood poison sect would soar and he would be able to break through and reach the supreme realm. He didn't expect that all his plans would be ruined by Lu Ming, causing countless people to rush into the martial emperor's treasure. Not only that, after entering the martial emperor's treasure, he didn't get anything. Instead, he was chased everywhere. In the end, he had no choice but to follow the people of the Red Leopard tribe to the Red Leopard tribe. At this moment, he was sitting in the courtyard with two experts in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm. They were drinking and chatting. "Brother Zhong, according to my speculation, the Saint Mountain in the underground world is very likely to be related to the martial emperor's treasure. This time, we have to work together." An old man in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm said. "That's right, and I speculate that there should be a way out of the Saint Mountain. At that time, we can leave this damn place." The other martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm said. "I hope so." Zhong Yuan drank a cup of wine. His eyes flickered as he thought about something. Creak, at this moment, the door opened. Lu Ming and the others walked in. The people in the courtyard also looked at the door. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. "Blood poison sect leader." A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. The white-haired old man in front of him was the blood poison sect leader, the one who injured him and wanted to steal his jade sword. He didn't expect to meet him here. "Ha ha ha, little bastard, I said before that if I meet you, I'll kill you. Your luck is really bad to meet me here. Let's see how you'll die this time." Zhong Yuan laughed loudly and stood up from the table, emitting a terrifying aura. A fourth-layer spiritual ocean tier martial artist was too strong, much stronger than a third-layer spiritual ocean tier martial artist. His aura was like a vast ocean, suppressing Lu Ming. Dong. Dong, Zhong Yuan stepped forward, causing the ground to rumble with every step he took. "What do you want?" Qiyu stepped forward, blocking Lu Ming. Her face turned cold as she glared at Zhong Yuan. "So it's Miss Qiyu. Miss Qiyu, please step aside. This person has a grudge with me, and I'll kill him." Zhong Yuan said coldly. "No, this is the Red Leopard tribe. Fighting is not allowed." Qiyu said coldly. "Miss Qiyu, you'd better step aside. This time, I agreed to go to the sacred mountain and participate in the test. But if I don't kill this person, don't blame me for not doing my best during the test." Zhong Yuan sneered. Anyone could hear that this was a threat. Among the 100 or so outsiders who came to the Red Leopard tribe, Zhong Yuan was the strongest, at the fourth-layer spiritual ocean tier. He was the most promising participant in the Red Leopard tribe's test. These few days, the people of the Red Leopard tribe were all polite to him, treating him as an honored guest. Naturally, he had the confidence. "I want him to die." At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Zhong Yuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. The other two third-layer spiritual ocean tier elders also laughed. Haha, this kid is a peak king. Has he lost his mind? He actually wants brother Zhong to die. Where did he get his confidence from? Did he say that to Miss Chiyu and the others? That's even more ridiculous. Does he think he's more important than brother Zhong? Young people can't recognize themselves. How pitiful, how sad. The two old men in the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier laughed loudly, full of mockery. But in the next moment, their smiles froze. Because Chiyu looked at Lu Ming and asked, "Are you serious?" "Yes. I must kill him." Lu Ming was resolute and decisive. "Alright, if little brother Lu wants to kill him, I'll do it." At the side, the red leopard elder spoke. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic leopard puppet appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. 7th level of Sea of Souls realm. This cheetah had the aura of a 7th level Sea of Souls realm warrior. That kind of aura was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate and despair. Zhong Yuan was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the red leopard elder with a pale face and screamed, "What are you doing? This kid is only a martial king. I'm many times stronger than him. I have a chance at the Sacred Mountain trial. You should kill him, kill him. Little brother Lu is the benefactor of my red leopard tribe." What did he say? My red leopard tribe will do our best to satisfy him. Whoever he wants to kill, we'll kill. Now, die. The red leopard elder shouted coldly. The cheetah puppet roared and pounced at Zhong Yuan at an unimaginable speed. No, no, how can this be? I can't accept this. Zhong Yuan roared hysterically, resisting with all his might. But the difference between a puppet in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and a puppet in the 7th layer was too great. The cheetah puppet clawed out, tearing apart all of Zhong Yuan's defenses and attacks. Then, it tore his body into 2 halves. The blood poison sect master, an almighty in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, an expert whose might shook the chaotic astral ocean, was full of ambition, and died just like that. He died with incomparable grievance. He didn't even know why he died. Why did the red leopard tribe listen to Lu Ming's every word? The two old men in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier watched this scene dumbfoundedly, almost biting off their own tongues. Then, they trembled as they looked at Lu Ming, cold sweat dripping down their backs. The red leopard tribe actually listened to Lu Ming's every word. Lu Ming's one word, and an elder of the red leopard tribe attacked, killing Zhong Yuan in one move. What was going on? They'd both lived for more than 1,000 years, but now, they found that their brains couldn't process the situation at all. Lu Ming strode forward, reached out his hand, and grabbed Zhong Yuan's storage ring in his hand. He also swallowed Zhong Yuan's blood essence while he was at it. Then, he looked at the two old men in the spiritual ocean tier and said coldly, "You've lived for more than 1,000 years, but can't even understand the situation. Pitiful, lamentable." The two old men's faces were flushed red, unable to show their faces. These were the words they'd said to Lu Ming just now, but how long had it been, and Lu Ming had returned the exact same words to them. Every word was like a slap to their faces. Lu Ming ignored them. Under Chiyu's lead, he checked the place. Unfortunately, Xianxia wasn't here, and neither was Kenfei Ryu. "Miss Chiyu, I need a room. I need to go into seclusion for a while," Lu Ming said. Zhong Yuan was in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his blood essence was too strong. He needed to go into seclusion to refine it. No problem. Chiyu brought Lu Ming to the core area of the red leopard tribe and arranged a room for him. Lu Ming entered the room and entered the Temple of Paragon, beginning to refine the blood essence. He used all of his blood essence to improve the suppressing prison monument bloodline. The stronger the suppressing prison monument bloodline, the more powerful the suppressing prison heaven skill would be. The 9th silver chakra became brighter and brighter, and finally, like the other 9 chakras, it shone brightly. The peak of the 9th grade king stage. However, at the peak of the 9th level king level, it was too difficult to attain divine level bloodline. After Lu Ming refined all of Zhong Yuan's blood essence, he had a feeling that he was still a long way from attaining divine level. He didn't know how much more blood essence he needed to reach the divine grade. Half a day had passed, and Lu Ming walked out of the room. Lu Ming, you're done with your seclusion? Lu Ming saw Qiyu as soon as he came out. Lu Ming nodded and said, You've been waiting for me? Not really. I just arrived. Do you want to walk around? Qiyu said. No, I'll go to the Thousand Snake Valley to hunt poisonous snakes. How do I get there? Lu Ming shook his head and said. I'll take you there. That's the Shadow Snake Tribe's territory. If there are too many people, it'll attract their attention. How about just the two of us go? Qiyu said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them left the Stone City and headed west. The Thousand Snake Valley was 30,000 miles west of the Red Leopard Tribe. This was the Shadow Snake Tribe's territory. It was said that this was the Red Leopard Tribe's territory a few decades ago. Later, the Red Leopard Tribe lost a large area of land, and the Thousand Snake Valley fell into the hands of the Shadow Snake Tribe. The two of them rode on the puppet, and arrived in less than half a day. The vast mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. Between the vast mountains, there was a huge valley. The valley was about 100 miles long, and it was quiet all around. This was the 10,000 Snakes Valley. There were all kinds of poisonous snakes in the valley, tens of thousands of them. Other demonic beasts did not dare to come close to this place, so it was very quiet. The wind whistled as Lu Ming and Qiyu descended from the sky on the cheetah puppet and landed at the entrance of the 10,000 Snakes Valley. The two of them put away the puppet and walked into the 10,000 Snakes Valley. Swoosh! Swoosh! Before they had gone far, a black venomous snake shot towards the two of them like a bolt of black lightning. Bang! Qiyu lightly stepped on the ground, and inscriptions appeared on the ground, forming a large inscription array. Dozens of arrows shot out from the inscription array and shot towards the black figures. With a light sound, those black snakes were accurately shot and were sent flying in all directions. The two of them continued forward. The valley was very wide, at least 10 miles long. It was covered with dense weeds, all kinds of old vines, low ancient trees, and piles of rocks. In some places, there were even swamps that were full of stench. Such an environment was most suitable for poisonous snakes to breed. As they moved forward, they encountered many poisonous snakes. However, these poisonous snakes were all below LV5, which was equivalent to the martial ancestor realm. Whether it was Lu Ming or Qiyu, they were easily dealt with. Moreover, the blood essence of these poisonous snakes was useless. Lu Ming needed the blood essence of martial king-level poisonous snakes. When the two of them walked for more than 20 miles, the level of the poisonous snakes began to increase. Hiss hiss, a colorful poisonous snake slithered towards Lu Ming. The snake's forked tongue stretched out, and wisps of poisonous fog filled the air. King-level poisonous snake, I finally see one. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand. This poisonous snake did not have the slightest strength to resist and was caught in Lu Ming's hand. With a jolt of his true essence, the poisonous snake turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. In Lu Ming's palm, there were only 9 drops of blood essence rolling around each other like blood-red pearls. Swoosh! Swoosh! Then, Lu Ming suspended the 9 drops of blood essence in the air. His hands quickly inscribed inscriptions into the 9 drops of blood essence. After a while, the 9 drops of blood essence exploded with a bang, turning into a cloud of blood mist that filled the air. It's done. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then took out a jade bottle and absorbed all the blood mist into the jade bottle. He wanted to use the snake's blood essence to refine the blood mist and use it together with the crimson blood sand to break the last 36 formations. This was also the reason why his inscription level was not high enough. If he had become a level 6 inscription master and mastered some level 6 inscriptions and level 6 arrays, he would not have needed to use these materials to break the 36 arrays. 60 to 70,000 li away from the 10,000 Snake Valley was another large tribe, the Een Snake Tribe. The Shadow Snake Tribe was very powerful. In the past few decades, they had annexed many of the Red Leopard Tribe's territories. Their strength had increased rapidly. The Red Leopard Tribe could not be compared to them. In the ancient city of the Shadow Snake Tribe, Xianxia looked into the distance from a pavilion made of huge rocks. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted. She didn't come to the shadow snake tribe of her own accord. She was captured. Now, on her wrists and ankles, there was a ring. This ring was like a snake coiled around her body, and there were complex inscriptions carved on it. This ring had the power to seal. It sealed Xianxia's true qi and even her inscription flame. She could not use any of her cultivation. Otherwise, she would have escaped long ago. Creak, the door of the room was opened. A young man walked in. This young man was tall and slender. He was handsome, but his eyes were long and narrow. He gave people a very gloomy feeling. As soon as he walked in, the young man's gaze wandered around Xianxia's body. Traces of burning flames flashed in his eyes. It was a strong desire to possess her. "What are you doing here again?" Xianxia frowned. "Miss Xia, what do you think?" "Marry me. I won't let you lose out." The young man smiled slightly. It seemed even more gloomy. "Get lost." Xianxia shouted coldly. She was not polite at all. The young man's face turned cold. He said, "Miss Xia, don't forget where you are. I'm trying to persuade you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Get lost." Xianxia's reply was still one word. "Good, good, very good. Let's wait and see." In the young man's eyes, evil flames flashed. They wandered around Xianxia's body a few times. Then, he strode away. "This bitch, I want you to kneel in front of me and beg me this morning." The young man's heart was burning with anger. Who was he? The son of the Shadow Snake tribe's patriarch, the future successor of the Shadow Snake tribe, in Quebec. He had great talent. What couldn't he get? But a few days ago, when he saw Xianxia, he was stunned. Xianxia was too beautiful. Moreover, she was completely different from the women in the underground world. Most of the women in the underground world were more boorish. Their skin was bronze and slightly rough. But Xianxia had jade-like skin and a graceful figure. He was immediately attracted. He captured Xianxia and wanted to make Xianxia his 18th concubine. But with Xianxia's character, the result was obvious. How could she agree? Xianxia walked in the courtyard with a gloomy face. "Young master, what's wrong? That woman hasn't agreed?" A skinny old man walked up and asked. "That's right. This bitch not only didn't agree, but also told me to get lost." "Old Kuei, what can you do?" Xianxia asked. "Young master, since she doesn't want to do it the hard way, then let's do it the hard way. What's done can't be undone." The skinny old man sneered. "Old Kuei, I also thought about it. But even if her true yuan and spirit fire are sealed, her physical strength is still very strong. I'm afraid that if we use force, she will commit suicide. Otherwise, I would have done it long ago," Xianxia said. Whenever he thought of Xianxia's graceful figure, an evil fire would burn in his body. "Young master, this is easy. Right now is the breeding season for poisonous snakes. In the Thousand Snake Valley, the snake desires flower is in full bloom. The fragrance of the snake desires flower has no effect on those who have true yuan or spiritual fire. However, if one does not have true yuan or spiritual fire to protect their body, the moment they smell the fragrance of the snake desires flower, their entire body will go limp and they will lose all strength. At that time, young master will be able to do whatever you want." The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Then, he laughed and said, "Old Kuei is indeed resourceful. Alright, let's do it this way. Old Kuei, take a few people with you and use the excuse of going hunting to relax. Take that bitch and follow me to the Thousand Snake Valley. This time, I want to make that bitch wish she was dead." "Alright, I'll do it right away." Old Kuei bowed. Xianxia didn't want to go at first, but the other party welcomed her with a smile and said that he was only taking her hunting to relieve her boredom. Xianxia couldn't refuse. If she refused, she was afraid that the other party would use force. Not long after, they arrived at the Thousand Snake Valley. The 9 of them walked in. In the beginning, they were indeed hunting poisonous snakes to concoct some medicine. Soon, they were more than 30 miles away from the valley. You guys hunt poisonous snakes in this area. I'll bring Miss Xianxia to the front to take a look. Xianxia instructed. Alright, young master. You guys go ahead. Elder Kuei said with a smile. There was a hint of eeriness in his smile. Miss Ya, let's continue forward. Xianxia said to Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. She had a bad feeling in her heart, but given the current situation, she could only agree. She made up her mind that if Xianxia had any ill intentions toward her, she would rather die than let him have his way. Xianxia nodded and followed Xianxia into the valley. Soon, the two of them walked another 5 or 6 miles. This place was filled with red flowers. These flowers were very strange. They were in the shape of snakes, like small snakes. Furthermore, they emitted an intoxicating fragrance. It was very pleasant to the smell. Along the way, Xianxia didn't do anything strange. Xianxia gradually relaxed and walked slowly. However, Xianxia gradually felt that something was wrong. She felt her body getting weaker and weaker. She was smart. She suddenly thought of something and her face turned pale. She ran a few steps forward and said, Xianxia, what did you do to me? Did you use poison on me? Hee hee. When Xianxia saw that Xianxia's body was indeed weak, he laughed sinisterly and said, I didn't poison you, but this place is full of snake desire flowers. The pollen of snake desire flowers is equivalent to poison for people who can't use spiritual flame and spiritual origin. Anyone who smells it will feel weak all over. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed. What are you trying to do? Xianxia kept retreating. She felt more and more weak. Hee hee, what are you doing? Bitch, I don't care what status you have outside the underworld. Here, you better behave yourself. I want to marry you as a concubine because I think highly of you. You actually rejected me time and time again and even dared to scold me. Now, I'll let you know the consequences of rejecting me. Evil flames danced in Xianxia's eyes as his gaze wandered around Xianxia's body. The flames in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. In your dreams. Xianxia shouted. Her spine suddenly emitted a red glow. Immediately after, her body dashed forward, rushing towards the depths of the 10,000 Snakes Valley. Damn it! Xianxia angrily shouted. He hadn't expected that Xianxia's Xinyuan and spiritual fire would be sealed, but he was still able to display such a strange power. In a moment of carelessness, Xianxia had run 100 meters away. Immediately, he chased after her with extreme speed. Xianxia's Xinyuan and spiritual fire were sealed. Her body was special, so she could borrow some of the power of her bloodline. However, it wasn't much. Before she could run a mile, the power of her bloodline dissipated. She felt her body grow weaker and weaker. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. Xianxia chased after her from behind. Hee hee, let's see where you can run to. Wait a moment, I'll serve you well. After running for a while, Xianxia was drenched in sweat. Her thin clothes were wet, causing them to stick tightly to her body. Her curves were even more soul-stirring. Xianxia's evil flames erupted. His entire body was hot and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of despair. She touched her waist and a small dagger appeared in her hand. She pressed it against her chest and looked at Xianxia resolutely. If you want to use force, I'll die. Xianxia stopped in his tracks. His face was gloomy as he coldly said, I don't believe that you'll throw away your life. After saying that, he strode forward. Lu Ming, you idiot. Where are you? Perhaps we won't be able to meet again. Xianxia closed her eyes and stabbed the dagger in her hand into her chest. In the depths of the Thousand Snake Valley, Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and collected a cloud of blood mist. Then, he frowned. He didn't know why, but he had been feeling uneasy since just now. An inexplicable feeling of irritation appeared in his heart. This was somewhat inconceivable. At Lu Ming's current level, his martial heart was stable. Ordinary things wouldn't make Lu Ming feel irritable. However, he had been feeling inexplicably irritable since just now. He didn't know why. Kid, what's wrong with you? You're not in a right state. Dandan saw Lu Ming's state. I don't know why, But I've been feeling inexplicably irritable since just now. I keep feeling uneasy. Lu Ming said. Inexplicably irritable and uneasy? The deeper a martial artist's cultivation base is, the more they'll be connected to the laws of the unseen world. Therefore, any emotion won't be born without a reason. Something must be happening. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. In ancient times, there were some supreme experts who could even foresee some parts of the future. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Wait a moment. Dandan closed its eyes and waved its pair of front claws. Inscriptions were produced. After a while, Dandan suddenly opened its eyes and said anxiously, "Not good, kid. Your little lover is in danger." What? Lu Ming was stunned, but he immediately reacted. Dandan was talking about Xianxia. Little Qing, what's wrong with her? Where is she? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. Just a few miles away. Go quickly. It'll be too late if you don't. Dandan shouted. Whoosh, without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming burst out. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed out of the myriad snakes. Qi Yu's eyes moved. Inscriptions appeared on her body and formed a pair of wings. With a flap, she turned into a phantom and followed. Under Lu Ming's full strength, a few miles of distance only took a few breaths. When Lu Ming arrived, he was just in time to see Xianxia's dagger stabbing at her heart. Blood flowed out. It was a shocking sight. Boom, at this moment, it was as if thunder had exploded in Lu Ming's mind. With just a glance at such a scene, he roughly knew what was going on. Little Qing. Lu Ming roared. His figure pounced at Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. His true essence rolled up and wrapped around Xianxia's arm, preventing her dagger from continuing to stab. However, Lu Ming was still a little slower. Xianxia's dagger had already pierced through his flesh. A part of it had already pierced his heart. Fortunately, it wasn't too deep. Lu Ming hugged Xianxia's slender waist. His true essence crazily poured into Xianxia's body to protect Xianxia's heart. Fool, you're here. I thought I'd never see you again. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. She was afraid that all this was a dream. Don't speak. Lu Ming said. His true essence continued to pour in. His true essence was the battle dragon true essence. It had a strong vitality and successfully sealed Xianxia's heart. At the same time, Xianxia's wound was slowly healing. Lu Ming's appearance stunned in Quebec. Seeing how close Xianxia and Lu Ming were, In K's eyes were filled with jealousy. He shouted coldly, "Kid, who are you?" "She's my woman. Get out of my way." Whoosh, at this moment, Qi Yu arrived. "Qi Yu, it's you? How dare you trespass into the Yin Snake Tribe's territory? You're courting death." In K's eyes were filled with murderous intent when he saw Qi Yu. In K. Qi Yu's face darkened when he saw In Quebec. Lu Ming raised his head and looked at In Quebec. A violent murderous intent erupted from his body. A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth, "Today, you must die." "Haha, kid, you want to kill me? Brat, just because you dare to hug my woman, I will definitely make you beg for death." In K sneered. "Kill." Lu Ming waved his hand and a giant wolf puppet appeared, pouncing towards In Quebec. 4th level divine realm puppet. In K's face changed slightly. He waved his hand and a giant snake puppet appeared. It was also a 4th level spiritual ocean puppet. The two puppets collided with one another and fought fiercely. "Kill." Lu Ming held Xianxia with one hand and took a big step forward. A terrifying fist aura exploded forward. Wherever the fist aura passed, the valley shook. As the fist aura passed by, the old vines around the valley exploded and some poisonous snakes turned into powder. In K's face changed. A scroll appeared in his hand. After he opened it, a light shield appeared and covered In Quebec. On the light shield, there were a few poisonous snakes swimming around. Boom, the fist aura landed on the light shield. The light shield kept shaking, but it wasn't broken. Instead, it sent In K flying. "Damn it, kill." In K landed on the ground and took out another scroll. As soon as he opened it, a giant snake that was dozens of meters long flew out and pounced towards Lu Ming. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand, and with a thrust, a three-colored true dragon flew out and clashed with the giant snake. However, the tricolor true dragon was actually smashed apart by the giant snake and continued to fly towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. This was obviously Lu Ji's inscription scroll. Its power was equivalent to the attack power of the fourth layer of the spiritual C tier. Roar! Jiyu controlled the cheetah puppet and pounced forward, colliding with the giant snake. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something flying through the air rang out. Old Kuei had arrived with the other 6 people. Elder Kuei, kill! Kill that brat! Capture Chiyu and that little bitch alive! Xianxia shouted. Wang! Buzz, above Elder Kuei's and the others' heads, powerful spiritual energy spread out and formed a terrifying spiritual energy storm. Giant snake puppets appeared in the air. Not good. That's a tier 5 divine level inscriber, Lu Ming. Let's leave quickly. Chiyu's expression changed drastically. Elder Kuei was an inscription master equivalent to a 5th level spiritual sea realm cultivator. He had lit at least 4 blue spirit lamps. His puppet was also equivalent to a 5th level spiritual sea realm cultivator. Chiyu, help me take care of Xiaoqing. Today, I must kill him. Lu Ming put down Xianxia and pointed his spear at Quebec. At this moment, Xianxia was already fine and stood behind Lu Ming. Haha, brat, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to kill me? You're really dreaming. I've changed my mind now. Elder Kuei, capture him alive. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Xianxia laughed loudly, his expression extremely ferocious. Hiss! Elder Kuei controlled the giant snake puppet and pounced towards Lu Ming. The snake's tongue was like a sword, piercing through the void. Chiyu clenched his teeth and controlled the cheetah puppet to charge forward. However, before he could exchange 2 blows with the giant snake puppet, he was sent flying by the giant snake puppet. In addition, the other 6 people were also extremely powerful. The puppets they controlled were at least at the spiritual sea realm. There were even 2 giant snake puppets that were equivalent to a 4th level spiritual sea realm cultivator. Chiyu's puppet was entangled by a 4th level spiritual sea realm giant snake puppet, while the other giant snake puppets charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone, with traces of lightning swimming around. He was prepared to control the thunder cauldron to deliver a fatal blow. Stomp! Stomp! Lu Ming controlled the giant wolf puppet to block in front of him. At the same time, he stomped on the ground crazily. Yeah, watch me. Dandan landed on the ground and waved its claws non-stop. Ayo, the gigantic wolf puppet was entangled by a gigantic snake. It kept howling, and sparks flew everywhere. That gigantic snake was Old Kuei's puppet, and it was too strong. The gigantic wolf puppet kept exploding, and a series of banging sounds rang out. In the end, the giant wolf puppet was completely destroyed and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The inscription array appeared and formed a giant bow. An arrow shot towards Xianxia like a meteor. Watch me. Dandan waved her claws and countless inscriptions appeared. Countless vines appeared and wrapped around the 5 or 6 giant snake puppets, binding them tightly. Xianxia's expression changed. He took out another inscription scroll. After opening it, a battle sword flew out and slashed at Lu Ming's arrow. Kill! Let's use the inscription scroll together and kill that kid. Elder Kuei shouted coldly. An inscription scroll appeared in his hand. The others also had inscription scrolls in their hands. As soon as it was opened, all kinds of attacks poured towards Lu Ming. There were swords, sabers, ice, storms, etc. All of them were equivalent to the spiritual sea realm and above. Some of them were even at the 4th layer of the spiritual sea realm and above. They were too strong. Lu Ming couldn't block them at all. He would be turned into ashes in an instant. Lu Ming! Xianxia and Chiyu exclaimed. Die! Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Suddenly, a bright light spread out from his eyebrows. A giant cauldron flew out and lightning filled the air. The moment the cauldron flew out, Lu Ming's true origin was instantly absorbed. Even his life essence was sucked away. Using it once would cost him 50 years of life. But Lu Ming didn't care. Today, he must kill in Quebec. The thunder cauldron grew rapidly. Its terrifying power was vast and mighty, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. At this moment, everyone felt the fear of facing the heavens. Retreat! Retreat! Elder Kuei's pupils shrank rapidly as he frantically retreated. Not only him, but everyone else frantically retreated. At the same time, the inscription scrolls appeared and a light screen enveloped their bodies. Especially in Quebec. He opened the inscription scrolls as if they were free. At least 7 light screens enveloped his body. Boom, the thunder cauldron descended and pressed down. Endless power of lightning descended, destroying all life. Pung. Pung, except for Elder Kuei and In Kei, the other 6 died tragically. They were turned into ashes under the thunder cauldron. As for Elder Kuei and In Kei, they were like withered leaves in the wind, constantly fluttering. The light screen on In Kei's body was constantly destroyed. His face was full of horror and fear, twisted into a ball. Boom, the thunder cauldron fell and rapidly shrank. It flew back into Lu Ming's forehead and disappeared. The 10,000 Snake Valley was charred black. Whether it was the ancient trees, weeds, or poisonous snakes, they were all charred black as if they had experienced a lightning tribulation. Qiyu was dumbfounded. She did not expect that Lu Ming would suddenly summon a large cauldron and kill 6 experts of the Shadow Snake tribe with one strike. Moreover, Elder Kuei and In Kei were heavily injured. She felt like she was in a dream. Huff, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. Now, there was not a trace of true origin left in his body. Even his face was very pale, which was caused by his lifespan being sucked away. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xianxia exclaimed softly and walked over to support Lu Ming. Her eyes were filled with worry. Xianxia's body was strong and her life force was extremely vigorous. Now, the wound on her chest was slowly healing and was no longer a problem. Little Qing, help me over there. I want to kill them. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and helped Lu Ming forward. At this moment, Elder Kuei and In Kei were lying on the ground like mud. They were already half dead. In such a situation, they naturally could not control the puppets. The giant snake puppets were all lying on the ground like statues, motionless. Kid, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I'm the young master of the Shadow Snake tribe. My father is the tribe leader of the Shadow Snake tribe. If you dare to kill me, you'll definitely die. In Kei shouted. I said, you'll definitely die today, no matter who you are. You can't change the result. Lu Ming slowly walked forward with Xianxia's help. Above his head, the green mind fire spread out. His body was weak and he could not use true origin. However, he could still use the mind fire. Kid, I advise you to let us go. Just now, I've already sent a message back. If you kill us, you'll have to wait for the Shadow Snake tribe's crazy revenge. At this moment, Elder Kuei sneered and struggled to move his body. A voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. Haha, Elder Kuei, well done. In Kei roared with laughter, then he looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Brat, my father has already received the news. You're dead for sure. Now, if you cripple your own arms and legs and give that bitch to me obediently and serve me, I might spare your lives. Little Qing, I can't move right now. I can't even inscribe inscriptions. I'll leave these 2 to you. Lu Ming spoke to Xianxia as if he hadn't heard Elder Kuei and In Kei's words. All right. Xianxia helped Lu Ming sit down. Holding the dagger in his hand, he walked towards Elder Kuei first. Bitch, what are you trying to do? In Kei roared. You dare? Elder Kuei roared. Xianxia remained unmoved and strode forward. Qiyu came to Lu Ming's side, wanting to say something but hesitated. Pucci, Xianxia arrived in front of Elder Kuei and swung his dagger. Elder Kuei's head flew far away. Then, he walked towards In Quebec. No, don't come over. In Kei was terrified, and his face was filled with fear. He didn't expect that Lu Ming and Xianxia would still dare to kill them after knowing that they had been sent back to the Shadow Snake tribe. Where did they get the courage to do so? One had to know that the Shadow Snake tribe was the strongest tribe in the surrounding area. You should have expected this day. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. His dagger flashed and Ink's head fell to the ground. The Shadow Snake tribe was all dead. Lu Ming, we have to leave this place quickly. The experts of the Shadow Snake tribe will be here soon. Qiyu said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Qiyu put away the intact giant snake puppets, then controlled the cheetah puppet to carry Lu Ming and Xianxia towards the red leopard tribe. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the cheetah puppet's back and continuously circulated the true dragon battle arts to recover his true origin. The side effects of using the thunder cauldron were too obvious. He lost all his true origin and felt weak all over. Even if he still had his mental strength, he couldn't even inscribe inscriptions, which was equivalent to being powerless and at the mercy of others. Moreover, after using the thunder cauldron this time, he had a rough understanding of its power. The stronger his cultivation, the stronger the power of the thunder cauldron after absorbing true origin and essence qi. With his current cultivation, using the thunder cauldron should be able to cause a fatal threat to an expert in the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. But he might not be able to kill them. Just now, in the Yin Snake tribe, there were 2 inscriptionists equivalent to the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The reason why he was able to kill them in one blow was because those inscriptionists used their mental strength to control the puppets, and the puppets were entangled by Dandan's array and couldn't turn back to help. They could only rely on inscription talismans to resist, and their defensive power was naturally greatly reduced, which was why they were killed by Lu Ming in one blow. Under normal circumstances, he could at most heavily injure an expert in the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but couldn't kill them. As for the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he could probably only lightly injure them. Of course, if Lu Ming could step into the spiritual ocean tier, his thunder concept and true origin would increase explosively, and the power of controlling the thunder cauldron would also increase crazily. I'm so tired. I accumulated so much energy, and it's all used up in one go. Kid, this time, you have to compensate me well. Dandan laid on Lu Ming's shoulder and kept rolling his eyes. In the 10,000 Snake Valley, just a few hours after they left, a gust of wind blew, and a dozen experts rode on giant snake puppets and arrived here. The person in the lead was a middle-aged skinny man with a poisonous snake coiled around his neck. After they arrived, they quickly rushed into the depths of the 10,000 Snake Valley. Soon, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Kid from the outside world, Red Leopard Tribe, kill, kill, kill. The voice rolled, containing endless killing intent. Even many of the poisonous snakes in the 10,000 Snake Valley trembled and shrank back into their caves. Lu Ming and the others returned to the Red Leopard Tribe, and Lu Ming used all his strength to recover his cultivation. At this time, Lu Ming had already recovered a trace of true origin in his dantian. Then, he took out a large amount of supreme-grade spirit crystals and devoured the energy in them to recover his cultivation. With a trace of true origin, Lu Ming's recovery speed greatly increased. As soon as Qiyu returned to the Red Leopard Tribe, he went to find Qi Jingkong to report the situation. What? Lu Ming killed Ink? In a hall, Qi Jingkong's shocked voice was heard. Yes, father. What should we do now? Qiyu stood in front of Qi Jingkong and asked. Qi Jingkong's face was solemn, and his brows were tightly knitted together. He said, Yin Buhai only has one son, and he has always doted on him. Now that Ink has been killed, I'm afraid he'll go crazy and seek revenge. Pass down the order to strengthen the defenses. Also, I'll inform the elders to come here for a meeting. The atmosphere in the Red Leopard Tribe was tense, and Lu Ming was still trying his best to recover. Half a day after returning to the Red Leopard Tribe, his true origin had finally recovered to its peak. Xiaoqing, let me undo the seal on your hands and feet. Walking out of the room, Lu Ming saw Xianxia. Now, Xianxia's injuries were much better, and he was almost fully recovered. Dummy, are you all right? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with concern. I'm fine. Lu Ming walked over and held Xianxia's small hand in front of his eyes, and observed the seal ring on her wrist. After a while, Lu Ming's finger moved in the air. Lines of inscriptions appeared and then disappeared into the ring on Xianxia's hand. Beautiful inscriptions appeared on the surface of the ring, and 2 poisonous snakes rushed out. The poisonous snakes collapsed in the air. Lu Ming held the ring and shook it with his true yuan. The ring broke into pieces. Then, Lu Ming did the same thing and untied all the other rings on Xianxia's body. Boom, as soon as the rings were untied, Xianxia's body emitted a strong aura. Then, it slowly disappeared. Idiot, you saved my life this time, so I take back my previous promise. Xianxia said. What promise? Lu Ming was surprised. Of course, the promise to trample you under my feet, idiot. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Her face revealed a smile. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He was speechless. Then, his eyes flashed. He stretched out his arm and held Xianxia's slender waist. He said, You saved my life. Shouldn't I repay you with my body? Why don't you repay me now? Feeling the heat from Lu Ming's arm, Xianxia's face reddened. Her true qi burst out and she broke free. She said, Repay me with my body? You wish. Seeing that Lu Ming was depressed, Xianxia smiled and said, However, it's not impossible. It depends on your performance in the future. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Not really. Xianxia smiled and then asked about Lu Ming's experience in the past few days. They chatted with each other. In the Red Leopard tribe's meeting hall, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Tribe leader, there's a report from the front. The Een Snake tribe has sent out an army and is rushing towards us. Someone reported. Pass down the order. Don't resist at the front line. Pull back all the troops and retreat to the ancient city. Qi Jin-kong ordered. He then turned to the elders and said, Elders, follow me to the city gate to welcome Een Buhai. Afterwards, Qi Jin-kong and the elders of the Red Leopard tribe arrived at the western city gate of the ancient city. At this moment, there was already an army stationed around the city gate. About a few hours later, the wind howled, and a faint sound rang out between heaven and earth. Countless giant snake puppets appeared in the sky and on the ground. Each of the giant snake puppets had 1 to 2 people sitting on them. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of giant snake puppets, densely packed and filling the entire sky. On the Red Leopard tribe's side, dazzling inscriptions appeared on the city walls. Various powerful defensive formations and offensive formations appeared. At the same time, the warriors of the Red Leopard tribe nocked their arrows. The runes on the arrows shone brightly. A great battle was about to break out. The tribe leader of the Een Snake tribe, Een Buhai, walked out and stood in the void. A poisonous snake coiled around his neck and flicked its tongue. Een Buhai's eyes emitted cold killing intent. He looked at Qi Jin-kong and said, Qi Jin-kong, your daughter Qi Yu and 2 outsiders are despicable and shameless. They sneaked into the territory of the Een Snake tribe and ambushed and killed my son in Quebec. Now, hand them over and I'll retreat and let the Red Leopard tribe go. Haha, Een Buhai, you're really good at talking nonsense. I heard that your son wanted to defile someone's girlfriend and was killed in anger. He was killed in a frontal attack. How can you say that it was a sneak attack? Qi Jin-kong laughed. Humph, what defile? That bitch should be honored that my son likes her. Their lives are nothing compared to my son's. How can you compare to my son? Qi Jin-kong, I advise you to look at the situation clearly. Don't bring about the destruction of your Red Leopard tribe. Een Buhai said coldly. That's impossible. Qi Jin-kong answered without hesitation. Een Buhai frowned, and his face turned gloomy. His eyes flickered, and he said, How about this, Qi Jin-kong, I know you can't bear to part with your daughter. I don't want you to hand over Qi Yu. As long as you hand over the 2 people from the outside world, I will retreat. Impossible. Qi Jin-kong answered with the same words. Een Buhai's face darkened completely. He said, Qi Jin-kong, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll give you 3 days to discuss this. After 3 days, if you don't hand over the 2 outsiders, I'll lead the army to flatten the Red Leopard tribe. I'll wipe out the Red Leopard tribe forever. After saying that, Een Buhai waved his hand and left with his men. Soon, the army of the Een Snake tribe retreated. Een Buhai was not afraid of the Red Leopard tribe. He had mobilized the army in a hurry and they were not strong enough. If he attacked the Red Leopard tribe rashly, both sides would suffer great losses. He also needed time to gather more power. After the Een Snake tribe retreated, Qi Jinggong heaved a sigh of relief. Pass down my order. Gather all the forces of the Red Leopard tribe and guard the ancient city. Elders, follow me to the meeting hall. Qi Jinggong ordered. After a while, the meeting hall of the Red Leopard tribe was filled with more than 20 people. Not only were the elders of the Red Leopard tribe there, but many ordinary elders were also there. Tribe leader, I think we should just hand over the 2 young men. Why do we have to start a war with the Een Snake tribe for 2 outsiders? Yes, tribe leader. Those 2 young men overestimated themselves and dared to kill Een Quebec. They were digging their own graves. We can't implicate the Red Leopard tribe for 2 outsiders. Some ordinary elders persuaded Qi Jinggong to hand over Lu Ming and Xianxia. No. Qi Jinggong's voice was heard. No? Tribe leader, why not? Some of the elders asked in confusion. At this point, I won't hide it from you. Lu Ming was able to crack the array that sealed the previous clan leader. Now, he has already cracked 100 array formations. There are only 36 array formations left. He will be able to crack all of them in a few days. By then, we will be able to find the inscription secret manual of our tribe and return our Red Leopard tribe to its peak. Qi Jinggong said. His voice swept across the place like a storm. What? Is that true? Many of the elders were astounded, before falling silent. They finally knew why Qi Jinggong wanted to protect Lu Ming. It was related to the rise and fall of the Red Leopard tribe. Tribe leader, I don't think so. A voice was heard. It was Qi Jinggong. He had been summoned back for a meeting after such a serious incident. Qi Jinggong walked out and said loudly, there are only 36 formations left. We don't know if Lu Ming can crack them. Besides, even if he does, we will get the secret book of inscription. So what? The Een Snake tribe will destroy our tribe before we can rise. I think we should hand over Lu Ming and that woman to stabilize the Een Snake tribe. That way, we can at least prevent our tribe from being destroyed. Qi Jinggong's words made many elders ponder. Indeed, Qi Jinggong's words were reasonable. What was the point of getting the secret book of inscription if the tribe was destroyed? Seeing everyone's expression, Qi Jinggong had a smug look on his face as he continued, moreover, there are only 36 sealing arrays left. As long as we hand over Lu Ming and that lady, we can stabilize the Een Snake tribe and slowly think of ways to crack the last 36 arrays. This is the best plan. That's right, Elder Qi Jinggong is right. An elder spoke, supporting Qi Jinggong's words. Qi Jinggong's eyes flashed with excitement. I object. Our tribe is indebted to Lu Ming. If we treat someone who is indebted to us in this way, how will others view our tribe in the future? Moreover, the most important thing now is the awakening of the ancient ancestor. As long as we stop the attack of the Shadow Snake tribe, we will enter a period of truce. If Lu Ming can awaken the ancient ancestor will definitely value our tribe. That's the foundation of our rise. Qi Yu's second uncle, Qi Jingtian, said. That's right, I agree with second brother. Qi Jinggong said. Second brother, patriarch, you think too highly of Lu Ming. This time, there are many outsiders. How do you know that Lu Ming is the destined one? We can't bet the fate of our tribe on such a small possibility. Now, we have to deal with the Shadow Snake tribe. Protecting our tribe is the key. Qi Jinggong said loudly. Many people nodded their heads. What if I can destroy the Shadow Snake tribe? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the main hall, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards the outside of the main hall. 3 youthful figures walked in. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Qi Yu. The words just now were spoken by Lu Ming. This is our tribe's meeting hall. How can you bring 2 outsiders in? Qi Jinggong scolded. Don't worry. Lu Ming is our benefactor. You can come in to discuss. Qi Jinggong waved his hand, causing Qi Jinggong's face to darken. Qi Jinggong looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, what did you just say? Can you destroy the shadow snake tribe? Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Ha ha ha. What? Shameless boasting. You're just a heaven rank inscription master? To be able to exterminate the shadow snake tribe, brat, do you know how strong the shadow snake tribe is? What a joke. Qi Jinshan laughed loudly, revealing a mocking expression. Hee, I remember you also said that I was boasting shamelessly. How could a mere Tian realm break the seal? How did I break it in the end? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Qi Jinshan's face turned red. Back then, he had indeed said such words. But reality proved that his words were nothing but nonsense. This matter and the matter of breaking the seal are two completely different matters. The shadow snake tribe is incomparably powerful, and reigns supreme over 10 tribes in the surrounding area. How could it be destroyed so easily? Qi Jinshan scolded coldly. Of course I have my ways. Lu Ming said. If you have an idea, why don't you share it with us so that we can see if your idea will work? Qi Jinshan said. I can't tell you now. Even if I do, I'll only tell the patriarch. Lu Ming said. You're just trying to stall for time. Why would you say such nonsense? Qi Jinshan snapped. Because I don't trust you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. What? Kid, what do you mean by that? How dare you slander me? I'll kill you right now. Qi Jinshan roared furiously. That's enough, sixth brother, back off. I trust Lu Ming. At that instant, Qi Jinshan spoke with an unquestionable tone. I trust Lu Ming too. Me too. Qi Jintian and the other elders spoke one after another. Qi Jinshan and a few elders with great authority spoke, causing the others to fall silent. Thank you for your trust. Patriarch, can you ask the others to back off? Senior Qi Jinshan and the elders can stay. I have a plan to eliminate the shadow snake tribe. Lu Ming said. Alright, all of you back off. Qi Jinshan waved his hand, leaving no room for doubt. Qi Jinshan's face turned ghastly pale. He gritted his teeth and backed off. Soon, only Qi Jinshan, and a few elders were left in the hall. Of course, Qi Yu and Xianxia were also there. Lu Ming, do you have a plan to eliminate the shadow snake tribe? Qi Jinshan's eyes flashed with hope. He would be satisfied as long as he could stop the attack of the shadow snake tribe, let alone eliminate them. Patriarch, if the shadow snake tribe attacks the red leopard tribe, should they attack from the sky or from the ground? Lu Ming did not answer the question. Of course from the ground. If they attack from the sky, they will be covered by our arrows. They can't inscribe formations in the sky to resist the arrows. If they use inscription talismans, they won't be able to afford it. If they attack from the ground, they can cooperate with each other. One person can control the puppets and the other can inscribe formations to resist our arrows. At the same time, they can shoot arrows to fight back. Qi Jinshan explained. Lu Ming smiled and said, that's good. If I have a way to cut off the connection between the people of the shadow snake tribe and the puppets, are you sure you can defeat the shadow snake tribe? What? Cut off the connection between the people of the shadow snake tribe and the puppets? Qi Jinshan's eyes were blazing with fire. The others were almost the same. If we can do that, we can lead the puppet army and annihilate the shadow snake tribe. Qi Jinshan's eyes were extremely bright. He stared at Lu Ming. If they could really annihilate the shadow snake tribe, the prestige of the red leopard tribe would definitely soar and their strength would improve rapidly. That's good. I know a formation. As long as it is set up, the puppets controlled by the enemy can enter the formation and cut off the connection between the people and the puppets. As long as the formation is set up outside the ancient city, the shadow snake tribe will die if they attack. Lu Ming smiled confidently. There is such a wonderful formation? Qi Jinshan was shocked. He then frowned and said, if that's the case, won't the people of my tribe be cut off from the puppets when they rush in? Don't worry. I have a little trick to control the puppets. After using it, you can avoid being cut off from the puppets by the formation. It's very easy to learn. You can learn it in a few hours. Lu Ming took out a jade badge and gave it to Qi Jinshan. He said, Patriarch, you can teach this little trick to some of your trusted subordinates. But don't tell them what it's used for. It will be troublesome if it's spread. Good, haha. Xianxia took it and laughed excitedly. The others were also very excited. There's no time to lose. I'll go and carve the formation now. But Patriarch, you'd better keep an eye on the elder of Xianxia. Lu Ming seemed to be implying something. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He said thoughtfully, don't worry. I know what to do. Of course, Dandan had told him about the formation. It was indeed mysterious and was an ancient formation that had been extinct for a long time. However, the formation had a shortcoming. It was too complicated to inscribe and would take a long time. It could not be activated instantly and was only useful against puppets. Hence, it had slowly disappeared in the long river of history. However, it was suitable for the current situation. Lu Ming walked out of the west gate and started to inscribe the formation. Lines of complicated inscriptions sank into the ground and disappeared. Time passed slowly. The Red Leopard tribe began to call back their forces to guard their headquarters. The Shadow Snake tribe also began to gather their forces to prepare for the war. The surrounding tribes were waiting and watching. Even if the Shadow Snake tribe could destroy the Red Leopard tribe, they would definitely suffer losses. The other tribes would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Soon, 3 days had passed. On the third day, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qiyu, Jinкong, and the others stood on the city wall. There were people everywhere on the city wall. In the sky above the ancient city, many people summoned puppets and sat on the backs of the puppets, floating in the sky. They're here. Jinкong suddenly shouted. In the sky, 3 gigantic snake puppets flew towards them. They were Yin Buhai and the 2 elders of the Yin snake tribe. Even more members of the Shadow Snake tribe's army rode on giant snake puppets and appeared behind them on the ground. Yin Buhai and the 2 elders stopped a few miles away in the sky. Boy, did you kill my son? The first thing Yin Buhai did was look at Lu Ming. His voice was cold and emotionless. Yes, he deserved to die. Lu Ming's reply was simple. Good, very good. Boy, I swear that I will make you suffer the most painful torture in the world. I will make you face the dilemma of life and death. Yin Buhai's eyes were terrifyingly gloomy like a poisonous snake. Then, he looked at Jinкong and said, Jinкong, it seems like you don't want to hand him over? Do you want the entire Red Leopard tribe to die with this boy? Try me if you dare. Jinкong said. His attitude was very clear. Good, very good. It seems like you have forgotten the dignity of the Shadow Serpent tribe because we haven't attacked for a few years. Since that's the case, the Red Leopard tribe shall be destroyed. Yin Buhai's voice spread far and wide. As soon as he said the word should be destroyed, shocking battle cries came from behind him. Kill. Flatten the Red Leopard tribe. Kill all the men. Leave the young women behind. The people of the Shadow Snake tribe shouted one after another as they controlled the giant snake puppets to continue charging towards the ancient city of the Red Leopard tribe along the ground. There were too many people. There were at least 20,000 giant snake puppets, and each of them had 2 people sitting on them. One of them was inscribing defensive formations while the other was controlling the puppets and shooting arrows at the same time. Bow and arrow ready. Jin waved his hand. Instantly, tens of thousands of people knocked their arrows. Release. The golden empty-handed hand waved again. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, a dense rain of arrows shot towards the Shadow Snake tribe's army in the distance. Every arrow had a talisman stuck on it. There were powerful explosive talismans and gale talismans that could increase speed and penetration. More than 10,000 arrows were densely packed, covering the sky and the sun. In the army of the Shadow Snake tribe, inscription formations shone, and light shields appeared one after another, enveloping the puppets and people. At the same time, some people also drew their bows and shot arrows at the Red Leopard tribe. Similarly, the ancient city chief of the Red Leopard tribe also shone with an inscription formation. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out endlessly, and the ground trembled and swayed continuously. This was a battle between inscriptionists. It was completely different from a battle between martial artists. However, the momentum was not small at all. However, the Shadow Snake tribe had more people and more experts. They kept pushing forward and shooting arrows. The Red Leopard tribe was already at a disadvantage. Summon the puppets and prepare for battle, Qi Jin-kong ordered. The defensive light shield formed by the inscription formation on the ancient city was shaking and would not last long. More and more leopard puppets appeared on the city wall and in the sky. The army of the Shadow Snake tribe was getting closer and closer. They were only a few miles away from the ancient city of the Red Leopard tribe. Lu Ming stood on the city wall and glanced into the distance. It's about time. Suddenly, Lu Ming whispered. His hand suddenly shone with a green light and started to inscribe in the air. In the end, it turned into an inscription formation and landed on the ground outside the city wall. Formation, rise! Lu Ming shouted. Buzz, at this moment, the entire ground seemed to tremble. Then, countless inscriptions appeared on the ground. One formation after another, there was no telling how many of them there were. They covered an area of 30 miles in both length and width. Yes, Lu Ming had spent 3 days and tried his best to inscribe the formation in the area of 30 miles. Almost all of the Shadow Snake tribe was covered. At this moment, the Shadow Snake tribe was in an uproar. What's going on? Why can't I control the puppets? Me too. It seems that my connection with the puppets has been cut off. How can this be? Let me try. I can't control them either. All kinds of horrified cries were heard. Those who were only inscribing formations to help summon their puppets, but the result was the same. They were all cut off from the puppets. The tens of thousands of giant snake puppets stood there motionlessly like stones. Kill! Kill! Puppet army, kill them! Qi Jin-kong's eyes shone brightly when he saw this, and his eyes flashed with extreme excitement. He knew that he had made the right bet. He took the lead and rushed out of the city. As for those who had been secretly imparted with Lu Ming's puppet manipulation techniques, all of them followed Qi Jin-kong. They rode the cheetah puppet and dashed outside. There were 8,000 people in this army. Each of them had a leopard puppet. They were the real elites of the Red Leopard tribe. Originally, there were only 8,000 people, but the Shadow Snake tribe sent out 40,000 elites. They were no match for them at all. But now, the puppets of the Shadow Snake tribe could not be controlled. They could only fight with inscriptions and inscriptions. Their combat strength was much weaker. There was a huge difference between the combat strength of the puppets and the ones without. Qi Jin-kong led the 8,000 troops and rushed into the army of the Shadow Snake tribe. Suddenly, all kinds of roars and screams were heard. It was completely one-sided. Although the people of the Shadow Snake tribe tried their best to resist, it was still one-sided. Without the puppets, they lost their most powerful weapon. The people of the Red Leopard tribe controlled the puppets and fought desperately. How could this be? How could this be? In the sky, Yin Buhai roared in disbelief. Kill! Several elders of the Red Leopard tribe controlled their puppets and flew into the sky, charging toward Yin Buhai and the others. The remaining elders cooperated with Qi Jin-kong to kill some of the experts of the Shadow Snake tribe. The rest of you, control your puppets and surround them in the sky. Kill anyone who tries to escape. Qi Jin-kong gave the order from the city wall. There were at least 10,000 people of the Red Leopard tribe who controlled their puppets and flew into the sky to surround the people of the Shadow Snake tribe. Lu Ming stood on the city wall and did not take any action. The outcome of the battle was clear and there was no need for him to take any action. Moreover, he didn't have any desire to attack. He discovered that the essence blood of an inscription master contained a very limited amount of essence blood. It was also of limited help to him. Only martial Dao experts or powerful demonic beasts would have extremely powerful essence blood. This made sense. Inscription masters mainly cultivated spirit flames, so their physique and vital energy naturally couldn't be compared to experts in the martial Dao. The battle cries resounded through the sky. There were still many people on the Red Leopard ancient city, but most of them had low cultivation and did not have any puppets. Therefore, they did not participate in the battle and only guarded the city wall. As time passed, the battle cries gradually weakened. The air was filled with the smell of blood and the ground was covered with corpses. The battle lasted for 2 hours before it completely quieted down. The army of the Shadow Snake tribe was almost completely annihilated. Only a few elders with powerful cultivation managed to escape, but they were also severely injured. Even Buhai was severely injured and captured. He was severely injured under the siege of the elders of the Red Leopard tribe. In fact, the Red Leopard tribe's combat power was not much weaker than the Shadow Snake tribe. These experts had risen to power 60 years ago. Bam! Buhai was thrown on the city wall beside Lu Ming's feet. "Brother Lu Ming, I'll leave Buhai to you," an elder of the Red Leopard tribe said. At this moment, the elders of the Red Leopard tribe looked at Lu Ming with gratitude and respect. This battle was all because of Lu Ming. Otherwise, the result would be completely different. How could this be? How could your Red Leopard tribe have such a powerful formation that can sever the connection between humans and puppets? I've never heard of it before. Buhai shouted. This formation was created by me. Lu Ming said coldly as he looked at Buhai. It's you? It's you again, ha ha ha, could it be that the heavens want my snake tribe to perish? Buhai shouted unwillingly. This is called reaping what you sowed. Little Qing fell into the hands of your Shadow Snake tribe. If you had treated her well, how could there have been such a disaster? Lu Ming said coldly. Buhai looked at Xianxia and burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with mixed emotions. No one knew whether it was regret or unwillingness. Treat her well? Their Shadow Snake tribe dominated the surrounding dozens of tribes. They were used to being rude and unreasonable. Bullying happened every day in the Shadow Snake tribe. After so many years, the Shadow Snake tribe was still getting more and more prosperous. Nothing happened. Who would have thought that because of a Xianxia, he would provoke someone he shouldn't have? He could only say that he was just unlucky. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and a combat sword was formed. He nailed Buhai to the city wall and his storage ring fell into Lu Ming's hands. Warriors of the Red Leopard tribe, follow me and attack the ancient city of the Snake tribe. Qi Jinkong's voice reverberated throughout the area. This time, the Snake tribe had sent out 40,000 elite troops. They wanted to flatten the Red Leopard tribe in one fell swoop. Their defense was definitely the weakest in the ancient city. Now was the best time to attack. We are willing to follow the tribe leader and flatten the Snake tribe. The warriors of the Red Leopard tribe shouted. Then, more than 10,000 troops controlled the puppets and charged towards the Snake tribe. Lu Ming did not participate in this battle. He returned to the ancient city with Xianxia and cultivated in seclusion. The elites of the Snake tribe had been annihilated. Even Buhai was dead. The outcome of this battle was almost predictable. In the temple of Paragon, Lu Ming placed the Enlightenment ancient tree beside him. He held a profound earth crystal in his hand. Lu Ming had obtained many kinds of profound earth crystals in the small island in the heaven boundary. The number was not less than the number of profound earth crystals. Now, the force of earth had merged with the three essences. It was time to upgrade it. There were 9 common essences of heaven and earth: wind, fire, water, metal, wood, lightning, ice, earth and mountain. The intent of earth was similar to the intent of earth and mountain, but it was more advanced. It could be said to be the evolved version of the intent of earth and mountain. It was a special intent realm that was full of vicissitudes and ancient vicissitudes. Not only was its offensive power shocking, but its defensive power was also terrifying. It was an extremely powerful intent realm. Now, he was only at the beginning stage of the force of earth. He could not display its full power. When Lu Ming upgraded it, the power it could display would be terrifying. Crack! Crushing a profound earth crystal, Lu Ming began to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming consumed a total of 30 profound earth crystals to cultivate the force of earth to the major completion stage. He was only a step away from the great completion stage. Obviously, the force of earth was harder to cultivate than the 9 common essences. At this time, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. In these 3 days, Qi Jinkong had led the army to fight outside. Now, he had finally returned. The Shadow Snake tribe had been annihilated. The ancient city had been destroyed by the Red Leopard tribe. Many people had surrendered to the Red Leopard tribe. Especially the land that had been occupied by the Shadow Snake tribe. The Red Leopard tribe's people who had been enslaved by the Shadow Snake tribe had all returned to the Red Leopard tribe. In a short time, the Red Leopard tribe's strength had increased greatly. The surrounding tribes all turned pale with fright. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the extremely powerful Shadow Snake tribe would actually be annihilated. Immediately, those tribes strengthened their defenses, especially those who had enmity with the Red Leopard tribe. They were even more alarmed and their defenses were strengthened several times. The Red Leopard tribe held a grand celebration. During the celebration, Qi Jingkong and the other leaders of the Red Leopard tribe thanked Lu Ming in front of everyone. This battle was all because of Lu Ming. Many people secretly rejoiced that they had chosen to believe in Lu Ming. Otherwise, how could there be such a result? The Red Leopard tribe had been suppressed since the previous patriarch was killed and sealed. After being suppressed for so many years, they finally had a feeling of exaltation. Naturally, they were excited. Everyone was happy, but there were two people who were not happy, and that was Qi Jinshan and Qi Feng. Damn it, how could it be like this? Qi Jinshan growled, his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have been pierced by thousands of holes. Lu Ming frowned as if he had sensed something. He suddenly turned his head to look at Qi Jinshan. Qi Jinshan was startled and hurriedly turned his head. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Lu Ming, I knew I wasn't wrong. When I first saw you, I knew you were the legendary man of destiny. We haven't reached the sacred mountain yet. It's too early to say that I'm the chosen one. I don't know how to awaken your ancient ancestor. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, don't be humble. I have a feeling that you're the only one who can awaken the ancient ancestor in this trip to the sacred mountain. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that you're an outsider and have to return one day, and that you have such a beautiful confidant like Miss Xia, I really want to keep you by my side and be my man. Chi Yu blinked her big eyes and spoke very directly. Cough cough. Lu Ming kept coughing. He didn't expect Chi Yu to be so direct. Indeed, the underground humans were different from the outside world. On the side, Xianxia's face turned slightly red as she said, I'm not his confidant. Miss Chi Yu, please keep him as your man. This pervert will definitely be willing. Is that so? Then I won't be polite. Chi Yu giggled and glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Pervert, hurry up and agree. Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with his big eyes. Every sentence and every word was especially heavy. Ah, haha, this wine is really delicious. Haha, the moonlight today is really beautiful. Lu Ming picked up a cup of wine and took a big gulp. He laughed awkwardly. However, this was the underground world. Where did the moonlight come from? 2 days later, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Qi Yu, Qi Jingkong, Qi Jinshan, and a few elders of the Red Leopard tribe gathered at the canyon where the previous Red Leopard tribe leader was sealed. The Crimson Blood Sand and Viper Blood Mist were ready. Now, they could break the last 36 sealing formations. Lu Ming strode forward and waved his hand. A cloud of crimson blood sand floated in the air. Then, he took out a jade bottle that contained the Viper Blood Mist. He opened the jade bottle and the crimson blood mist flew out and mixed with the crimson blood sand. Then, Lu Ming's finger moved rapidly in the air. It was so fast that afterimages appeared in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Inscriptions attached themselves to the scarlet blood sand and the Viper Blood Mist and flew into the sealing formation in front of him. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Qi Jingkong and the others had expectant looks in their eyes. However, there was one exception, and that was Qi Jinshan. His eyes were filled with anxiety, and his gaze flickered. Wang, the sealing formation flickered, and a huge 7-colored poisonous snake pounced out. However, the 7-colored poisonous snake was shrouded in a layer of blood-red mist. Bang, the 7-colored poisonous snake collapsed in midair. The first of the last 36 great formations had been broken, Lu Ming continued to decipher. His fingers continuously moved, and the scarlet blood sand and the Viper Blood Mist were continuously consumed. Not long after, the second formation was broken, Just like this, one great formation after another was broken by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had to sit down cross-legged to recover his spiritual fire every time he cracked 9 formations. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. There was only one formation left in the 36 great formations. Xianxia and the others widened their eyes and stared at it. Their eyes were filled with excitement, and even their breathing became heavy. Xianxia clenched his fists and slowly moved to the front, close to Lu Ming's position. As Lu Ming's finger moved, inscriptions fell on the ground one after another. Hiss, this time, a total of 3 7-colored poisonous snakes flew out and collapsed in midair. The seal is broken. God bless my red leopard tribe. Xianxia shouted and was the first to move. He rushed directly into the valley. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward, and a vine rushed out and entangled Xianxia. What's going on? Lu Ming, it's you. What are you doing? Xianxia roared. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Ming sneered and rushed into the valley. Xianxia roared. A puppet appeared and broke the vines. He also rushed in. At the same time, Xianxia and the others also rushed into the valley. The valley was not big. Not long after they rushed in, Lu Ming saw a skeleton sitting cross-legged against the wall. Lu Ming saw at a glance that the skeleton was holding a jade pendant in one of its claws. There was also a storage ring on its finger. Get lost. Xianxia roared. Lu Ming sneered. His genuine vitality swept out and took the jade pendant from the skeleton's storage ring into his hand. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You want to steal the treasure of the previous tribe leader? You're courting death. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He controlled the puppet and charged at Lu Ming. Clang, at this time, another puppet rushed out and blocked Xianxia's puppet. It was Xianxia's turn. Tribe leader, don't block me. You should have seen that this kid has ulterior motives. He wants to steal the treasures of the previous tribe leader. Xianxia roared. Xianxia, why are you in such a hurry? Who said that I want to steal the treasures of the previous tribe leader? I'm just handing it to the tribe leader. Lu Ming waved his hand and the jade pendant and storage ring flew to Xianxia. Xianxia caught it in his hand. Tribe leader Qi, that jade pendant should be left behind by the previous tribe leader before his death. It should contain some important information. Why don't you take a look? Lu Ming said with a smile. Xianxia's face was gloomy. Xianxia took the jade pendant and sent his spiritual force into it. His face changed drastically and became extremely ugly. Xianxia's figure slowly moved outside. Elders, take down Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly roared. Although the elders were stunned, they did not hesitate. Puppets appeared and surrounded Xianxia in the middle. Tribe leader, what is the meaning of this? Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. What is the meaning of this? Haha, Xianxia, I really didn't expect that you were the one who betrayed the previous tribe leader. If not for that, how could the previous tribe leader be besieged and fall? Before the previous tribe leader died, he recorded everything in this jade pendant. Xianxia, how should you punish yourself? Xianxia roared, his eyes turning red. His heart ached. He had never thought that Xianxia would betray the previous tribe leader. Lu Ming nodded. It was as he had expected. When Qiyu brought him here and told him that he could break the seal, Xianxia objected with all his might. He even tried to find a reason to kill Lu Ming. It was strange in itself. The others were hoping that Lu Ming could break the seal and let Lu Ming try. Only Xianxia tried his best to stop him. It was as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would break the seal. Hence, Lu Ming had been on guard against him. When he was breaking the last array earlier, Lu Ming had been guarding against him. He used the array to stop him and snatched the items left behind by the previous chief of the Red Leopard tribe. If it landed in Xianxia's hands first, he would definitely destroy the evidence. The elders' faces changed when they heard this. They looked at Xianxia with gloomy faces. Ha ha ha. Why? Why did you do that? Xianxia asked. It's simple. The resources given to me by the Een Snake tribe and the Heavenly Wolf tribe were enough for me to break through several levels for hundreds of years. Why didn't I help them? What does the death of the previous chief have to do with me? What does the decline of the Red Leopard tribe have to do with me? Anyway, it's not my turn to inherit the position of chief. Ha ha ha. Qi Jinshan laughed maniacally. Selfish. Selfish. Elders, take Qi Jinshan down, extinguish his spiritual fire, bring him back to the tribe, and execute him in public. Qi Jinkong gave the order. There was no suspense in this battle. The elders were all incomparably powerful. Under the joint forces of the elders, the pure gold mountain had no chance of resisting. Not long after, it was taken down. Its spiritual flame was extinguished and brought back to the Red Leopard tribe. Lu Ming did not care about what happened next. He focused on cultivating in seclusion, waiting for the truce in the underground world so that he could go to the sacred mountain. There was a 1-month truce in the underground world every year, and half a month before and after the ancestor worship day. During the truce, no tribe was allowed to fight or kill people from other tribes. Anyone who violated this rule would be besieged by other tribes and turned into ashes. There was about half a month before the truce. Xianxia was also cultivating in seclusion like Lu Ming. The battle of Providence was getting closer and closer, and he felt a sense of urgency. It was said that the top 600 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all at the Sea Spirit realm, and only a few were at the King realm. Whether it was Lu Ming or Xianxia, they were far from being able to compete with Sea Spirit realm geniuses. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Temple of Paragon, crushing one earth esoteric crystal after another. He was trying his best to improve the earth momentum. 7 days later, the earth momentum had reached perfection. Lu Ming directly used a mid-grade esoteric crystal to break through to the next level and condense a rune of intent. The earth momentum had successfully evolved to the first level of earth essence. However, this was far from enough. If he wanted to truly unleash a powerful battle prowess, he had to cultivate the concept of earth to perfection. Lu Ming continued to cultivate with the profound earth crystals. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Lu Ming had cultivated the profound earth concept to level 1 small success. To increase his power at such a terrifying speed, he had to consume a large number of profound crystal stones. At this moment, it was finally the truce period in the underground world. The Red Leopard tribe was preparing to head to the sacred mountain. Xiaoqing, how's your harvest these days? Lu Ming asked as he and Xianxia strolled in the courtyard. Lu Ming asked. My concept of wind has broken through to the 2nd level. This time, I'm faster than you, right? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and giggled. He broke through level 2? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Xianxia's talent was indeed terrifying. His concept of thunder, concept of wind, and concept of fire were all stuck at the limit of level 1. He was only a step away from level 2, but he couldn't break through. He hadn't expected that Xianxia would already have a concept and breakthrough to level 2. Xianxia's cultivation base had already reached peak king. As long as his destruction concept broke through to level 2, Xianxia would be able to open his spiritual sea and become a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Sea of Soul Realm experts were called Sea of Soul Realm experts, and belonged to the first of the 3 realms of Spirit God. It wasn't something King Realm experts could compare to. It was definitely a qualitative leap. However, this step had trapped countless people. The two chatted as they walked. After a while, they arrived at a large plaza outside. A lot of people had already gathered. Here. One after another, huge cheetah puppets stopped in the plaza. Lu Ming, Miss Xia, you're here. We're about to set off. Qi walked over and smiled. This time, Qi Jinkong was personally leading the group. He was accompanied by 2 tribe elders and more than 100 experts of the Red Leopard tribe. Qi was also going. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge cheetah puppet appeared on the ground. This cheetah puppet had battle prowess equivalent to the 4th layer of spiritual sea realm. It was a gift from the Red Leopard tribe. Lu Ming and Xianxia leaped onto the cheetah puppet's back. Everyone's here. Let's go. Qi Jinkong gave the order. Gales whistled as the cheetah puppet rose up and flew toward the north. Like Lu Ming, there were more than 100 people who came from outside the earth. They were going to the sacred mountain to participate in the test. The sacred mountain was north of the Red Leopard tribe, separated by dozens of large and small tribes. The distance was quite far, so they could only travel without rest. Along the way, no tribe stopped them. After 13 days of non-stop travel, they finally arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain and set up camp there. What a majestic mountain! Lu Ming stood at the foot of the mountain and looked ahead. A huge and majestic mountain stood between heaven and earth, straight into the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. The mountain covered a large area. At the foot of the mountain, one could see one tribe after another, clearly separated. Like the Red Leopard tribe, they set up camp and waited for the outsiders to climb the mountain in 2 days. It was said that the ancient ancestor of the underground lived at the top of this mountain. People from the underground couldn't climb the mountain. It was said that only people from outside the earth could climb the mountain and go through the test. The one who finally reached the top of the mountain could awaken the ancient ancestor. Could this sacred mountain be the real location of the martial emperor's treasure? Lu Ming thought. He believed that not only him, but most outsiders also thought so. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, a dense crowd appeared in all directions of the sacred mountain. Lu Ming, Miss Xia, it is said that there is an endless inscription formation on the sacred mountain. You can't fly up, you can only climb it on foot. Qiyu said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Let's go. A loud roar was heard. Lu Ming saw that people from another tribe had already rushed up the sacred mountain. Strangely, as soon as those people rushed up the sacred mountain, their figures disappeared. Sure enough, there was a formation on the sacred mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, not long after, Lu Ming saw that some people who had rushed in flew back from the inside. What's going on? What's going on inside? Someone hurriedly asked. You have to pass the tests inside, and experts with the same cultivation base as me will appear. Every time you pass a test, more and more experts will appear. When I fail, I will be bounced back. Someone sighed. It seems that there won't be any danger if you fail. Let's go. Then, even more people rushed into the mountain. Soon, more people were bounced back. Some people from the Red Leopard tribe also rushed in, but they were bounced back soon. The situation they encountered was similar to the others. Experts with the same cultivation base as them appeared to fight with them. The more tests they passed, the more experts would appear later. Let's go, Lil Qing. Lu Ming said. Okay, be careful. The surroundings suddenly changed. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a platform. In front of the platform, there was a stone staircase that led upwards. There seemed to be another platform above it. What a mysterious array. I can't even find a trace of it. Lu Ming was quite shocked. With his current level of inscription, he couldn't even find a trace of it. The array here was definitely beyond the 5th grade. No, it was far beyond the 6th grade. It wasn't something he could pry into right now. Kid, the inscription array here is incredible. It was definitely set up by someone with extremely high attainments in inscription. Dandan looked left and right on Lu Ming's shoulder. There weren't many things that could make Dandan say such words. Buzz, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a muscular man in his 30s. He looked like a real person, but his expression was very cold. His voice was also very cold. As long as you can defeat me, you can go to the next level. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out. Sword chi was rampant. A battle sword appeared in the muscular man's hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Peak King. Lu Ming's expression changed. The person who appeared was indeed at the same level as him, a Peak King. However, Lu Ming could kill martial artists at the same level as him in an instant. With a punch, the exploding fist light directly turned the figure into ashes. Lu Ming strode forward. He walked along the stone staircase and arrived at the second platform. This time, 2 figures appeared on the platform. The 2 figures looked exactly the same as the muscular man from before. Moreover, they were both Peak Kings. As long as you can defeat us, you can go to the next level. As the voice faded, the sound of swords rang out. The two muscular men attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their attacks formed a strange network. Battle array. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The two muscular men weren't using ordinary attacks. Instead, they were cooperating to form a large array. The power wasn't as simple as 1 multiplied by 2. Instead, it was several times stronger. However, it was still nothing to Lu Ming. He punched out. The boundless fist energy drowned the two muscular men. When the fist force disappeared, the two brawny men also disappeared. Lu Ming continued forward. In the third stage, 4 burly men appeared. Once again, the 4 of them worked together to set up a formation that was even more terrifying. However, he was still crushed by Lu Ming's exploding star fist. He barged through with force. In the 4th stage, there were 8 strong men. In the 5th stage, there were 16 strong men. Every stage, the number of people would double, and the battle formations would be set up, their power terrifying. It was simply impossible for ordinary martial artists to break through. Only a few peerless geniuses could pass through. Soon, he reached the 7th stage. There were a total of 64 muscular men in the 7th trial, and all of them were peak kings. Their power was unimaginably terrifying. It's just right for me to hone my conception. With the infinite dragon spear in hand, Lu Ming weaved through the crowd. He fused the earth concept with the other 3 concepts, constantly attacking and tempering his own concept. A moment later, the 64 burly men were all killed by Lu Ming. Whoosh, at this moment, a jade token flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and caught the jade token in his hand. What's this? Is this my reward? Lu Ming's mind sank into the jade token, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. In the jade token was a martial skill, a demigod-level martial skill. A demigod-level martial skill was extremely precious. Lu Ming put it away. As he continued forward, the surrounding environment suddenly changed again. This time, Lu Ming came to an underground cave. In the underground cave, there was a pool. The pool water was so clear that one could see the bottom. It seems that there were a total of 7 stages before. Now, I've come to another stage. Lu Ming pondered. In this stage, you have to count the ripples in the water clearly. Only by counting the correct ones can you pass. At this moment, a voice rang out. Count the ripples in the water clearly? It seems that this stage tests one's observation skills. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he came to the side of the pool. A water droplet fell from above. The water droplet landed on the surface of the water, creating layers of ripples. Lu Ming's mind was highly focused, and his eyes were fixed on the water surface. Layers of ripples continued to spread. At first, they were very clear, but eventually, they became fainter and finally disappeared. A total of 1,356 layers. Lu Ming answered. Correct. Look again. The voice rang out again. This time, a total of 2 water droplets fell into the pool. The ripples formed by the 2 water droplets interfered with each other. The difficulty was more than 10 times higher than before. Lu Ming had to count how many ripples were formed by the 2 water droplets. After a while, the water droplets disappeared. 2,537. Lu Ming answered. Correct. Continue looking. The voice rang out again. There's more? Lu Ming frowned. This time, there were 3 water droplets. The ripples formed by the 3 water droplets interfered with each other and became more complicated. Lu Ming observed carefully. After a while, the water droplets disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. In his mind, he kept thinking about the water droplets he saw earlier. How many ripples? The voice asked. 3,600. Lu Ming answered. Congratulations, you've passed the stage. The voice rang out. Then, with the sound of the air being torn apart, a battle sword flew over. Lu Ming grabbed it in his hand. This battle sword is of high quality. It should be a level 6 peerless battle sword. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Spirit weapons were divided into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Above the superior grades were the supreme grades and the peerless grades. Lu Ming's infinite dragon spear was now a level 6 superior grade weapon. The quality of this battle sword was much higher than Lu Ming's infinite dragon spear. It was a pity that Lu Ming couldn't use it. In another cave, Xianxia waved his hand and grabbed a battle sword. A level 6 peerless battle sword. Xianxia kept it and continued to move forward. Like Lu Ming, Xianxia also obtained a demigod-level martial technique and a battle sword. In another cave, Kenfei Ryu also passed 2 stages and obtained a demigod-level martial technique and a battle sword. With this martial technique and battle sword, my combat strength can continue to increase. Kenfei Ryu's eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, at the foot of the sacred mountain, people were constantly being sent flying. Only Lu Ming and Miss Xia are left. I wonder how they are doing. Qi Jinkong sighed. Almost all of the Red Leopard tribe's more than 100 outsiders had failed. Only Lu Ming and Xianxia were still inside. Father, don't worry. I believe that Lu Ming will succeed. Qi Yu's eyes were shining. She had great faith in Lu Ming. The Red Leopard tribe was still doing well. Many tribes were already sighing because they had been completely wiped out. In the sacred mountain, Lu Ming kept his battle sword and strode forward. The scene around him changed again. In front of him, there were 9 passages that led forward. There are 9 paths here. Among them, only one is a path of life. The other 8 are paths of death. Once you step into them, you will die without a doubt. Choose one yourself. That voice sounded again. Lu Ming's heart trembled. 9 paths, 8 paths of death, and 1 path of life. If he were to choose it himself, the chance of survival would only be 1 in 9. Was this a test of luck? Senior, do you have any hints? Lu Ming asked. There are no hints. Choose freely. The voice sounded. Lu Ming's brows furrowed even tighter. Is it really a test of luck? Impossible. Luck is an illusory thing. No one can say for sure. Since the person who set up these formations wanted to test me, it would not be a test of luck. Otherwise, what's the point of the first 2 stages? It's better to test my luck directly. Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly. You have 5 minutes to consider. If you don't choose, just back off. That voice sounded again. Why do I need 5 minutes? I can make my decision now. Lu Ming smiled faintly and strode toward the path in the middle. 9 paths appeared in front of Xianxia. It was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. Xianxia pondered for a moment and strode toward the 4th path. Kenfei Ryu looked at the 9 paths in front of him and frowned. After pondering for a while, he sighed and turned to leave. After a short while, his figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. Faced with only 1 in 9 paths of life, how many people could make a choice? After Lu Ming stepped into the middle path, he found himself in a huge cave the next moment. The cave was very spacious. In the middle of the cave, there was an altar. At this moment, a light flashed in the cave and another figure appeared. Little Qing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was Xianxia. Lu Ming. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and walked over with a smile. Sure enough, the 9 paths are a lie. Xianxia said with a smile. It's not really a lie, but it requires a person's courage and wisdom. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming speculated that the previous 9 paths were not 8 paths of death and 1 path of life, but all paths of life. As for saying that there were 8 dead ends, it was purely a bluff. This depended on everyone's judgment. Of course, it also required a lot of courage. For some people, even if they had guessed the answer, whether or not they dared to step in was another matter altogether. What if there really was a dead end? Courage is needed here. Without a doubt, Xianxia and Lu Ming had successfully passed that trial. After a while, no one else appeared except for Lu Ming and Xianxia. Sigh, after so many years, someone has finally come here. At that instant, a sigh could be heard. Who? Lu Ming and Xianxing's expressions flickered. Aren't you here to find me? The voice could be heard. Following this, Lu Ming saw a figure appear on the altar in the middle. It was a middle-aged man around the age of 40, wearing a long robe with 2 different colors. He floated in midair while emitting a terrifying pressure from his body. The middle-aged man did not unleash his aura, but the pressure was naturally emitted from his body. Lu Ming felt like he was facing the vast heavens and earth, a whole new world. Powerful, too powerful. Lu Ming was astounded. However, it was obvious that the middle-aged man did not have a physical body, but an illusionary one, as if his body was transparent. Powerful, too powerful. This is a martial emperor realm expert. Dandan screamed in fright. Her limbs and head shrank back into the turtle shell. Lu Ming and Xianxia were astounded. Martial emperor realm expert, wasn't that a martial emperor? The person before them was a martial emperor? Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure was real? Interesting little tortoise. The middle-aged man glanced at Dandan, then his eyes fell on Lu Ming, then on Xianxia, as if the sun, the moon, and the stars were changing in his eyes. Interesting little guys, you're hiding a lot of things. The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand. In that instant, Lu Ming seemed to be unable to control himself. 5 mental rings were suspended above his head. 5 stages, and 10 spiritual lamps were lit. Powerful, powerful. I was only like this back then. Haha, good. The middle-aged man laughed. Senior, may I know who you are? Did you set up the entrance to the martial emperor's treasure in the chaotic astral ocean? Lu Ming asked. The man before them should be the ancient ancestor that the people of the underground world talked about. Who am I? Sigh, it's been thousands of years. I've almost forgotten myself. The middle-aged man sighed. Faintly. After a moment of silence, he said, My name is Liao Tsong. Liao Tsong? Lu Ming was confused. He had never heard of this name before. However, Xianxia exclaimed, Liao Tsong, you're the Talisman Puppet Emperor, the sect leader of the Talisman Puppet sect, Liao Tsong. Xianxia opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What? He is a Talisman Puppet Emperor? Lu Ming also turned pale with fright, his heart trembling. He had never heard of the name Liao Tsong, but the Talisman Puppet Emperor was something that many people had heard of. There were 4 overlord forces in the eastern wilderness. Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Heavenly Corpse Sect, Sky Monster Valley, and Talisman Puppet Sect. The Talisman Puppet Sect focused on inscriptions. They mainly cultivated the Tao of inscriptions, and martial arts were only supplementary. The Talisman Puppet Emperor was the sect leader of the Talisman Puppet Sect. His Tao of inscriptions had reached level 9, which was equivalent to the Martial Emperor realm. He was as famous as Martial Emperor De. There were only a handful of martial emperors in the eastern wilderness. He could shake the entire eastern wilderness with a stump of his feet. He was even one of the top experts in the entire divine wilderness continent. It was said that the Talisman Puppet Emperor had fallen 3,000 years ago. As for why he had fallen, it had always been a mystery. But why would he appear underground? Lu Ming and Xianxia had countless questions in their hearts. Little girl, you know quite a lot. Your bloodline is very special. You must be from a family in the middle continent, right? Liao Tsong smiled. Xianxia didn't say anything. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Middle continent. Xianxia was from the middle continent. Then why was she in the eastern wilderness? You must want to know what happened, right? Why am I here? Liao Tsong said. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded. Actually, I was ambushed. The person who ambushed me was the palace master of the Heavenly Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De. Liao Tsong said word by word. What? Lu Ming's heart trembled again. The Talisman Puppet Emperor, Liao Tsong, was ambushed by Martial Emperor De? This was completely out of their expectations. 3,000 years ago, Liao Tsong was beaten to the point that only a strand of his soul remained. At first, Liao Tsong was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge. Therefore, he taught the Tao of inscription to the underground humans, hoping to cultivate an Emperor realm expert to take revenge for him. Therefore, Liao Tsong became the ancestor of the underground humans. However, Liao Tsong discovered that the underground humans had a special physique. Maybe it was because they were underground, they were different from the Tao of heaven and earth. They were separated from the sun, the moon, and the stars. Therefore, the underground humans were not like the people outside who had unlimited possibilities. The humans here could only cultivate to level 6. Yes, level 6 was equivalent to the Sea of Spirit realm, which was what the underground humans called the Divine Realm. How could a level 6 help him take revenge? Moreover, Liao Cong's soul could not go out to look for a successor. As an Emperor Realm expert, De would sense him the moment he went out. Helplessly, Liao Cong forged the 9 jade swords and found a few level 6 elites. He sent them out of the earth and built an entrance to the underground world. Then, he scattered the 9 jade swords all over the place, hoping to find a fated person to enter the underground world and become Liao Cong's descendant and avenge him in the future. Liao Cong purposely spread the news that if someone from outside the underground world came in, there would be a fated person who could wake him up. However, as time passed, no one came in. Liao Cong was already in despair. His strand of soul went into a deep sleep. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, after 3,000 years, someone finally came in. Moreover, there were 2 people who made it to the last stage. As soon as Xianxia and Lu Ming entered the last cave, Liao Cong sensed them instantly due to the array. He woke up from his deep sleep. After hearing this, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Martial Emperor De again. He could not help but think of Supreme Nine Yang. He was also killed by Martial Emperor De, leaving only a strand of soul behind. 2 peerless talents, how similar their endings were. You are the Detian Divine Guard of the Detian Divine Palace, right? I can feel the fluctuation of the Divine Guard medallion on you. Liao Cong looked at Lu Ming. In his eyes, it was as if the sun, the moon, and the stars were spinning. Lu Ming was shocked. Liao Cong and De were enemies. Would Liao Cong kill him? Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Xianxia moved in front of Lu Ming and stared at Liao Cong. Even if he was an Emperor Realm expert, if he wanted to kill Lu Ming, he would have no choice but to fight. Haha, the 2 of you have a good relationship. You're also very brave. I like it. Liao Cong laughed. Xianxia's face was slightly red, but he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of Lu Ming. Looking at Xianxia's slender back, Lu Ming felt very warm in his heart. He took a step forward and held Xianxia's hand, standing side by side with Xianxia. Yes, the 2 of you are equally talented. You're a perfect match. Don't worry, little guys. The enmity between me and De has nothing to do with others. Moreover, although this little guy is a Detian Divine Guard, I'm afraid he hasn't even seen De's face. Who am I, Liao Cong? Why would I implicate him? Liao Cong laughed. Lu Ming and Xianxia were secretly relieved. To be honest, facing an Emperor Realm expert, even if it was just a remnant soul, the pressure was terrifying. The difference was too big. An Emperor Realm expert could kill them 8 to 10 times with just a breath. Senior, to be honest, De and I will be enemies sooner or later. Lu Ming clasped his fist and said. You and De will be enemies? You're just a martial king. What enmity do you have with him? Wait, could it be the one in your body? Liao Cong's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Buzz, at this moment, Lu Ming's body shone like the sun. In the next moment, a figure appeared and floated in the air. Senior Zhou Yang. Lu Ming exclaimed. This figure was Supreme Zhou Yang. Junior Zhou Yang greets Senior Lian. It's been a few thousand years since we parted. Supreme Zhou Yang clasped his fist and bowed to Liao Cong. Liao Cong frowned slightly. Then his eyes lit up and he said, You're Zhou Yang? What's going on? Based on the fluctuations of your soul, you should have already reached the Exalt realm. With your heaven-defying bloodline and physique, it wouldn't be so easy for ordinary emperors to take you down. How did you end up like this? 3,000 years ago, before Liao Cong's accident, Supreme Zhou Yang had just risen. He was the most dazzling genius of that era. He had seen Liao Cong a few times. That was why Liao Cong recognized him. Supreme Zhou Yang smiled bitterly and told Liao Cong about his experience. What? You were also harmed by that old man De. That old man De is so despicable. Liao Cong shouted angrily. He was harmed by De. Because they belonged to two different forces, it was normal for them to be competitors. However, Supreme Jiuyang was the disciple of Martial Emperor De. He had fought for Martial Emperor De all his life. How sad was it that he ended up like this? It was really sad. What does that old man De want to do? Does he want to unify the Eastern Barren Territory? Liaozong said. As far as I know, his goal is not only the Eastern Barren Territory. Supreme Jiuyang said. What? He's so ambitious. Liaozong said. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood aside and listened quietly. They had heard a lot of secrets from Supreme Jiuyang and Liaozong. They were not qualified to know these secrets with their cultivation. At this moment, Liaozong looked at Lu Ming again and said, "No wonder I felt that this kid's blood force was extraordinary. He has awakened the 9 dragons' blood force. However, it will be difficult for him to fight against De. Since it has come to this, we can only take one step at a time." Supreme Jiuyang sighed. However, it's not like there's no turning back. According to you, the Battle of Luck is coming soon. If we do well in the Battle of Luck, we may have a chance. Liaozong thought for a while and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, are you willing to be my disciple? Disciple? Lu Ming was stunned. I see that you have great talent in the art of inscription. I can teach you everything I know. This way, you will have more power to fight against Martial Emperor De in the future. Liaozong said. Lu Ming, this is a great opportunity. Why don't you become my disciple? Supreme Jiuyang urged. Disciple Lu Ming greets master. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and knelt down to greet Liaozong. How could he not be willing to become the disciple of an martial emperor? This was a great opportunity. Good, good, good. Ha ha ha. Liaozong laughed. Immediately after, he pointed a finger at Lu Ming's glabella. There was a flash of light and Lu Ming suddenly felt that there was something in his mind. As for what it was, he felt that it was a bit vague and he could not see it clearly. Disciple, I've already sealed all that I've learned in my life and some of my cultivation experiences into a formation. Now, I'm sending it into your mind. In the future, you can slowly study it and cultivate. However, there are many layers of seals in that formation. With your current cultivation, you can only read things of level 5 and below. When you become a level 6 inscriptionist, you will be able to read all the things of level 6 inscriptionists. Thank you very much, Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed and thanked him. How precious was the lifetime worth of knowledge and cultivation experience of an Emperor realm expert. It was much more precious than any treasure. Lu Ming would be able to avoid many detours in his cultivation in the future. He would be able to improve his cultivation at the fastest speed. This was an Emperor realm expert, one of the most powerful experts in the Divine Wilderness continent. He was not like Dandan, who bragged about how powerful he was. He knew a lot of things, but he would only throw them to Lu Ming and let Lu Ming learn by himself. He had no experience to learn from. Yes. This is the spirit weapon that I used back then. It's called the Million Formation Illustration. It's a pity that I fought with D back then and it was damaged. Many of the inscription arrays on it have been destroyed. However, it's still very powerful. Given your current cultivation level, you can't use it yet. Perhaps it will be of great use to you when your cultivation level increases in the future. Take it. Million Formation Image? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took the Million Formation Image and put it away. Lu Ming had never heard of the Million Formation Image. However, since it was Liaozong's treasure, it must be extraordinary. By the side, Supreme Jiuyang was secretly shocked. Although Lu Ming had never heard of it, he knew that the 10,000 formation illustration was the treasure that made Liaozong famous. It was a powerful level 9 spirit weapon and was considered an imperial treasure. Its power was earth-shattering and could destroy the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Now, Liaozong had given such an important treasure to Lu Ming. It was obvious that he valued Lu Ming very much. My dear disciple, your little girlfriend's talent is also extremely shocking. Her bloodline physique has a great background. Since she has made it to the final stage, I have to do something. Now, let me help you unleash the power of your bloodline to the maximum. Liaozong waved his hand and a ray of light enveloped Xianxia. A bloody light flashed behind Xianxia, and a lotus flower appeared. On the lotus flower, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged. As expected, it's this kind of bloodline. Even in that family, this kind of bloodline only appears very rarely. It's called an anomaly. Haha, let me see the effect of bloodline nirvana. Liaozong waved his finger and a mystical array entered Xianxia's veins. Immediately, a black cocoon formed around Xianxia's veins. Xianxia sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Yes. Liaozong nodded, within 3 days, I should be able to achieve nirvana. He then looked at Supreme Nine Sons and said, 9 Sons, how is the current situation of the Talisman Puppet Sect? Supreme Nine Sons pondered for a moment and said, since Senior Lian's accident, the Talisman faction, and the Puppet faction have split into 2 factions. Their strength has weakened greatly. Now, the Talisman Puppet Sect has been occupied by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse Sect. It's not as strong as before. I knew it. Once something happened to me, I would end up like this. Liaozong sighed. I even heard that the Puppet faction has the intention to join the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Supreme Nine Sons said. Damn it, the Talisman Puppet Sect must not be destroyed because of this. Disciple. Suddenly, Liaozong looked at Lu Ming and said, the 10,000 formation illustration is not only a supreme treasure, but also the token of the Talisman Puppet Sect's patriarch. In the future, the Talisman Puppet Sect will be handed over to you. After you leave, think of a way to reorganize the Talisman Puppet Sect and merge the 2 factions into one. Me? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The Talisman Puppet Sect was a formidable existence. How could he possibly have the strength to do so? Disciple, since you are my successor and have my token, the Talisman Puppet Sect will be handed over to you. Furthermore, once you have the Talisman Puppet Sect in your hands, you will have the strength to fight against Martial Emperor De in the future. Liaozong said. That's right, Lu Ming. This is Senior Liaozong's kindness. Supreme Nine Sons said. Alright, I promise Master that I will try my best. Lu Ming brought his fists together and said. Indeed, if he could really control the Talisman Puppet Sect, he would have the strength to fight against Martial Emperor De. Great, great. Haha, I'm relieved. Initially, with my soul force, I would only be able to hold on for a few years before my soul dissipated. Who would have thought that I would be able to find hope before my death? Haha, the heavens are kind to me. Liaozong burst out laughing. Master. Lu Ming was sad. It was already unbelievable that a remnant soul could hold on for thousands of years. He knew that Liaozong might not be able to hold on for a few more years. Jiu Yang, there is still hope for you to be resurrected. If you are resurrected in the future, you should help Lu Ming. Liaozong said. Of course. However, resurrection is easier said than done. Supreme Nine Sons sighed. There is always hope. Alright, I have told you everything. When the girl wakes up, I will send you all back to the outer world. Liaozong said. Master, what about the other people from the outer world? Lu Ming asked. Let the others stay in the outer world. With my current strength, I can't send so many people out. Liaozong said calmly. Lu Ming sighed. Liaozong was an Emperor Realm expert who could suppress the 9 heavens. Ordinary martial artists were like ants in his eyes. If he and Xianxia didn't make it to the last stage and caught Liaozong's attention and accepted him as his disciple, they would be nothing more than ants in Liaozong's eyes. Master, I want to bring a friend out with me. Can I? Lu Ming asked. A friend. Of course. Alright, we can also solve the problem of the outer world. Liaozong waved his hand. Lu Ming felt the world change. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in the sky outside the sacred mountain. Outside the sacred mountain, hundreds of tribes were staring at the sacred mountain. Most of the tribes were sighing in sorrow because their people had all failed. Then, they looked at each other to see which tribe hadn't come out yet. Lu Ming and Miss Xia haven't come out yet. Maybe there is still hope. Qi Jingkong and the others of the Red Leopard tribe clenched their fists and stared at the sacred mountain with anticipation. Look, there is someone in the sky. Suddenly, someone shouted. Countless people looked up and saw a figure appear in the air. He stood in midair and did not descend. What's going on? How did this person appear in the sky? The others were bounced back by the array. This is strange. Which tribe did he come from? Lu Ming's appearance caused a wave of confusion. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. The people of the Red Leopard tribe were shocked. Did he succeed? Did Lu Ming fail too? At this moment, the entire sacred mountain emitted a dazzling light. The light shone on the land for thousands of miles. In the light, a figure appeared. This figure was 10,000 meters tall. It was huge and emitted an aura like the sky. It was Liao Tsang. Ancestor, the ancestor has awakened. It's really the ancestor. Even the people from the outer world felt the same. Liao Tsang's aura was too powerful. It was boundless, making people feel like they were facing the universe. Facing this pressure, the people from the outer world also knelt down. No one was an exception. It was not a matter of whether they wanted to kneel or not, but they had no choice. This man is the destined one. Liao Tsang's voice came out of his mouth. Countless people's eyes gathered on Lu Ming. This young man was the destined one. Was he the one who awakened the ancient ancestor? Lu Ming. It's really him. It's really him. The people of the Red Leopard tribe were all ecstatic. They were so excited that their bodies were shaking. It was really Lu Ming. And Lu Ming was sent by the Red Leopard tribe. What kind of reward would the ancient ancestor give them? They were all looking forward to it. Which tribe sent this destined one? Liao Tsang's voice came out again. It was as if the gods were talking. His voice was like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth. It's us. It's our sacred wind tribe. Qi Jingkong did not say anything. Suddenly, a shout came out. There was a group of people in that direction. There were more than 1,000 of them. Every one of them had a powerful aura. They were all inscribers above the Sea of Souls realm, rank 6. It's the Sacred Wind tribe. This time, they are even stronger. That's right. The Sacred Wind tribe was the strongest tribe in the first place. They have countless experts. Now, they're the ones who delivered the mandate of heaven. The ancient ancestor will definitely reward them. The strong will strengthen the strong. In the future, which tribe will be the Sacred Wind tribe's opponent? The other tribes were all discussing. Damn it! The people of the Red Leopard tribe screamed in their hearts. The Sacred Wind tribe was so shameless that they stole their credit. However, they didn't dare to make a sound. The Sacred Wind tribe was too powerful. If they made a sound and the ancient ancestor didn't punish the Sacred Wind tribe, then their Red Leopard tribe would be in danger. If the Sacred Wind tribe wanted to destroy their Red Leopard tribe, it would be easy. Sacred Wind tribe, how dare you deceive me? You should die. Liao Tsang's voice came out. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes toward the Sacred Wind tribe. Ah! Ancient ancestor, please forgive us. The people of the Sacred Wind tribe screamed in horror. But it was all useless. Two beams of light swept past, and the people of the Sacred Wind tribe all disappeared, turning into ashes. All the extraterrestrial people who had come with the Sacred Wind tribe had disappeared. Two gazes, all dead. Even though Liao Tsang was only left with a remnant of his soul, and even though this remnant of his soul was about to dissipate, his power was still terrifying. At this moment, everyone at the scene was as silent as cicadas in winter. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The Sacred Wind tribe doesn't need to exist in this world. All tribes should unite and attack them. Liao Tsang said. Yes, ancient ancestor. Countless tribes responded loudly. With one word from Liao Tsang, the #1 tribe in the underground world was doomed to extinction. I already know that the Red Leopard tribe is the one who sent us the mandate of heaven this time. Now, I will bestow upon you a spirit cultivation technique. As soon as Liao Tsang finished speaking, a piece of jade flew towards the Red Leopard tribe. Qi Jingkong received it respectfully and hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you for your gift, ancient ancestor. In his heart, he was extremely excited. Spirit cultivation technique. It was actually a spirit cultivation technique. This was a priceless treasure. With time, how many elites could be born in the Red Leopard tribe? In the future, it was possible for the Red Leopard tribe to become the strongest tribe in the underground world. There were so many tribes in the underground world, but none of them had a spirit cultivation technique. This was the legendary sacred book. The other tribes were extremely envious. Some people looked at the jade in Qi Jinggong's hand with burning eyes. Also, these 9 inscription talismans, each of them can kill those above the immortal realm. You can keep them. Liao Cong's voice sounded again. The 9 inscription talismans flew towards Qi Jinggong. Thank you for your gift, ancient ancestor. Qi Jinggong received it and bowed again. With these 9 inscription talismans, the Red Leopard tribe's safety could be guaranteed. Some of the tribes that had other thoughts suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. It was obvious that the ancient ancestor wanted to protect the Red Leopard tribe. How would they dare to have other thoughts? Qi Yu, tribe leader Qi, Lu Ming will take his leave now. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice came into Qi Yu and Qi Jinggong's ears. Qi Yu looked up and saw the ancient ancestor waving his hand. Lu Ming's figure disappeared. Qi Yu felt lost. She sighed in her heart. She knew that after today's parting, they might never meet again. Lu Ming was a heaven's favorite from the outer world. The outer world was so vast. After all, the underground was only one stop in Lu Ming's life journey. At the same time, Liao Cong's figure also disappeared. Along with him, Kenfei Ryu, who was standing in a tribe. The surroundings changed. Lu Ming found that he was back in the cave. With a flash of light, Liao Cong also appeared. At the same time, another figure flashed. Kenfei Ryu's figure also appeared. As soon as Kenfei Ryu appeared, he hurriedly retreated and put on a cautious look. When he saw Lu Ming, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Liao Cong, Lu Ming, and Xianxia. He said, "Brother Lu, what is going on?" "Brother Jian, in a few days, the 3 of us will go out and return to the outer world. Brother Jian, please don't ask too much about other things," Lu Ming said. Kenfei Ryu was stunned. Although he had many questions in his heart, since Lu Ming said not to ask too much, it most likely involved Lu Ming's secrets. Kenfei Ryu was smart enough not to ask too much. In the following time, Lu Ming and Kenfei Ryu sat cross-legged, waiting for Xianxia. Lu Ming's consciousness sank into his mind. He found that there was a shining object in his mind. On top of it, there were layers upon layers of arrays. This was the sealing array that Liao Cong inserted into his mind. It was about Liao Cong's cultivation experience and cultivation experience. Lu Ming controlled the flame of will and approached the sealing array. The first layer of the array was not very strong. Soon, it was broken by the flame of will. Suddenly, Lu Ming found that he had entered a vast space. Here, there were countless Liao Cong sitting cross-legged, explaining their cultivation experience and cultivation experience. It was as if there were countless Liao Cong teaching him cultivation. He could listen to any one of them. Amazing, truly amazing. Lu Ming sighed. He stopped in front of one of the Liao Cong and listened. After a while, this Liao Cong repeated what he just said. Lu Ming listened to it a few times and felt that he understood it. Then, he walked to the next Liao Cong. Just like that, Lu Ming listened to each and every one of them. Here, it was all about the Liao Cong's knowledge and cultivation experience of the 5th level and before. Although Lu Ming had reached the peak of the 5th level, after listening to it, he found that he still had a lot to learn. His foundation in the path of inscription was getting stronger. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the 4th day, Xianxia's qi began to increase rapidly. The black cocoon above her head began to crack. Crack, the black cocoon on Xianxia's head cracked open. Then, a dazzling silver light flashed out. It was the light emitted by the chakras. 9 chakras. Lu Ming looked at it and saw 9 silver chakras. 9th level king bloodline. How is this possible? Lu Ming was stunned. Kenfei Ryu was even more shocked. They had fought together and knew that Xianxia's bloodline was originally a 7th-level king bloodline. But now, it had become a 9th-level king bloodline. It was unbelievable. Not bad at all. This bloodline is indeed powerful. I wonder what level the 3rd bloodline will be like. Liaocong looked at Xianxia and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the 9 dragons bloodline is not the only type of bloodline in this world. Lu Ming sighed. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were all sorts of strange things. In the past, the place where Xiaochen stayed was still too small. When he stepped onto a broader stage, he would definitely see even more wondrous things. There were all sorts of bloodlines. The 9 dragons bloodline might not be the only bloodline that could be upgraded. Xianxia's bloodline was actually able to rise to the 9th level of the king level through another method through the nirvana of his bloodline. A 9th level king bloodline was the highest level that a 2nd bloodline could reach. Normally, a 3rd bloodline was needed to reach the divine bloodline. After a while, the silver light disappeared. Xianxia's bloodline also disappeared and entered her body. She opened her eyes. Alright, now, step onto the altar. I will send you out. Liaocong said. Kenfei Ryu and Xianxia stepped onto the altar. Lu Ming came to Liaocong and bowed. Master, I will take my leave. Go. I will not be able to help you in the future. You will have to rely on yourself. Liaocong nodded. Lu Ming's heart ached. Although he did not spend much time with Liaocong, Lu Ming did treat Liaocong as his real master. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Lu Ming had formally acknowledged a master. Lu Ming knew that this farewell might be forever. With Liaocong's soul power, he would not be able to hold on for more than a few years. An emperor of a generation, ending up like this, it was really sad. Lu Ming bowed again and stepped onto the altar. Liaocong waved his hands and the altar began to glow. Inscriptions flashed and in the next moment, they felt the world was spinning. When the surroundings stabilized, they opened their eyes. They arrived on a small island, which should be one of the small islands in the chaotic astral ocean. Brother Lu, Mississippi Xia, thank you. Kenfei Ryu cupped his fists at Lu Ming to express his gratitude. This time, only the 3 of them came out. He knew that the others would have to stay underground forever. The reason he could come out was definitely because of Lu Ming and Xianxia. He was very grateful. If he had to stay underground forever, it would be worse than death. Brother Jian, you don't have to thank me. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, what are your plans from now on? Kenfei Ryu asked. We came out mainly to train and improve our cultivation. When the Battle of Providence begins, we will head to the Tianwu region. Lu Ming said. The Tianwu region was where the Emperor Sky Divine Palace was located. Oh, if that's the case, why don't you follow me back to the Golden Sword sect and head to the Tianwu region? The Tianwu list battle is about to begin. For all the Peak Kings, this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Kenfei Ryu said. Tianwu list battle? Lu Ming was stunned. Apart from the Battle of Providence, why was there another Tianwu list battle? Brother Lu, you don't know about the Tianwu list battle? Kenfei Ryu was a little surprised. Lu Ming shook his head. He really didn't know. Alright. In the Tianwu region, there are 2 Tianwu steels that open once every 3 years. The Tianwu steels have a miraculous effect on Peak Kings. Many people have broken through and entered the Sea of Soul realm because of it. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can obtain the final opportunity. There are only 108 people. However, there are so many Peak Kings in the Eastern Wilderness that it's hard to count. With so many people, everyone wants the 108 spots. Therefore, a series of battles have started. This is the Tianwu list battle. Now, the Tianwu list battle is not only about the 108 spots. It will also rank the Peak Kings. It is a kind of glory to determine the strongest Peak King. Among them, the top 10 of the Tianwu list are called the 10 Heavenly Kings. Kenfei Ryu explained in detail. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. He roughly understood. This meant that they had to compete for both the ranking and the opportunity. The Tianwu list battle is extremely fierce. Because there is no age limit, many old monsters who have cultivated for nearly 1,000 years will participate. It can be said that there are many experts. Those old monsters may have limited potential, but after so many years of cultivation, their combat strength is extremely terrifying. Many geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are no match for them. Xianxia Ryu said. Okay, we'll go to the Golden Sword sect with you first, then go to the Tianwu region. Lu Ming immediately made a decision. He was now stuck at the limit of the first level of wind, fire, and thunder. It was difficult for him to break through. Perhaps the Tianwu list battle would be an opportunity for him to break through. If he didn't break through the spiritual sea, it was almost impossible for him to stand out in the battle of luck. Xianxia also nodded. Although she had heard of the Tianwu list battle, she was still quite curious. Immediately, the three of them rose into the air and flew toward the west. The Golden Light region where the Golden Sword sect was located was in the west of the chaotic astral ocean. After flying for a day, the three of them came to a large island. Following the map, they knew where they were. They should be about 10 days away from the Golden Light region. Let's ride the puppet. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a giant snake puppet appeared. This giant snake puppet was 50 meters long and equivalent to the 4th tier of the spiritual sea realm. It came from the Yin snake tribe. This time, Lu Ming brought back many puppets. At the sight of Lu Ming taking out the giant snake puppet and sensing the powerful aura that the giant snake puppet exuded, Jian Filiu was shocked. I didn't expect that Brother Lu not only has strong martial arts cultivation, but also the path of inscription is so terrifying. Xianxia Ryu sighed. To be able to control a puppet equivalent to the 4th tier of the spiritual sea realm, Lu Ming's spiritual fire was absolutely terrifying. Needless to say, he was definitely a true inscription master. At this age, not only was his martial arts so terrifying, but even his path of inscription had reached such a level. Xianxia Ryu wailed in his heart. Was he still human? Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't say much. The giant snake puppet was very big, and it was very spacious for the three of them to ride. The giant snake puppet flapped its wings, and the wind howled. They turned into a stream of light and flew forward. So fast. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. After coming out of the underground, he found that the giant snake puppet's flying speed was many times faster than underground. As expected, when underground, its speed was completely suppressed. Flying became many times more difficult, and when they were outside, it was as if they had broken free of their shackles and were free to fly. The boundless sea region flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Riding on the puppet, they could cultivate as they traveled. There are battle cries coming from ahead. With a thought, Lu Ming reduced the speed of the giant snake puppet. Xianxia Ryu and Xianxia also stopped cultivating. It seems like there are pirates intercepting the merchant group. Xianxia said. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the giant snake puppet. They turned into 3 rays of light and flew forward. Luo Xian was in despair. Seeing the people of the flame merchant group dying one by one, she was truly in despair. This time, the flame merchant group had a large amount of goods to transport to the Golden Light region. The value of the goods was very high, and the flame merchant group had mobilized almost all of their forces. Chen Dao, the strongest battle force of the flame merchant group, and Luo Xian's father, Luo Ming, was also a peak king. There were also 2 peak kings, making a total of 4 peak kings. Their strength couldn't be considered weak. However, the opponent was even stronger because they were the Blood Evil Pirate Group. Yes, it was the Blood Evil Pirate Group again, and this time, all of them were mobilized. What made them despair was that the Blood Evil Pirate Group not only had 4 peak kings, but their leader was also an almighty at the first layer of the spiritual ocean realm. They were no match for them at all. At this moment, they were completely surrounded. Peng, the leader of the Blood Evil Pirate Group, was called Xianxia. With a palm strike, Chen Dao spat out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated rapidly. Xianxia, we have already agreed to hand over all the goods. Why are you still in such a hurry to kill us all? Luo Ming roared, unwilling to give up. Why? Last time, my 5th and 6th brothers tried to rob your flame trading firm, but were killed in the end. During this period of time, I've been investigating your flame trading firm's movements, planning to take revenge for my fifth and sixth brothers. I didn't expect to find out that all of you have moved out. How could I miss such an opportunity? Xianxia sneered, and the murderous aura on his body was extremely dense. Luo Xian smiled bitterly. So that's why. The Blood Evil pirate group wanted to avenge those people. Back then, the two pinnacle kings of the Blood Evil pirate group had been killed by Lu Ming. But in that situation, the Blood Evil pirates wanted to annihilate them. Of course, they had to retaliate. She wouldn't blame Lu Ming. She could only say that their flame trade union was destined to face such a calamity. Little girl, I heard that my fifth brother was killed because he took a fancy to you. Why didn't you agree at that time? Why didn't you just agree to my fifth brother's request? You actually dared to resist and even dared to order people to kill them. Today, I will take you down and let my other brothers enjoy you. I will let you know what regret is. Xianxia's voice was extremely cold. It was as cold as a poisonous snake choosing its prey. Chen Dao, you take Xian and break out of the encirclement. I will do my best to stop them. Luo Ming asked Chen Dao. Father, no, we have to leave together. Luo Xian shouted. If Luo Ming stayed behind to block them, he would definitely die. Go? Where do you want to go? Today, none of you will be able to leave. Xianxia said coldly. The other four peak kings of the Blood Evil pirate group were scattered around, along with many other experts, sealing off the other escape routes of the Flame Trade Union. Also, who killed my fifth brother and sixth brother? Hurry up and say it so that you won't have to suffer so much. Xianxia asked coldly. I already said that the one who killed your fifth brother and sixth brother wasn't from our Flame Trade Union. He was just passing by our Flame Trade Union. We don't recognize him and don't know where he is now. Luo Xian said. It seems like you won't say it? Alright, wait a moment. I will let you say it. Xianxia's gaze turned even colder as the aura on his body exploded. The aura of the Sea of Soul realm was like a vast ocean, spreading towards the people of the Flame Trade Union. Luo Xian, Luo Ming, and the others felt even more despair. Are you looking for me? Right at this moment, a clear voice drifted over from afar. Hearing this voice, Luo Xian's body shook. She didn't know why, but she immediately became excited as she looked towards the direction of the voice. Everyone else also looked towards the direction of the voice. 3 young figures walked over in the air. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Luo Xian became excited. It's him. Chen Dao's eyes suddenly brightened. Only the few of them knew that Lu Ming was Shura, the Shura who could kill the Sea of Soul realm deep sea giant snake. Lu Ming had come. They were saved. However, the others didn't know. Xianxia's gaze was cold as he looked at Lu Ming and said, Who are you? Who am I? What a joke. Weren't you looking for me just now? I was the one who killed your fifth and sixth brothers. Lu Ming smiled faintly. So it's you. Ha ha ha, there's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you're really stupid. But this is good too. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Xianxia laughed, his gaze extremely cold. Is that so? From now on, the chaotic astral ocean will have no Blood Evil pirate group. Lu Ming stepped forward and said, Little Qing, Brother Jian, I'll leave the others to you. Okay, haha. Kenfei Ryu smiled and stepped forward, walking toward a peak king. Kid, you're courting death. That peak king roared, and a resplendent blade light slashed toward Kenfei Ryu. Kung, a light sword hum resounded, and a golden light flashed. Then, everyone was shocked to see that the Peak King pirate's blade light had shattered, and a bloody wound had appeared on his forehead. Then, his entire body was split in two. One sword strike, and a Peak King had died. Everyone was dumbfounded. At the same time, Xianxia arrived in front of a Peak King. However, what happened next was even more shocking. Just as that Peak King was about to attack, his entire body stiffened, and he didn't move at all. Only his face revealed an extremely terrified expression. Then, with a pung sound, this Peak King turned into a bloody mist that spread out in the air. He was dead and turned into ashes. Around them, everyone's chests were like a ventilator, constantly sucking in cold air. Horrifying, too horrifying. A peak king was killed without even being able to fight back. However, Xianxia and the others were clearly only peak kings. They are. Luo Ming was dumbfounded and stuttered. Luo Xian took a deep breath and pointed at Kenfei Ryu, saying, King of Hell. Then, she pointed at Xianxia, saying, Yiksha. Finally, she pointed at Lu Ming and said, Shura. Luo Ming's pupils constricted as he took a few deep breaths and said, So it's them. No wonder, no wonder. Everyone on Golden Sand Island knew about Shura, King of Hell, and Yiksha. Of course, Luo Ming had heard of them before. He knew that his flame trade firm would finally be saved today. Let's go. The two peak kings turned around and ran without thinking. It was too terrifying. If they didn't run, they would die. However, one of them suddenly turned into a bloody mist with a bang while running. The other one suddenly turned into two halves while running. 4 peak kings, all dead. Now, it's your turn. A powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body and enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia's pupils shrank rapidly. The strength that Kenfei Ryu and Xianxia displayed shocked him. You think you can kill me? No matter how strong a peak king is, you're still a peak king. I'll let you know how strong the Sea of Soul realm is. A thick bloody mist spread out from Xianxia's body. His eyes turned red, and at the same time, his hands also turned red. Xianxia hand. Die. Xianxia stepped forward and slapped at Lu Ming with a palm. Bloody chi filled the air, filled with a corrosive smell. Even the air emitted a terrifying crackling sound. Middle stage of the first level of the Sea of Soul realm, just nice to test the power of the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. The battle dragon Tru Yuan roared violently, and Lu Ming's palm was like a heavenly blade as he slashed out. This palm seemed to condense a heavenly steel, suppressing everything. Pung, Lu Ming's palm and Xianxia's palm clashed together, emitting a dull sound. In the next moment, everyone saw a figure frantically retreat, spurting blood from his mouth. This person was Xianxia. At this moment, one of Xianxia's palms had already turned into mush. His eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? Xianxia roared in shock. Lu Ming's palm just now made him feel like an ancient divine mountain had crashed into his body. His internal organs were all injured, and his entire body felt like it was about to crack. Sea of Soul realm? I've already seen it. Go on your way. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. His body was like a flowing light as he instantly appeared in front of Xianxia and slapped down again. Boom. This time, Xianxia retreated a few thousand meters. His arms exploded and turned into ashes. Not only that, there was a huge hole in his chest. His entire body was twisted and deformed. If not for his high cultivation and strong physical body, he would have been dead by now. At this moment, he screamed in horror, Spare me, don't kill me. What welcomed him was a spear light. The resplendent spear light pierced through the void and pierced through Xianxia's heart. Xianxia, dead, everyone present was so shocked that they stood there in a daze. 3 moves. With just 3 moves, he had killed a Sea of Soul realm expert. Was he still a peak king? It was truly terrifying. Luo Xian, Luo Ming, and the others were also shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased since the time he was in Xianxia Island. We're both peak kings, but the difference between us is too great. Chen Dao shook his head and smiled bitterly. The suppressing Hell Heaven skill is indeed worthy of being a demigod bloodline martial skill. Its power is truly formidable, but the consumption of Tru Yuan is truly astonishing. Lu Ming faintly smiled as he devoured Xianxia's storage ring and essence blood. Next, I'll leave these people to you. Little Qing, Brother Jian, let's go. The first sentence was said to the Flame Merchant Association. Later, it was said to Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu. The strongest people had already been killed. The remaining people of the Blood Evil Pirates would be left to the Flame Merchant Association. After all, the Flame Merchant Association still had 4 peak kings. They would definitely take this opportunity to exterminate the blood-evil pirates. Lu Ming and the other two soared into the sky. Indeed, shocking battle cries resounded behind them. Lu Ming! Luo Xian muttered as she looked into the distance. Then, she sighed lightly and joined the battle. The three sat cross-legged on the huge snake puppet and continued on their way. Brother Lu, your current combat strength is getting stronger and stronger. I reckon that I'm no longer your opponent. Kenfei Ryu smiled bitterly. Brother Jian is too humble. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm not being humble. I'm telling the truth. Kenfei Ryu said. Then, he looked at Xianxia. Although Xianxia did not reveal much, he still gave off an unfathomable feeling. He reckoned that if they really fought, he would not be Xianxia's opponent. The most shocking thing was that Xianxia and Lu Ming's essence of heaven and earth were still at the first level. If their essence of heaven and earth broke through to the second level, how terrifying would that be? If their essence of heaven and earth broke through to the second level, they would be able to compete with those freaks on the Heavenly King list. Kenfei Ryu's heart skipped a beat. Although he was ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents, there were many peak-level kings who were stronger than him in battle strength. This was because the list of top 1,000 talents only ranked geniuses under the age of 30, while the Heavenly King list did not have an age restriction. Almost all of the top 600 on the list of top 1,000 talents were above the Sea Spirit realm. Only the 10 Heavenly Kings of the previous list of top 1,000 talents ranked in the top 600 because they were in the King realm. Therefore, there were nearly 200 geniuses who were stronger than him on the list of top 1,000 talents alone, and there were also many powerful older kings. Therefore, there were still many peak kings who were stronger than him. After all, the eastern wilderness was too big, and there were too many peak kings. My earth essence must be improved to the complete level 1 as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to exert much power. Lu Ming thought to himself. The earth essence was still far from the other three essences. Once the earth essence was similar to the other three essences, the power of the four essences would be terrifying, and Lu Ming's combat strength would increase by another level. The giant snake puppet was very fast. After another 3 days, they arrived at the Golden Light Domain, twice as fast as they had expected. After arriving at the Golden Light Domain, they continued to fly. After another 3 days, they arrived at the Golden Sword Sect. The Golden Sword Sect was too majestic. It was more majestic and powerful than any other sect that Lu Ming had seen before. The Golden Sword Sect was the top sect in the Golden Light Domain. Although it was a subsidiary sect of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, the Golden Sword Sect's authority in the Golden Light Domain was as great as the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Moreover, the Golden Sword Sect also had an interdomain transfer formation that could teleport them to other domains. They were going to take the interdomain transfer formation of the Golden Sword Sect to the Heavenly Domain. Jian Filiu had a very high status in the Golden Sword Sect. He was the number 1 genius of the Golden Sword Sect. After returning, Lu Ming and Xianxia naturally received a grand reception. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, we might have to stay at the Golden Sword Sect for 2 days. This time, the Golden Sword Sect will send a group of peak kings to compete for the Heavenly Domain list. Kenfei Ryu said as he led Lu Ming and Xianxia to an elegant courtyard. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled and said, could it be that all the peak kings in the eastern wilderness will be gathered this time? Gathering all the peak kings is naturally a bit exaggerated. However, most of the peak kings with profound strength will participate. Of course, this refers to humans. The Sky Demon Valley's demon race will not participate. Also, the Talisman Puppet Sect will not participate. Kenfei Ryu said. Why won't the Talisman Puppet Sect participate? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was somewhat curious. Because the Heavenly Domain list only focuses on the martial Dao. Inscription Dao will not gain any benefits. Kenfei Ryu explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had a rough idea. 2 days later, the Golden Sword Sect sent 29 peak kings to the Heavenly King Domain. Including Kenfei Ryu, there were 30 of them. Among them, some were very old, and some were in their 30s. The oldest were 2 peak kings who were close to 1,000 years old. Seeing that their lifespans were about to reach the end, they wanted to try their luck. If they were lucky, they might be able to break through to the spiritual sea realm and increase their lifespan by 1,000 years. Including Lu Ming and Xianxia, there were 32 people in total. They stepped onto the teleportation array and headed to the Heavenly King domain. The Heavenly King domain was a very special place in the eastern wilderness. The Heavenly King domain was very small, only 1/10 the size of the Xianxia domain. It was the smallest domain in the eastern wilderness and lacked resources. There were almost no powerful factions here. Moreover, it was located at the border between the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hence, it was a lawless area. Neither of the two overlords occupied it. However, that didn't stop him from being famous in the eastern wilderness. He was the Heavenly King Steel. The two Heavenly King Steels were located in the Heavenly King domain. Every 3 years, the Heavenly King Steel would open, and the Heavenly King ranking would be held there. Countless peak kings would gather here. Around the Heavenly King Steel, there were dozens of large cities built within a few hundred miles. These large cities were usually empty, but when the Heavenly King Steel opened, they would be filled with people. So many people? Looking at the city in front of him where people were flying to and fro, Lu Ming was somewhat shocked. Every single one of these people was a peak king. Apart from the Sky Demon Valley and the Talisman Puppet sect, all the peak kings in the eastern wilderness have come. This time, there will be at least hundreds of thousands of peak kings. Kenfei Ryu said. Lu Ming sighed. Then, the group flew toward a large city. After flying into the city, they landed on a street and looked for an inn to stay in. It was full. They looked for 2 more inns, but they were all full. They only found an empty room in the third one. Brother Lu, let's go out and find a place to drink. After arranging the rooms, Kenfei Ryu found Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Together with Xianxia, the 3 of them walked outside. In the Golden Sword sect team, only the 3 of them were young people. The youngest of the others was over 30 years old. They had no common topics to talk about, so the 3 of them were closer. This small city was quite spacious. However, the streets were still bustling with people. There were fewer young people, and more of them were older. Each of them had a strong and powerful aura, and it was obvious that they were experts. The 3 of them strolled around for a while, and then walked into a restaurant. They ordered some dishes and wine, and as they ate, they listened to the conversations of the people around them to see if they could get some information. These 2 days have been so lively. There are so many experts. With so many people fighting for the final 108 spots, the competition will be extremely intense. It's going to be even more intense this year. In the past, the top 10 spots were usually taken by the young geniuses, while the rest of the spots were split equally between the young and the old. However, this year is different. There are many terrifying young geniuses who are extremely powerful. That's right. Everyone knows this. Even the Tianji Chamber of Commerce didn't rearrange the list of top 1,000 talents. Otherwise, the list would have changed long ago. That's right. If the list of top 1,000 talents was rearranged, those at the bottom of the list, such as Gao Chang, Qin Qingshan, Xing Xingchen, and the others, would have been kicked out of the list. Many people were drinking and chatting around them. Bam! Suddenly, a young man slammed his hand on the table. He glanced at another table and said coldly, "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. What do you know about geniuses?" This young man was tall and burly, with strong muscles and a powerful aura. One could tell at a glance that he was an expert. At another table sat 3 men in grey robes. They were the ones who had said that the last few spots on the list of top 1,000 talents would be kicked out. Hee, what? Did I say something wrong? One of the young men sneered. You're not on the list of top 1,000 talents. How do you know how powerful the geniuses on the list are? The burly young man sneered. Oh? So you're a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents? The young man in grey robe smiled faintly. I'm Gao Chang. The burly young man said proudly. As soon as he said this, the other people in the restaurant were moved. Gao Chang was ranked last on the list of top 1,000 talents, but no matter what his rank was, he was still a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. His strength and talent were absolutely amazing. Oh? I was wondering who you were. So you're Gao Chang, ranked last on the list of top 1,000 talents. Hee, a beauty like you should have been kicked out long ago. The young man in gray robes was not surprised at all. Instead, he sneered. That means you're very strong. I'd like to see how strong you are. Gao Chang stood up. His eyes were cold and his aura was violent like a fierce beast. You want to fight? Fine. Today, I'll let you know how useless you are. The young man in gray robes sneered and stood up as well, exuding a cold aura. Let's go out and fight. With that, Gao Chang rushed out of the restaurant and flew up into the sky. Senior brothers, let's continue drinking when I come back. The young man in gray robes laughed and rushed out of the restaurant and flew up into the sky. The others in the restaurant also flew out to watch the fight with great interest. After all, one of them was on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even if he was ranked last, his combat strength was definitely not weak. Who was the young man in gray robes? He was so confident that he did not seem to take Gao Chang seriously. The other people in the surroundings also gathered around. That's Gao Chang. Someone recognized Gao Chang. In an instant, a large number of people gathered in all directions. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Gao Chang's aura was getting more and more terrifying. He was like an archean fierce beast, choosing its prey. Boom. Boom, he took a step forward, causing the space to rumble and terrifying energy to run rampant. Beast Frenzy Fist. Gao Chang punched out. The roar of a beast was heard and heaven and earth trembled. Child's play. The young man in gray robes sneered. Layers of black mist spread out from his body. The black mist kept twisting and distorting, and shrill ghost cries could be heard. The young man in gray robes clawed out. A black river appeared in the void, and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in it. Bam! Gao Chang's fist and the young man in gray robes' claw collided. Suddenly, a terrifying force ran rampant. Gao Chang's expression changed drastically. He stepped into the void and retreated continuously. The crowd was shocked. Gao Chang, a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, was at a disadvantage in one move. How could this be? What's the use of activating your bloodline? Underworld Claw. The gray-robed youth struck out with his claw again, and a terrifying river wrapped around his arm. Ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the air. Gao Chang roared and rushed forward. His energy was rampant, and the terrifying fist light caused the void to tremble. Bam! Bam! There was a roar, but after a few moves, Gao Chang was forced to retreat. His body was covered in a layer of black mist, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Chang had been defeated. He was no match for the gray-robed youth, but the gray-robed youth seemed relaxed. Obviously, the gap between them was too big. Who are you? Gao Chang roared unwillingly. Guizhou from the Heavenly Corpse sect. The gray-robed youth replied indifferently. He's a genius from the Heavenly Corpse sect, Guizhou. I've never heard of him. He must be a rising genius. Sure enough, there are more and more geniuses nowadays. Many people sighed. So this is your strength. How disappointing. Someone like you should have been removed from the list of top 1,000 talents long ago. Guizhou sneered, then stepped out and returned to the restaurant. He's actually a genius from the Heavenly Corpse sect. The cultivation method of the Heavenly Corpse sect is extremely strange. Ordinary people can't resist it. Lu Ming said. When he was in the Xianxia domain, he had encountered the Heavenly Corpse sect. They were all using refined corpses to fight, so their combat strength was not strong. Later, when he met Shui Gang in the chaotic astral sea, he realized that the Heavenly Corpse sect did not necessarily rely on refined corpses. There were also some who did not rely on refined corpses, but their cultivation method and comprehension of essence were extremely strange and powerful. It was not without reason that the Heavenly Corpse sect could rise in such a short time and contend with the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. This sentence was heard by Gao Chang. His gaze turned cold. He took a step forward and walked toward Lu Ming. lad, what did you say? Ordinary people can't resist it? That means you're not an ordinary person. I'd like to see it for myself. Gao Chang had just been defeated by Guizhou, so he felt like he had lost face and was in a bad mood. Then, he happened to hear Lu Ming say that the Heavenly Corpse sex cultivation method wasn't something ordinary people could resist. Did that mean that he, Gao Chang, was no ordinary person? As a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, he had always been proud and arrogant. But today, he had been easily defeated by Guizhou and then called an ordinary person by a kid who had appeared out of nowhere. He could not control his anger. He wanted to regain some face from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. He had only given an objective evaluation, and now he was being targeted. Brother Gao, I'm not talking about you. Many people do have headaches when they encounter the Heavenly Corpse sex bizarre techniques. Lu Ming explained. Shut up. Who do you think you are to call me brother? Also, do you mean that many geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are no match for Guizhou, but you can? Gao Chang berated and asked Lu Ming in return. Lu Ming frowned. Was Gao Chang out of his mind? Gao Chang, I advise you to get lost. Don't be so shameless. Jian Filiu shouted coldly from the side, his expression unsightly. Their argument aroused the curiosity of others, who all looked over. Who are these young people? It seems that Gao Chang wants to regain some face from them. Don't kick an iron plate again. Someone sneered. How can it be so easy? Gao Chang is still very strong. How can he be so unlucky to kick an iron plate so easily? The people at the side were discussing and watching with great interest. Gao Chang's face turned even colder after being berated by Kenfei Ryu. His eyes were like a fierce beast as he looked at Kenfei Ryu and said, Boy, I'm going to break one of your arms today because of what you said. Boom, Gao Chang's aura was violent as he threw a punch at Kenfei Ryu. Kenfei Ryu's eyes turned cold. His eyes emitted a golden light as he pointed his finger at Gao Chang. A golden sword light flashed as if it could cut through everything. Gao Chang's fist light was cut in half like tofu. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash at Gao Chang's arm. Gao Chang was shocked and retreated frantically. At the same time, he activated his bloodline and his body swelled rapidly. His aura became stronger. Slash. Jian Filiu's eyes had turned golden, and his body emitted a sharp aura, like a peerless sword. Swoosh, the golden light of the sword surged and cut through the void in an instant. Then, a shrill scream was heard. Everyone saw Gao Chang frantically retreat, and one of his arms was gone. Gao Chang said that he wanted to break one of Kenfei Ryu's arms. Now, Kenfei Ryu cut off Gao Chang's arm with a sword. Crushing, it was a complete crushing. Who are you? Gao Chang roared frantically. He channeled his genuine core energy to seal the wound so that it would stop bleeding. His eyes were red. It was too tragic. With one of his arms cut off, his vitality was greatly damaged. He was doomed to lose to the other geniuses. He was angry and unwilling to accept this. Kenfei Ryu. Kenfei Ryu announced his name. Kenfei Ryu. So it's Kenfei Ryu. Kenfei Ryu is ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's hundreds of ranks higher than Gao Chang. The gap is too big. No wonder it's so one-sided. Gao Chang is so unlucky to have met Kenfei Ryu. First, he met the genius of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and now he's met Kenfei Ryu. He's too arrogant. He thinks he's in his palm-sized territory. What is this place? Now that so many experts have gathered in the Heavenly Monarch domain, isn't he courting death? That's right. Who are those two young men? Since they're standing next to Kenfei Ryu, they must be powerful. Are they also top geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents? Even if they're not on the list of top 1,000 talents, they're still very powerful. There was a lot of discussion around them. Kenfei Ryu, fine, fine. I admit defeat. Gao Chang bellowed furiously like an injured wild beast. He looked toward Lu Ming with murderous intent. It was all his fault. If not for Lu Ming's words, he would not have gone to Lu Ming and offended Kenfei Ryu. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If not for Kenfei Ryu, he would have killed Lu Ming right then and there. Lu Ming. At this moment, there was a long whistle and several streams of light flew over. The light dissipated and several figures appeared. Qing Fei? Qing Shan? Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect to see Qing Fei and Qing Shan here. Behind them was an old man. Lu Ming, I didn't expect to see you here. Haha, it's time to settle our scores. Qing Fei sneered. His aura was strong. Obviously, after this period of time, Qing Fei's cultivation had broken through to the peak realm. With trash like you? Lu Ming glanced at him and said disdainfully. What did you say? Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. Let me tell you, there are many people who can suppress you. Let's see who can save you today. Qing Fei sneered. Is that so? Well, I'll settle the score with you for that day. Lu Ming could still clearly remember how Qing Fei and Qing Shan had targeted him in Hong Domain. If Yan Quantu had not appeared, he might not have been able to return to Tianxian Domain in time for Mulan's and Xingchen's wedding. Actually, since this matter had passed, he would let it pass. Lu Ming did not have the time to specially go to Hongyu to find trouble with Qing Fei. And the rest. However, the two of them had taken the initiative to jump in front of Lu Ming and make a fuss. Lu Ming naturally had to settle the score. Seeing Lu Ming step forward, Qing Fei's expression changed and he could not help but take a step back. Back then, Lu Ming could compete with Qing Shan, but he was no match for him. Lu Ming, your opponent is me. Qing Shan took a step forward and his aura exploded as he stood opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming, we were unable to determine the winner in our previous battle. Today, let's see who's stronger. Qing Shan's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. What a lively day. The surrounding people watched excitedly. At this time, someone had recognized Qing Shan, which naturally made the surrounding people excited. Today, first, there was Gao Chang, who was at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents. Then, there was Kenfei Ryu. Now, there was another genius on the list of top 1,000 talents, Qing Shan. Qing Shan was ranked one place higher than Gao Chang. Hehe, looks like I don't have to do anything. I'd like to see how strong this kid is to dare to speak so arrogantly. Gao Chang sneered in his heart. Come on, use all your strength. I'll give you 2 chances to make 2 moves. Lu Ming said flatly. It was obvious that Lu Ming would only give him 2 chances to make 2 moves. After that, he would not have the chance to attack. Confidence and arrogance. Shameless boasting. Qing Shan shouted coldly as his aura burst out violently. This aura was extremely cold, as if it could freeze everything. Ice crystals appeared in the air, and even the air was frozen. Qing Shan's body became transparent. Even his hair became snow white. Qing Shan seemed to have turned into an iceman, his aura growing stronger and stronger. This was Qing Shan's bloodline secret technique. Facing Lu Ming, he did not dare to be careless. The moment he attacked, he used his ultimate skill. Slash! Qing Shan shouted loudly and slashed out a mighty blade light. The blade light broke through the sky and was incomparably cold. It slashed towards Lu Ming's head. His aura was much stronger than Gao Chang's. Many people narrowed their eyes. Qing Shan's battle prowess was extremely strong. In these few years, he had made great progress. It was likely that with his current battle prowess, he was no longer just ranked 999th. Boom, Lu Ming stood motionless in the air. Just as the saber light was about to fall, Lu Ming punched out. A dazzling fist radiance pierced through the void and collided with the saber radiance. With a loud boom, the saber radiance shattered. Not bad. You've improved a little compared to before. But is that all? The difference is too great. Lu Ming said indifferently. His tone was calm, as though he had done something insignificant. Qing Shan's eyes narrowed rapidly. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Lu Ming had actually broken his attack so easily. How could he be so strong? Take another move from me. Qing Shan roared. His eyeballs turned snow white. His true core strength exploded wildly. Around his body, the cold air kept shrinking. Swoosh, Xianxia and his saber became one and turned into an ice-cold saber. In the world, it was as though there was only a ray of blade light left. So strong. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated quickly to avoid being injured by the wanton ice-cold blade light. However, Lu Ming still stood calmly in the air. When the blade light neared, he still only punched out. The blade light was shattered by the fist radiance. Xianxia retreated in disbelief. Xianxia, although you are much stronger than Gao Chang, you are still far from him. A faint voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Then, a vast spear radiance exploded from Lu Ming's hand and smashed towards Xianxia. This spear radiance was unstoppable and completely locked onto Xianxia. Boom, Xianxia felt as though he had been hit by a divine mountain. He was blasted to the ground and smashed into the street below, creating a large crater. If not for the timely protection of the experts below, half of the city would have been razed to the ground. Xianxia had been defeated. He had been defeated so thoroughly and so easily. Before he made his move, Lu Ming had told him to do his best and that he only had 2 chances. Previously, some people had thought that Lu Ming was too arrogant. However, the truth had proven that Lu Ming was speaking the truth. Once he made his move, Xianxia really did not have a chance to retaliate. Many people around were guessing who Lu Ming was. He was so powerful that Xianxia, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents, could not even fight back. There are too many rising geniuses now. Geniuses after the 900th place in the previous list of top 1,000 talents are in danger. There is a high chance that they will be kicked out of the list of top 1,000 talents, especially the last few. It's almost certain that they will be kicked out of the list of top 1,000 talents. Not to mention those after the 900th place, even those after the 800th place may be kicked out if they do not improve quickly. Many people around were discussing in shock. Gao Chang stared at Lu Ming with his mouth agape, his face drained of blood. Just now, he had wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Given his strength, teaching Lu Ming a lesson would be suicide. Thinking of this, his heart trembled. Freaks, they are all freaks. Gao Chang roared helplessly in his heart. He was too unlucky today. Usually, he was invincible among the younger generation in his domain, which made him extremely confident. He even took it to heart that he was ranked last on the list of top 1,000 talents. He thought that with his talent, he could at least be ranked in the top hundreds. But today, reality had given him a heavy blow. Not to mention the list of top 1,000 talents, any random young man would be stronger than him. At this moment, he was extremely dejected. Xianxia, who was standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. In his heart, his elder brother had always been powerful and invincible. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was as weak as a baby. How could this be possible? 7 or 8 months ago, Lu Ming was still suppressed by his elder brother. How could he be so strong now? Swoosh, suddenly, a figure moved and appeared in front of him. It was Lu Ming. Ah, what do you want? Xianxia screamed in fear. It's simple. I'll take one of your arms, and we'll be even. Lu Ming said lightly. No. Xianxia screamed and retreated quickly. Don't hurt young Master Qingfei. The elder behind Xianxia roared. His genuine core strength surged out violently, and a terrifying attack poured down on Lu Ming like a storm. This elder was also a peak king, but his combat strength was extremely strong. He was definitely an old man who had cultivated for more than 500 years and had come to participate in the Heavenly King list battle. Get lost. Lu Ming did not even look at him. He kicked out with the power of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and instantly defeated all of the elder's attacks. The elder screamed and flew far away, coughing up blood. The crowd was even more shocked. Lu Ming was too strong. The elder's combat strength was definitely not weaker than Xianxia's, but in front of Lu Ming, he was as helpless as a chicken. The difference was too great. Slash! Xianxia let out a hysterical shriek. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Instantly, Xianxia didn't dare to cry out anymore. He endured the pain and left with Xianxia dejectedly. He had come aggressively and left in a sorry state. Lu Ming was extremely calm as he looked at the shocked gazes around him. Defeating Qin Qingshan was not a big deal at all. In his heart, he had long stopped seeing Qin Qingshan as an opponent. In his heart, his opponents were the kings ranked at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, and even the 10 kings who had made it into the top 600 with the help of the King Realm. They were as famous as the Sea of Soul Realm geniuses. Those were his true opponents. He turned around and strolled back. "Brother Jian, let's go in and continue drinking," Lu Ming said, but Kenfei Ryu did not respond. He was slightly stunned and looked at Kenfei Ryu. Jian Filiu was staring blankly in a certain direction, his eyes lifeless. Lu Ming followed Kenfei Ryu's gaze and saw a few figures. One was a tall young man in a red-scaled battle robe. The other was a young woman with a graceful figure and extremely beautiful features. Behind the two of them were two other old men. Kenfei Ryu's gaze was always on the woman. The woman lowered her head as if she did not dare to look up. Clap. Clap, the young man in the scaled battle robe clapped his hands and strolled toward Lu Ming and the others. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect to meet such experts here. Not bad, not bad. Eh? Isn't this Brother Jian? Wang Meng." Kenfei Ryu looked at the young man and said in a low voice. "Haha, Kenfei Ryu, what's wrong? Are you here to participate in the Heavenly King List battle? With your cultivation, you might die here." Wang Meng's lips curled into a mocking smile. "It's none of your business whether I live or die. Brother Lu, let's go," Kenfei Ryu said and turned to leave. "Haha, Kenfei Ryu, aren't you going to greet your junior sister?" Wang Meng laughed uproariously. His muscular arms wrapped around the beautiful woman beside him. That woman trembled, but she didn't dare to resist. Jian Filiu's body trembled slightly as he clenched his fists. "Haha, Jian Filiu, back then I said that as long as I took a fancy to your junior sister, she would be mine. Now, didn't she still become my wife? Speaking of which, your junior sister's figure and skin are really comfortable to touch." Wang Meng laughed heartily. His large hand began to knead the woman's chest without the slightest bit of restraint. The woman's body trembled, but she did not make a sound. Haha, Jian Filiu clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were red, and his teeth were clenched. "What? If you want to hit me, then why aren't you making a move?" Wang Meng coldly shouted. Kenfei Ryu's breathing became heavy. Lu Ming and Xianxia's eyes turned cold and a powerful aura emanated from their bodies. "Brother Lu, Miss Xia, let's go," Kenfei Ryu said. His voice was hoarse and seemed to be filled with endless anger. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that this matter was very complicated. He did not understand the situation and it was inconvenient for him to make a move. Jian Filiu glanced at the woman again, then turned around and left with large strides. "Let's go," Lu Ming said to Xianxia and turned to leave. "What a piece of trash." Wang Meng's disdainful voice came from behind. The three of them did not return to the restaurant. Instead, they returned to the inn. On the way, Kenfei Ryu did not make a sound. His eyes were red and his fists were clenched. After returning to the inn, Kenfei Ryu spoke. "Brother Lu, Miss Xia, are you curious why I didn't make a move just now?" Kenfei Ryu said. "Wang Meng? I remember that he's ranked 700th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be him?" Lu Ming said. Kenfei Ryu nodded and said, "It's him. But I didn't make a move not because he's ranked higher than me, but because he's a direct descendant of an ancient family, the Wang family." "The Wang family? The Wang family, one of the 6 ancient aristocratic families?" Lu Ming frowned. "That's right." Jian Filiu nodded, then sighed and said, "The 6 ancient families are too powerful. I'm not afraid, but I have to think for the Golden Sword sect. Moreover, I have to think for my junior sister. Are the 6 ancient families really that powerful?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course. Lu Ming, I think you should learn more. Don't you know some common sense?" Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched his nose awkwardly. "Miss Xia is right. The 6 great ancient clans are terrifyingly strong. Back then, when Emperor De founded the Empyrean Divine Palace, there were 9 great ancient clans. They followed Emperor De to conquer the world. These 9 great ancient clans are called the 9 great ancient clans. Each of the ancient clans had incredible natural talents. After that, Emperor De gave them a godly level skill as their ultimate skill. After that, the 9 ancient clans became even more powerful. As time passed, 3 of the 9 ancient clans disappeared. Now, only 6 of them are left. These 6 ancient families can be said to be the strongest forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. All of them are located in the 9 Dragon City of the Tianwu region. Their strength isn't something that the branch palaces of the major regions can compare to. Kenfei Ryu explained. They have divine level cultivation skills? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. That's right. It's said that the god-level techniques of the ancient aristocratic families complement their bloodlines, and their power is extremely terrifying. For example, our Golden Sword sect can be said to be very powerful in the Golden Light region. We can cover the sky with one hand and have experts at the peak of the spirit embryo realm. However, we're still far inferior to the ancient aristocratic families. Every ancient aristocratic family has many powerful existences at the spiritual god realm. Kenfei Ryu sighed. Lu Ming nodded. That was indeed the case. Such an ancient family could annihilate the Golden Sword sect as long as they sent out a spiritual god. What's the matter with that woman? Lu Ming asked curiously. Kenfei Ryu didn't answer. He seemed to be deep in thought. If Brother Jian can't answer, then forget it, Lu Ming said. Sigh. It's nothing much. That girl was originally my junior sister, and we were childhood sweethearts. Once, we went out to train, and we met Wang Meng. That Wang Meng took a fancy to my junior sister at first glance, and then he sent people from the Wang clan to the Golden Sword sect to propose marriage. The Wang clan is a colossus, so the elders of the Golden Sword sect were naturally willing. What's laughable is that my junior sister was also willing, haha. Haha. Kenfei Ryu laughed at himself after he finished speaking. Lu Ming and Xianxia's eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything else. Kenfei Ryu said it simply, but the two of them could roughly guess. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of Lu Yao. Wasn't Lu Yao the same back then? He abandoned him in order to climb up to a stronger force. This kind of thing didn't just happen to Lu Ming. It happened everywhere in the martial Dao world where the strong preyed on the weak. There's no need to be too afraid. When the War of Providence comes, there are rules everywhere. The older generation isn't allowed to interfere in the battles of the younger generation. Even if Wang Meng is killed, the elders of the Wang clan can't interfere. That's right. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Brother Jian, you have to let it go. Lu Ming patted Kenfei Ryu's shoulder and did not say anything else. It was hard for outsiders to help with this kind of thing. They had to face it themselves. Then, they went back to their rooms. There were still 20 days before the Heavenly King List battle officially began. Lu Ming wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible in these 20 days. The 6 ancient families cultivated deity-level cultivation techniques. The geniuses among them would definitely be powerful. Lu Ming also cultivated deity-level cultivation technique, the true dragon battle technique. He knew how powerful it was. The true dragon battle technique could increase one's true origin by 10 times. It had always been the foundation of Lu Ming's strength. In that case, if it was also a divine level cultivation technique, it would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. The Heavenly King List battle would definitely be fierce. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and sat cross-legged in front of the Tree of Enlightenment. He took out a profound earth crystal and started cultivating. Supreme Nine Yang had chatted with Liao Tsong for a while before returning to the Temple of Paragon and falling into a deep sleep. Crack, Lu Ming crushed the profound earth crystal. Strands of intent realm filled his body. This profound earth crystal was a medium profound earth crystal. In the blink of an eye, more than a day had passed. Lu Ming had raised his earth intent realm to the peak of first minor success. He was one step away from greater success. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that he had reached a bottleneck. The Earth Intent realm had reached a bottleneck at first minor success. For the other intents, Lu Ming had reached the peak of first minor success in one go before reaching a bottleneck. The Earth intent realm was indeed a special intent realm. It was not something the 9 common intents could compare to. Since he had reached a bottleneck, Lu Ming stopped cultivating and decided to take a walk outside. He opened the door and walked out. However, he saw a figure flashing by and heading outside. Brother Jian. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The silhouette just now was Jian Filiu. It was already night time and Jian Filiu's expression seemed a little anxious. What happened? Lu Ming's expression changed, and he followed. Kenfei Ryu's figure was extremely fast. Like a phantom, he bypassed a few streets and appeared in a secluded alley. Lu Ming engraved an array formation to conceal his aura and followed Kenfei Ryu silently. Kenfei Ryu did not notice him at all. Lu Ming appeared on the roof of a house. He looked down and saw a woman in a small alley. She was Kenfei Ryu's junior sister. Why are you looking for me? Kenfei Ryu looked at the woman in front of him and said coldly. Senior brother, do you really hate me that much? The woman looked at Kenfei Ryu and smiled bitterly. Hate you? How can that be? Everyone has their own aspirations, and I can't force them. If I hate someone, I should hate myself. I hate myself for being born with such low talent. No matter how hard I cultivate, I still can't compare to Wang Meng. Kenfei Ryu smiled self-deprecatingly. Senior brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. At this moment, the woman smiled bitterly. Her delicate body trembled and tears rolled down her cheeks. What's going on? Kenfei Ryu frowned. Senior brother, you have to save me. I want to leave that beast. Ever since I followed him, he didn't treat me as a human and abused me every day. Senior brother, I beg of you. I can only rely on you now. The woman walked to Kenfei Ryu's side and grabbed Kenfei Ryu's arm. She could not stop crying. She rolled up her sleeves and saw that her arm was covered in scars. Those scars were all caused by whips. That beast tortured me every day. He whipped me and left scars on my body. He didn't even allow me to use my chi to heal. I really can't take it anymore. I want to leave him. Senior brother, I want to leave him. I shouldn't have agreed back then. I shouldn't have agreed. The woman cried again and again. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Beast. Beast. Jian Filiu let out a beast-like roar from his throat. Oh no. On the roof, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly moved. Not far away, a few streaks of light were flying towards them at high speed. Bitch, how dare you meet your old lover behind my back? Bitch. An angry roar echoed between heaven and earth. In the next moment, 3 figures landed in the small alley. Wang Meng. The woman screamed. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Kenfei Ryu, how dare you touch my woman? Today, you will die. Wang Meng's eyes flashed with ice-cold killing intent. His body emitted raging flames. These flames were purple in color, and the temperature was terrifying. The surrounding walls, as well as the floor beneath his feet, were all vaporized. It vaporized the hard stones. This temperature was too terrifying. Sky-burning flames art. Kenfei Ryu's pupils contracted rapidly. The sky-burning flames art was the ultimate technique of the Wang clan, one of the 6 ancient aristocratic families. Dong, Wang Meng stepped forward and strode towards Kenfei Ryu. A halberd made of flames appeared in his hand. He slashed it towards Kenfei Ryu. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out. Kenfei Ryu's eyes turned golden. A golden sword appeared in his hand. A golden sword light streaked across the night sky. It was as if it could split the darkness apart. However, it could not split Wang Meng's halberd. Boom, the terrifying temperature burned everything. A deep pit appeared on the ground. It was vaporized by the flames. A golden and purple chi shot up into the sky and into the clouds. Thud. Thud, Kenfei Ryu retreated quickly. His body shone with a golden light as he resisted the terrifying temperature. What's going on? Someone is fighting. What a terrifying commotion. Countless people nearby were alarmed and flew over. Suddenly, figures appeared from all directions. That's the sky-burning flames art. It's the genius of the Wang clan. Wang Mang, it's Wang Mang. He's ranked 700th on the list of top 1,000 talents. The other person seems to be Kenfei Ryu. He's fighting with Wang Mang. Some people recognized the two and were shocked. Kenfei Ryu, is this all you've got? I'm so disappointed. Wang Mang's body shone with purple flames. He looked like a god of fire. The terrifying temperature overflowed. Even the air was burning. The place where Wang Mang stood became a vacuum. He stepped out again. The flame halberd cut through the night sky and slashed at Kenfei Ryu. The golden light on Xianxia's body was about to solidify and turn into a golden armor on his body. A golden sword light slashed out once again. However, Kenfei Ryu retreated further this time. The golden light on his body trembled as if it was about to collapse. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two old men who came with Wang Mang appeared beside the woman. One of them grabbed her shoulder. "Senior brother!" the woman shouted. "Bitch, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I kill your old lover today." "Junior sister." Kenfei Ryu gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. "You can't escape." Wang Mang stepped forward, his aura like a rainbow. That violet flame was too terrifying. Everywhere it passed, space turned into a vacuum. The Wang family was an ancient family. Their bloodline talents were all of the fire attribute. Especially the direct descendants of the Wang family. It was said that they could awaken a bloodline called the pure purple heavenly fire. This bloodline combined with the godly tier martial skill, the sky-burning flame art, could unleash a terrifying power. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to act. This kind of matter still required Kenfei Ryu to deal with himself. However, if Kenfei Ryu was in danger, Lu Ming would not sit idly by. Golden Annihilation Slash. Kenfei Ryu roared. The dazzling golden light around his body converged into the battle sword in his hand. An incomparably sharp feeling emanated from the battle sword in Kenfei Ryu's hand. Immediately after, a dark golden sword light slashed towards Wang Mang. Demigod tier martial skill. Wang Mang's pupils shrank as he roared. Immediately after, the flames on his body soared. Pure purple destruction. The purple halberd surged out, causing the air to rumble. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. The dark golden sword light shattered and Kenfei Ryu's body was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Furthermore, there were still purple flames burning on his body. It seemed like he wanted to burn Kenfei Ryu to ashes. You actually have a demigod tier martial skill. Unfortunately, you haven't mastered it. Furthermore, it's someone else's martial skill and not a bloodline martial skill. You want to stop me? Die! Shouted Wang Mang. He stepped forward and charged at Xianxia. What he used was his own bloodline martial skill. Although it was not at the level of a half-god, it was infinitely close to it. In addition to the combination of the divine-level sky-burning flame incantation and pure purple heavenly fire bloodline, he defeated Xianxia's attack. Kenfei Ryu's demigod tier martial skill was obtained in the underground world Sacred Mountain. He had just started cultivating it, so it was not strong. Naturally, he was no match for Wang Mang. Kenfei Ryu has been defeated. Is he going to be killed by Wang Mang? The Wang family is too strong. Bloodline is too strong. He is almost invincible against those of the same level. Even though Xianxia is strong, it will be hard for him to escape defeat. That's right. Throughout history, the top 10 heavenly kings of the heavenly king ranking were mostly occupied by the 6 great ancient families. Most of the top spots on the heavenly king ranking were also occupied by the geniuses of the 6 great ancient families. Not to mention the heavenly king ranking, the top spots on the list of top 1,000 talents are also occupied by the 6 ancient families. Only after the rise of the Heavenly Corpse sect can there be a genius who can compete with the 6 ancient families. Wang Mang's halberd was already slashing towards Kenfei Ryu. It seemed that Kenfei Ryu's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Boom, just then, a vast fist radiance pierced through the void and blasted towards Wang Mang. Who is it? How dare you sneak an attack on me? Wang Meng shouted angrily. He changed the direction of his halberd and swung it towards the fist radiance. Boom, there was a loud explosion. Wang Meng moved slightly and took 3 steps back. A slender figure stepped out and walked towards Kenfei Ryu. It was Lu Ming. Brother Jian, are you alright? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. This person is very strong. You have to be careful. Kenfei Ryu had already extinguished the flames on his body and was panting heavily. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Wang Meng. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Today, I'd like to have a taste of your god-level skill, the sky-burning flame technique. It's you? Wang Meng recognized Lu Ming and sneered. Kid, don't think that you can fight me just because you defeated the trash at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents. If you want to have a taste of my sky-burning flame technique, then be prepared to be killed. I'm afraid you're not as strong as everyone else. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Although a skill was powerful, it depended on the person who cultivated it. It did not mean that one was invincible just because they cultivated a god-level skill. Take the true dragon fighting technique for example. If someone else cultivated it, they might not be able to reach the highest level and have 10 times the inner yuan. Different people cultivated it, so its power would be different. Lu Ming's meaning was clear. Wang Meng's cultivation was not up to par. Shameless boasting. Wang Meng narrowed his eyes and a cold killing intent flashed in them. He took a step forward and continued to charge at Lu Ming, his halberd burning everything in its path. Lu Ming used the exploding star fist and punched out. The fist radiance contained the 2 essences of thunder and fire. Boom, the fist radiance collided with the halberd, causing a violent explosion. What a powerful force. So you've comprehended 2 essences. Unfortunately, you're only at the first level. Do you think you can stop me? Kill. Wang Meng strode out. His entire body seemed to have turned into flames, and a purple sun seemed to have appeared in the night sky. More and more people gathered around. At this point, there were already thousands of people watching carefully. Most of them were peak kings who had come to participate in the Heavenly King List battle. They could take this opportunity to understand the combat strength of others and compare it with their own. There were even geniuses ranked in the top 700 of the list of top 1,000 talents, as well as some extremely powerful seniors. Wang Meng's essence of fire had obviously reached the 2nd level. Is that so? Then I'll add another one. Wang Meng's essence of wind also burst out. The 3 essences merged and exploded, pushing the power of the exploding star fist to the extreme. Boom, a violent explosion sounded, and a beam of light filled the sky, illuminating the entire city. Lu Ming did not move, but Wang Meng retreated continuously. 3 essences? Impossible. Wang Meng's eyes flashed with disbelief. He had not expected someone to cultivate 3 essences to such a level. Extreme purple break. Wang Meng's aura burst out crazily as he used his upper heaven class bloodline martial technique. The purple flame seemed to be able to destroy everything in their path. I've already said that you're not up to par. Lu Ming sneered, and the true yuan in his body began to circulate wildly. Just now, Lu Ming had not used all of his true yuan strength. Now that he had used all of his true yuan, he would be able to crush anyone of the same level. The fist radiance of the exploding star fist was even more terrifying. Lu Ming threw out dozens of punches in an instant. Each fist radiance was like a shooting star, blasting toward Wang Meng. Boom. Boom. Explosions rang out continuously. After dozens of explosions, Wang Meng's figure retreated wildly with blood flowing out of his mouth. He was injured and was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Damn it. Attack. Kill him. Wang Meng roared. The 2 old men's figures flickered as they pounced toward Lu Ming. These 2 old men were both peak kings, but they had definitely lived for a long time. Apart from their essence of heaven and earth not reaching the 2nd level, they were extremely powerful in all aspects. Their strength was not much weaker than Wang Meng's. The 2 of them worked together to suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped forward and threw out 2 palms. These 2 palms seemed ordinary, but they contained a terrifying power. Hell-suppressing heaven art. The onlookers were shocked. Such powerful seniors were actually beaten by Lu Ming to the point of vomiting blood. Lu Ming's battle prowess shocked them once again. Lu Ming's long hair fluttered as he chased after the two old men. "Brat, stop." Wang Meng's voice rang out. He stood behind Xianxia Ryu's junior sister, his berserk aura enveloping her. "Brat, if you dare to attack again, do you believe that I won't kill her?" Lu Ming frowned. He didn't expect Wang Meng to be so despicable, actually using Feng Ting's life to threaten him. Feng Ting was Xianxia Ryu's junior sister's name. Seeing Lu Ming stop, Wang Meng's face revealed a trace of malevolence. "Brat, cripple your own cultivation. Otherwise, this bitch will die right now." "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming laughed. "Wang Meng, if I remember correctly, this woman should be your wife, right? You're using your wife's life to threaten me? Was your head bitten off by a dog? Also, is this how the so-called descendants of ancient families behave? My horizons have been broadened." Lu Ming really didn't expect Wang Meng to be so shameless, actually using his wife to threaten Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. Bang, Lu Ming continued to step forward, his gaze threatening. "If you want to kill me, go ahead. I don't know this woman. However, I'm afraid you, Wang Meng, will have to bear the reputation of killing your wife and threatening your enemy." Boom. Boom, Lu Ming's palm struck out, suppressing everything. The two old men spat out mouthfuls of blood, each of their arms exploding. "Damn it. Retreat." Wang Meng grabbed Feng Ting and quickly retreated. The two old men also quickly retreated. Lu Ming didn't press on. He was still somewhat worried about Feng Ting's life. If Wang Meng really went crazy and killed Feng Ting, Xianxia Ryu wouldn't feel good. "Xianxia Ryu, you trash. Do you only know how to hide behind others? Don't worry, after I go back, I'll take better care of this bitch. This is all thanks to you." Wang Meng's furious voice rang out. "Senior brother." Feng Ting was so scared that her face turned pale, and her body trembled non-stop. "Junior sister." Xianxia Ryu's eyes were red. He clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. "Also, brat, just you wait. How dare you injure someone from my Wang clan? I'll see how you die." Wang Meng shouted angrily at Lu Ming. He then left with his men in a dejected manner. Lu Ming shook his head. After all, he was an outsider. Earlier, he had the ability to make Wang Meng stay, but so what? In the end, Feng Ting's fate would be even more miserable. She might even implicate Xianxia Ryu. He was not afraid, but he had to take Xianxia Ryu and Feng Ting into consideration. Xianxia Ryu stared blankly in the direction Wang Meng left. His body trembled uncontrollably. "Trash, I'm trash." Xianxia Ryu muttered to himself. "Brother Jian." Lu Ming frowned. Xianxia Ryu's state was not right. "Trash, brother Lu, I'm trash. I can't even protect the woman I love. I can only watch as she's being bullied. Tell me, do you think someone like me is worthy of being called a genius? Do you think I'm worthy of living in this world?" Jian Filiu's eyes were lifeless and dispirited. It was as if he had lost all his fighting spirit at this moment. Lu Ming frowned. Xianxia Ryu's current state was very dangerous. His martial heart was on the verge of collapse. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. A long spear appeared in his hand. The sharp spear light pierced towards Xianxia Ryu's forehead. Xianxia Ryu sensed the terrifying killing intent. A golden light flashed in his hand. A golden battle sword appeared and blocked the spear light. He quickly retreated and looked at Lu Ming. "Brother Lu, what's the meaning of this?" "Meaning? Kill you." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Kill me? Why do you want to kill me?" Xianxia Ryu was in disbelief. "What's the point of leaving trash like you alive? You can't recover from such a small setback. What's the point of cultivating martial arts? I might as well send you on your way." Lu Ming's aura was oppressive and his clear voice continued, "The path of martial arts is full of thorns. We will encounter all kinds of difficulties. What we need to do is not to retreat but to move forward bravely. We need to use our own strength to smash everything. If gods block us, we will kill them. If demons block us, we will kill them. If you want to save your junior sister, the only way is to become stronger. Nobles, generals, and nobles are all powerful. Didn't the ancestors of the ancient aristocratic families start from ordinary people? What's a mere Wang family? As long as I'm strong enough, I alone can be an ancient aristocratic family. Lu Ming's voice was like a huge bell. It constantly struck Kenfei Ryu's soul, causing Kenfei Ryu's body to tremble. Power, power. Yes, as long as I'm strong enough, I can save junior sister. As long as I'm strong enough, I can destroy everything. Kenfei Ryu muttered to himself. His eyes slowly regained some color. Then, he closed his eyes. After a while, when he opened his eyes again, it was as if there were two golden divine swords in his eyes that pierced the sky. A golden battle sword appeared above his head. It looked as if it could pierce the sky. At that moment, Kenfei Ryu seemed to have comprehended something and underwent a metamorphosis. Brother Liu, thank you very much this time. Kenfei Ryu solemnly bowed to Lu Ming and thanked him. This time, it was too dangerous. His martial heart had almost collapsed. If his martial heart collapsed, it would be impossible for his cultivation to improve in the future. He might even be invaded by his inner demons and suffer chi deviation. However, Lu Ming's words had enlightened him. It had even allowed him to undergo a metamorphosis. He had comprehended a new martial skill from his bloodline, an even more powerful bloodline martial skill. He was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Brother Jian, there's no need to be so polite. I'm just speaking my mind. Let's go. Then, the two of them returned to the inn. However, the crowd around them was discussing animatedly. Who's that kid? What arrogance. He's looking down on the Wang family. Not only that, he even said that he alone can be an ancient aristocratic family. What arrogance. He doesn't know his place. Just watch. The Wang family's prodigy won't let him go. Wang Mang is only average in the Wang family. The sounds of discussion filled the air. Soon, the news of the battle spread. The next morning, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Kenfei Ryu, and the other 29 experts of the Golden Sword sect flew to the west. The Heavenly King Steel was there. 100 miles away, a huge steel towered into the sky. It was 1,000 meters tall and at least a few hundred meters wide. There were no words on one side of the steel. It was blank. Below it, there were 27 stone steps. The stone steps were very long. One could see that the top 7 steps were dark red. There was no one on it. The bottom 20 steps were gray, the same color as the steel. There were many figures on these 20 steps. They were sitting cross-legged on the steps, as if they were cultivating. Moreover, the number of people decreased from the bottom to the top. The first step had the most people. The higher one went, the fewer people there were. Are these people cultivating on the top? Lu Ming asked. That's right. There are 2 Heavenly King Steels. One is used for the assessment while the other is used for cultivation. The Heavenly King Steels have markings left behind by ancient powerhouses. As long as one ascends the stairs, they will be enlightened. Some people can even use it to break through. Jian Fenglu explained. Isn't it said that only those who participate in the Heavenly King List battle and obtain 108 slots can step onto the Heavenly King Steels and obtain opportunities? Lu Ming was curious. You're talking about the 7 dark red stairs at the top. Only the final 108 people can step onto the stairs because the effect is much stronger than the 20 stairs below. Kenfei Ryu said. Oh? What will happen if one doesn't obtain a slot? Lu Ming asked. Death. Without a slot, only death awaits those who step onto the stairs. There will be no exceptions. In fact, the 20 stairs below are also very dangerous. It tests one's willpower and has nothing to do with one's martial heart. If one's willpower is not strong enough, there is a high chance that one will die on the stairs. Moreover, the higher the stairs, the stronger and more dangerous it is. Of course, if one can withstand it and reap the rewards will be equally great. Kenfei Ryu explained. Lu Ming nodded and his eyes were filled with interest. The Heavenly King steals only opened once every 3 years. During normal times, the stairs would not have any effect. It would only take effect when the time was right. The stairs took effect half a month ago. Some people had been cultivating there since half a month ago. During this period, there would be a large number of people coming every day. Buzz, at that moment, someone on the stairs could not withstand it and was blasted off the stairs. He flew far away and fell to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth. There were also people who stood up with trembling bodies and slowly retreated. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they reached the bottom of the stairs. Their bodies were drenched in sweat. Sigh. I can only last for half an hour on the 7th step. The person sighed. He was a middle-aged man. It's good enough that you can last for half an hour on the 7th step. I'm ashamed to say that I've lived for 800 years and I can only last for 20 minutes on the 7th step. An old man sighed. Speaking of which, Jiang Taishu is really terrifying. The middle-aged man looked at the figure sitting cross-legged on the 19th step at the top. The figure was tall and straight. He was obviously a young man. What? That's Jiang Taishu? Kenfei Ryu exclaimed. Lu's heart was also shocked. Almost all of the top 600 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness were at the Sea Spirit Realm, except for 10 of them. These 10 geniuses, as martial kings, managed to squeeze into the top 600 and compete with other Sea Spirit Realm geniuses. One could imagine how powerful they were. These 10 people were also ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly King ranking. They were known as the 10 Heavenly Kings. Jiang Taishu was one of them. He was the descendant of the Jiang family, one of the 6 ancient families. Now, the top 4 of the 10 Heavenly Kings have reached the Sea Spirit Realm and won't take part in this competition. There's another genius from the Talisman Puppet sect who won't take part in this competition. Jiang Taishu is ranked 6th among the 10 Heavenly Kings and is one of the most likely candidates for the title of the strongest Heavenly King on the Heavenly King list. That's right. He's too terrifying. He's already been on the 19th step for 3 days. Gosh, that's too terrifying. He's only 1 step away from being comparable to the ancient heroes. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. Lu Ming's gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on the figure at the top. Whoosh. Whoosh, air-rending sounds could be heard from time to time as people kept arriving. Lu Ming saw Gao Chang, a few gray-robed youths from the Heavenly Corp sect, Qin Qingshan, and Qin Qingfei. When Qin Qingfei saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with fear. Rumble, a blazing aura descended as a group of people arrived. The crowd hurriedly moved aside. They were the Wang family, an ancient family. There were more than a dozen people from the Wang family. Obviously, this was only a small portion of the Wang family. Wang Mang was among them. Little bastard. Wang Mang looked coldly at Lu Ming and Kenfei Ryu the moment he arrived. Wang Mang, are you talking about that brat? There was a young man beside Wang Mang. This young man was very strange. His eyes were red like rubies, which was very demonic. That's right. It's that little bastard. Wang Mang pointed at Lu Ming. The red-eyed young man strode toward Lu Ming. Along the way, the crowd moved aside because the red-eyed young man's body temperature was too high. It's the Wang family. That person's eyes are fiery red. He must be Wang Mia. Wang Mia, ranked 635 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Whispers of discussion could be heard all around. Brother Lu, you have to be careful. This person is very strong. Kenfei Ryu reminded him softly. The 635th on the list of top 1,000 talents was almost the strongest among the kings. Apart from the 10 kings, the rest of the top 600 were all in the Sea Spirit Realm. Brat, last night, you were the one who injured the men of my Wang clan and spoke arrogantly, saying that my Wang clan is nothing. Wang Miao walked up to Lu Ming and asked flatly. His voice was calm, but there was a condescending tone to it. So what if I am? Lu Ming replied calmly. Ha ha ha, so what if I am? You don't know your place. How dare you say that in front of me? Let me tell you, the consequence is death. Wang Mia laughed coldly. You can try. Lu Ming was still very calm. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom, purple flames rose from Wang Mia's body. The terrifying temperature instantly evaporated the air. The area where he stood within a 3-meter radius became a vacuum. Boom, at the same time, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. His genuine core power roared like a dragon, and the three-colored essence of heaven and earth surrounded him. As soon as their auras collided, Lu Ming instantly felt a terrifying heat surging toward him. It was as if this heat could burn and destroy everything. Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated by 3 steps. Wang Mia also took 3 steps back. This scene caused a wave of exclamations. Who is that young man? He's so terrifying. He's not at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Wang Mia's aura. How terrifying. Indeed, he's very unfamiliar. He must be a rising genius. There are too many geniuses in the Heavenly King list battle this time. It's too difficult for us. Some of the older generation figures sighed. Although many of the older generation figures had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years and were very powerful in all aspects, their talent was limited if they could not break through the spiritual sea. Moreover, if they could not break through the spiritual sea, it meant that the essence of heaven and earth was still stuck at level 1 perfection. In every Heavenly King list battle, the young geniuses had the upper hand. With the arrival of the Great Era, geniuses will emerge in large numbers. This time, the Heavenly King ranking battle will be an early showdown between geniuses. It will be extremely tragic. We have to be prepared. Some of the older generation figures sighed. Kid, you have some skills. Let's see how strong you are. Wang Mia was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. He felt embarrassed, and the killing intent in his eyes turned colder. The aura on his body also became stronger. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Ming did not back down. His battle intent was even stronger. Suddenly, a vast and boundless aura spread down from the top of everyone's head. An old man appeared in the air and said, "No fighting is allowed in front of the Heavenly King monument. Violators will be killed without mercy." His voice rumbled, shocking everyone. This old man's aura was too terrifying. It made one unable to think of resisting. He was definitely not an ordinary Sea of Soul realm expert. Perhaps, he was a top expert in the spiritual embryo realm. Every time the Heavenly King monument opened, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect would send experts to manage it together. It was obvious that this old man was the expert in charge of the Heavenly King monument. Lu Ming and Wang Mia quickly retracted their auras and disappeared. Kid, you're lucky this time. However, when the Heavenly King ranking battle begins, you won't be so lucky. Killing intent flashed in Wang Mia's eyes. Is that so? Then, I'll see you at the Heavenly King ranking battle. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wang Mia snorted and turned to leave. At this moment, people were constantly being blasted down from the Heavenly King monument stairs. I must break through my limits and step into the spiritual sea realm. A loud roar sounded. On the 10th step, a white-haired old man with a crazy aura stepped onto the 11th step. Bang, a big hole suddenly appeared in the old man's chest. He screamed as his body was blasted down the stairs like a kite with a broken string. He fell to the ground, no longer breathing. It's Elder Ling Weng. Sigh, his lifespan is almost up. He wanted to fight, but he still died in the end. Someone recognized the old man and sighed. What can we do if we don't fight? Rather than dying from the exhaustion of our lifespan, we might as well fight. A white-haired old man said firmly. The number of people on the stairs decreased. At this time, there were new people going up. For example, Gao Chang, Qin Qingshan, Qin Qingfei, and the others. Bang! Bang! About 100 people stepped onto the first step. As soon as everyone stepped onto the platform, some people's expressions changed greatly. Their bodies trembled, but they gritted their teeth and barely managed to hold on. Others had calm expressions. Gao Chang and Qin Qingshan's expressions were calm. With a blood-curdling scream. Qin Qingfei was directly blasted down the first flight of stairs, crashing heavily onto the ground. Haha, who is this person? he was blasted down the first step. The crowd burst into laughter. Normally, those who came here were all considered experts among peak kings. It was rare for them to be blasted off the first step. Their willpower was too weak. Damn it, how did this happen? Xianxia's face flushed red, feeling extremely ashamed. Out of more than 100 people, he was the only one who was blasted off the first step. As for the others, some sat cross-legged on the first step, while others continued to walk up. After that, at every step, there would be people who would stop and sit down cross-legged. There were also people who would be blasted off the steps. Generally speaking, as long as they did not force themselves, their lives would not be in danger. At most, they would be injured. Only a few people continued to climb. This was especially so for Gaochang and Qin Qingshan. Their rankings on the list of top 1,000 talents were close. At this moment, they seemed to be competing with each other and had no intention of stopping. Soon, the two of them had reached the 10th step. After reaching the 10th step, the two of them stopped and looked up, fear flashing in their eyes. But in the next moment, they continued to climb. Bang! Bang! The moment Gaochang stepped onto the first step, his body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body involuntarily retreated back to the 10th step. He roared angrily and steadied himself on the 10th step. However, Qin Qingshan did not retreat. Although his body was trembling, he still stood firmly on the 11th step. Gaochang's eyes were filled with reluctance. After all, he was still no match for Qin Qingshan. After Qin Qingshan steadied himself on the 11th step, he took another step. The 12th step. When he stood on the 12th step, his body trembled uncontrollably and his face turned pale. After a while, he slowly stabilized himself. Then, he sat cross-legged on the 12th step and began to cultivate. Let's go up too. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with curiosity as he stepped forward. Xianxia, Kenfei Ryu, and the rest followed suit. In addition, Lu Ming also saw Wang Mia, Wang Meng, the three gray-robed men from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the rest. There were more than 100 of them. Bang! Lu Ming stepped onto the first step. The moment Lu Ming stepped onto the first step, he felt a strong pressure on his body and even his heart. Roar! At the same time, a huge and ferocious demonic beast pounced on Lu Ming. Its murderous aura enveloped Lu Ming as it opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lu Ming's neck. It was as if it could bite off Lu Ming's neck in the next moment. Lu Ming frowned. His body was as still as a mountain as he allowed the demonic beast to attack him. When the demonic beast hit his body, it disappeared without a trace. Illusion, it was indeed an illusion, however, that cold and merciless murderous aura and violent murderous aura were real. Moreover, the most terrifying part of this illusion was that if one's will was not strong enough and could not withstand it, the illusion would become real and give a heavy blow. This was also why some people could not withstand it and would be seriously injured or even die. The demonic beast on the first step was not too strong. Very few people would be blasted off. Then, Lu Ming stepped onto the second step. The pressure on his body and mind became stronger. At the same time, a ferocious demonic beast pounced on him. This demonic beast's eyes were cold and merciless. Its murderous aura were even stronger than the previous one. However, Lu Ming ignored it and let the demonic beast charge past him. He continued to step onto the third step, the fourth step. On the side, Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu did not stop at all and stepped onto the fourth step. On the other side, Wang Meng, Wang Mia, and the three gray-robed men from the Heavenly Corpse sect did the same. From the fourth step onwards, not only did the murderous aura on the demonic beasts' bodies become stronger, they even carried the intent of heaven and earth. This way, the pressure on people was even more terrifying. The further they went, the more demonic beasts there were. The impact on people became more and more real. Many people could not bear it anymore. They either stopped or were blasted off. How mysterious. The intent of heaven and earth on these demonic beasts seems to have been left behind by a top expert. If I can capture it, I will definitely be able to deepen my understanding of the intent of heaven and earth and even break through. However, this place is not strong enough. I need a stronger pressure and a stronger intent of heaven and earth. Perhaps it can help me break through the bottleneck and cultivate my intent of heaven and earth to the second level. The Heavenly King Steel was indeed a good place. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 10th step. Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu also arrived at the 10th step. However, only a few of the other 29 elders of the Golden Sword sect had arrived at the 10th step. On the other side, Wang Mia, Wang Meng, and the 3 gray-robed men of the Heavenly Corpse sect had also arrived at the 10th step. Wang Mia and Wang Meng gave Lu Ming and the rest a provocative look. Then, they stepped onto the 11th step. Bang, Lu Ming did not stop and also stepped onto the 11th step. Whoosh! Whoosh! When he stepped onto the 11th step, rays of light shot towards Lu Ming. These rays of light were of various colors and shapes. There were swords, sabers, fists, palms, hammers, etc. These weapons of various colors exuded cold murderous intent as they charged toward Lu Ming. It was as if many experts had launched an attack on him. Lu Ming stood still. Puff! Puff! These weapons landed on Lu Ming's body one after another. What was different from before was that the previous demonic beasts disappeared after pouncing on him. However, this time around, these weapons pierced through his entire body after landing on him. There were many holes in his body and a soul-piercing pain emanated from him. How could this be? Lu Ming took a deep breath and looked in other directions. He saw that the others were not injured. However, there was a look of disbelief or solemnity in their eyes. Illusion. It should still be an illusion. However, this illusion was too real. It was as if many experts were really attacking him and piercing through his body. This kind of attack could even penetrate his soul and cause incomparable pain. In such an environment, how many people could guard their hearts and not be moved? They could even move forward bravely. Once they retreated, these illusions could become real and cause serious injuries. Amazing. However, these illusions are far from enough to make me retreat. My heart is as firm as a rock. If I retreat in the face of such an attack, how can I face Martial Emperor De in the future? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he continued to climb. On the 12th step, there were still many attacks. Every color of these attacks represented a concept of heaven and earth. They were incomparably mysterious, and were definitely left behind by a peerless expert. Then, it was the 13th step and the 14th step. At this point, the 29 experts of the Golden Sword sect had all stopped. On the 14th step, there were only Lu Ming, Xianxia, Kenfei Ryu, Wang Mia, Wang Meng, and the 3 gray-robed youths from the Heavenly Corpse sect. There were also 2 white-haired old men who were bitterly holding on. At the bottom of the stairs, countless people were watching. Amazing. They are indeed peerless geniuses. Who do you think is stronger? Which step can they reach? That's hard to say. The Heavenly King Steel tests one's will, and heart of martial arts. It doesn't have much to do with one's battle prowess. Normally, it's hard to tell. Even so, it's not completely impossible. Generally, the higher one's talent and potential, the further they can go. For example, that Jiang Taishu. Therefore, I think that Wang Mia should be able to go further in this group. It shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the 17th step. Indeed. Also, that Lu Ming was able to confront Wang Mia just now. He's also extraordinary. He should be able to reach the 16th step. As for Kenfei Ryu, Wang Meng, the 3 from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and that young woman, they should be able to reach the 16th step at most. In fact, they might only be able to reach the 15th step. Your conjecture is quite possible. Below, the crowd discussed animatedly, expressing their opinions. Just as the crowd was discussing, Lu Ming and the others took another step. The 15th step. Whoosh, a sword light, like a flying immortal, pierced towards Lu Ming's forehead. The sharp killing intent made Lu Ming feel that he would lose his life in the next moment. He knew that this was fake, but the feeling was too real. No matter who it was, they would subconsciously want to block, retreat, or resist. Come. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, what do I have to fear? Poochie, Lu Ming felt as if his forehead had been pierced. A cold feeling spread throughout his body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was really going to be killed. My heart won't move. Lu Ming muttered, looking up with a determined gaze. There seemed to be endless wills of heaven and earth roaming between heaven and earth. Every one of them was incomparably mysterious. However, this was not what Lu Ming wanted. He wanted to go even higher. Boom. Boom. At this moment, two old men on the 15th step screamed miserably as they were blasted off the step, spurting blood from their mouths. As for the three gray-robed men from the Heavenly Corpse sect, two of them trembled violently and were almost blasted off the step. However, they managed to endure it with a roar, but they were also panting heavily and sweating profusely. The last one was Wang Meng. His body was trembling, and his face was pale. In addition, Kenfei Ryu's body was also trembling slightly. Could it be that this is my limit? No, I can still be stronger. I want to become a peak expert. I want to use my strength to protect the people I love. I want to save Junior Sister. Kenfei Ryu roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with madness and determination. Bang! Kenfei Ryu was the first to step onto the 16th step. He was stepping for love. He had to become stronger. Yesterday, Lu Ming had said that as long as one was strong enough, one could become an ancient aristocratic family. That soaring heroic spirit had deeply touched him. He wanted to break through the limit. On the 16th step, Kenfei Ryu's body was trembling violently. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with determination. Slowly, his body calmed down and he stood steadily on the 16th step. Kenfei Ryu actually managed to step onto the 16th step and hold his ground. Amazing, truly amazing. That's right. Kenfei Ryu is ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents. It's really rare for someone like him to be able to step onto the 16th step. Generally speaking, it's rare for someone to step onto the 16th step after being ranked 700th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Many people were discussing in shock as they looked at the 16th step. Seeing Kenfei Ryu step onto the 16th step, Lu Ming and Xianxia smiled faintly. Jian Filiu had an obsession in his heart, he would definitely become stronger. Impossible. Wang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. It was already very difficult for him to step onto the 15th step. He did not expect Kenfei Ryu to be able to step onto the 16th step. How can I lose to this trash? Wang Meng roared and stepped onto the 16th step. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with horror. With a scream, his body flew far away and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Bang! Humph! Wang Mei glanced at Kenfei Ryu, snorted coldly, and stepped forward. Then, Wang Mei's body trembled slightly, and he stood firmly on the 16th step. Let's see how far you can go. Wang Miao looked coldly at Lu Ming, full of provocation. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. The 16th step was undoubtedly more terrifying, but Lu Ming still stood firmly. Xianxia followed closely behind him. Xianxia's eyes were extremely determined. Lu Ming seemed to see Xianxia's eyes that she was going to step on someone. It shouldn't be me, right? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled in his heart. Wang Mia's eyes turned cold when he saw that Lu Ming and Xianxia had both stepped onto the 16th step. Below, the others were also surprised. They didn't expect that other than Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kenfei Ryu would both be able to step onto the 16th step. Brother Lu, Miss Xia, I can't accompany you all the way up. Kenfei Ryu said at the side. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. If you can't step on it, don't force yourself. Otherwise, it will be a joke if you die here before the Heavenly King leaderboard starts. Wang Miao looked at Lu Ming and sneered. Is that so? You're telling yourself that, aren't you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. You have a sharp tongue. Let's see if you can step on it. Wang Miao snorted and stepped forward. Bam! Wang Mia's foot landed heavily on the 17th step. Instantly, his body shook violently, as if he was under terrifying pressure. But in the end, he still managed to step on it. He stopped. Wang Mia can indeed step onto the 17th step. It's said that the situation on the 17th step is completely different from the previous 16 steps. It's even more terrifying. The 17th step is a hurdle. Only those who can step onto the 17th step can be considered top talents. Wang Mia stepping onto the 17th step moved many people, although they had already expected it. Come on up. Lu Ming turned his head and looked down at Lu Ming in a condescending manner, revealing a smug expression. There were different levels of talents. Wang Mia had stepped onto the 17th step. In terms of determination and potential, he could already be ranked among the top talents. How could he not be smug? Bam, his smug expression didn't last long before it stiffened. Xianxia took a step forward. Wang Mia. He didn't even tremble. A frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted. What's there to be proud of about the 17th step? Xianxia glanced at Wang Mia with disdain. Below, many people were dumbfounded. Xianxia's actions were completely out of their expectations. They had to re-evaluate this beautiful girl. Xianxia hadn't said much before. Now, they knew that they had underestimated Xianxia. Wang Mia's face was ghastly. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "She is her." What about you? Bam, as soon as Wang Mia finished speaking, Lu Ming stepped forward and stood firmly on the 17th step. Wang Mia's expression was completely stiff. The 17th step is indeed different. Lu Ming's gaze looked up. In front of him, a figure as tall as the heavens appeared. This figure exuded a terrifying pressure. This pressure was unparalleled, like the might of the heavens. Under this pressure, even his soul trembled, unable to summon the slightest thought of resisting. Get down. The huge figure spat out these 3 words. His voice was like thunder. It was extremely majestic and couldn't be resisted. At the same time, various rays of light landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that there were holes in his body. Blood was flowing out. You have no right to ask me to get down. Lu Ming's eyes were firm and bright. He faced the huge figure without fear. Damn it. Wang Mia let out a low growl. At this moment, 9 people on the 17th step opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming and the other 2. These 9 people were the ones who had already stepped onto the 17th step. Some were old, but most of them were young. They were all extremely powerful. Interesting. A few more geniuses have come. Wang Mia seems to be at a disadvantage. Wang Mia can only stop here. What's the background of that young man? I've never seen him before. He seems to be a rising genius. I wonder if he can step onto the 18th step. On the 17th step, a few young experts were discussing. It's not enough. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't even look at Wang Mia. He lifted his foot and continued to step up. Lu Ming's firm footsteps landed on the 18th step. He steadily stepped onto it. At this moment, the 5 figures sitting cross-legged on the 18th step opened their eyes at the same time and looked at Lu Ming. Impossible. Wang Mia roared. The rest of the people present looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming could actually step onto the 18th step. It was too shocking and beyond everyone's expectations. There were only 5 people sitting cross-legged on the 18th step. These 5 were extremely famous geniuses. Although they weren't among the 10 heavenly kings, they were close to that level. Each of them ranked above Wang Mia on the list of top 1,000 talents. Now, there was one more person. There was only one person above them on the 19th step. That was Jiang Taishu. The point was this Lu Ming's limit? Could he go one step further and be on par with Jiang Taishu on the 19th step? They were curious, extremely curious. But an even more shocking scene occurred. Xianxia also lifted his foot and stood on the 18th step. Do you want to try? This time, Lu Ming turned his head and looked down at Wang Mia. Damn it. Wang Mia's eyes were extremely gloomy. His body was emitting blazing flames, like a fire god. If you can't step on it, don't force yourself. The list of heavenly kings hasn't started yet. If you die here, it'll be a joke. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wang Mia was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These were the words he had said to Lu Ming just now. Now, Lu Ming had returned them to him. I don't believe it. Wang Mia's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. With a low growl, he stepped onto the 18th step. Suddenly, his body shook violently. His eyes were filled with horror. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was directly sent flying down, following in Wang Ming's footsteps. The 17th step was already Wang Mia's limit. If he forced himself to go up, this would be the only result. It was lucky that he didn't die. The crowd just casually glanced at Wang Mia, then looked back at the two figures on the 18th step. Would they be able to continue going up? The crowd was extremely curious. However, to their disappointment, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Then, there was a burst of discussion. It seems that the two of them can only reach the 18th step. That's their limit. It's already amazing. Although the higher they go, it doesn't mean that their combat strength will be stronger, at least it shows that their will and martial arts heart are extremely tenacious and have endless potential. Yes, if they break through to the sea spirit realm, they can easily rush into the top 500 of the list of top 1,000 talents. I wonder how long they can stay on the 18th step. Many people nodded in amazement. These were two newly risen sky brides. During this period of time, there had been quite a number of newly risen sky brides. On the 18th step, the other 5 people saw Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu sitting cross-legged. They also closed their eyes and began to cultivate. Jiang Taishu, who was on the 19th step, did not open his eyes. It seemed that below the 19th step, nothing could arouse his interest. Lu Ming did not continue to go up, not because he could not, but because he felt that the 18th step should be enough. He sat cross-legged. Above him, the huge figure was still berating him, telling him to get down. At the same time, countless rays of light of various colors pierced toward him. It's really uncomfortable to have to bear this kind of pressure and pain all the time. Lu Ming smiled slightly. However, this was also a kind of training. At the same time, the attacks of various colors were all essence realms of heaven and earth left behind by peerless experts in the antiquity times. This was an unparalleled wealth. Talented people could comprehend the essence realms of heaven and earth and even comprehend supreme combat skills. Only warriors in the martial king realm could enter the heavenly king list and be effective. If a sea spirit realm expert or even stronger stepped on it, there would be no effect at all. Lu Ming closed his eyes and his mind spread out. He raised his eyebrows slightly. He had just caught a flash of lightning. This thunder essence is compatible with me. I must capture it. Lu Ming carefully sensed. After a while, he sensed a wisp of thunder essence again. Buzz, at this moment, his concept of thunder turned into a rope that flew out with extreme speed and wrapped around the concept of thunder. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming's mind buzzed. The environment of heaven and earth seemed to change. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a void. In the void, there was a figure leaping about, displaying the concept of thunder. What a miraculous concept of lightning. So it turns out that the concept of lightning can actually be used like this? With just a glance, Lu Ming was mesmerized. His eyes were fixed on it. He discovered that his comprehension of the concept of thunder was constantly increasing. Like this, time slowly passed. Lu Ming seemed to have forgotten about the attacks outside, the pressure, and the pain. He wholeheartedly focused on comprehending the concept of thunder. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Suddenly, in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, there was only one concept of thunder rune. Suddenly, a new concept of thunder rune appeared. This new concept of thunder rune was only an inch long, much shorter than the previous one. As soon as it appeared, it intertwined with the first rune, complementing each other. Second level concept. Lu Ming's concept of thunder had successfully broken through to the second level. He finally had a concept of heaven and earth, breaking through the bottleneck and stepping into the second level. However, this was far from enough. Lu Ming still had 3 concepts that he needed to step into the second level. Otherwise, his cultivation would not be able to break through the spiritual sea realm. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. This time, he did not continue to comprehend the concept of thunder. Instead, he began to capture other concepts. Not long after, he successfully captured the concept of wind and began to comprehend it. Time passed slowly. There were more and more people on the Sky King's stele. Some people climbed up the stairs, while others could not hold on and were blasted off the stairs. During this time, many more geniuses appeared. There were more people on the 17th and 18th steps. However, there was only Jiang Taishu on the 19th step. The other geniuses who were as famous as Jiang Taishu did not appear. They might be cultivating elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, another 6 days had passed. It was already the 13th day since Lu Ming stepped onto the Sky King steel. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Now that my wind and thunder concepts have both stepped into the second level, it's time to improve my earth concept. Only when my earth concept reaches the completion of the first level, or even the second level, my hell-suppressing heaven skill will be stronger. Lu Ming looked up. He needed to climb higher. He had tried just now. He did not capture the appropriate earth concept on the 18th step, so he could only go up. In the next moment, Lu Ming stood up. Below, many people looked at him curiously. Lu Ming has stood up. He has been up there for 13 days. I guess he can't take it anymore and will come down. It's scary enough to stay on the 18th step for 13 days. What's more shocking is Jiang Taishu. He has been on the 19th step for so long. Jiang Taishu is likely to rank first on the Sky King's steel this time. However, in the next moment, the discussion came to an abrupt end. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. They realized that Lu Ming was not going to step down. He was going to go up. Bang! Lu Ming stood firmly on the 19th step and stood firmly on it. At this moment, everyone gasped with their mouths wide open. Lu Ming actually stood still. He had successfully reached the 19th step and was on par with Jiang Taishu. Jiang Taishu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the 19th step without any movement, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 sharp rays of light flashed through his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He did not expect that the person who had reached the 19th step would be a young man whom he did not know. However, what was more shocking was that after Lu Ming reached the 19th step, he did not seem to have any intention of stopping. He looked at the 20th step. Oh my God, is he going to reach the 20th step? No way, that's the 20th step. Not many people have been able to reach it. In this year's list of top 1,000 talents, only the top 20 geniuses have reached the 20th step when they were at the Martial King realm. The previous first on the Sky King steel also reached the 20th step. No one else has reached it. Can he really do it? Even Jiang Taishu can't reach it. Many people were discussing in shock. At this moment, the sharpness in Jiang Taishu's eyes intensified. He stood up and said to Lu Ming, "Are you going to reach the 20th step?" Jiang Taishu had transmitted his voice, so no one else could hear it. "That's right," Lu Ming said. "I advise you to stay on the 19th step." Jiang Taishu transmitted his voice again. "What do you mean?" Lu Ming asked. "What do I mean?" There was a hint of a smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. It was a mocking smile. He knew what Jiang Taishu meant. Jiang Taishu's meaning was obvious. He was already on the 19th step. If Lu Ming stepped onto the 20th step, he would be humiliated. Jiang Taishu was not able to step on it, but he wanted to be superior and not let others step on it. It was ridiculous. Why would Lu Ming care about such a person? If you're so capable, come up too. Lu Ming smiled coldly and ignored Jiang Taishu. He turned around and stepped forward without hesitation. Boom! When Lu Ming stepped onto the second step, he felt as if the whole world was pressing down on him. His body involuntarily trembled, as if he would collapse at any time. In the sky ahead, Lu Ming saw a figure as tall as the sky, looking down at him. That kind of pressure was even more terrifying and powerful. "Get down." The voice kept rushing into Lu Ming's mind and soul. Endless lights of various colors flew toward Lu Ming and hit Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt as if he was being cut into pieces. He could clearly see his flesh and blood being separated from his body. Of course, this was only what he felt. What others saw was that his body was trembling slightly. He stepped on it. He stepped on it. His body is trembling slightly. It seems very difficult. Can he hold on? If he can, he's comparable to the top 20 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. The 20th step. This guy has a bright future. Below, countless people widened their eyes in shock and nervousness as they looked up at Lu Ming. No one can make me get down. Lu Ming growled on the 20th step. His eyes were full of determination and persistence. He wanted to break through all obstacles. He wanted to reach the peak. He wanted to surpass Martial Emperor De. A figure seemed to appear in front of him. It was indomitable and had an unparalleled aura. It was even bigger and more majestic than the figure that had told him to get down. That was the Martial Emperor De in his imagination. He had surpassed Martial Emperor De. Why should he be afraid of this figure? His posture slowly stabilized and he stood up straight. He stood firmly on the 20th step. Above them was the dark red staircase. Only those who had participated in the Heavenly King List battle, obtained the top 108 places, and had the protection of the tablet Qi, could step on the dark red step. Otherwise, there was only one way out. Looking at Lu Ming standing on the 20th step, a cold light flashed in Jiang Taishu's eyes. His body was extremely sharp. He looked at the 20th step, hesitated, but he did not step on it. At that moment, people on the other steps opened their eyes and looked up at Lu Ming. Amazing, truly amazing. Another top-notch genius. Many geniuses exclaimed. Brother Lu is indeed much stronger than me. Kenfei Ryu sighed. Qin Qingshan and Gao Chang also sighed. Qin Qingshan had been easily defeated by Lu Ming a few days ago. Initially, he was unhappy, but now, he was convinced. As for Gao Chang, he felt lucky. Previously, he had wanted to teach Lu Ming a lesson. Now that he thought about it, his face burned. Impossible. In the crowd below, Wang Mia, Wang Mang and the others shouted in disbelief. This brat, I want him dead. Murderous intent flashed in Wang Mang's eyes. Don't worry, climbing the Heavenly King Steel doesn't mean that you are strong. Kill him in the Heavenly King List battle. Cold light flashed in Wang Mia's eyes. At that moment, Xianxia, who had been sitting cross-legged on the 18th step, suddenly stood up and stepped on the 19th step in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Xianxia steadily stepped onto the 19th step, standing at the same level as Jiang Taishu. Before the crowd could react, Xianxia took another step forward. With this step, she stepped on the 20th step. Her body trembled slightly, but her eyes were resolute. Another person stepped on the 20th step. Moreover, it was the female companion of Lu Ming. Almost everyone thought that she was Lu Ming's girlfriend. A golden boy and a jade girl both stepped on the 20th step. Everyone was stunned and thought that they were dreaming. This was too unbelievable. Since the opening of the Heavenly King Steel, no one had stepped on the 20th step. Now, two of them had stepped on it. The coldness in Jiang Taishu's eyes intensified. Haha, it's so lively today. Let me join in the fun. A loud laughter sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a fat man with a waist as thick as a water tank. He wore a loose white robe, and his face was chubby. He was carrying an axe on his shoulder. The shaft of the axe was 2 meters long, and the body of the axe was as big as a door. In his other hand, he was holding a greasy lamb leg. He was munching on it as he descended and stepped on the stairs of the Heavenly King Steel. Whoosh, at this moment, a beam of light flashed on the other side. A tall figure landed at the foot of the Heavenly King Steel. This young man was wearing a gray robe and looked very ordinary. He was the kind of person who could be easily found in a sea of people. He descended and strode towards the stairs. The fat man and the ordinary young man climbed the stairs very quickly. They took one step at a time. Soon, they had reached the 11th step. However, they did not stop. They continued to climb up step by step. 17 steps, 18 steps, 19 steps. Everyone was dumbfounded. Where did these two geniuses come from? They were too terrifying. They had reached the 19th step in one go and were on par with Jiang Taishu. Nestle, this place is really uncomfortable. It hurts. No, I have to eat more meat to replenish my energy. The fat man shouted and gnawed on the lamb leg in his hand. Then, Under everyone's gaze, he stepped onto the 20th step. The ordinary young man also stepped onto the 20th step. Shocking, shocking, countless people were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. What was going on today? Usually, very few people could reach the 20th step, but now, so many people had appeared in one go. 4 people had reached the 20th step. More importantly, all 4 of them were unfamiliar faces. They were not on the list of top 1,000 talents. I can't take it anymore. I want to eat meat to replenish my energy. It hurts too much. The fat man yelled as he gnawed on the lamb leg. Surprisingly, he stood firmly on the 20th step. Lu Ming was speechless. The others were also speechless. Some people were even more indignant. It was too unfair that the fat man could reach the 20th step. That young man seems to be the rising talent of the Heavenly Corpse sect. He's called King Corpse. Corpse King, what a strange name. It's said that this person has cultivated the Heavenly Corpse sect's God-tier cultivation method, the 9 Nether Corpse transformation art, to an extremely powerful level. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. The 9 Nether Corpse transformation art turns one's body into a divine corpse, invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. There's nothing it can't break. It's extremely terrifying. This is a terrifying opponent. Many people were discussing. Some of the experts who were going to participate in the Heavenly King list secretly noted the Corpse King's name, and tried to be as careful as possible when they met him in the future. At this time, Jiang Taishu's expression was extremely ugly. He glanced at the 4 people on the 20th step, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he actually turned around, walked down the steps step by step, and then soared into the air and left. Beauty, how should I address you? I'm Kong Jin. The fatty took a few bites of the lamb leg, and a pair of beady eyes turned to Xianxia. Get lost. Xianxia only replied with one word. Beauty, why are you so fierce? Don't you just want to talk? Don't tell me you're already taken? Sigh. Am I late again? Brother, don't tell me it's you? The fatty sighed, and then looked at Lu Ming. What? Do you want to fight with me? Lu Ming asked. Fight? What fight? I have my principles when it comes to picking up girls. First, I won't pick up girls who are already taken. I won't fight with others for a girl who is already taken. How tiring would that be? The fatty chewed on the lamb leg, and then looked at Xianxia, and said, Beauty, do you have any brothers or sisters? No, sisters? Introduce one to me. Get lost. Xianxia said again. Look at you, can't you speak properly? Brother, does your wife have a sister or sister? Introduce one to me? Kong Jin looked at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming was speechless. This fatty was really a weirdo. Did he come up here to find someone to introduce him to a girlfriend? In Lu Ming's mind, Xianxuan's figure involuntarily appeared. He subconsciously said, she really does have an older sister who looks quite similar to her. What? Really? Brother, you have to help me. I've already decided that I'm going to conquer this beautiful sister. Fatty's eyes lit up, then he took another bite of the lamb leg. Xianxuan's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he fiercely squeezed out 2 words. I'm going to start cultivating. Lu Ming hurriedly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, ignoring the outside world. Xianxia gritted his teeth and sat down cross-legged. The fatty quickly finished eating the lamb leg. Then, he carried the axe and sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate. The Corpse King also began to cultivate. Before long, Lu Ming captured a trace of the concept of Earth and started to comprehend it. His comprehension of the concept of Earth increased by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Lu Ming finally cultivated the concept of Earth to the peak of the 1st level. Now, he had 4 types of concepts. The concept of Earth and concept of Fire were both at the peak of the 1st level. The concept of Wind and concept of Thunder were both at the entry level of the 2nd level. Lu Ming's battle strength had increased by a large margin compared to when he had just arrived. At this time, the Heaven King ranking battle had officially begun. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and everyone else cultivating on the Heaven King steel steps went down the steps and headed north. Dozens of miles away, there was a huge plaza. The plaza was paved with some kind of black stone with complicated inscriptions carved on it. Around the plaza, there were more than 100,000 experts gathered. All of them were peak kings. Fatty Kong entered and followed Lu Ming like a shadow, constantly muttering that he wanted to introduce Xianxia's sister to him. Lu Ming was now incomparably regretful, regretting the words he had blurted out earlier. Boom! Boom! In the sky, a huge and terrifying pressure could be felt. 6 figures appeared in the sky. These 6 people were definitely extremely powerful experts. It was very likely that they were all in the spirit embryo realm. 3 from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and 3 from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Both sides would send out experts to preside over the Heaven King ranking battle. Spiritual Master 3 Corpses, let's begin. Are you going to announce it, or should I? In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a middle-aged man wearing a jade crown looked at the person in the middle of the 3 from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hee, Dongfeng Hao, you should do it. Spiritual Master 3 Corpses chuckled and didn't say anything else. Dongfeng Hao nodded. He looked around and said, the Heavenly King ranking battle requires 2 rounds of preliminaries. Only the strongest people will be qualified to participate in the final battle. The first round of preliminaries will be held in this square. After speaking, Dongfeng Hao waved his hands, and inscriptions entered the ground of the plaza. The inscriptions on the ground glowed, and in the next moment, shields appeared in the plaza. The shields were arranged in rows. In each row, there were 36 shields. There were a total of 18 rows. You should be able to see that there are 36 shields in each row. Get on the stage and attack the shields. Only those who can break through 9 of them will pass and move on to the next round. Now, let's begin. Dongfeng Hao announced. Let me do it. Me too. In an instant, 18 people went up to the plaza. There were a total of 18 rows. Each time, 18 people could take the test at the same time. Boom! Boom! Activating their true essences, various intent realms were released. The 18 people made their moves one after another. The shields shattered one by one. Break! Lu Ming saw a burly man punching out with both fists. Fiery fist auras were blasted out, and the shields kept shattering. However, the moment the shields shattered, they seemed to produce a powerful force that struck back at him. The further one went, the harder it was for the shields to shatter. Furthermore, the force of the counterattack was also stronger. Bam! Bam! The burly man's figure kept retreating. In the end, he roared and punched with all his might, shattering the 9th shield. However, at the same time, his body also retreated rapidly and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shattering 9 shields, you pass. You, shattering 6 shields, fail, eliminated. Dongfeng Hao began to announce. Out of the 18 people who went up, only 6 of them managed to shatter 9 shields. Those who passed, the success rate was only 1/3. The person with the highest score managed to shatter 11 shields. Next group. Dongfeng Hao announced. Immediately, another 18 people flew up into the sky, and the shattered shields were reformed. That's Jiang Taishu went up. Among the 18 people, one person attracted everyone's attention. Jiang Taishu, the genius of the Jiang family, one of the 6 ancient families. He was ranked 6th in the previous 10 heavenly kings. Now, the top 4 of the 10 heavenly kings had all stepped into the Sea of Soul realm. Jiang Taishu was the most likely candidate to compete for the strongest king title this time. Jiang Taishu was as still as a mountain. His body emitted a terrifying sharpness that was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Break! Jiang Taishu whispered. His palm was like a sword as he slashed forward. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 9 shields exploded, but that was not all. The 10th, 11th, and 12th shields exploded. In the blink of an eye, 18 shields exploded. Break again! Jiang Taishu shouted. His aura became even sharper as he slashed out again. This time, the crowd seemed to see a saber slashing forward. Bang! Bang! One shield after another exploded. the powerful astral wind and qi were sent flying back. However, Jiang Taishu did not move at all. He continued to attack, shattering everything. In the end, a total of 28 shields were shattered. Jiang Taishu shattered 28 of the 36 shields, which was an amazing result. No one at the King realm had ever been able to shatter all 36 shields. In this round of 18 people, other than Jiang Taishu, the strongest person had only managed to break 12 shields. The gap was too big. Following that, 18 people took turns in a row, 18 people took turns in a row, and more people went up. But the success rate was only about 1/3. Many people who failed shook their heads and sighed. They were not fated to be on the Heavenly King list this time. Gao Chang was ranked last on the list of top 1,000 talents. As he had lost an arm, his combat power was reduced and he only managed to shatter 12 shields. Qing Qingshan had shattered 16 pieces. Wang Meng shattered 20 shields. Wang Miao was very strong. He shattered 24 shields, which was only 4 shields away from Jiang Taishu. But the further one went, the harder the shields became. It was too difficult to shatter them. One shield was a big gap. A day later, more than half of the hundreds of thousands of people had taken turns. Among them, there were a few amazing experts who attracted Lu Ming's attention. Like Jiang Taishu, all of them had shattered 28 shields. Lu Ming knew from the others that these people were either geniuses from the 6 ancient families or experts from the Heavenly Corpse sect. They were also geniuses in the previous 10 Heavenly Kings. There were 5 of them in the previous 10 Heavenly Kings, including Jiang Taishu. There was no doubt that these 5 people were absolutely extraordinarily terrifying. They were the 10 Heavenly Kings during the last competition, and then they'd stayed at the peak of the King realm for 3 years. So, how terrifying would their combat strengths be? It wasn't that these people couldn't break through to the spiritual sea realm. They could do so at any time. They just wanted to accumulate more and be stronger. Once they broke through to the spiritual sea realm, there was no doubt that their cultivation would improve rapidly and reach a new height in a short time. Of course, the others did not break so many pieces, but it did not mean that there were no masters who could compete with Jiang Taishu and the others. It was normal for some people to hide their strength. Anyway, as long as they broke 9 pieces, they could pass. The 28 pieces that Jiang Taishu and the others had shattered might not be their limit. Lu Ming and the others were at the back of the queue. It was only their turn the next day. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Kenfei Ryu, and Fatty Kong Jin stepped onto the square together. Everyone's eyes turned to look at them. Especially Fatty Kong Jin, Xianxia, and Lu Ming, because the 3 of them had reached the 20th step. Boom, Lu Ming was very straightforward. He punched out. A ray of fist radiance shot out and hit the shields. The shields shattered one by one. Sure enough, the further the shields went, the harder they became and the harder they were to break. Every time a shield shattered, a strong force would hit back at Lu Ming. With a single punch, the 9 shields exploded. That's enough. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not continue attacking. He looked to the side and found that Xianxia had also shattered 9 pieces and stopped. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Anyway, 9 pieces were enough to pass. What was the point of shattering so many? The rest of the people present were speechless. Originally, they wanted to see Lu Ming and Xianxing's attack power. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them stopped after smashing 9 pieces. This made many people feel depressed. Obviously, the 2 of them did not use their full strength. They just wanted to pass. Of course, there were people who disagreed. Maybe their attacking power is not high and they dare not use their full strength. That's why they shattered 9 shields. They are deliberately mystifying and attracting attention. Someone snorted and did not think highly of Lu Ming and Xianxia. At this time, there was a commotion. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Fatty Kong Jin, who was triumphant. In front of him, 28 pieces were shattered. No wonder everyone was so surprised. To be able to shatter 28 shields, his attacking power was comparable to Jiang Taishu and the others. Who's this Fatty? I've never seen him before. Where did this peerless genius come from? I've never seen him before either. Maybe he's a disciple secretly taken in by a peerless powerhouse? There are too many geniuses now. Fatty Kong Jean looked around with a big axe on his shoulder. He grinned and looked very pleased with himself. Soon, this group of people was finished, and the next group of people was replaced. Corpse King. In this group, the Corpse King went up. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Corpse King. The Corpse King was also a person who stepped on the 20th step. Boom. The Corpse King was very straightforward. He directly punched out. The terrifying fist force shattered the shields in front of him one by one. After a few punches, 28 shields were shattered. At this time, he suddenly stopped. This guy's strength is not bad. I feel that he didn't use his full strength. Interesting. Fatty Kong Jean stood beside Lu Ming and stared at the Corpse King with sparkling eyes. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. The next moment, a leg of an unknown beast appeared in his hand and he began to gnaw on it. Lu Ming was speechless and did not bother to pay attention to him. As time passed, people went up and down in batches. After a day, all the tests were over. A total of 120,000 people participated in the test, and only about 40,000 passed. It was obvious how difficult it was. One had to know that those who could come here were all peak-level kings. Many of them had good battle strength among peak-level kings. Many of them were old fellows who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Alright, the first round of the test is over. Those who passed the first round will go with us to the other Heavenly King Steel. Dong Fanghao announced. Then, Taoist Master 3 corpses and the rest of the Heavenly Corpse sect flew towards the north. Lu Ming and the rest followed. There were a total of 2 Heavenly King Steels. They had seen one of them before. The other one was the place where the final battle of the Heavenly King rankings took place. In front of them was an abyss that was 10 miles wide. On the other side there was a huge stone stele that stood there. It was 1,000 meters tall and a few hundred meters wide. It was simple and unadorned. This was the second Heavenly King Stele. Under this abyss, there is a peerless killing formation. If you fall, you will die without a doubt. The entire abyss is filled with astral winds, making it extremely difficult to fly. The final battle will be inside the Heavenly King Stele. The stele is a world of its own. Later, the Heavenly King Stele will shine. At that time, you can rush in. However, the Heavenly King Stele's light will only last for half an hour. You need to fly over this abyss and rush into the Heavenly King Stele. Those who fail to do so will be eliminated. As soon as he said that, many people's eyes flickered and some of them looked serious. This should be the final test. Although it looked simple, it was extremely dangerous. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they had to cross 10 miles of the abyss. The key was that there were more than 40,000 people and it was too crowded. Everyone had to charge forward bravely to reach the Sky King's monument. Therefore, in this process, there was bound to be a fierce battle. They had to fight for the front to have a chance to reach the Sky King's monument. Just like that, everyone waited. This wait lasted for half a day. Buzz, suddenly, the Sky King's monument shook and shone with a bright light. Begin. Dong Fanghao announced. Swoosh. Swoosh, as soon as Dong Fanghao's voice fell, countless figures rose into the air and flew towards the Sky King's monument. Let's go. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Kenfei Ryu, and the others also rose into the air and flew forward. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as they flew above the abyss, a strong wind blew in the abyss. The wind was extremely sharp and it was like a sharp knife, slashing towards the crowd. Not good. Some people's faces changed and they were caught off guard. They were almost seriously injured and fell into the abyss. They quickly used their true origin to resist. Lu Ming and the others also used their true origin to block the surrounding wind. However, their speed was undoubtedly much slower. The abyss that could be crossed in the blink of an eye would take a lot more time. Swoosh. Swoosh, everyone stabilized their bodies and broke through the wind, moving forward quickly. Get lost, don't block the way. Someone roared and attacked the people in front. You're courting death. The people in front roared and a great battle broke out. Get lost, get out of the way. Loud roars rose and fell. Everyone wanted to be in the front. Only then would they have the confidence to reach the Sky King's monument in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Above the abyss, a dazzling light burst out. Ah! Someone screamed and fell into the abyss. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in the abyss and that person was cut in half. His corpse fell into the abyss. There was a supreme killing array below and those who fell would die. Die, brat. Suddenly, a cold killing intent surged towards Lu Ming's group. At the same time, numerous attacks enveloped Lu Ming's group. Wang Mia, Wang Meng, you're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. The ones who had attacked them were Wang Mia, Wang Meng, and some other elders. These elders were all extremely powerful. They were clearly the experts of the Wang family. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and the others erupted with power, blocking the attacks from all sides. Motherfucker, how dare you sneak attack me? You're courting death. Fatty Kong Jin roared and swung his axe, destroying everything in its path. 5 elders were enveloped by the fatty's axe. Xianxia waved her jade white hand and enveloped the 5 old men. As for Kenfei Ryu, he was facing the 2 elders alone. You two, stay here. Lu Ming knocked back the 2 elders with a punch and charged towards Wang Mia and Wang Meng. Their expressions changed drastically. They had sent out more than 10 experts of the Wang family, but they were all held back by Xianxia's group. This was beyond their expectations. Humph, brat, this abyss will be your burial ground. Let's attack together and kill him. Wang Mia snorted coldly. His murderous intent was sharp. Together with Wang Meng, he charged toward Lu Ming. In addition, the other 2 elders also charged towards Lu Ming. Die. The infinite dragon spear appeared and a spear light shot out. It contained the 2nd level wind concept and the 2nd level thunder concept. It was too fast and too terrifying. Puff. Puff, 2 large holes appeared in the chests of the 2 elders. They were pierced by Lu Ming's spear light and fell into the abyss with miserable screams. Boom, Lu Ming's spear swept out horizontally. Wang Mia and Wang Meng trembled and retreated quickly. Wang Mia was fine, but fear flashed in Wang Meng's eyes. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The bones in one of his arms were completely shattered. How can he be so strong? It's best to leave. Wang Mia turned and left without thinking. Not good. Wang Meng was alarmed when he saw Wang Mia turn and run. It was too late for him to leave. Lu Ming stepped forward and stabbed out with his spear. The spear light was extremely resplendent. No. Wang Meng roared and tried his best to block. However, Lu Ming's strength had improved greatly and reached a terrifying level. Wang Meng couldn't stop him at all. Poochie, the spear pierced through Wang Meng's chest. With a tremor, Wang Meng's corpse fell into the abyss. Lu Ming, you dare to kill my Wang family's genius? You're dead. Wang Mia roared in front, but he didn't dare to stay. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He realized that he wasn't Lu Ming's match at all. If he stayed, only death would await him. I'll definitely kill you in the Sky King steel. Lu Ming shouted coldly. At this time, the old men who besieged Xianxia and the others were either dead or running away. They suffered heavy losses. On the side, the others were shocked when they saw Lu Ming and the others' terrifying combat strength. They didn't dare to attack them at all. The 4 of them worked together and rushed forward. The people in front of them were directly sent flying. Lu Ming looked around and found that Jiang Taishu, the Corpse King, and some of the strongest people had already rushed to the front. Those who blocked them were all killed in one move. In the end, they rushed into the Sky King steel and disappeared. After a little more than half an incense stick's time, Lu Ming and the others also rushed into the Sky King steel and disappeared. Soon, half an incense stick's time passed. The light on the Sky King steel disappeared. Those who rushed there couldn't enter the Sky King steel anymore. They could only sigh outside and fly back to the other side of the abyss. They had lost their chance. At least a few thousand people fell into the abyss, and about 10,000 people rushed into the Sky King steel. The others stayed outside. Including those who were eliminated in the first round, there were more than 100,000 people gathered at the edge of the abyss. Let's see what's going on inside, Dong Fanghao said. Then, he joined forces with Spiritual Master Three Corpses. Rays of light entered the Sky King steel. In the next moment, an image appeared on the Sky King steel. That's Jiang Taishu. In the image, Jiang Taishu was flying rapidly in the sky above an empty land. At this time, Dong Fanghao waved his hand and the image changed into another image. A young man in a red robe killed an old man with a punch. Above his and the old man's heads, there was a phantom of a steel. There were 3 chi in the steel. At this time, the chi of the steel above the old man's head flew to the red-robed young man. The steel above the red-robed young man's head turned into 6 chi. That's Wang Ju, the genius of the Wang family. He was ranked 8th in the previous Sky King steel. Many people recognized the young man. At this time, Dong Fanghao waved his hand again and the image changed again. The Sky King steel could actually show the image inside. Everyone who entered would have a Sky King's tablet image appear above their heads and 3 streams of chi, known as tablet chi. As long as they killed or defeated others, they would be able to snatch their opponent's tablet chi. Once all 3 streams of tablet chi were snatched away, they would be transported out. The final ranking was determined by the amount of tablet chi they had. In the Heavenly King Monument world, there was only a total of 3 days. In other words, within these 3 days, one had to obtain as much monument chi as possible. After the 3 days were up, the person with the most monument chi would be ranked first on the Heavenly King ranking. As for the 108 people with the most monument chi, they would be the final 108 people. Therefore, these 3 days were destined to be cruel. There would be endless battles. If they found a place to hide, they wouldn't be able to get the final spot. Xianxia, Kenfei Ryu, and the others weren't nearby. It was obvious that they had been randomly scattered to different places when they entered. I heard that you can't use the inscription Dao in the Sky King's tablet world. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming waved his hands and started to inscribe inscriptions on the ground. Inscriptions flew into the ground one by one. However, in the next moment, the inscriptions dissipated and couldn't stick to the ground. Next, Lu Ming tried to inscribe inscriptions on himself. However, the result was the same. He couldn't stop the inscriptions and they dissipated. Indeed, in here, one can only rely on one's martial cultivation and not the inscription Dao. Lu Ming pondered. Io, let me out for some fresh air. Dandan had climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder again. Previously, Lu Ming had stuffed him into the Temple of Paragon. Dandan, you'd better return to the Temple of Paragon. This place is extremely mysterious. I'm afraid there are important people watching. Don't blame me if they catch you and cook you. Lu Ming stuffed the unwilling Dandan back into the Temple of Paragon. Afterward, Lu Ming randomly chose a direction, soared into the air, and flew into the distance. Hand over your monument chi. Not long after, Lu Ming ran into an old man. Unexpectedly, when the old man saw Lu Ming, he turned and ran. Lu Ming chased after him. With Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps, how fast was his speed? In just a few moments, Xianxia caught up to the old man, and with a punch, the old man spurted a mouthful of blood. I'll give you all my monument chi, don't kill me. The old man cried out in fear. He sighed inwardly at his bad luck. He didn't expect to run into a monster like Lu Ming as soon as he entered. The old man stopped and no longer resisted. He knew that if Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist. Lu Ming strode forward and shattered the Sky King's monument's shadow above the elder's head with a single palm strike. The 3 strands of monument chi above the elder's head all flew into Lu Ming's Sky King's monument's shadow. At this moment, a beam of light enveloped the old man. In the next moment, the old man's figure disappeared and appeared outside. After Lu Ming obtained the 3 steel chi, he continued flying in search of his next prey. With only 3 days left, he had to make the best use of his time. In the next 3 hours, Lu Ming encountered 7 people consecutively. One of them resisted with all his might and was killed by Lu Ming. The other 6 surrendered and obediently gave up their monument chi. Lu Ming's monument chi increased to 27 strands. Outside, the crowd stared at the Sky King's monument. The images on it were constantly changing. Looks like the strongest group of people this time must be the young ones. No matter how long the older generation has cultivated, their talents are still limited. It's hard for them to compete with the peerless geniuses. That's right. This time, there are even more geniuses. Not only the top 10, but the top 20 will also be taken by the young geniuses. As you can see, Jiang Taishu, Wang Zhu, the Zombie King, and the others are almost invincible. Hey, look, that's Lu Ming. In front of him are the two old fogies from the Sky Corp sect. At this moment, the image suddenly flashed and Lu Ming's figure appeared. At this moment, Lu Ming was flying forward. On a mountain peak not far away from him, two old men were hiding. Their bodies were emitting a cold aura. The two old fogies from the Sky Corp sect are extremely powerful. They are the most likely candidates to fight for the top 108. This is interesting. Lu Ming is going to be ambushed. Many people widened their eyes and looked at the image on the Sky King's monument. Dongfang Hao did not change the image. He seemed to be interested too. Lu Ming naturally did not know that there were two experts waiting for him in front. He was flying forward at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, two black shadows flashed rapidly. Two sharp beams of light slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Spear light condensed and swept towards the two black figures. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's figure shook slightly. The two figures also retreated. Refined corpses. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was two refined corpses that attacked him. The two refined corpses were majestic and tall. They wore black armor and held two black battle swords in their hands. A blood-red light flashed in their eyes. Hee, it's that kid called Lu Ming, the genius who stepped on the 20th step of the Sky King's monument. With a faint sneer, two figures in black robes appeared beside the two refined corpses. They were two old men. They were so thin that only bones were left. They looked like two skeletons and were extremely eerie. The difference was that one of them was emitting a strong corpse aura while the other was emitting a ghostly aura. Hee, such a genius has endless potential. We must kill him now. Otherwise, he will be a great disaster for the Sky Corp sect in the future. The old man with ghostly aura sneered. Just you two old fogies? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kid, your battle strength is not bad. I'm afraid that any one of us is no match for you. However, with the two of us working together, do you think you have a chance? The old man with ghostly aura grinned. In the next moment, a huge shrub appeared under his feet. The coffin opened and a dozen refined corpses flew out. Each of the refined corpses wore black armor and held black battle swords. Their auras were extremely powerful. Although these refined corpses were only peak kings, they were extremely powerful. They were much stronger than ordinary peak kings. This could be seen from the two refined corpses that had ambushed them. However, this old man could control so many refined corpses of peak kings. It was terrifying. Attack! The old man with ghostly aura roared. The dozen refined corpses roared and pounced at Lu Ming. At the same time, the old man with ghostly aura also moved. He punched out, and a ghostly hell filled the air. A black fist light flew towards Lu Ming. Strong. These two old men were very strong. They were the kind of old monsters that had cultivated for hundreds of years. I'll kill you first. With a sweep of his spear, three refined corpses were sent flying. At the same time, he punched out with his left hand to cancel out the ghostly old man's fist light. Then, he strode towards the old man with ghostly aura. Want to kill me? Die. The old man with ghostly aura revealed a cold smile. He controlled the remaining refined corpses to surround Lu Ming. I can't be bothered to waste my time with you. Lu Ming put away the infinite dragon spear and used the exploding star fist. In an instant, he threw out hundreds of punches. Each fist light was infused with the three intents of wind, fire, and lightning. Especially the two intents of wind and lightning, which had reached the second level. Its power was terrifying. Pung! Pung! Dense bursting sounds rang out as more than a dozen refined corpses exploded. Lu Ming strode towards the old man. How could this be? The old man was shocked. More than a dozen indestructible refined corpses were all blown up by Lu Ming. How could Lu Ming's attack power be so terrifying? his heart trembled. Not good, retreat. The old man roared in his heart. He wanted to escape, but it was obviously too late. The bursting fist radiance instantly drowned him. In the next moment, 3 strands of steel chi flew into Lu Ming's Heavenly King Steel Phantom. On the other side, the ghostly old man was almost scared out of his wits and fled frantically. A spear radiance pierced through the void and nailed him in the air. Outside, many people gasped when they saw the scene on the Heavenly King Steel. This Lu Ming is too terrifying. 2 extremely powerful old monsters of the Heavenly Corpse sect were actually killed by him. The gap is too big. It's a complete crush. In my opinion, Lu Ming's combat strength has reached the peak level. He's not much different from Jiang Taishu, Wang Ju, and the others. He can even contend with them. Terrifying, really terrifying. Obviously, Lu Ming's combat strength shocked everyone. At this moment, Dong Fanghao waved his hand and the scene changed again. Next, as time passed, they would see strong battles from time to time. Some experts who were originally favored and had hopes of rushing into the top 108 also clashed. Some died in battle, some were seriously injured and fled. The most eye-catching ones were some young geniuses. Jiang Taishu, Wang Ju, and the others who were the top 10 heavenly kings in the previous competition. Needless to say, their combat strength was well known. In addition, Xianxia, Fatty Kong Jin, King Corpse, and other rising geniuses were also incomparably powerful. There were experts who died in their hands one after another. Including Lu Ming, there was no doubt that this time, the top 10 would be born from these people. In a flash, half a day had passed. Lu Ming's gains were also increasing. His Heavenly King Steel Phantom already had 150 strands of steel chi. Look, Jiang Taishu and Lu Ming are getting closer and closer. It won't be long before they meet. Someone suddenly shouted from outside. Dong Fanghao and the Reverend Three Corpses seemed to want the crowd to see more clearly. They switched the images of Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu. The crowd could see that the two were flying towards each other. They seemed to be getting closer and closer. It wouldn't be long before they met. Everyone's heartbeat quickened. Could it be that these two geniuses were going to meet so soon? Everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen when the two of them met. Lu Ming quickly flew forward in search of prey. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as a figure appeared in front of him. Jiang Taishu strolled through the void and also discovered Lu Ming. His eyes gleamed with sharpness as a powerful aura bloomed from his body. Lu Ming, it's your bad luck to meet me. If you let me take your steel chi, you might still have a chance to live. Jiang Taishu stood in front of Lu Ming and said flatly. Is that so? I want your steel chi too. Lu Ming licked his lips. There were definitely more than 200 strands of steel chi in Jiang Taishu's Heavenly King Steel Phantom. Lu Ming was very tempted. Haha, you want my steel chi? You really don't know your place. Let me tell you, the higher you climb on the Heavenly King Steel, the stronger your combat strength will be. Fine, I'll kill you today and let the world know what a real genius is. Jiang Taishu's eyes were filled with strong killing intent. The sharpness on his body was even stronger. He was like a peerless divine weapon that could cut through everything. Previously, on the Heavenly King's steel steps, Jiang Taishu had warned Lu Ming not to step on the 20th step. However, Lu Ming had ignored him. Who was Jiang Taishu? He was actually ignored by Lu Ming. At that moment, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Now that they had met, how could he let Lu Ming go? It's said that the Jiang family cultivates a god-level cultivation technique, the immemorial mystical weapon art. I'd like to see it for myself. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with strong fighting intent. Jiang Taishu represented one of the strongest kings. He was very curious about what level he was at now. The battle is about to start. Outside, the crowd was also very excited as they stared at the screen above. Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu had indeed met. Judging from the situation, the battle was about to start. They were looking forward to this peak battle. Who do you think will win the battle between Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu? In my opinion, it will most likely be Jiang Taishu. After all, Jiang Taishu is a veteran expert. 3 years ago, he was already extremely terrifying. In the past 3 years, he must have become even more terrifying and stronger. His goal is to become the first on the Heavenly King's steel. That's right. Although Lu Ming is a peerless genius with terrifying talent and potential, his foundation is still lacking. He can't possibly be Jiang Taishu's opponent. Now, we'll see how many moves he can take from Jiang Taishu and whether he will be killed. The crowd was discussing intensely. In the heavenly steel world. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from Jiang Taishu's body. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body, as if it could tear everything apart. You'll see, but the price is death. Jiang Taishu stepped out and slashed his palm towards Lu Ming. In Lu Ming's eyes, this palm was like a heavenly blade that could split everything apart. True Yuan erupted as Lu Ming punched out. Berserk true essence gathered in this fist and burst out. Lu Ming's fist collided with Jiang Taishu's palm. A dull roar resounded between heaven and earth. Both of their bodies trembled and retreated. Jiang Taishu, fight with me. Don't try to test me. Go all out. Lu Ming said with bright eyes. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Clang. Clang, at this moment, as if thousands of weapons were clashing, Jiang Taishu's aura became sharper and more terrifying. The shattering essence. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The essence that Jiang Taishu had comprehended was the shattering essence, an extremely terrifying essence. It was similar to Xianxia's destruction essence, which was inclined towards attacking. Its destructive power was extremely terrifying and could shatter everything. Moreover, Jiang Taishu had cultivated the shattering essence to an extremely terrifying level 2 lower tier. Yes, Jiang Taishu's shattering essence had reached level 2 lower tier. Coupled with the immemorial mystical armament that Jiang Taishu cultivated, the combination was absolutely terrifying. Kill! Jiang Taishu shouted as he stepped forward. His arm was like a sword as it slashed towards Lu Ming. The wind and thunder essences burst out as the battle dragon True Yuan circulated rapidly. Lu Ming punched out again. Boom! A terrifying vibration resounded as the ground was bombarded by a terrifying force. Huge craters appeared one after another. The two figures trembled for a moment before stabilizing themselves. That Lu Ming is so strong. He can actually block Jiang Taishu. The spectators outside were shocked. Kill. Jiang Taishu's eyes grew colder. He had to win today. He had to kill Lu Ming. His goal was to be the strongest king, to be number one. How could he be stopped by Lu Ming from the beginning? Jiang Taishu's entire body had turned into numerous divine weapons, which were indestructible and invincible. Lu Ming combined the two second-level essences of wind and thunder, and with his powerful genuine essence, he fought with Jiang Taishu with the exploding star fist. The two turned into two rays of light and kept bombarding each other. It was terrifying. The nearby mountains were destroyed, and the earth exploded. It was like doomsday. Outside, it was silent. Everyone held their breath and watched with wide eyes. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu had exchanged more than 50 blows. Gosh, what kind of combat strength is this? It's too terrifying. Is he still in the king realm? Ordinary martial artists at the first level of the spiritual sea realm can't take more than a few blows from him. It's too terrifying. This is a peerless talent. With their foundation, once they break through the spiritual sea realm, they will advance by leaps and bounds. In the battle of fortune, they may be able to compete with the top 300 or even the top 200 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Many people were discussing in shock. Jiang Taishu had entered the 10 Kings 3 years ago. If he had broken through the spiritual sea realm earlier, he would have been ranked in the top 300. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Jiang Taishu exchanged more than 10 blows in a row, shattering a mountain. They were separated in the void. In addition to shock, Jiang Taishu's eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. He didn't expect to be stopped by Lu Ming. Clang! Clang, the sound of weapons vibrating could be heard. Above Jiang Taishu's head, a huge mountain appeared. This mountain was made of bare rocks, and there were weapons of all kinds stuck on it. 9 silver chakras were extremely bright. This was Jiang Taishu's bloodline. Kill! Jiang Taishu waved his hand, and the endless weapons on the mountain flew into his body. His aura was stronger, and there was even a metallic luster on his skin. Bang, he stepped into the void and charged towards Lu Ming. Looks like he has finally used his strongest combat strength. That's good too. This battle should end soon. Lu Ming whispered. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline erupted. Lu Ming stepped forward and struck out with his palm. Hell-suppressing heaven skill. There seemed to be a hell-suppressing steel in his palm that could suppress the 9 underworld hell. Dong, Lu Ming's palm collided with Jiang Taishu's palm. At the place where the two of them exchanged blows, the space vibrated violently, producing ripples that spread in all directions like water waves. Then, the crowd saw a figure retreating at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Taishu. The retreating figure was actually Jiang Taishu. One of his arms was trembling non-stop, and his palm was even somewhat distorted. Those who saw this scene could hardly believe their eyes. The ancient Jiang clan cultivated the art of the immemorial divine armament, and their bodies were even tougher than spirit weapons. Every move they made was filled with boundless power, capable of destroying everything. But now, in a head-on confrontation, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. His palm was injured, and he was at a disadvantage. Impossible. Jiang Taishu roared at the sky in disbelief. What's impossible? You're strong, but I'm stronger. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to attack. Lu Ming, you must die. Jiang Taishu roared and attacked again. But after a few moves, his body retreated rapidly. His arms were severely deformed, and even his bones were shattered. He spat out blood. You want to kill me? Then I'll kill you. Lu Ming strode forward with a murderous look in his eyes. Outside, the crowd was shocked. Lu Ming not only defeated Jiang Taishu, but also wanted to kill him. Jiang Taishu was a rare genius of the Jiang clan. In the future, he was a promising candidate for the throne of the Jiang clan. Lu Ming wanted to kill him. How dare he? Bang, Jiang Taishu was no match for Lu Ming at all. He was sent flying by Lu Ming and coughed up blood. At least 7 or 8 bones in his body were broken. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill me, the Jiang clan won't let you off. Jiang Taishu roared. Haha, you're a genius of the ancient Jiang clan. You've lost, but you still have the cheek to use your clan to suppress me. Now that the Battle of Providence is about to begin, do you think the elders of the Jiang clan dare to deal with me? Lu Ming laughed loudly. He was fearless. For a large clan like the Jiang clan, if a descendant of the Jiang clan lost in a competition among peers, the elders would not intervene because they did not have the face to do so. In large clans, the competition was even crueler. Not only did they have to compete with their own clan, but they also had to compete with the geniuses of other forces. Only then could they be qualified to inherit the clan. Damn it! Jiang Taishu roared and retreated frantically, trying to escape. He had to escape. He had to escape and gather the other experts of the Jiang clan in the Heavenly King Monument world to kill Lu Ming. You can't escape. Lu Ming chased after him. He had always been decisive in his actions. Since he had offended someone, he would kill them. Young Master Taishu, hurry up and leave. We'll stop him. 3 sharp lights suddenly flew over from afar and blasted toward Lu Ming. They were 3 elders. They were like 3 divine weapons that were extremely terrifying. Without a doubt, they were the 3 powerful old monsters of the Jiang clan. Jiang Taishu was overjoyed. He used a secret technique and frantically fled forward. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He instantly threw out 2 palms and a kick. The 3 elders flew backward and coughed up blood. Their eyes were full of shock. The 3 of them had all cultivated the immemorial mystical weapon art for more than 500 years. They were definitely the top experts among the peak-level kings. They could kill ordinary peak-level kings with a wave of their hands. However, the 3 of them coughed up blood because of Lu Ming's attack. It was too terrifying. Kill. Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and flashed past like a phantom. He threw out a palm strike. Peng, one of the elders, was torn into pieces. All of his monument chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. Then, his figure didn't stop as he continued to kill. Soon, the other two elders followed in his footsteps. The three elders each had close to 100 monument qi. This way, Lu Ming's monument qi had increased to more than 400. Unfortunately, Jiang Taishu escaped. Lu Ming looked in the direction Jiang Taishu had escaped. His eyes were like lightning. At this moment, Jiang Taishu had already run off to who knows where. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to search for prey while refining the essence blood. The essence blood's energy was all transferred to his second bloodline. Since the higher the level of the suppressing prison steel bloodline, the stronger the suppressing prison skill would be, Lu Ming planned to upgrade it first. In the outside world, countless people were shocked. Jiang Taishu, the genius who had been favored the most and had the highest chance of winning, had been defeated so early. Could it be that Lu Ming will get first place this time? It's possible, but I wonder if there are any other dark horses? For example, the Corpse King of the Heavenly Corpse sect and that fatty. They're both terrifying and unfathomable. The other 10 heavenly kings are also terrifying. No one knows how strong they are in the past few years. Maybe they're even stronger than Jiang Taishu? Moreover, it's not a one-on-one battle in the heavenly monument world. It's hard to say who will get first place. Lu Ming's actions caused a commotion. Half an hour later, Jiang Taishu appeared a few 100,000 miles away. He coughed out another mouthful of blood as soon as he appeared. Lu Ming, I'll kill you. Jiang Taishu let out a low growl from his throat. He was extremely angry. He had actually lost to Lu Ming. He couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. This time, he was ambitious and was determined to get first place. However, he had lost to Lu Ming on the first day. This was a huge blow to him. He hated Lu Ming to the core and wanted Lu Ming dead. Lu Ming, no matter how strong you are, you're only one person. I'll gather the other experts of the Jiang family and kill you. The first place will be mine this time. Jiang Taishu's eyes flashed with malice and killing intent. Haha, Jiang Taishu, why are you in such a sorry state? Were you besieged by the Heavenly Corpse sect? A burst of laughter could be heard as two figures stepped through the void and arrived. Wang Ju. Jiang Taishu's eyes flashed. Wang Ju, a member of the ancient Wang family. He was ranked 8th in the previous Heavenly King ranking. Wang Mia was beside Wang Ju, but he was ignored by Jiang Taishu. What? Wang Ju, are you trying to steal my monument aura while I'm injured? Jiang Taishu looked at Wang Ju cautiously. Haha, brother Jiang, what kind of person do you think I am? Even if I want to fight with you, I won't take advantage of the situation. Why? Are you really besieged by the Heavenly Corpse sect? Wang Ju asked. It's not the Heavenly Corpse sect. Jiang Taishu shook his head and said, if I told you that I was defeated by a single person, would you believe me? What? Was it Luanzhan, Dongfang Yu, or Guiyi? Wang Ju's expression drastically changed. He quickly said a few names. These people were all as famous as them, they were all extremely powerful. Jiang Taishu shook his head and said, no, he's a new genius called Lu Ming. Wang Ju, I suggest we team up. Otherwise, we won't be a match for him alone. Lu Ming? Wang Ju's eyes flickered. Lu Ming, it's him? At the side, Wang Mia's expression changed drastically. Oh? I forgot that you guys seem to have a grudge with that Lu Ming. Jiang Taishu's eyes flickered. Lu Ming, that little bastard, is actually this powerful? Wang Mia couldn't believe it. Hee, there's nothing to lie about. You're just lucky. If Lu Ming used his full strength, he would only need a few moves to kill you. Jiang Taishu looked at Wang Mia and chuckled. I really didn't expect you to be defeated by Lu Ming in a head-on battle. Wang Ju's expression was extremely serious. He and Jiang Taishu were competitors, so he knew how terrifying Jiang Taishu was. If even Jiang Taishu was defeated, then he might not be a match for him either. This person's existence is a huge obstacle to our goal of fighting for first place. Apart from first place, what's the difference between the other ranks? Jiang Taishu said. Oh? You want to team up and eliminate Lu Ming together? Wang Ju said. Yes, you can team up and gather the other experts of the Jiang and Wang families. Also, don't some of Lu Ming's friends also come? His girlfriend is very beautiful. And those trash from the Golden Sword sect. As long as we take them down, Lu Ming will definitely be cautious and it'll be much easier to kill him. Jiang Taishu said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Haha, Jiang Taishu, looks like you're really afraid of Lu Ming. Alright, I agree. We'll gather the people of the two families first and then take down Lu Ming's friends. Then, we'll wait for Lu Ming at the exit. Wang Ju laughed. Alright, then let's move. We'll meet at the exit. Jiang Taishu said with a cold face. Wang Ju smiled and then stepped into the air with Wang Mia. I'll take care of that bastard Lu Ming first, then deal with you guys. Jiang Taishu's eyes were cold. He took out a few pills and swallowed them. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. 2 hours later, Jiang Taishu stood up and disappeared in a ray of light. In the heavenly monument world, even voice transmission jade talismans couldn't be used. If one wanted to find someone, they could only rely on luck and fly. However, many people from the Jiang and Wang families had entered. Slowly, some people had gathered. Jiang Taishu had even formed an alliance with Luan Zhan to kill Lu Ming together. The people of the three ancient families moved out and started to search for Xianxia, Kenfei Ryu, and the people of the Golden Sword sect. This time, apart from Kenfei Ryu, there were a total of 29 people from the Golden Sword sect. However, only 9 of them had successfully entered. Jin Zhaokai was one of the 9. He had cultivated for more than 800 years and was an extremely powerful peak king of the Golden Sword sect. However, at his age, the chances of breaking through to the spiritual sea realm were very slim. However, the Heavenly King ranking was a chance. He wanted to give it a try. Now that he had gathered 72 strands of steel chi, perhaps there really was hope. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. In front of him, 3 figures walked over. Jiang Taishu. Jin Zhaokai's expression changed drastically. The one in front of the 3 was Jiang Taishu. Looking at your cultivation technique, you're from the Golden Sword sect, right? Jiang Taishu asked with a gloomy face. That's right. I'm from the Golden Sword sect. If young Master Jiang needs the steel chi, I'm willing to give it all to you. Jin Zhaokai had already lost all hope after encountering Jiang Taishu. He knew that this time, he couldn't keep the steel chi. He could only exchange it for his life. Give you the steel chi? Hee, I'll still get the steel chi after killing you. Jiang Taishu smiled coldly. At the same time, his body moved and pounced towards Jin Zhaokai, showing off his ability. Jin Zhaokai was shocked. He frantically retreated and used all his strength to block. A bright golden sword light slashed towards Jiang Taishu. However, in the next moment, the sword light broke. His body shook violently, and one of his arms was broken. Puchi, Jiang Taishu's palm directly pierced through Jin Zhaokai's heart. WH. Why? Jin Zhaokai's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. Generally speaking, as long as one took the initiative to give up the steel chi, ordinary people wouldn't kill them. This was because they were all from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not the Heavenly Corpse sect or the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Why? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too close to that bastard Lu Ming. After saying that, Jiang Taishu released his energy and killed Jin Zhaokai. This scene happened in every corner of the Sky King's monument world. The 9 powerhouses of the Golden Sword sect who entered were all killed. Countless people saw this scene in the outside world. Despicable, despicable. The remaining people of the Golden Sword sect who did not enter the Sky King's monument world were furious. The actions of Jiang Taishu and the others were too despicable. What did you say? In the outside world, the Jiang and Wang families also targeted the people of the Golden Sword sect. The expressions of the people of the Golden Sword sect changed drastically, and they did not continue to speak. The Sky King's monument world is not a battle stage. All kinds of methods can be used in a one-on-one battle. Don't you understand? Once you enter, you should be prepared to be killed. The people of the Jiang family said coldly. Although the others were indignant, the ancient families were too powerful. They could only shut up. Look, that's Lu Ming's girlfriend and Kenfei Ryu. They're about to meet Jiang Taishu. And Wang Ju. He's also nearby. It's over. This is dangerous. Two figures appeared on the Sky King's monument. They were Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu. Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu happened to meet half a day after entering the Sky King's monument world. The two of them decided to work together. I wonder where Brother Liu is? Kenfei Ryu asked. Don't worry about that guy. No one here is a match for him. Xianxia said. He was very confident in Lu Ming. Suddenly, Xianxia stopped. Kenfei Ryu was stunned. The next moment, his expression changed slightly. A dozen figures appeared in front of him. The leader was Jiang Taishu. Beside him were two young men. They were obviously extremely powerful existences in the Jiang family. The other dozen people were all burly men and old men. They exuded a sharp aura. Jiang Taishu. Kenfei Ryu's expression changed. He transmitted his voice to Xianxia and said, Miss Xia, there are too many of them. Let's retreat first. They have killing intent. They might not let us go. Xianxia said. Whoosh. Whoosh, Jiang Taishu and the others moved very quickly. Like spirit weapons, they tore through the void and appeared in front of Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu in an instant. Ha ha ha, Kenfei Ryu, and you, Lu Ming's woman, you won't be able to escape today. But don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll cripple your cultivation and then take you to kill you in front of Lu Ming. Jiang Taishu's voice was extremely cold. Looks like you've been defeated by Lu Ming. Otherwise, why would you use such a method to deal with Lu Ming? Xianxia said indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain. Shut up, bitch. Jiang Taishu shouted angrily. He stared at Xianxia ferociously and said, Bitch, Lu Ming will definitely die. I won't let you go to waste. I'll serve you well in front of Lu Ming. Haha, a genius of an ancient family? An expert on the Heavenly King leaderboard? Trash. You want to use despicable means to win after being defeated. You'll never amount to anything. Xianxia mocked with a look of disdain. Bitch, you're courting death. Jiang Taishu shouted angrily. Haha, what a sharp tongue this girl has. I like it. With a loud laugh, Wang Ju and Wang Miao walked over with more than 10 people. Kenfei Ryu's face was extremely solemn. Xianxia also frowned slightly. Wang Ju, you've come at the right time. Is everything settled? Jiang Taishu asked. Of course. Wang Ju waved his hand, and 4 golden swords flew out and stabbed into the ground below. Jiang Taishu also waved his hand, and 5 golden swords flew out and stabbed into the ground. 9 golden swords were lined up in a row. You, bastards. Kenfei Ryu roared, his face extremely ugly. Jiang Taishu and Wang Ju were actually hunting the people of the Golden Sword sect. Kenfei Ryu's eyes turned red when he saw 9 people of the Golden Sword sect killed. They didn't deserve to die. They can only blame themselves for being too close to Lu Ming. Soon, you will follow in their footsteps. Jiang Taishu smiled sinisterly. At this moment, the scene in the outside world was also frozen. Many people were angry and felt that Jiang Taishu's actions were shameless. However, the other party was a genius of the 6 ancient families. They didn't dare to say anything and could only swallow their anger. At this moment, Jiang Taishu waved his hand and led more than 10 experts of the Jiang family towards Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu. Sky Demon Force Field. Xianxia waved her hands, and the Sky Demon Force Field enveloped herself and Kenfei Ryu. Kill. Jiang Taishu roared and rushed into the Sky Demon Force Field like a divine weapon. More than 10 experts of the Jiang family also rushed into the Sky Demon Force Field. As soon as they rushed into the Sky Demon Force Field, their expressions changed drastically as they felt an unimaginable pressure. Ever since Xianxia had successfully merged the Destruction Intent and the Wind Intent, the power of the Sky Demon Force Field had greatly increased. Later on, her bloodline had undergone nirvana and reached the 9th level of the king level, so it was even stronger. Destruction Cut. A terrifying cutting power crazily slashed at the Jiang family members. Someone immediately coughed up blood and was severely injured. Break! Jiang Taishu roared. His palm was like a heavenly blade that could cut through everything. With one strike, the force field in front of him was broken. Jiang Taishu strode forward and rushed in front of Xianxia. Kenfei Ryu's eyes turned golden, and a dazzling golden light spread out from his hand. It turned into a sharp sword light and slashed at Jiang Taishu. Clown, how dare you attack me? You're courting death. Jiang Taishu struck out with his palm again. It turned into a divine sword and crashed into the dazzling golden sword light. The sword light shattered, and Kenfei Ryu retreated quickly. His face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too weak compared to Jiang Taishu. Even with the help of Xianxia's Sky Demon force field, he was still far from being Jiang Taishu's opponent. Jiang Taishu was like a divine weapon that could not be stopped. He continued to break the Sky Demon force field and attacked Xianxia. Sky Demon right hand. Xianxia whispered. Black light bloomed on her body. Her jade-like hand gently pressed forward. A beautiful arm condensed in the air, like the world's most beautiful work of art, and blasted toward Jiang Taishu. Jiang Taishu struck out with his palm and collided with the beautiful arm. In an instant, Jiang Taishu's expression changed slightly. His body trembled, and he took a step back. In the process of him and Xianxia's attacks, he had been bombarded by a powerful destructive force. In the heavenly demon force field, he was actually at a disadvantage. This made his murderous intent even sharper. First, he was defeated by Lu Ming. Now, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with Xianxia. He could not accept it. Kill. Jiang Taishu's aura became stronger as he unleashed his bloodline. He charged toward Xianxia. Kenfei Ryu, you go and deal with those people. Leave this guy to me. Xianxia said to Kenfei Ryu. Okay. Kenfei Ryu's body flashed. Golden sword light bloomed and attacked the rest of the Jiang family. Those people were also very strong. They kept breaking the Sky Demon force field, putting Xianxia under great pressure. Xianxia not only had to control the Sky Demon force field, but he also had to deal with Jiang Taishu. This caused the spectators to be extremely shocked. Kenfei Ryu was not affected by the Sky Demon force field. He used a guerrilla tactic. A golden sword light kept moving around, attacking the Jiang family members from time to distract them and reduce the pressure on Xianxia. Jiang Taishu went crazy and attacked Xianxia crazily. However, Xianxia's bloodline martial technique was extremely powerful. Together with the Sky Demon force field's cutting power, Jiang Taishu actually had the upper hand. Haha, Jiang Taishu, it seems like you can't do it. You can't even take down a girl. Wang Ju laughed at the side. Wang Ju, are you going to watch the show from the side? Jiang Taishu's face was extremely ugly. He and Wang Ju were competitors. He knew that Wang Ju was doing it on purpose. Haha. Wang Ju laughed, but he was also very shocked in his heart. He didn't make a move because he thought that Jiang Taishu would be able to take down Xianxia and the others. Taking a step back, if Jiang Taishu couldn't take down Xianxia, it would be a blow to his reputation. Then, he would make a move to determine the outcome. However, he never thought that Jiang Taishu would be at a disadvantage. Xianxia's strength was beyond his expectations. A murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. He suddenly agreed with Jiang Taishu's way of doing things. With these people here, how could they get first place? Jiang Taishu, let me help you take down this girl. Wang Ju's body emitted a terrifying flame. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. The purple flame seemed to have turned Wang Ju purple. Boom, Wang Ju was like a burning meteor. He rushed into the Sky Demon force field and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flashed with seriousness. Sky Demon hand. She formed a seal with both hands. Two beautiful arms formed in the air, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Jiang Taishu and Wang Ju respectively. Bitch, break! Jiang Taishu turned into a divine weapon. Every strand of his hair was a weapon. He joined his palms together and struck out with force. Rip, the void seemed to be torn apart. The palm struck a Sky Demon hand. On the other side, Wang Ju turned into flames and attacked with a shocking punch. Boom! Boom! The sky shook, and Xianxia's face turned pale. His body trembled, and he couldn't help but take 9 steps back. The heavenly demon force field trembled and almost dissipated. Not good. In the outside world, the members of the Golden Sword sect wore heavy expressions. When Wang Ju and Jiang Taishu joined forces, they were too strong. Among those at the same level, who could fight against them, in addition, there were still more than a dozen experts from the Jiang family and some experts from the Wan family who had yet to make a move. Xianxia and Kenfei Ryu were most likely dead. Bitch, let's see if you can still resist. Kill! Jiang Taishu shouted. Nest, you guys are so shameless. A group of people bullying 2 people. I can't stand it anymore. A voice rang out. A fatty carrying a battle axe rushed over at an extremely fast speed. It's him. Everyone's heart trembled. Fatty Kong Jin was also the person who had reached the 20th step and shattered 28 shields. Moreover, he seemed to be very close to Lu Ming and Xianxia. Fatty Kong Jin's arrival made Jiang Taishu and the others frown. Damn Fatty, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you'll end up badly. Jiang Taishu stared at Kong Jin unkindly. Fat your ass. You're the fatty. Your whole family is fat. The fatty glared at him and cursed. Then, he looked at Xianxia and put on a smile. Sister, are you all right? Who's your sister? Xianxia glared at him. My wife is your sister, so of course you're my sister. Where's my brother-in-law, Lu Ming? Kong Jin's eyes darted left and right. Xianxia was speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person. So many people joining forces to deal with 2 people. How shameless. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Kong Jin grabbed his battle axe and revealed a trace of malevolence in his eyes. You guys, kill this fatty. Wang Ju waved his hand and said to the people of the Wang family. Wang Ju had brought more than 10 people with him. Each of them was an expert. Kill this fatty. Wang Miao was also among them. He waved his hand and said. Kill. More than 10 experts of the Wang family rushed toward Kong Jin. Eat my battle axe. Kong Jin held his battle axe with both hands, stepped forward and chopped down with it. Poochie, the next moment, an expert of the Wang family was directly split in half. Poochie, Kong Jin swung his battle axe again. This time, 2 experts of the Wang family were split in half at the waist. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Kong Jin's fat body was like an ancient fierce beast. He was carrying a huge axe that was as big as a door. It was as if he had entered a realm where no one could stop him. He swung his axe one after another. No one could stop his axe. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This fatty was too strong. Those people of the Wang family were definitely experts. They were extremely strong existences among the same level, but no one could block his battle axe. Wang Mia only felt his body trembling and cold sweat flowing down. Inhuman. This fatty was simply inhuman. He was terrifyingly strong. In the blink of an eye, 8 of the more than 10 experts of the Wang family were killed by the fatty. Go. Wang Mia turned and ran. Trash. Kong Jin berated. He looked at Wang Ju and Jiang Taishu and said, I heard that you 2 were the previous 10 heavenly kings. I want to give it a try. You'll be the one. Kong Jin pointed his battle axe at Jiang Taishu and rushed towards him with the battle axe in hand. Jiang Taishu's expression was ugly. His palm was like a divine weapon as he slashed at the fatty. Clang, Jiang Taishu's body shook violently and was forced back. Go out and fight. I won't take advantage of you. Kong Jin said and flew out of the range of the sky demon force field. Jiang Taishu's expression changed and became extremely gloomy. Kong Jin's combat strength was too terrifying. Although he suffered a loss in the sky demon force field just now, who knew if Kong Jin used his full strength just now? Even if he was out of the sky demon force field, he was not confident that he could win against Kong Jin. He even had a premonition that he would be defeated. How could this be? Jiang Taishu roared in his heart. How could there be such a perverted person? What are you doing? If you don't dare, then get lost quickly. Kong Jin berated. Brother Jiang, I think we should retreat first. This fatty is unfathomable and difficult to deal with. It won't be too late to deal with them after we gather more people. Wang Ju's expression also changed. He then transmitted his voice to Jiang Taishu. With the addition of Kong Jin, it was obviously impossible for them to take down Xianxia and the others. Let's go. Jiang Taishu shouted and turned to leave. The rest of the people followed Jiang Taishu and left in a flash. Not a single one was left. Huff, Xianxia let out a long breath. Previously, she controlled the Sky Demon force field and trapped so many experts at the same time. She also had to continuously attack and deal with Jiang Taishu. The consumption was too great. End of chapter 746. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.